but that first galleon Dredden. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they'd completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Clarabelle or even those ships like the Jesus and Lubbock, which had really massive fore and aft capacities. If you picture those old-time medieval ships that have massive constructs in the back of them, it looks so imposing on the waves. But that was what the old ships were like, and how they looked so domineering. They were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft vessel, and they had a much more keel relative to the width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft consoles, they had been given a much longer keel, which really let them pick up through the line. And almost more importantly, these warships would give them a whole lot more room for the guns. The Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons. It was really in those guns for the English itself. For years, perhaps decades in Europe, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and their lack of capability to explode on deck and kill all of the men on board. They were able to take the concussions from these explosions much better. Now, bronze guns were extremely expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German foundries making these bronze guns. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns due to the war in the Netherlands. They had had their trade cut off primarily with the continent, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the Audleys and Sussex in England and told them to start working on producing new guns, not made of bronze, but made of cast iron. Now this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior, however he had told them to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break and also extremely maneuverable on board ship. When John Hawkins turned to them, he found that while the guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than they had before, and much more quickly and cheaply than anybody could produce bronze guns in Europe. These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable of rolling from one side of a ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns were all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannons. So you could fit so many of these guns on board that really looked like monsters bristling with flames. These new English galleons had more firepower than any other ships in Europe, all due to these improvements on their iron cannon. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all of these brand new ships with brand new guns, and the question remained though, what exactly to do with this new and powerful navy? The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, that being primarily the North Sea and the Channel, and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than conflicts to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a true plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow between Philip and Spain, something that would make them stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around them. In lords' castles and common rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of the navy, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all of their materials from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes Privy Council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. The new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go off without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and made an ally by Don Antonio de Clare, throned and exiled from the court. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet of the Azores, which was really a Portuguese loyalist stronghold, however now full of disease and as it was not part of the empire. This was a means not only to rob the King of Spain of all the riches of his treasure fleet, but also to put back that stronghold for Don Antonio and perhaps lead a rebellion against the King of Spain. This would have started him on 2 points very strongly, and it appealed to everyone around him, but it was imperfect for other reasons. First, being that it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to fail. The second, being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allied with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the kingdom, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to accept. So Drake had other plans that he decided to bring to the attention of some of the more powerful men in the empire. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with Sultan Babu in the East Indies that Drake had made that trading routes with. The voyage was backed by Drake and Leicester Propaganda as well. After those two, Nelson Captain and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition, that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London got on board as
Our intelligence, many millions fold.
in the operation that
And it's very hard what that would be like.
however, Drake wouldn't be on board. That
Following
process-
is a conversation
Pirates
with
are
Ray
fucking
Kurzweil,
amazing.
author, inventor, and
I
futurist,
can't.
who has an optimistic view of our
Just
future
getting on a
as a
boat
human
and
civilization,
being like, I'm going to take
predicting
this
that
fucking
exponentially
heap of
improving
wood
technologies will take us
that
to a
way,
point of a
all the
singularity
way to the
beyond
fucking,
which superintelligent artificial intelligence
I don't know,
transform
no one
our
fucking
world
knows. Or,
in nearly unimaginable ways.
what is this horse shit?
18 years ago, in the book Singularity is Near, he predicted that the onset of the singularity will happen in the year 2045. He still holds to his prediction and estimate. In fact, he's working on a new book on this topic that will hopefully be out next year. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Ray Kurzweil. In your 2005 book titled The Singularity is Near, you predicted that the singularity will happen in 2045. So now, 18 years later, you still estimate that the singularity will happen on 2045. And maybe first, what is the singularity, the technological singularity, and when will it happen?
Singularity is where computers really change our view of what's important, and change who we are. But we're getting close to some salient things that will
All right, what are we
change
doing, big dog?
who we are. The key thing is 2029, when computers will pass the Turing test.
I am not.
And there's also some controversy whether the Turing test is valid. I believe it is. Most people
Dude,
do
shut up,
believe
the
that,
chaos-
but there's some controversy
the
about
chaos
that. But
eye? What
Stanford
is this even?
got very alarmed at my
Is that his
prediction
name?
about 2029. I made this in 1999 in my book.
The Age of Spiritual Machines.
Right.
And then you repeated the prediction in
In
2005.
2005.
Yeah.
So they held an international conference, you might have been aware of it, of AI experts in 1999 to assess this view.
That's stupid.
So people gave different predictions, and they took a poll. It was really the first time that AI experts worldwide were polled on this prediction.
That's tight.
And the average poll was 100 years. 20% believed it would never happen. And that was the view in 1999. 80% believed it would happen, but not within their lifetimes. There's been so many advances in AI that the poll of AI experts has come down over the years. So a year ago, something called Meticulous, which you may be aware of, assesses different types of experts on the future. They again assessed what AI experts then felt, and they were saying 2042
For the Turing test.
for the Turing test.
So it's coming down.
And I was still saying 2029. A few weeks ago, they again did a poll, and it was 2030. So AI experts now basically agree with me. I haven't changed at all. I've stayed with 2029. And AI experts now agree with me, but they didn't agree at first.
Ray Kurzweil.
So
I
Alan
wanna know
Turing formulated the Turing test.
is your
and
hairstyle.
Right. Now, what he said was very little about it. I mean, the
This is
1950
the man
paper
without
where he
basically
articulated the
single
Turing
gray
test,
hair.
there's like a few
Oh,
lines
man, that is great.
that
All right, you want to talk about
talk about the Turing test.
the Cosby Show?
And it really wasn't very clear how to administer it. And he said if they did it in like 15 minutes, that would be sufficient, which I don't really think is the case. These large language models now, some people are convinced by it already. I mean, you can talk to it and have a conversation with it. You can actually talk to it for hours. So it requires a little more depth. There's some problems with large language models, which we can talk about. But some people are convinced by the Turing test. Now, if somebody passes the Turing test, what are the implications of that? Does that mean that they're sentient, that they're conscious, that they're not? It's not necessarily clear what the implications are. Anyway, I believe 2029, that's 6-7 years from now, we'll have something that passes the Turing test, and a valid Turing test, meaning it goes for hours, not just a few minutes.
Can you speak to that a little bit? What is your formulation of the Turing test? You've proposed a very difficult version of the Turing test. So what does that look like?
Basically, it's just to assess it over several hours, and also have a human judge that's fairly sophisticated on what computers can do and can't do. If you take somebody who's not that sophisticated, or even a average engineer, they may not really assess various aspects of it.
So you really want the human to challenge the system
Exactly.
on its ability to do things like
Welcome,
common sense
welcome.
reasoning,
How are you?
perhaps.
That's actually a key problem with
How you living,
large
Pam?
language models. They don't do
Kicking ass, taking names.
these kinds of
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Excellent. How'd you hear about me,
tests
my
that would
friend?
involve assessing
You don't remember me, huh?
chains of
You
reasoning.
don't remember me.
Oh,
Wow.
I meet a lot of people, my friend.
Wow.
Remind me.
No. No, you don't. You
No.
don't meet any people. No one's in here except me.
All right. Well,
What other people are you talking to?
right now I'm live in 13 different Discords and
Okay,
11,
well, how many viewers do you have?
like 165 right now.
You got any proof?
Yeah, go to my YouTubes. I'm live on 11 different YouTubes. I'm live on Rumble.
If I go to your YouTube and there is 0 viewers, I'm gonna get a little pissed, okay? I'm gonna get a little pissed.
Well, you'll probably be pissed. You won't be looking at the right streams. I'm on Rumble. At least on some of these Asian
No
ones,
one's on Rumble, boy. No, listen. Hey, no one's on Rumble.
at least on some of these Asian platforms, they start with like 50. So I'm live on, if you include those, maybe 600 people, maybe 650 people. So we're just watching Ray Kurzweil on the Lex Friedman podcast. I hope you're having a good day.
Wait. Brittany wants to talk to you.
What up, Brittany? How you doing, girl?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm
Am I
amazing.
talking to Rabbi?
You are. You have the privilege. What's good in your neck of the woods, girl?
Oh, well, just eating lots of food, drinking some booze,
Excellent. Having a
chilling
good
out.
time.
How's it going?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Do you know much about me?
No, I
Okay,
don't know anything about you, so tell me.
wonderful. Thank you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I have more data than any person archived on the internet ever. This is important. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 19.
Nice.
Thank you. Bill Gates coined the phrase
How long have you been doing that for?
more than 3.5 years.
Cool.
So I'm live right now on 11 different YouTube streams and more than 33 different platforms I multi-stream. In addition, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that that data was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more of that resource archived online than any person ever. And that may make me a very influential person. And then perhaps if that happens one day, Brittany, I'll make you and
Amazing. So how many followers do you have?
tens of thousands. At least on Twitch, I've
Wow,
got
that's so cool.
On
Oh my god.
on Twitch I have 50,000. On Twitch I have 50,000. But I have a lot of accounts. That's the thing. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. I have 200 different Instagram accounts. I have 300 different Twitch accounts. I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts. I have 2,000 different Twitter accounts and over 10,000 different Kick accounts. So when you add them all up, it's probably a lot more than that. But the account that I have with the most amount of followers is 50,000 on Twitch. So with that, we talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. We talk about de-extinction and invisibility cloaks. We talk about space elevators and solar sails. We talk about perhaps transcontinental waterways and.
Rabbi, back to Earth. Back to Earth. You're talking to me, buddy. Talking to me.
Okay, how you doing, big dog?
All right. So, can I ask something from you? It might seem a little personal, but it's up to you. You say, please, I am a not.
I don't know what that means. What's that mean?
It's a way of saying thank you.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Just say it, please, one time.
No.
One time, please.
No, dog.
Please.
No, I'm not going to do that. If I don't know what it means, I'm not going to say it.
Let's search it up.
Okay, I'll search it up. How do you spell this?
I'm not telling you until you say it.
That doesn't make any sense.
Just say it once.
No.
Oh, you're fucking pissing me off.
All right, well, I can't make everybody happy.
Yes, you can. I'm the only person here. Make me happy.
Are you kidding? I was bonding with Brittany.
Brittany.
Yeah.
Brittany, huh?
Yeah.
You're not talking to Brittany. You're talking to me. You're talking to me. To
Okay.
me.
All right. Well, I was talking to her about future technology.
So, how long have you been Jewish for?
My entire life.
Actually, are you lying?
Yeah, I
I
can.
don't like liars.
That's cool. I can follow my bloodlines back to the Bible. My grandmother's grandmother.
Can I get proof? Get proof, please.
I
You
have.
access to this right now.
I don't need to. I've had people in my family do it, and I do have proof of that as well.
Well, wait. You had people in your family.
Yeah.
Could have been adopted.
Okay,
Might not spoke.
that's fine. I mean, I could be an alien from another planet as well. I could be.
Not no goddamn alien, you fucking retard.
Dude,
Listen to me.
Hey, I don't have to put up with this.
Thing. But you can lose track of that. If you talk to them, they actually can talk to you pretty well, and you can be convinced by it. But it's somebody that would really convince you that it's a human, whatever that takes. Maybe it would take days or weeks, but it would really convince you that it's human. Large language models can appear that way. You can read conversations and they appear pretty good. There are some problems with it. It doesn't do math very well. You can ask, well, how many legs did 10 elephants have? And they'll tell you, well, okay, each elephant has 4 legs and 10 elephants, so 40 legs. And you go, okay, that's pretty good. How many legs do 11 elephants have? And they don't seem to understand the question.
Do all humans understand that question?
No, that's the key thing. I mean, how advanced a human do you want it to be? But we do expect a human to be able to do multi-chain reasoning, to be able to take a few facts and put them together, not perfectly. And we see that in a lot of polls that people don't do that perfectly at all. But so it's not very well defined. But it's something where it really would convince you that it's a human.
Is your intuition that large language models will not be solely the kind of system that passes the Turing test in 2029? Do we need something else?
I think it will be a large language model, but they have to go beyond what they're doing now. I think we're getting there. And another key issue is if somebody actually passes the Turing test validly, I would believe they're conscious. Now, not everybody would say that. Okay, we can pass the Turing test, but we don't really believe that it's conscious. It's a whole other issue. But if it really passes the Turing test, I would believe that it's conscious. But I don't believe that of large language models today.
It appears to be conscious. That's as good as being conscious, at least for you, in some sense.
I mean, consciousness is not something that's scientific. I mean, I believe you're conscious, but it's really just a belief, and we believe that about other humans that at least appear to be conscious. When you go outside of shared human assumption, like are animals conscious? Some people believe they're not conscious. Some people believe they are conscious. And would a machine that acts just like a human be conscious? I mean, I believe it would be. But that's really a philosophical belief. It's not. You can't prove it. I can't take an entity and prove that it's conscious. There's nothing that you can do that would indicate that.
It's like saying a piece of art is beautiful. You can say it. Multiple people can experience a piece of art as beautiful, but you can't prove it.
But it's also an extremely important issue. I mean, imagine if you had something where nobody's conscious. The world may as well not exist. And so some people, like say Marvin Minsky, said, well, consciousness is not logical, it's not scientific, and therefore we should dismiss it. And any talk about consciousness is just not to be believed. But when he actually engaged with somebody who was conscious, he actually acted as if they were conscious. He didn't ignore that.
He acted as if consciousness does matter.
Exactly. Whereas he said it didn't matter.
Well, that's Marvin Minsky.
Yeah.
He's full of contradictions.
But that's true of a lot of people as well.
But to you, consciousness matters.
But to me, it's very important. But I would say it's not a scientific issue. It's a philosophical issue. And people have different views. So some people believe that anything that makes a decision is conscious. So your light switch is conscious. Its level of consciousness is low, not very interesting, but that's a consciousness. And anything, so a computer that makes a more interesting decision, still not at human levels, but it's also conscious and at a higher level than your light switch. So that's one view. There's many different views of what consciousness is.
So if a system passes the Turing test, it's not scientific, but in issues of philosophy, things like ethics start to enter the picture. Do you think we would start contending as a human species about the ethics of turning off such a machine?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely come up. Hasn't come up in reality yet, but I'm talking about 2029. It's not that many years from now. So what are our obligations to it? It has a different I mean, a computer that's conscious has a little bit different connotations than a human. We have a continuous consciousness. We're in an entity that does not last forever. Now, actually, a significant portion of humans still exist and are therefore still conscious. But anybody who is over a certain age doesn't exist anymore. That wouldn't be true of a computer program. You could completely turn it off, and a copy of it could be stored, and you could recreate it. And so it has a different type of validity. You could actually take it back in time. You could eliminate its memory and have it go over again. I mean, it has a different kind of connotation than humans do.
Well, because you can do the same thing with humans. It's just that we don't know how to do that yet.
Yeah.
It's possible that we figure out all of these things on the machine first. But that doesn't mean the machine isn't conscious.
I mean, if you look at the way people react, say 3CPO or other machines that are conscious in movies, they don't actually present how it's conscious, but we see that they are a machine, and people will believe that they are conscious, and they'll actually worry about it if they get into trouble and so on.
So 2029 is going to be the first year when a major thing happens.
Right.
And that will shake our civilization to start to consider the role of AI.
Well, yes and no. I mean, this one guy at Google claimed that the machine was conscious.
That's just one person.
Right.
When
So,
it starts to happen with scale,
well, that's exactly right. Because most people have not taken that position. I don't take that position. I mean, I've used different things like this, and they don't appear to me to be conscious. As we eliminate various problems of these large language models, more and more people will accept that they're conscious. So when we get to 2029, I think a large fraction of people will believe that they're conscious. So it's not going to happen all at once. I believe it will actually happen gradually, and it's already started to happen.
and so that takes us one step closer to the singularity.
Another step then is in the 2030s, when we can actually connect our neocortex, which is where we do our thinking, to computers. And I mean, just as this actually gains a lot to being connected to computers that will amplify its abilities. I mean, if this did not have any connection, it would be pretty stupid. It could not answer any of your questions.
If you're just listening to this, by the way, Ray's holding up the all-powerful smartphone.
So we're going to do that directly from our brain. I mean, these are pretty good. These already have amplified our intelligence. I'm already much smarter than I would otherwise be if I didn't have this. Because I remember when I first spoke The Age of Intelligent Machines, there was no way to get information from computers. I actually would go to a library, find a book, find the page that had an information I wanted, and I'd go to the copier, and my most significant information tool was a roll of quarters where I could feed the copier. Yeah. So we're already greatly advanced that we have these things. There's a few problems with it. First of all, I constantly put it down and I don't remember where I put it. I've actually never lost it, but you have to find it, then you have to turn it on. So there's a certain amount of steps. It would actually be quite useful if someone would just listen to your conversation and say, oh, that's, so-and-so actress, and tell you what you're talking about.
So going from active to passive, where it just permeates your whole life.
Yeah, exactly.
The way your brain does when you're awake. Your brain is always there.
Right. Now, that's something that can actually just about be done today, where it would listen to your conversation, understand what you're saying, understand what you're not missing and give you that information. But another step is to actually go inside your brain. And there are some prototypes where you can connect your brain. They actually don't have the amount of bandwidth that we need. They can work, but they work fairly slowly. So if it actually would connect to your neocortex, and the neocortex, which I describe in How to Create a Mind, the neocortex is actually, it has different levels, and as you go up the levels, it's kind of like a pyramid. The top level is fairly small, and that's the level where you want to connect these brain extenders. So I believe that will happen in the 2030s. We will actually, so just the way this is greatly amplified by being connected to the cloud, we can connect our own brain to the cloud and just do what we can do by using this machine.
Do you think it would look like the brain-computer interface of like Neuralink? So would it be?
Well, Neuralink is an attempt to do that. It doesn't have the bandwidth that we need.
Yeah, right.
Right. But I think, I mean, they're going to get permission for this because there are a lot of people who absolutely need it because they can't communicate. And I know a couple of people like that who have ideas and they cannot move their muscles and so on. They can't communicate. So for them, this would be very valuable. But we could all use it. Basically, it'd be turn this into something that would be like we have a phone, but it would be in our mind. It would be kind of instantaneous.
And maybe communication between two people would not require this low bandwidth mechanism of language.
Yes,
A spoken word.
exactly. We don't know what that would be, although we do know that computers can share information like language instantly. They can share many, many books in a second, so we could do that as well. If you look at what our brain does, it actually can manipulate different parameters. So we talk about these large language models. I mean, I had written that it requires a certain amount of information in order to be effective, and that we would not see AI really being effective until it got to that level. And we had large language models that were like 10 billion bytes, didn't work very well. They finally got to 100 billion bytes, and now they work fairly well, and now we're going to a trillion bytes. If you say Lambda has 100 billion bytes, what does that mean? Well, what if you had something that had one byte, one parameter? Maybe you want to tell whether or not something's an elephant or not. And so you put in something that would detect its trunk. If it has a trunk, it's an elephant. If it doesn't have a trunk, it's not an elephant. It will work fairly well. There's a few problems with it. And it really wouldn't be able to tell what a trunk is. But anyway.
And maybe other things other than elephants have trunks. You might
Yes.
get really confused.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure which animals have trunks, but that's how you define a trunk. But yeah, that's one parameter. You
So
can do
these
okay.
So these things have 100 billion parameters. So they're able to deal with very complex issues.
All kinds of trunks.
Human beings actually have a little bit more than that, but they're getting to the point where they can emulate humans. If we were able to connect this to our neocortex, we would basically add more of these abilities to make distinctions. And it could ultimately be much smarter and also be attached to information that we feel is reliable. So that's where we're headed.
So you think that there will be a merger in the 30s, an
Right.
increasing amount of merging between the either human brain and the AI brain?
Exactly. And the AI brain is really an emulation of human beings. I mean, that's why we're creating them, because human beings act the same way, and this is basically to amplify them. I mean, this amplifies our brain. It's a little bit clumsy to interact with, but it definitely is, way beyond what we had 15 years ago.
But the implementation becomes different, just like the bird versus the airplane. Even though the AI brain is an emulation, it starts adding features we might not otherwise have, like ability to consume a huge amount of information quickly, like look up thousands of Wikipedia articles in one take.
Exactly. Or we can get, for example, to issues like simulated biology, where it can simulate many different things at once. We already have one example of simulated biology, which is the Moderna vaccine. And that's going to be now the way in which we create medications. But they were able to simulate what each example of an mRNA would do to a human being. They were able to simulate that quite reliably. And we actually simulated billions of different mRNA sequences. And they found the ones that were the best, and they created the vaccine. And they did, and talked about doing it quickly. They did that in 2 days. And how long would a human being take to simulate billions of different mRNA sequences? I don't know that we could do it at all, but it would take many years. They did it in 2 days. And one of the reasons that people didn't like vaccines is because it was done too quickly. It was done too fast. And they actually included the time it took to test it out, which was 10 months. So they figured, okay, it took 10 months to create this. Actually, it took us 2 days. And we also will be able to ultimately do the tests in a few days as well.
Oh, because we can simulate how the body will respond to it.
Yeah.
More and
Now,
more.
that's a little bit more complicated because the body has a lot of different elements, and we have to simulate all of that. But that's coming as well. So ultimately, we could create it in a few days and then test it in a few days, and it would be done. And we can do that with every type of medical insufficiency that we have.
So curing all diseases,
Yeah.
improving certain functions of the body, supplements, drugs for recreation, for health, for performance, for productivity, all that.
Well, that's where we're headed. Because I mean, right now we have a very inefficient way of creating these new medications. But we've already shown it. And the Moderna vaccine is actually the best of the vaccines we've had. And it literally took 2 days to create. And we'll get to the point where we can test it out also quickly.
Are you impressed by AlphaFold and the solution to the protein folding, which essentially is simulating, modeling this primitive building block of life, which is protein, in its 3D shape?
It's pretty remarkable that they can actually predict what the 3D shape of these things are. But they did it with the same type of neural net. The one, for example, the Go test.
So it's all the same.
It's all the same.
All
I mean,
same
they took
approaches.
that same thing and just changed the rules to chess. And within a couple of days, it now played a master level of chess greater than any human being. And the same thing then worked for AlphaFold, which no human had done. I mean, human beings could do, the best humans could maybe do 15, 20% of figuring out what the shape would be. And after a few takes, it ultimately did just about 100%.
Do you still think the singularity will happen in 2045? And what does that look like?
Once we can amplify our brain with computers directly, which will happen in the 2030s, that's going to keep growing. It's another whole theme, which is the exponential growth of computing power,
Yeah, so looking at price performance of computation from 1939 to 2021.
Right, so let's start with the very first computer actually created by a German during World War II. You might have thought that that might be significant, but actually the Germans didn't think computers were significant. They completely rejected it. And the second one was also the Zeus 2.
And by the way, we're looking at a plot with the x-axis being the year from 1935 to 2025. And on the y-axis in log scale is computation per second per constant dollar. So dollar normalized to inflation. And it's growing linearly on the log scale, which means it's growing exponentially.
The third one was the British computer, which the Allies did take very seriously. And it cracked the German code and enabled the British to win the Battle of Britain, which otherwise absolutely would not have happened if they hadn't cracked the code using that computer. But that's an exponential graph, so a straight line on that graph is exponential growth. And you see 80 years of exponential growth. And I would say about every 5 years, and this happened shortly before the pandemic, people saying, well, they call it Moore's Law, which is not the correct, because that's not all Intel. In fact, it started decades before Intel was even created. It wasn't with transistors formed into a grid.
It's not just transistor count or transistor size.
Right,
It's a
it
bunch of
started
different
with
components.
relays, then went to vacuum tubes, then went to individual transistors, and then to integrated circuits. And integrated circuits actually starts like in the middle of this graph. And it has nothing to do with Intel. Intel actually was, a key part of this, but a few years ago they stopped making the fastest chips. If you take the fastest chip of any technology in that year, you get this kind of graph. And it's definitely continuing for 80 years.
So you don't think Moore's Law, broadly defined, is dead? It's been declared dead multiple times throughout this process.
I don't like the term Moore's Law because it has nothing to do with Moore or with Intel. But yes, the exponential growth of computing is continuing and has never stopped.
From various sources.
I mean, it went through World War II, it went through global recessions. It's just continuing. And if you continue that out, along with software gains, which is a whole other issue, and they really multiply. Whatever you get from software gains, you multiply by the computer gains, you get faster and faster speed. This is actually just computer models that have been created, and that actually expands roughly twice a year. Like every 6 months, it expands by 2.
So we're looking at a plot from 2010 to 2022. On the x-axis is the publication date of the model, and the perhaps sometimes the actual paper associated with it. And on the y-axis is training compute and flops. And so basically, this is looking at the increase in the, not transistors, but the computational power of neural networks.
Yeah, it's the computational power that created these models, and that's doubled every 6 months.
Which is even faster for transistor division.
Yeah. And actually, since it goes faster than the amount of cost, this has actually become a greater investment to create these. But at any rate, by the time we get to 2045, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence many millions fold. And it's just very hard to imagine what that would be like.
And that's the singularity where we can't even imagine.
Right, that's why we call it the singularity. The singularity in physics, something gets sucked into its singularity and you can't tell what's going on in there because no information can get out of it. There's various problems with that, but that's the idea. It's too much beyond what we can imagine.
Do you think it's possible we don't notice that what the singularity actually feels like is we just live through it with exponentially increasing cognitive capabilities, and we almost, because everything's moving so quickly, aren't really able to introspect that our life has changed.
Yeah, but I mean, we will have that much greater capacity to understand things, so we should be able to look back.
Looking at history, understand history.
But we will need people, basically like you and me, that actually think about these
Think
things.
about it. But we might be distracted by all the other sources of entertainment and fun, because the exponential power of intellect is growing, but also
That'll be a lot of fun.
the amount of ways you can have,
I mean, we already have a lot of fun with computer games and so on that are really quite remarkable.
What do you think about the digital world, the metaverse, virtual reality? Will that have a component in this, or will most of our advancement be in physical?
Well, that's a little bit like Second Life, although the Second Life actually didn't work very well because it couldn't actually handle too many people. And I don't think the metaverse has come to being. I think there will be something like that. It won't necessarily be from that one company. I mean, there's going to be competitors. But yes, we're going to live increasingly online. And particularly if our brains are online. I mean, how could we not be online?
Do you think it's possible that, given this merger with AI, most of our meaningful interactions will be in this virtual world? Most of our life, we fall in love, we make friends, we come up with ideas, we do collaborations, we have fun.
I actually know somebody who's marrying somebody that they never met. I think they just met her briefly before the wedding, but she actually fell in love with this other person, never having met them. And I think the love is real. So
That's a beautiful story, but do you think that story is one that might be experienced as opposed to by hundreds of thousands of people, but instead by hundreds of millions of people?
I mean, it really gives you appreciation for these virtual ways of communicating. And if anybody can do it, then it's really not such a freak story. So I think more and more people will do that.
But that's turning our back on our entire history of evolution. Well, the old days, we used to fall in love by holding hands and sitting by the fire, that kind of stuff. Here,
Well, I actually have 5 patents on where you can hold hands, even if you're separated.
great. So the touch, the sense, it's all just senses. It's all just
Yeah, I mean,
be
touch
replicated.
it's not just that you're touching someone or not. There's a whole way of doing it, and it's very subtle. But ultimately, we can emulate all of that.
Are you excited about that future? Do you worry about that future?
I have certain worries about the future, but not
Not that.
virtual touch.
Well, I agree with you. You described 6 stages in the evolution of information processing in the universe.
Dude, this is so
that you
fucking
started to
stupid.
describe. Can you maybe talk through some of those stages, from the physics and chemistry to DNA and brains, and then to the very end, to the very beautiful end of this process?
Well, it actually gets more rapid. So physics and chemistry, that's how we started.
Are you fucking serious?
So
And we
the
have-
very beginning of the universe.
We had lots of electrons and various things traveling around. And that took actually many billions of years. Kind of jumping ahead here to kind of some of the last stages where we have things like love and
Fucking
creativity. It's really quite remarkable that happens.
Are you
And
fucking
finally,
serious?
physics and chemistry created biology and DNA. And now you had actually one type of molecule that described the cutting edge of this process. And we go from physics and chemistry to biology. And finally, biology created brains. I mean, not everything that's created by biology has a brain, but eventually brains came along.
And all of this is happening faster and faster.
Yeah. It created increasingly complex organisms. Another key thing is actually not just brains, but our thumb. Because there's a lot of animals with brains even bigger than humans. Elephants have a bigger brain, whales have a bigger brain, but they've not created technology because they don't have a thumb. So that's one of the really key elements in the evolution of humans.
This physical manipulator device
Right.
that's useful for puzzle solving in the physical reality.
So I mean, I could look at a tree and go, oh, I can actually strip that branch down and eliminate the leaves and carve a tip on it, and it would create technology. And you can't do that if you don't have a thumb.
Yeah.
Thumbs then created technology, and technology also had a memory, and now those memories are competing with the scale and scope of human beings, and ultimately we'll go beyond it, and then we're going to merge human technology with human intelligence and understand how human intelligence works, which I think we already do, and we're putting that into our human technology.
So create the technology inspired by our own intelligence, and then that technology supersedes us in terms of its capabilities, and we ride along. But do you ultimately see it as?
And we ride along, but a lot of people don't see that. They say, well, you got humans and you got machines, and there's no way we can ultimately compete with humans. And you can already see that. Lee Sedol, who's like the best Go player in the world, says he's not going to play Go anymore.
Yeah.
Because playing Go for human, that was like the ultimate in intelligence, because no one else could do that. But now a machine can actually go way beyond him. And so he says, well, there's no point playing it anymore.
That may be more true for games than it is for life. I think there's a lot of benefit to working together with AI in regular life. So if you were to put a probability on it, is it more likely that we merge with AI or AI replaces us?
A lot of people just think computers come along, they compete with them, we can't really compete, and that's the end of it. As opposed to them increasing our abilities. And if you look at most technology, it increases our abilities. Look at the history of work. Look at what people did 100 years ago. Does any of that exist anymore? If you were to predict that all of these jobs would go away and would be done by machines, people would say, well, no one's going to have jobs. It's going to be massive unemployment. But I show in this book that's coming out, the amount of people that are working, even as a percentage of the population, has gone way up.
We're looking at the x-axis year from 1774 to 2024, and on the y-axis personal income per capita in constant dollars, and it's growing super linearly.
2021 constant dollars, and it's gone way up. That's not what you would predict, given that we would predict that all these jobs would go away.
Yeah.
But the reason it's gone up is because we've basically enhanced our own capabilities by using these machines, as opposed to them just competing with us. That's a key way in which we're going to be able to become far smarter than we are now, by increasing the number of different parameters we can consider in making a decision.
I am very fortunate to be able to get a glimpse preview of your upcoming book, Singularity is Nearer. And one of the themes, outside of just discussing the increasing exponential growth of technology, one of the themes is that things are getting better in all aspects of life. And you talk just about just about this. So one of the things you're saying is your job. So let me just ask about that. There is a big concern that automation, especially powerful AI, will get rid of jobs. There are people who lose jobs, and as you were saying, the sense is throughout the history of the 20th century, automation did not do that ultimately. And so the question is, will this time be different?
Right. That is the question. Will this time be different? And it really has to do with how quickly we can merge with this type of intelligence. Whether Lambda GPT-3 is out there, maybe it's overcome some of its key problems, and we really have an enhanced human intelligence, that might be a negative scenario. But I mean, that's why we create technologies, to enhance ourselves. And I believe we will be enhanced. We're not just going to sit here with 300 million modules in our neocortex. We're going to be able to go beyond that, because that's useful, but we can multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, a million. And you might think, well, what's the point of doing that? It's like asking somebody that's never heard music, well, what's the value of music? I mean, you can't appreciate it until you've created it.
There's some worry that there'll be a wealth disparity, class or wealth disparity. Only the rich people will be, basically, the rich people will first have access to this kind of thing. And then because of this kind of thing, because the ability to merge, will get richer exponentially faster.
And I say that's just like cell phones. I mean, there's like 4 billion cell phones in the world today. In fact, when cell phones first came out, you have to be fairly wealthy. They weren't very inexpensive. You had to have some wealth in order to afford them.
Yeah, there were these big, sexy phones.
And they didn't work very well. They did almost nothing. So you can only afford these things if you're wealthy, at a point where they really don't work very well.
So achieving scale is.
Well, I know I'm never using that fucking feature.
Inexpensive as part of.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Exactly.
This thing is so
So
shitty.
these are not totally cheap, but they're pretty cheap. I mean, you can get them for a few $100s.
Especially given the kind of things it provides for you. There's a lot of people in the third world that have very little, but they have a smartphone.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the same would be true with AI.
Look at this.
I mean, I think homeless people have their own cell phone.
I've never seen.
Yeah, so
Such a
your sense
precedent
is
in this
any
legislation.
kind of advanced technology will take the same trajectory.
Right. It ultimately becomes cheap and will be affordable. I probably would not be the first person to put something in my brain to connect to computers, because I think it will have limitations. But once it's really perfected, and at that point it will be pretty inexpensive, I think it will be pretty affordable.
So in which other ways, as you outline in your book, is life getting better? Because I think,
Well, I have 50 charts in there,
yeah,
where everything is getting better.
I think there's a kind of cynicism about, like even if you look at extreme poverty, for example.
For example, this is actually a poll taken on extreme poverty, and the people were asked, has poverty gotten better or worse?
The options are increased by 50%, increased 25%, remain the same, decreased by 25%, decreased by 50%. If you're watching this or listening to this, try to vote for yourself.
70% thought it had gotten worse, and that's the general impression. 88% thought it had gotten worse or remained the same. Only 1% thought it decreased by 50%, and that is the answer. It actually decreased by 50%.
So only 1% of people got the right optimistic estimate of how poverty is.
Right, and this is the reality, and it's true of almost everything you look at. you don't want to go back 100 years or 50 years. Things were quite miserable then, but we tend not to remember that.
So literacy rate increasing over the past few centuries across all the different nations, nearly to 100% across many of the nations in the world.
It's gone way up. Average years of education have gone way up. Life expectancy is also increasing. Life expectancy was 48 in 1900,
And it's over 80 now.
and it's going to continue to go up, particularly as we get into more advanced stages of simulated biology.
For life expectancy, these trends are the same for at birth, age 1, age 5, age 10. So it's not just the infant mortality.
And I have 50 more graphs in the book about all kinds of
What up,
things.
big dog? How are you?
Even spread of democracy, which might
It's not Shabbat.
bring up some sort of controversial issues. It
You
still
good?
has
How are
gone
you?
way up.
Well, that one is it's gone way up. That one is a bumpy road.
How are you?
Exactly. And somebody might represent democracy and go backwards, but we basically
Hi.
had no democracies before
We're
the
watching
creation of the United States
Ray Kurzweil on
over 2 centuries ago. So the scale
the
of human
Lex
history
Friedman
isn't that
podcast.
long.
Enjoy, my man.
Do you think super intelligent systems will help
All right.
with democracy? So what is democracy? Democracy is giving a voice to the populace and having their ideas, having their beliefs, having their views represented.
Well, I hope so. I mean, we've seen social networks can spread conspiracy theories, which have been quite negative. I think, for example, being against any kind of stuff that would help your health.
So those kinds of ideas have on social media, what you notice is they increase engagement. So dramatic
Enjoy. We're just
division
watching a
increases
podcast.
engagement. Do you worry about AI systems that will learn to maximize that division?
I don't even know what you're saying, dog.
I mean, I do have some concerns
The internet
about
is such
this.
a wild place.
And I have a chapter in the book about the perils of advanced AI. Spreading misinformation on social networks is one of them, but there are many others.
What's the one that worries you the most? That we should think about to try to avoid?
Well, it's hard to choose. We do have the nuclear power that evolved when I was a child. I remember, and we would actually do these drills against nuclear war. We'd get under our desks and put our hands behind our heads to protect us from a nuclear war. Seems to we're still around, so
You're protected.
but that's still a concern. And there are key dangerous situations that can take place in biology. Someone could create a virus that's very, I mean, we have viruses that are hard to spread, and they can be very dangerous. And we have viruses that are easy to spread, but they're not so dangerous. Somebody could create something that would be very easy to spread and very dangerous and be very hard to stop. It could be something that would spread without people noticing because people could get it, they'd have no symptoms, and then everybody would get it, and then symptoms would occur maybe a month later. So, I mean, and that actually doesn't occur normally, because if we were to have a problem with that, we wouldn't exist. So the fact that humans exist means that we don't have viruses that can spread easily and kill us, because otherwise we wouldn't exist.
Yeah, viruses don't want to do that. They want to spread and keep the host alive.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
So you can describe various dangers with biology. Also nanotechnology. which we actually haven't experienced yet, but there are people that are creating nanotechnology, and I described that in the book.
Now, you're excited by the possibilities of nanotechnology, of nanobots, of being able to do things inside our body, inside our mind that's going to help. What's exciting, what's terrifying about nanobots?
What's exciting is that that's a way to communicate with our neocortex, because each neocortex is pretty small, and you need a small entity that can actually get in there and establish a communication channel. And that's going to really be necessary to connect our brains to AI within ourselves, because otherwise it would be hard for us to compete with it.
In a high bandwidth way.
Yeah. And that's key, actually, because a lot of the things like Neuralink are really not high bandwidth yet.
So nanobots is the way you achieve high bandwidth. How much intelligence would those nanobots have?
Yeah, they don't need a lot, just enough to basically establish a communication channel to one nanobot. So
It's primarily about communication
yeah,
between external computing devices and our biological thinking machine. What worries you about nanobots? Is it similar to with the viruses?
well, I mean, it's the Great Goo challenge.
Yes.
If you have a nanobot that wanted to create any kind of entity and repeat itself, and was able to operate in a natural environment, it could turn everything into that entity and basically destroy all biological life.
So you mentioned nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear your opinion about the 21st century and whether you think we might destroy ourselves. And maybe your opinion, if it has changed by looking at what's going on in Ukraine, that we could have a hot war with nuclear powers involved, and the tensions building, and the seeming forgetting of how terrifying and destructive nuclear weapons are. Do you think humans might destroy ourselves in the 21st century? And if we do, how? And how do we avoid it?
I don't think that's going to happen, despite the terrors of that war. It is a possibility, but I mean, I don't.
It's unlikely in your mind.
Yeah, even with the tensions we've had with this one nuclear power plant that's been taken over, it's very tense. But I don't actually see a lot of people worrying that that's going to happen. I think we'll avoid that. We had 2 nuclear bombs go off in 45, so now we're 77 years later.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good.
We've never had another one go off through anger.
People forget. People forget the lessons of history.
Well, yeah, I mean, I am worried about it. I mean, there's definitely a challenge.
But you believe that we'll make it out, and ultimately super intelligent AI will help us make it out, as opposed to destroy us.
I think so. But we do have to be mindful of these dangers. And there are other dangers besides nuclear weapons.
So to get back to merging with AI, will we be able to upload our mind in a computer in a way where we might even transcend the constraints of our bodies? So copy our mind into a computer and leave the body behind?
Let me describe one thing I've already done with my father.
That's a great story.
So we created technology. This is public. Came out, I think, 6 years ago, where you could ask any question, and the release product, which I think is still on the market, it would read 200,000 books, and then find the one sentence in 200,000 books that best answered your question. And it's actually quite interesting. You can ask all kinds of questions and you get the best answer in 200,000 books. But I was also able to take it and not go through 200,000 books, but go through a book that I put together, which is basically everything my father had written. So everything he had written, I had gathered, and we created a book. Everything that Frederick Israel had written. Now, I didn't think this actually would work that well because stuff he'd written was stuff about how to lay out. I mean, he did directed choral groups and music groups, and he would be laying out how people should, where they should sit, and how to fund this, and all kinds of things that really didn't seem that interesting. And yes, when you ask a question, it would go through it and it would actually give you a very good answer. So I said, well, who's the most interesting composer? And he said, well, definitely Brahms. He would go on about how Brahms was fabulous and talk about the importance of music education. And
You could have essentially
so I could
question
have
and answer conversation.
Should have a conversation with him, which was actually more interesting than talking to him, because if you talk to him, he'd be concerned about how they're going to lay out this property to give a choral group.
You'd be concerned about the day-to-day versus the big questions.
Exactly, yeah.
And you did ask about the meaning of, and he answered love.
Yeah.
You miss him?
Yes, I do. You get used to missing somebody after 52 years. And I didn't really have intelligent conversations with him until later in life. The last few years he was sick, which meant he was home a lot, and I was actually able to talk to him about different things like music and other things. And so I miss that very much.
What did you learn about life? What part of him is with you now?
He was devoted to music, and when he would create something to music, it put him in a different world. Otherwise, he was very shy. And if people got together, he tended not to interact with people just because of his shyness. But when he created music, that he was like a different person.
Do you have that in you? That kind of light that shines?
I mean, I got involved with technology at like age 5.
You fell in love with it in the same way he did with music?
Yeah. I remember this actually happened with my grandmother. She had a manual typewriter, and she wrote a book, One Life Is Not Enough. It's actually a good title for a book I might write. And it was about a school she had created. Well, actually, her mother created it. So my mother's mother's mother created the school in 1868. And it was the first school in Europe that provided higher education for girls. It went through 14th grade. If you were a girl and you were lucky enough to get an education at all, it would go through like 9th grade. And many people didn't have any education as a girl. This went through 14th grade. Her mother created it. She took it over. And the book was about the history of the school and her involvement with it. When she presented it to me, I was not so interested in the story of the book of the school, but I was totally amazed with this manual typewriter. I mean, here was something you could put a blank piece of paper into, and you could turn it into something that looked like it came from a book. And you could actually type on it, and it looked like it came from a book. It was just amazing to me. And I could see actually how it worked. And I was also interested in magic. But in magic, if somebody actually knows how it works, the magic goes away. The magic doesn't stay there if you actually understand how it works. But he was technology. I didn't have that word when I was 5 or 6.
And the magic was still there for you?
The magic was still there, even if you knew how it worked. So I became totally interested in this, and then went around, collected little pieces of mechanical objects, from bicycles, from broken radios. I go through the neighborhood. This was an you would allow 5 or 6 year olds to like run through the neighborhood and do this. You don't do that anymore. But I didn't know how to put them together. If I could just figure out how to put these things together, I could solve any problem. And I actually remember talking to these very old girls, I think they were 10, and telling them if I could just figure this out, we could fly, we could do anything. And they said, well, you have quite an imagination. And then when I was in 3rd grade, so it was like 8, created like a virtual reality theater where people could come on stage and they could move their arms, and all of it was controlled through one control box. It was all done with mechanical technology, and it was a big hit in my 3rd grade class. And then I went on to do things in junior high school, science fairs, and high school science fairs. I won the Westinghouse Science Fellowship. So, I mean, I became committed to technology when I was 5 or 6 years old.
You've talked about how you use lucid dreaming to think, to come up with ideas as a source of creativity. Could you maybe talk through that? Maybe the process of how to, you've invented a lot of things. You've came up and thought through some very interesting ideas. What advice would you give, or can you speak to the process of thinking, of how to think creatively?
Well, I mean, sometimes I will think through in a dream and try to interpret that, but I think the key issue that I would tell younger people is to put yourself in the position that what you're trying to create already exists. And then you're explaining like,
How it works.
Exactly.
That's really interesting. You paint a world that you would like to exist, you think it exists, and reverse
And
engineer
then you
that.
actually imagine you're giving a speech about how you created this. Well, you'd have to then work backwards as to how you would create it in order to make it work.
That's brilliant. And that requires some imagination too, some first principles thinking. You have to visualize that world. That's really interesting.
And generally, when I talk about things we're trying to invent, I would use the present tense as if it already exists. Not just to give myself that confidence, but everybody else who's working on it. We just have to kind of do all the steps in order to make it actual.
How much of a good idea is about timing? How much is it about your genius versus that its time has come?
Timing's very important. I mean, that's really why I got into futurism. I wasn't inherently a futurist. That was not really my goal. It's really to figure out when things are feasible. We see that now with large-scale models. The very large-scale models like GPT-3, it started 2 years ago. 4 years ago, it wasn't feasible. In fact, they did create GPT-2, which didn't work. So it required a certain amount of timing having to do with this exponential growth of computing power.
So futurism, in some sense, is a study of timing, trying to understand how the world will evolve,
Yeah.
and when will the capacity for certain ideas.
And that's become a thing in itself, and to try to time things in the future. But really, it's an original purpose was to time my products. I mean, I did in the 1970s because OCRs doesn't require a lot of computation.
Optical character recognition.
Yeah, so we were able to do that in the 70s, and I waited till the 80s to address speech recognition, since that requires more computation.
So you were thinking the timing when you're developing those things.
Yeah.
Has its time come?
Yeah.
And that's how you've developed that brain power to start to think in a futurist sense. How will the world look like in 2045 and work backwards?
Yeah.
How it gets there.
But that has become a thing in itself, because looking at what things will be like in the future reflects such dramatic changes in how humans will live. That was worth communicating also.
So you develop that muscle of predicting the future and then apply it broadly and start to discuss how it changes the world of technology, how it changes the world of human life on Earth. In Danielle, one of your books, you write about someone who has the courage to question assumptions that limit human imagination to solve problems. And you also give advice on how each of us can have this kind of courage.
It's good that you picked that quote, because I think that does symbolize what Danielle is about.
Courage. So how can each of us have that courage to question assumptions?
I mean, we see that when people can go beyond the current realm and create something that's new. I mean, take Uber, for example. Before that existed, you never thought that would be feasible. And it did require changes in the way people work.
Is there practical advices you give in the book about what each of us can do to be a Danielle?
Well, she looks at the situation and tries to imagine how she can overcome various obstacles, and then she goes for it. And she's a very good communicator, so she can communicate these ideas to other people.
And there's practical advice of learning to program and recording your life and things of this nature. Become a physicist. So you list a bunch of different suggestions of how to throw yourself into this world.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a idea how young people can actually change the world by learning all of these different skills.
And at the core of that is the belief that you can change the world. That your mind, your body can change the world.
Yeah, that's right.
And not letting anyone else tell you otherwise.
It's very good, exactly.
When we upload the story you told about your dad and having a conversation with him, we're talking about uploading your mind to the computer. Do you think we'll have a future with something you call afterlife, avatars that mimic increasingly better and better our behavior, our appearance, all that kind of stuff? Even those that are perhaps no longer with us.
Yes, I mean, we need some information about them. I mean, I think about my father. I have what he wrote. He didn't have a word processor, and so he didn't actually write that much. And our memories of him aren't perfect. So how do you even know if you've created something that's satisfactory? Now, you could do a Frederick Kurzweil Turing test. He seems like Frederick Kurzweil to me. But the people who remember him, like me, don't have a perfect memory.
Is there such a thing as a perfect memory? Maybe the whole point is for him to make you feel a certain way.
Yeah, well, I think that would be the goal.
And that's the connection we have with loved ones. It's not really based on very strict definition of truth. It's more about the experiences we share.
Yeah.
And they get morphed through memory. But ultimately, they make us smile.
I think we definitely can do that. And that would be very worth.
Do you think we'll have a world of replicants, of copies? There'll be a bunch of Ray Kurzweils. Like I could hang out with one. I can download it for $5 and have a best friend, Ray. And you, the original copy, wouldn't even know about it. Is that? Do you think that world is? First of all, do you think that world is feasible, and do you think there's ethical challenges there? Like, how would you feel about me hanging out with Ray Kurzweil and you not knowing about it?
Doesn't strike me as a problem.
Which would you? The original?
Would you strike? Would that cause a problem for you?
No, I enjoy. I would really very much enjoy it.
No, not just hang out with me, but if somebody hang out with you, a replicant of you.
Well, I think I would start. It sounds exciting, but then, what if they start doing better than me, and take over my friend group, and then I, because they may be an imperfect copy, or they may be more social, or all these kinds of things, and then I become like the old version. It's not nearly as exciting. Maybe they're a copy of the best version of me on a good day.
Yeah. But if you hang out with a replicant of me, and that turned out to be successful, I'd feel proud of that person because it's based on me.
So but it is a kind of death of this version of you.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you could still be alive, right?
But and you would be proud. Okay, so it's like having kids, and you're proud that they've done even more than you were able to do.
Yeah, exactly. It does bring up new issues, but it seems like an opportunity.
Well, that replicant should probably have the same rights as you do.
Well, that gets into a whole issue because when a replicant occurs, they're not necessarily going to have your rights. And if a replicant occurs to somebody who's already dead, do they have all the obligations and that the original person had? Do they have all the agreements that they had? So
I think you're going to have laws that say yes. There has to. If you want to create a replicant, they have to have all the same rights as human rights.
well, you don't know. So if you create a replicant and say, well, it's a replicant, but I didn't bother getting the rights. And so.
But that would be illegal. I mean, like if you do that, you have to do that in the black market. If you want to get an official replicant,
Okay, it's not so easy. Suppose you create multiple replicants, rights, maybe for one person and not for a whole group of people.
Sure. So there has to be at least one, and then all the other ones kind of share the rights. Yeah, I don't think that's very difficult to conceive for us humans. The idea that
You can create a replicant that has certain. I mean, I've talked to people about this, including my wife, who would like to get back her father. But she doesn't worry about who has rights to what. She would have somebody that she could visit with and like give her some satisfaction. And she wouldn't care about any sort of rights.
What does your wife think about multiple Ray Kurzweil? Have you had that discussion?
I wouldn't touch that with her.
I think ultimately that's an important question. Loved ones, how they feel about. There's something about love.
Well, that's the key thing, right? If the loved one's rejected, it's not going to work very well. The loved ones really are the key determinant whether or not this works or not.
But there's also ethical rules. We have to contend with the idea, and we have to contend with that idea with AI.
But what's going to motivate it is, I mean, I talk to people who really miss people who are gone, and they would love to get something back, even if it isn't perfect. And that's what's going to motivate this.
and that person lives on in some form. And the more data we have, the more we're able to reconstruct that person and allow them to live on.
And eventually, as we go forward, we're going to have more and more of this data because we're going to have nanobots that are inside our neocortex, and we're going to collect a lot of data. In fact, anything that's data is always collected.
There is something a little bit sad, which is becoming, or maybe it's hopeful, which is more and more common these days. Which, when a person passes away, you have their Twitter account, and you have the last tweet they tweeted, like something they.
And you can recreate them now with large language models and so on. I mean, you can create somebody that's just like them and can actually continue to communicate.
I think that's really exciting because I think, in some sense, like if I were to die today, in some sense I would continue on if I continued tweeting. I tweet, therefore I am.
Yeah, well, I mean,
sense.
that's one of the advantages of a replicant. They can recreate the communications of that person.
Do you hope humans will become a multiplanetary species? You talked about the phases, the 6 epochs, and one of them is reaching out into the stars.
Yes, but the kind of attempts we're making now to go to other planetary objects doesn't excite me that much because it's not really advancing anything.
It's not efficient enough.
Yeah, we're also putting out other human beings, which is a very inefficient way to explore these other objects. What I'm really talking about in the 6th epoch, the universe wakes up. It's where we can spread our superintelligence throughout the universe. And that doesn't mean sending very soft, squishy creatures like humans.
Yeah. The universe wakes up.
I mean, we would send intelligence, masses of nanobots, which can then go out and colonize these other parts of the universe.
Do you think there's intelligent alien civilizations out there that our bots might be?
My hunch is no. Most people say yes, absolutely. I mean,
it's too big.
And they'll cite the Drake equation. And I think in Singularity is Near, I have 2 analyses of the Drake equation, both with very reasonable assumptions. And one gives you thousands of advanced civilizations in each galaxy, and another one gives you 1 civilization, and we know of 1. A lot of the analyses are forgetting the exponential growth of computation, because we've gone from where the fastest way I could send a message to somebody was with a pony, which was what, like a century and a half ago?
Yeah.
To the advanced civilization we have today. And if you accept what I've said, go forward a few decades, you can have absolutely fantastic amount of civilization compared to a pony, and that's in a couple of 100 years.
Yeah, the speed and the scale of information transfer is growing exponentially in a blink of an eye.
Now think about these other civilizations. They're going to be spread out at cosmic time. So if something is like ahead of us or behind us, it could be ahead of us or behind us by maybe millions of years, which isn't that much. I mean, the world is billions of years old, 14 billion or something. So even 1,000 years, if 200 or 300 years is enough to go from a pony to a fantastic amount of civilization, we would see that. So of other civilizations that have occurred, okay, some might be behind us, some might be ahead of us. If they're ahead of us, they're ahead of us by thousands, millions of years, and they would be so far beyond us. They would be doing galaxy-wide engineering.
Yeah.
But we don't see anything doing galaxy-wide engineering.
So either they don't exist, or this very universe is a construction of an alien species. We're living inside a video game.
Well, that's another explanation. That yes, you've got some teenage kids in other civilization.
Do you find compelling the simulation hypothesis as a thought experiment that we're living in a simulation?
The universe is computational. So we are an example in a computational world. Therefore, it is a simulation. It doesn't necessarily mean an experiment by some high school kid in another world, but it nonetheless is taking place in a computational world. And everything that's going on is basically a form of computation. So you really have to define what you mean by this whole world being a simulation.
Well, then it's the teenager that makes the video game. You know, us humans with our current limited cognitive capability have strived to understand ourselves, and we have created religions. We think of God. Whatever that is, do you think God exists? And if so, who is God?
I alluded to this before. We started out with lots of particles going around.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that represents love and creativity. And somehow we've gotten into a world where love actually exists. And that has to do actually with consciousness, because you can't have love without consciousness. So to me, that's God. The fact that we have something where love, where you can be devoted to someone else and really feel that love, that's God. And if you look at the Old Testament, it was actually created by several different rabbinics in there. And I think they've identified 3 of them. One of them dealt with God as a person that you make deals with, and he gets angry and he wreaks vengeance on various people. But 2 of them actually talk about God as a symbol of love and peace and harmony and so forth. That's how they describe God. So that's my view of God. Not as a person in the sky that you can make deals with.
It's whatever the magic that goes from basic elements to things like consciousness and love. Do you think one of the things I find extremely beautiful and powerful is cellular automata, which you also touch on? Do you think whatever the heck happens in cellular automata where interesting, complicated objects emerge, God is in there too? The emergence of love in this seemingly
Well,
primitive
that's the goal
earth?
of creating a replicant, is that they would love you and you would love them. There wouldn't be much point of doing it if that didn't happen.
But all of it, I guess what I'm saying about cellular automata is it's primitive building blocks, and they somehow create beautiful things. Is there some deep truth to that about how our universe works? Is the emergence from simple rules, beautiful complex objects can emerge? Is that the thing that made us?
Yeah.
As
Well,
we went through all of the 6 phases of reality.
that's a good way to look at it. It does make some point to the whole value of having a universe.
Do you think about your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Yes, but I keep going back to my idea of being able to expand human life quickly enough in advance of our getting there, longevity escape velocity, which we're not quite at yet, but I think we're actually pretty close, particularly with, for example, doing simulated biology. I think we could probably get there within, say, by the end of this decade, and that's my goal.
You hope to achieve the longevity, escape velocity. Do you hope to achieve immortality?
Well, immortality is hard to say. I can't really come on your program and say, I've done it. I've achieved immortality.
Right.
Because never forever.
A
But
long time of living well.
we'd like to actually advance human life expectancy, advance my life expectancy more than a year every year. And I think we can get there by the end of this decade.
How do you think we do it? So there's practical things in Transcend, the 9 Steps to Living Well Forever, your book. You describe just that. There's practical things like health, exercise, all those things.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a body that doesn't last forever. There's no reason why it can't, though. And we're discovering things I think that will extend it. But you do have to deal with, I mean, I've got various issues. Went to Mexico 40 years ago, developed salmonella, that created pancreatitis, which gave me a strange form of diabetes. It's not type 1 diabetes because that's an autoimmune disorder that destroys your pancreas. I don't have that. But it's also not type 2 diabetes because type 2 diabetes is your pancreas works fine, but your cells don't absorb the insulin well. I don't have that either. The pancreatitis I had partially damaged my pancreas, but it was a one-time thing. It didn't continue. And I've learned now how to control it. But so that's just something that I have to do in order to continue to exist.
It's your particular biological system. You have to figure out a few hacks. And the idea is that science would be able to do that much better, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do spend a lot of time just tinkering with my own body to keep it going. So I do think I'll last till the end of this decade, and I think we'll achieve longevity, escape velocity. I think that will start with people who are very diligent about this. Eventually, it'll become sort of routine that people will be able to do it. So if you're talking about kids today, or even people in their 20s or 30s, it's really not a very serious problem. I have had some discussions with relatives who are like almost 100 and saying, well, we're working on it as quickly as possible. And I don't know if that's going to work.
Is there a case, this is a difficult question, but is there a case to be made against living forever? That a finite life, that mortality is a feature, not a bug. That living a shorter, so dying makes ice cream taste delicious, makes life intensely beautiful, more than
most people believe that way, except if you prevent the death of anybody they care about or love, they find that extremely depressing. And I know people who feel that way 20, 30, 40 years later, they still want them back. So, I mean, death is not something to celebrate, but we've lived in a world where people just accept this. Life is short. You see it all the time on TV. Oh, life's short. You have to take advantage of it. And nobody accepts the fact that you could actually go beyond normal lifetimes. But anytime we talk about death or the death of a person, even one death is a terrible tragedy. If you have somebody that lives to 100 years old, we still love them in return. And there's no limitation to that. In fact, these kinds of trends are going to provide greater and greater opportunity for everybody, even if we have more people.
So let me ask about an alien species or a super intelligent AI 500 years from now that will look back and remember Ray Kurzweil version 0, the before the replicants spread. How do you hope they remember you? In a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy summary of Ray Kurzweil, what do you hope your legacy is?
Well, I mean, I do hope to be around, so that's
Some version of you, yes.
so.
Do you think you'll be the same person around?
I mean, am I the same person I was when I was
That's true.
20 or 10?
Yeah. You would be the same person in that same way, but yes, we're different. We're different. All you have of that person is your memories, which are probably distorted in some way. Maybe you just remember the good parts, depending on your psyche. You might focus on the bad parts, might focus on the good parts.
Right, but I mean, I still have a relationship to the way I was when I was younger.
How will you and the other super intelligent AIs remember you of today from 500 years ago? What do you hope to be remembered by, this version of you, before the singularity?
Well, I think it's expressed well in my books, trying to create some new realities that people will accept. I mean, that's something that gives me great pleasure and greater insight into what makes humans valuable. I'm not the only person who's tempted to comment on that, but
And optimism that permeates your work. Optimism about the future. Because ultimately, that optimism paves the way for building a better future.
yeah, I agree with that.
So you asked your dad about the meaning of life, and he said love. Let me ask you the same question. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? This beautiful journey that we're on in phase 4, reaching for phase 5 of this evolution and information processing. Why?
I think I'd give the same answer as my father. Because if there were no love, and we didn't care about anybody, there'd be no point existing.
Love is the meaning of life. The AI version of your dad had a good point. Well, I think that's a beautiful way to end it. Ray, thank you for your work. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for dreaming about a beautiful future and creating it along the way. And thank you so much for spending your really valuable time with me today. This was awesome.
Well, it was my pleasure, and you have some great insights, both into me and into humanity as well. So appreciate that.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ray Kurzweil. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Isaac Asimov. It is change, continuous change, inevitable change, that is the dominant factor in society today. No sensible decision can be made any longer without taking into account not only the world as it is, but the world as it will be. This, in turn, means that our statesmen, our businessmen, our everyman must take on a science-fictional way of thinking. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you.
The lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of the First World War is that human life is not cheap. That all of the warring powers thought that just by throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did win that, but it didn't actually solve any of those political problems.
He said that World War I gave birth to the surveillance state in the U.S. Can you explain? The following is a conversation with Christopher Capozzola, a historian at MIT specializing in the history of politics and war in modern American history, especially about the role of World War I in defining the trajectory of the United States and our human civilization in the 20th and 21st centuries. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. Support it. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Christopher Capozzola. Let's start with a big and difficult question. How did World War I start?
On the one hand, World War I started because of a series of events in the summer of 1914 that brought sort of the major powers of Europe into conflict with one another. But I actually think it's more useful to say that World War I started at least a generation earlier, when rising powers, particularly Germany, started devoting more and more of their resources toward military affairs and naval affairs. This sets off an arms race in Europe. It sets off a rivalry over the colonial world, who will control the resources in Africa and Asia. And so by the time you get to the summer of 1914, in a lot of ways, I say the war has already begun. And this is just the match that lights the flame.
So the capacity for war was growing within like the leaders and within the populace. They started accepting sort of slowly through the culture propagated this idea that you can go to war. It's a good idea to go to war. It's a good idea to expand and dominate others, that kind of thing. Maybe not put in those clear terms, but just a sense that military action is the way that nations operate at the global scale.
Yes, and right. So yes, there's a sense that the military can be the solution to political conflict in Europe itself. And the and is that war and military conflicts are already happening, right? That there's war, particularly in Africa, in North Africa, in the Middle East, in the Balkans. Conflict is already underway. And the European powers haven't faced off against each other. They've usually faced off in asymmetrical conflict against much less powerful states. But, in some ways that war is already underway.
So do you think it was inevitable? Because World War I is brought up as a case study where it seems like a few accidental leaders and a few accidental events, or one accidental event led to the war. And if you change that one little thing, you could have avoided the war. Your sense is the drums of war have been beating for quite a while, and it would have happened almost no matter what, or very likely to have happened.
Yes, historians never like to say things are inevitable. And certainly, there were people who could have chosen a different path, both in the short term and the long term. But fundamentally, there were irreconcilable conflicts in the system of empires in the world in 1914. I can't see, it didn't have to be war, but it probably had to be a war.
So there was the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, there's France and Great Britain, U.S. The U.S. be called an empire at that moment yet? When do you graduate to empire status?
Well, certainly after 1898, with the acquisition of the former territories of the Spanish Empire, the United States has formal colonial possessions, and it has sort of mindsets of rule and military acquisition that would define empire in a kind of more influence.
So you would say you would put the blame or the responsibility of starting World War I into the hands of the German Empire and Kaiser Wilhelm II.
That's a really tough call to make. And, that deciding that is going to keep historians in business for the next 200 years. I think there are people who would lay all of the blame on the Germans, right? Who point toward a generation of arms buildup, alliances that Germany made and promises that they made to their allies in the Balkans, to the Austro-Hungarians. And so, yes, there's an awful lot of responsibility there. There has been a trend lately to say, no, it's no one's fault, right? That that all of the various powers literally were sleepwalking into the war, right? They backed into it inadvertently. I think that lets everyone a little too much off of it, right? And so I think in between is, I would put the blame on the system of empires itself, on the system. But in that system, the actor that sort of carries the most responsibility is definitely Imperial Germany.
So the leader of Austro-Hungarian Empire, Franz Joseph I, his nephews, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, he was assassinated. And so that didn't have to lead to a war. And then the leader of the German Empire, Kaiser Wilhelm II, pressured, sort of, started talking trash, and boiling the water that ultimately resulted in the explosion. All the other players. So, what can you describe the dynamics of how that unrolled? What's the role of the U.S., what's the role of France, what's the role of Great Britain, Germany, and Austro-Hungarian Empire?
Yeah, over the course of about 4 weeks, right, following the assassination of the Archduke in Sarajevo, it sort of triggers a series of political conflicts and ultimately ultimatums, sort of demanding sort of that one or other power sort of stand down in response to the demands of either Britain, France, or in turn Germany or Russia. At the same time that those alliances kind of trigger automatic responses from the other side. And so it escalates. And once that escalation is combined with the call up of military troops, then none of those powers wants to be sort of the last one to kind of get ready for conflict. So even throughout it, they think they are getting ready in a defensive maneuver. And they think if there is conflict, well, it might be a skirmish, it might be sort of a standoff. It could be solved with diplomacy later, because diplomacy is failing now. That turns out not to be the case. Diplomacy fails. It's not a skirmish. It becomes a massive war. And the Americans are watching all of this from the sidelines. They have very little influence over what happens that summer.
How does it go from a skirmish between a few nations to a global war? Is there a place where there's a phase transition?
Yeah, I think the phase transition is over the course of the fall of 1914, when the Germans make an initial sort of bold move into France. In many ways, they're fighting the last war, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And they really do sort of, kind of want to have a quick sort of lightning strike in some ways against France to kind of bring the war to a speedy conclusion. France turns out to be able to fight back more effectively than the Germans expected. And then the battle lines sort of harden. And then behind that, the French and the Germans, as well as the British on the side of the French, start digging in, literally, right? And digging trenches that at first are, 3 feet deep to avoid shelling from artillery, then become 6 feet, 10 feet deep, 2 miles wide, that include telegraph wires, that include whole hospitals in the back. And then at that point, the front is locked in place. And the only way to break that is sort of basically dialing the war up to 11, right? So massive numbers of troops, massive efforts, none of which work, right? And so the war is stuck in this. But that's the phase transition right there.
What were the machines of war in that case? You mentioned trenches. What were the guns used? What was the size of guns? What are we talking about? What did Germany start accumulating that led up to this war?
One of the things that we see immediately is the Industrial Revolution of the previous 30 or 40 years brought to bear on warfare, right? And so you see sort of machine guns, you see artillery, these are the kind of the key weapons of war on both sides, right? The vast majority of battlefield casualties are from artillery shelling from one side to another, not sort of rifle or even sort of machine gun kind of attacks. In some ways, the weapons of war are human beings, right? Tens of thousands of them poured over the top in these sort of waves to kind of try to break through the enemy lines, and it would work for a little while, but holding the territory that had been gained often proved to be even more demanding than gaining it, and so often, each side would retreat back into the trenches and wait for another day.
And how did Russia, how did Britain, how did France get pulled into the war? Well, I suppose the France one is the easy one. But what is the order of events here?
Right.
How it becomes a global war.
Yeah. So Britain, France, and Russia are at this time they're in alliance, and so the conflicts, in the summer of 1914 that lead sort of to the declarations of war happen sort of one after another, right? In late August of 1914, and all three powers essentially come in at the same time, because they have promised to do so through a series of alliances conducted secretly in the years before 1914 that committed them to defend one another. Germany, Austria, Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire have their own sort of set of secret agreements that also commit them to defend one another. And what this does is it sort of brings them all into conflict at the exact same moment. They're also, for many of these countries, bringing not just their national armies, but also their empires into the conflict, right? So Britain and France, of course, have, enormous sort of global empires. They begin mobilizing soldiers as well as raw materials. Germany has, less of an overseas empire. Russia and the Ottoman Empire, of course, have their own sort of hinterland, within the empire. And very soon, sort of all of the warring powers are bringing the entire world into the conflict.
Did they have a sense of how deadly the war is? I mean, this is another scale of death and destruction.
At the beginning, no, but very quickly. The scale of the devastation of these sort of massive over-the-top attacks on trenches is apparent to the military officers, and it very quickly becomes apparent even at home. There is, of course, censorship of the battlefield, and specific details don't reach people. But for civilians in any of the warring powers, they know fairly soon how destructive the war is. And to me, that's always been a real sort of puzzle, right? So that by the time the United States comes to decide whether to join the war in 1917, they know exactly what they're getting into. Right? They're not backing into the war in the ways that the European powers did. They've seen the devastation, they've seen photographs, they've seen injured soldiers, and they make that choice anyway.
When you say they, do you mean the leaders of the people? Did the death and destruction reach the minds of the American people by that time?
Yes, absolutely. We don't in 1917 have the mass media that we have now, but there are images in newspapers, there are newsreels that play at the movie theaters, and of course some of it is sanitized, but that combined with press accounts, often really quite descriptive press accounts, gory accounts, reach anyone who cared to read them. Certainly plenty of people didn't follow the news, felt it was far away. But most Americans who cared about the news knew how devastating this war was.
Yeah, there's something that happens that I recently visited Ukraine for a few weeks. There's something that happens with the human mind as you get away from the actual front where the bullets are flying, like literally 1 kilometer away. You start to not feel the war. You'll hear an explosion, you'll see an explosion, you start to get assimilated to it, or you start to get used to it. And then when you get as far away from currently what is Kiev, you start to, the war's going on. Everybody around you is fighting in that war, but it's still somehow distant. And I think with the United States, with the ocean between, even if you have the stories everywhere, it still is somehow distant, like the way a movie is. Maybe, like a movie or a video game. It's somewhere else. even if your loved ones are going or you are going to fight.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. And in some ways, that's true even for the home fronts in Europe, except for the areas where, in Belgium and France, where the war is, right there in your backyard. For other people, yeah, there's a distance. And soldiers, of course, feel this very strongly when European soldiers, when they're able to go home on leave, often, deeply resent what they see as the luxury that civilians are living in during the war.
So how did U.S. enter the war? Who was the president? What was the dynamics involved? And could it have stayed out?
To answer your last question first, yeah, right. That the United States could have stayed out of the First World War as a military power. The United States could not have ignored the war completely. Right, it shaped everything. Right, it shaped trade, it shaped goods and services, agriculture. Whether there was a crop coming, whether there were immigrants coming across the Atlantic to work in American factories. Right, so the U.S. can't ignore the war, but the U.S. makes a choice in 1917 to enter the war by declaring war, right, on Germany and Austria. And in that sense, this is a war of choice, but it's kicked off by a series of events. Right, so President Woodrow Wilson has been president through this entire period of time. He has just run in the 1916 presidential election on a campaign to keep the United States out of war. But then in early 1917, the Germans, in some ways, sort of twist the Americans' arm. Right, the Germans' sort of high command comes to understand that that they're stuck. Right, that they're stuck in this trench warfare. They need a big breakthrough. Their one big chance is to sort of break the blockade, to push through that the British have imposed on them, to break through it against France. And so they do. And along with this, they start sinking ships on the Atlantic, including American ships. The Germans know full well this will draw the United States into war. But the Germans look at the United States at this moment, a relatively small army, a relatively small navy, a country that, at least on paper, is deeply divided about whether to join the war. And so they say, let's do it. Right? They're not going to get any American soldiers there in time. Right? It was a gamble. But I think probably their best chance. They took that gamble. They lost. Right? In part because French resistance was strong, in part because Americans mobilized much faster and in much greater numbers than the Germans thought they would.
So the American people were divided.
The American people were absolutely divided about whether to enter this war. Right, from 1914 to 1917, there is a searing debate across the political spectrum. It doesn't break down easily on party lines about whether the U.S. interest to do this, whether American troops should be sent abroad, whether Americans would end up just being cannon fodder for the European empires. Eventually, as American ships are sunk, first in the Lusitania in 1915, then in much greater numbers in 1917, the tide starts to turn, and America feels that our response is necessary. And the actual declaration of war in Congress is pretty lopsided, but it's not unanimous by any means.
Lopsided towards entering the war.
Yeah.
Well, that's really interesting because there's echoes of that in later wars where Congress seems to, nobody wants to be the guy that says no to war for some reason. Once you sense that in terms of politicians, then you appear weak. But I wonder if that was always the case. So you make the case that World War I is largely responsible for defining what it means to be an American citizen. So in which way does it define the American citizen?
When you think about citizenship, what it means is two things. First of all, what are your rights and obligations? What is sort of the legal citizenship that you have as a citizen of the United States or any other state? And the second is a more amorphous definition of what does it mean to belong, right? To be part of America, right? To feel American, to love it or hate it or be willing to die for it, right? And both of those things really are crystal clear in terms of their importance during the war, right? So both of those things are on the table. Being a citizen who is a citizen who isn't matters. So people would never carry passports or anything before suddenly have to. But also what it means to be an American, right? To feel like it, to be part of this project is also kind of being defined and enforced during the Cold War.
The project, is a funny way to put a global war, right? So can you tell the story, perhaps it's a good example of it, of the James Montgomery Flag's 1916 poster that reads, "I want you."
Right.
A lot of people know this poster, I think, in its original form, in its memeified form, I don't know. But we know this poster, we don't know where it came from. Or most Americans, I think, me included, didn't know where it came from. And it actually comes from 1916. Does this poster represent the birth of something new in America, which is a commodification, or I don't know, that propaganda machine that says what it means to be an American is somebody that fights for their country?
Yeah. So the image, it's in fact, I think one of the most recognizable images, not only in the United States but in the entire world, right? And you can bring it almost anywhere on Earth in 2022, and people will know what it refers to, right? And so this is an image that circulated first as a magazine cover, later as a recruitment poster, where the figure is Uncle Sam, sort of pointing at the viewer with his finger, sort of pointing and saying, "I want you." Right, and the "I want you" is a recruitment tool to join the U.S. Army. And this image, really kind of starts as a kind of, like I said, a magazine cover in 1916 by the artist James Montgomery Flagg. It initially appears under the heading, "What are you doing for preparedness?" meaning to prepare in case war comes to the United States. And at that point in 1916, we're still neutral. In 1917, it's turned into a U.S. Army recruiting poster. And then it reappears in World War II, reappears generations after. Like you said, it's now gets remixed, memeified. It's all over the place. I think for me, it's a turning point. It's a sort of window into American culture at a crucial moment in our history. Where the federal government is now embarking on a war overseas. It's going to make enormous demands on its citizens. And at the same time, where sort of technologies of mass production and mass media and what we would probably call propaganda are being sort of mobilized for the first time in this new kind of way.
In some sense, is it fair to say that the empire is born? The expanding empire is born from the Noam Chomsky perspective, kind of empire that seeks to have military influence elsewhere in the world.
Yes, but I think as historians we need to be at least as interested in what happens to the people who are getting pointed to by Uncle Sam, right? Rather than just the one, whether he's pointing at us. So yes, he's asking us to do that, but how do we respond?
And the people responded. So the people are ultimately the machines of history, the mechanisms of history. It's not Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam can only do so much. The people aren't willing to step up.
Absolutely. The American people responded for sure, but they didn't build what Uncle Sam asked them to do in that poster, right? And I think that's kind of a crucial aspect that there never would have been sort of global U.S. power without the response that begins in World War I.
What was the Selective Service Act of 1917?
So one of the very first things that Uncle Sam wants you to do, right, is to register for selective service, for the draft, right? And the law is passed very soon after the U.S. enters the war. It's sort of, demanding that all men, first between 21 and 30, then between 18 and 45, register for the draft, and they'll be selected by a government agency, by a volunteer organization.
It's a requirement.
It is a legal requirement to register. Of course, not everyone who registers is selected, but over the course of the war, 24 million men register, almost 4 million serve in some fashion.
What was the response? What was the feeling amongst American people to have to sign up to the Selective Service Act?
Well,
Have to register?
yeah, this is a bigger turning point than we might think, right? In some ways, this is a tougher demand of the American public than entering that. It's one thing to declare war on Germany, right? It's another thing to go down to your local post office and fill out the forms that allow your own government to send you there to fight. And this is especially important at a time when the federal government doesn't really have any other way to find you unless you actually go and register yourself. Right? And so, ordinary people are participating in the building of this war machine, but at least 500,000 of them don't, right? And simply never fill out the forms, move from one town to another.
Well, you said 20 million did? 20 something?
Yeah, about 24 million register, at least 500,000.
Is it surprising to you that many registered? Since the country was divided?
It is, and that's what I've sort of tried to dig in to figure out how did you get 24 million people to register for the draft, and it's certainly not coming from the top down. Right? There may be 100 sort of agents in what's now called the FBI. It's certainly not being enforced from Washington. It's being enforced, through the eyes of everyday neighbors, through community surveillance, all kinds of ways.
Oh, so there was like a pressure.
There's a lot of pressure.
Interesting. So there was not a significant anti-war movement as you would see maybe later with Vietnam and things like this.
There was a significant movement before 1917, but it becomes very hard to keep up an organized anti-war movement after that, particularly when the government starts shutting down things.
So as the Selective Service Act of 1917 runs up against some of the freedoms, some of the rights that are defined in our founding documents, what was that clash like? What was sacrificed? What freedoms and rights were sacrificed in this process?
I mean, I think on some level the fundamental right, is liberty, right? That conscription sort of demands, sacrifice on the behalf of some for notionally for the protection of law.
But even if you're against the war, you're forced.
Right. Yes. And that there were small provisions for conscientious objectors, solely those who had religious objections to all war, right? Not political objections to this war. And so, several thousand were able to take those provisions. But even then, they faced social sanction, they faced ridicule, some of them faced intimidation. So there's liberty interests, both individual freedom, religious freedom. Those are some of the first things to go.
So, what about freedom of speech? Was there silencing of the press, of the voices of the different people that would object?
Yes, absolutely. Right, and so very soon after the Selective Service Act is passed, then you get the Espionage Act, which of course is back in the news in 2022.
What's the Espionage Act?
The Espionage Act is a sort of omnibus bill. It contains about 10 or different provisions, very few of which have to do with espionage. But one key provision basically makes it illegal to say or do anything that would interfere with military recruitment. Right? And that provision is used to shut down radical publications, to shut down German language publications, and this really has a chilling impact on speech during the war.
Could you put into words what it means to be an American citizen that is in part sparked by World War I? What does that mean? Somebody that should be willing to sacrifice certain freedoms to fight for their country. Somebody that's willing to fight to spread freedom elsewhere in the world, spread the American ideals. What does that begin to tell the story of what it means to be an American?
I think what we see is a change, right? So citizenship during World War I now includes the obligation to defend the country, right? To serve, right? And to, if asked, to die for it, right? And we certainly see that. And I think we see the close linkage of military service and U.S. citizenship coming out of this time period. But when you start making lots of demands on people to fulfill obligations, in turn, they're going to start demanding rights. And you start to see, not necessarily during the war, but after, more demands for free speech protections, more demands for equality for marginalized groups. And so, obligations and rights are sort of developing in a dynamic relationship.
Oh, it's almost like an overreach of power sparked a sense like, oh crap, we can't trust centralized power to abuse, like to drag us into a war. We need to deal with. So there's the birth of that tension between the government and the people.
It's a rebirth of it. Of course, that tension is always there, but in its modern form, I think it comes from this
re-intensification of it. Yeah. So what about you said that World War I gave birth to the surveillance state in the U.S.
Yeah, so the Espionage Act, sort of empowers federal organizations to watch other Americans. They are particularly interested in anyone who is obstructing the draft, anyone who is trying to kind of organize labor or strikes or radical movements, and anyone who might have sympathy for Germany, which basically means, all German Americans come under surveillance. Initially, very small scale, but soon every government agency gets involved, from the Treasury Department Secret Service to the Post Office, which is sort of reading mail, to the Justice Department, which mobilizes 200,000 volunteers. It's a really significant enterprise. Much of it goes away after the war, but of all the things that go away, this core of the surveillance state is the thing that persists most fully.
Is this also a place where the size of government starts to grow in these different organizations, or maybe creates a momentum for growth for government?
Oh, it's exponential growth, right? That over the course of the war, by almost any metric you use, right? The size of the federal budget, the number of federal employees, the number of soldiers in the standing armies, all of those things skyrocket during the war. They go down after the war, but they never go down from what they were before.
And probably gave them momentum for growth.
Yes, absolutely.
Did World War I give birth to the military-industrial complex in the United States? So, war profiteering, expanding of the war machine in order to financially benefit a lot of parties involved.
So, I guess I would maybe break that into two parts, right? That on the one hand, yes, there is war profiteering. There are investigations of it. In the years after the war, there's a widespread concern that the profit motive had played too much of a part in the war, and that's definitely the case. But I think when you try to think of this term military-industrial complex, it's best, to think of it as, at what point does the one side lock in the other, right? That military choices are shaped by industry, objectives, and vice versa. And I don't think that was fully locked into place during World War I. I think that's really a Cold War phenomenon when the United States is on this intense kind of footing for 2 generations in a row.
So industrial is really important there. That is companies. So before then, weapons of war were funded directly by the government. Were like who was manufacturing weapons of war?
They were generally manufactured by private industry. There were, of course, arsenals, sort of 19th century iterations where the government would produce its own weapons, partly to make sure that they got what they wanted. But most of the weapons of war for all of the European powers and the United States are produced by private industry.
So why do you say that the military-industrial complex didn't start then? What was the important thing that happened in the Cold War?
I think one way to think about it is that the Cold War is a point at which it switches from being a dial to a ratchet. Right. So during World War I, the relationship between the military and industry dials up, fast and high, and stays that way, and it dials back down Whereas during the Cold War, sort of the relationship between the two often looks more like a ratchet.
Yeah,
It goes up,
becomes unstoppable.
it goes up again.
In the way that you start, I think, the way the military-industrial complex is often discussed is as a system that is unstoppable.
Right. And
Like it expands. It almost, I mean, if you take a very cynical view, it creates war so that it can make money. It doesn't just find places where it can help through military conflict. It creates tensions that directly or indirectly lead to military conflict that can then fuel and make money from.
that is certainly one of the concerns of both people, who were critical of the First World War, and then also of Dwight Eisenhower, right, when he's president and sort of in his farewell address, where he sort of introduces the term military-industrial complex. And some of it is about the profit motive, but some of it is a fear that Eisenhower had, that no one had an interest in stopping it, right, and that no one had a voice in stopping it, and that the ordinary American could really do nothing to sort of to dial things down.
Is it strange to you that we don't often hear that kind of speech today, like Eisenhower speaking about the military-industrial complex? So, for example, we'll have people criticizing the spending on the war efforts, but they're not discussing the machinery of the military-industrial complex, like the basic way that human nature works, that we get ourselves trapped in this thing. They're saying like there's better things to spend money on, versus describing a very seemingly natural process of when you build weapons of war, that's going to lead to more war. Like it pulls you in somehow.
Yeah, I would say throughout the Cold War, and even after the end of it, there has not been a sustained conversation in the United States about our defense establishment, right? What we really need, and what serves our interest, and to what extent sort of other things like market forces, profit motives, belong in that conversation. What's interesting is that in the generation after the First World War, that conversation was on the table, right? Through a series of investigations in the U.S., the Nye Committee, in Britain, a Royal Commission, journalistic exposés. This would have been just talked about constantly in the years between about 1930 and 1936, as people were starting to worry, right, that storm clouds were gathering in Europe again.
Yeah, but it always seems like those folks get pushed to the fringes. You're made an activist versus versus a thinking leader.
Those discussions are often marginalized, framed as conspiracy theory, etc. And I think it's important to realize that in the generation after World War One, this was a serious civic conversation. It led to sort of investigations of defense sort of finance. It led to experiments in Britain and France in public finance of war material. And I think those conversations need to be reconvened now in the 21st century.
Is there any parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine? The reason I bring it up is because you mentioned sort of there was a hunger for war, a capacity for war that was already established, and the different parties were just boiling the tensions. So there's a case made that America had a role to play, NATO had a role to play in the current war in Ukraine. Is there some truth to that? When you think about it in the context of World War One, or is it purely about the specific parties involved, which is Russia and Ukraine?
I think it's very easy to draw parallels between World War One and the war in Ukraine, but I don't think they really work. that the First World War, in some ways, is generated by a fundamental conflict in the European system of empires, right, in the global system of empires. So in many ways, if there's a parallel, the war in Ukraine is the parallel to some of the conflicts in in the Mediterranean and the Balkans in 1911 to 1913. That then later there was a much greater conflict, right? And so I think if there's any lessons to be learned for how not to let World War III look like World War One, it would be to make sure that that systems aren't locked into place that escalate wars out of people's expectations.
But that's I suppose what I was implying, that this is the early stages of World War III. That in the same way that several wolves are licking their chops, or whatever the expression is, they're creating tension, they're creating military conflict with a kind of unstoppable imperative for a global war. That's, many kind of people that are looking at this are really worried about that. Now, the forcing function to stop this war is that there's several nuclear powers involved, which has, at least for now, worked to stop full-on global war. But I'm not sure that's going to be the case. In fact, what is one of the surprising things to me in Ukraine is that still in the 21st century, we can go to something that involves nuclear powers. Not directly yet, but awfully close to directly. Go to a hot war. And so do you worry about that there's a kind of descent into a World War One type of scenario?
Yes, I mean that keeps me up at night, and I think it should keep the citizens of both the United States and Russia up at night. And I think again, it gets back to what I was saying in the summer of 1914. Even then, things that looked like a march toward war could have been different, right? And so I think it's important for leaders of both countries and of all of the sort of related countries, of the Ukraine, of the various NATO powers, to really sort of imagine off-ramps and to imagine alternatives and to make them possible. Whether it's through diplomacy, whether it's through other formats. I think that that's the only way to prevent sort of greater escalation.
What's the difference between World War One and the Civil War in terms of how they defined what it means to be an American, but also the American citizens' relationship with the war, what the leaders were doing? Interesting differences and similarities. Besides the fact that everybody seems to have forgot about World War One in the United States, and everyone's still known the Civil War.
I mean, it's true, the American Civil War defines American identity in some ways, along with the Revolution and the Second World War, more so than any other. It's a fundamentally different war, right? It's one because it is a civil war, right? Because of secession, because of the Confederacy. This is a conflict happening on the territory of the United States between Americans. And so the dynamics are really quite different, right? So, the leaders, particularly Lincoln, have a different relationship to the home front, to civilians, than say Wilson or Roosevelt have in World War I and II.
Also, the way you would tell the story of the Civil War, perhaps similar to the way we tell the story of World War II. There's like a reason to actually fight the war. The way we tell the story is we're fighting for this ideal that all men are created equal. That the war is over slavery, in part. Perhaps that's a drastic oversimplification of what the war was actually about in the moment. Like how do you get pulled into an actual war versus a hot discussion. And the same with World War II, people kind of framed the narrative that it was against evil.
Mhm.
Hitler being evil. I think the key part of that is probably the Holocaust. It's how you can formulate Hitler's being evil. If there's no Holocaust, perhaps there's a case to be made that we wouldn't see World War II as such quote unquote good war. That there's an atrocity that had to happen to make it really to be able to tell a clear narrative of why we get into this war. Perhaps such a narrative doesn't exist for World War One, and so that doesn't stay in the American mind to try to sweep it under the rug, even though overall 16 million people died. So to you, the difference is in the fact that you're fighting for ideas and fighting on the homeland. But in terms of people's participation, fighting for your country, was there similarities there?
Yeah, I mean, I think, the Civil War in both the North and the South, troops are raised overwhelmingly through volunteer recruitment. There is a draft in both the North and the South, but it's not significant. Only 8% of Confederate soldiers came in through conscription, and so in fact, the mobilization for volunteers, often organized locally around individual communities or states, create sort of multiple identities and levels of loyalty, where people both in the North and the South have loyalty both to their state regiments, to their sort of community militias, and as well to the country. They are fighting over the country, right, over the United States, and the Union and the Confederacy have conflicting and ultimately irreconcilable visions of that. But that sort of nationalism that comes out of the Union after the victory in the war is a kind of crucial force shaping America ever since.
So, what was the neutrality period? Why did U.S. stay out of the war for so long? Like, what was going on in that interesting? Like, what made Woodrow Wilson change his mind? What was the interesting dynamic there?
I would say that the United States entered the war in April of 1917, but Americans entered it right away. Right? They entered it. Some of them actually went and volunteered and fought almost exclusively on the side of Britain and France. At least 50,000 joined the Canadian Army or the British Army and served. Millions volunteer. They send humanitarian aid. I think in many ways, modern war creates modern humanitarianism, and we can see that in the neutrality period. And even if they wanted the United States to stay out of the war, a lot of Americans get involved in it by thinking about it, caring about it, arguing about it. And at the same time, they're worried that British propaganda is shaping their news system. They are worried that German espionage is undermining them. They're worried that both Britain and Germany are trying to interfere in American elections and American news cycles. And at the same time, a revolution is breaking out in Mexico. Right? So there are sort of concerns about what's happening in the Western Hemisphere as well as what's happening in Europe.
So World War One was supposed to be the war to end all wars, and it didn't. How did World War One pave the way to World War II? Every nation probably has their own story in this trajectory toward World War II. How did Europe allow World War II to happen? How did the Soviet Union, Russia allow World War II to happen? And how did America allow World War II to happen? And Japan?
Yeah, you're right. The answer is different for each country. Right? That in some ways, in Germany, the culture of defeat, the experience of defeat at the end of World War I leads to a culture of resentment, recrimination, finger pointing, blame, that makes German politics very ugly, as one person puts it, brutalizes German politics.
It places resentment at the core
Yeah.
of the populace and its politics.
Yeah, and so in some ways that lays the groundwork for the kind of politics of resentment and hate that comes from the Nazis. For the United States, in some ways, the failure to win the peace, sets up the possibility for the next war, right? That the United States, through Wilson, is sort of crafting a new international order in order that this would be the war to end all wars. But because the United States failed to join the League of Nations, you see that the United States really sort of on the hunt for another generation. In Asia, the story is more complicated, right? And I think it's worth bearing that in mind, that World War II is a two-front war. It starts in Asia for its own reasons. World War I is transformative for Japan, right? It is a time of massive economic expansion. And a lot of that sort of economic wealth is poured into sort of greater industrialization and militarization. And so when the military wing in Japanese politics takes over in the 1930s, they're in some ways flexing muscles that come out of the First World War.
Can you talk about the end of World War I, the Treaty of Versailles? What's interesting about that dynamics there? Of the parties involved, of how it could have been done differently to avoid the resentment? Is it inevitable?
So the war ends, and very soon, even before the war is over, the United States in particular is trying to shape the peace, right? And the United States is the central actor at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. Woodrow Wilson is there, he's presiding, and he knows that he calls for shots.
So he was respected.
He was respected, but resentfully in some ways by the European powers, Britain and France and Italy to a lesser extent, who felt that they had sacrificed more. They had two goals, right? They wanted to shape the imperial system in order to make sure that their kind of fundamental economic structures wouldn't change, and they also wanted to sort of weaken Germany as much as possible, right? So that Germany couldn't rise again. What this leads to is a peace treaty that maintains some of the fundamental conflicts of the imperial system, and makes bankrupts Germany, starves Germany, and kind of feeds this politics of resentment that make it impossible for Germany to kind of participate in a European order.
So people like historian Neil Ferguson, for example, make the case that if Britain stayed out of World War I, we would have avoided this whole mess. We would potentially even avoid World War II. There's kind of counterfactual history. Do you think it's possible to make the case for that? That there was a moment, especially in that case, staying out of the war for Britain, that the escalation to a global war could have been avoided, and one that ultimately ends in a deep global resentment. So where Germany is resentful not just of France or particular nations, but is resentful of the entire, I don't know how you define it, the West or something like this, the entire global world.
I wish it were that easy. And I think it's useful to think in counterfactuals. What if? And if you believe, as historians do, in causation, if one thing causes another, then you also have to believe in counterfactuals, right? That if something hadn't happened, then maybe that wouldn't, that would have worked differently. But I think all the things that led to World War I are multi-causal and nuanced. And this is what historians do. We make things more complicated. And so, there was no one thing that could have, that could have turned the tide of history. If only Hitler had gotten into art school, or if only Fidel Castro had gotten into the major leagues. Those are interesting thought experiments, but few events in history, I think, are that easy.
Well, Hitler is an example of somebody who's a charismatic leader that seems to have a really disproportionate amount of influence on the tide of history. So, if you look at Stalin, you could imagine that many other people could have stepped into that role. And the same goes for many of the other presidents too, or even Mao. It seems that there's a singular nature to Hitler, that you could play the counterfactual, that if there was no Hitler, you may have not had World War II. He, better than many leaders in history, was able to channel the resentment of the populace into a very aggressive expansion of the military and I would say skillful deceit of the entire world in terms of his plans. He was able to effectively start the war. So is it possible that could Hitler have been stopped? Could we have avoided if he just got into art school?
Right.
Or again,
Yeah.
do you feel like there's a current of events that was unstoppable?
I mean, part of what you're talking about is Hitler the individual as a sort of charismatic leader who's able to mobilize, the nation, and part of it is Hitlerism, right? His own sort of individual ability to play off his subordinates against one another, to set up a system and of that nature that in some ways escalates violence, including the violence that leads to the Holocaust. And some of it is also Hitlerism as a leader cult, and we see this in many other sort of things where a political movement surrounds one particular individual who may or may not be replaceable. So yes, the World War II we got would have been completely different if a different faction had risen to power in Germany. But Europe, Depression era Europe was so unstable, and democracies collapsed throughout Western Europe over the course of the 1930s. Whether they had charismatic totalitarian leaders or not.
Have you actually read one book I just recently finished? I'd love to get your opinion from a historian perspective. There's a book called Blitz, Drugs in the Third Reich by Norman Ohler. It makes the case that drugs played a very large, meth essentially, played a very large role in World War II. There's a lot of criticism of this book, saying that it's kind of to what you're saying. It takes this one little variable and makes it like this explains everything. So everything about Hitler, everything about the Blitzkrieg, everything about the military, the way, the strategy, the decisions could be explained through drugs, or at least implies that kind of thing. And the interesting thing about this book, because Hitler and Nazi Germany is one of the most sort of written about periods of human history, and this was not, drugs were almost entirely not written about in this context. So you're coming along this semi-historian, because I don't think he's even a historian. He's a lot of his work is fiction. Hopefully I'm saying that correctly. So he tells a really, that's one of the criticisms. He tells a very compelling story that drugs were at the center of this period and also of the man of Hitler. What are your sort of feelings and thoughts about, if you've gotten a chance to read this book, but I'm sure there's books like it that tell an interesting perspective, singular perspective on a war.
Yeah, I mean, I have read it, and I also had this sort of eye-opening experience that a lot of historians did, and they're like, why didn't we think about this,
Yeah.
right? And I think whether he's, the author Ohler is, sort of not a trained academic historian, but the joy of history is like you don't have to be one to write good history, and I don't think anyone, sort of criticizes him for that. I like the book as a window into the Third Reich. Of course, drugs don't explain all of it, but it helps us see, helps us see the people who supported Hitler, the ways in which, it was that mind-altering and performance-altering drugs were used to kind of soldiers on the battlefield, the ways in which, I think that we don't fully understand the extent to which the Third Reich is held together with like duct tape from from a pretty early phase by like 1940 or 41 even. It's all smoke and mirrors, and I think that wartime propaganda, both Germans trying to we're winning everything, and America trying to mobilize, and the other allies to mobilize against Germany, described a more formidable enemy than it really was by 1941 or 42.
Yeah, I mean, I could see both cases. One is that duct tape doesn't make the man, but also as an engineer, I'm a huge fan of duct tape.
Yeah,
because it does seem to solve a lot of problems, and I do worry that this perspective the book presents about drugs is somehow to the mind really compelling, because it's almost like the mind, or at least my mind, searches for an answer. How could this have happened? And it's nice to have a clean explanation. And drugs is one popular one. When people talk about steroids in sports, the moment you introduce the topic of steroids, somehow the mind wants to explain all success in the context was because this person was on steroids. Lance Armstrong. Well, it's it's a very sticky idea. Certain ideas, certain explanations are very sticky, and I think that's really dangerous because then you lose the full context. And also, in the case of drugs, it removes the responsibility from the person, both for the military genius and the evil. And I think it's a very dangerous thing to do. It's something about the mind, maybe it's just mine, that's sticky to this. Well, drugs explain it. If the drugs didn't happen, then it would be very different. Yeah, it worries me how compelling it is of an explanation.
Yeah. So that's why it's maybe better to think of it as a window into the Third Reich than an explanation of it.
But it's also a nice exploration of Hitler the man. For some reason, discussing his habits, especially later in the war, his practices with drugs, gives you a window to the person. It reminds you that this is a human being. Like a human being that gets emotional in the morning, gets thoughtful in the morning, hopeful, sad, depressed, angry, like a story of emotions of the human being. And the small you construct, which is a pretty dangerous thing to do, you construct an evil monster out of Hitler, when in reality, he's a human being like all of us. I think the lesson there is the soldier needs the lesson, which is all of us, to some degree, are capable of evil. Or maybe if you want to make it less powerful a statement, many of our leaders are capable of evil. That this Hitler is not truly singular in history. That when the resentment of the populace matches the right charismatic leader, it's easy to make the kind of, not easy, but it's possible to frequently make the kind of initiation of military conflict that happened in World War II. By the way, because you said not a trained historian, one of the most compelling and entertaining and fascinating exploration of World War One comes from Dan Carlin. I don't know if you've gotten a chance to listen to a sort of podcast form telling of the blueprint for Armageddon, which is the telling of World War One. What do you think about Dan Carlin? You yourself, as a historian who's written about World War One, do you enjoy that kind of telling of history?
Absolutely, and I think again, you don't need a PhD in history to be a historian.
Does every historian agree with that? He gets quite a bit of criticism from historians.
We like to argue with each other and nitpick with each other, but the one thing I have no patience for is when we pull rank on each other. I think we depend on if you're a historian in a university with degrees and research materials, you depend on the work of people in some local community, like recording oral history, saving documents. And history is a social science, but it's also a storytelling art. History books are the ones you find on the shelves in bookstores that people read for fun, and you can appreciate both the knowledge production as well as the storytelling. And when you get a good oral storyteller like Dan Carlin, there's a reason that thousands and hundreds of thousands of people tune in.
Yeah, but he definitely suffers from anxiety about getting things correct. It's very difficult.
Well, our first job is to get the facts correct, and then to tell the story off of them.
Because the facts are so fuzzy. So it's I mean, you have the probably my favorite telling of World War II is William Shire's Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and or at least not telling of Nazi Germany, and that goes to primary sources a lot, which is like I suppose that's the honest way to do it, but it's tough. It's really tough to write that way, to really go to primary sources. Always, and I think one of the things that Dan tries to do, which is also really tough to do, perhaps easier in oral history, is try to make you feel what it was like to be there. Which I think he does by trying to tell the story of like individual soldiers. And, do you find that telling, like individual citizens? Do you find that kind of telling of history compelling?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need historical imagination, and I think historical imagination teaches something very valuable, which is humility, to realize that there are other people who've lived on this planet, and they organize their lives differently, and they made it through just fine too. I think that kind of meeting other people from the past can be actually a very useful skill for meeting people unlike you in the present.
Unlike you, but also like you. I think both are humbling. One, realizing that they lived in a different space and time, but two, realizing that if you were placed in that space and time, you might have done all the same things, whether it's the brave, good thing or the evil thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get also a sense of possibility. There's this famous line, right, that those who do not learn history are condemned to repeat it. But I think the other half is true as well, which is those who do not learn history don't get the chance to repeat it, right? That we're not the first people on this planet to face any certain kinds of problems. Other people have lived through worlds like this one before.
It's like when you fall in love as a teenager for the first time, and then there's a breakup. You think it's the greatest tragedy that has ever happened in the world. You're the first person, even though like Romeo and Juliet and so on had this issue, the first person that truly feels the catastrophic heartbreak of that experience. It's good to be reminded that no, the human condition is what it is. We have lived through it at the individual and the societal scale. Let me ask about nationalism, which I think is at the core of I Want You poster. Is nationalism destructive or empowering to a nation? And we can use different words like patriotism, which is in many ways synonymous to nationalism, but in recent history, perhaps because of the Nazis, has slowly parted ways. That somehow nationalism is when patriotism gone bad, or something like this.
Yeah, they're different, right? Patriotism, patriotism is in some ways best thought of as an emotion, right? And a feeling of love of country, right? Literally. And in some ways, that's a necessary condition to participate in nationalism. Whether, to me, I think nationalism is crucial in a world organized around nation states. And you have to sort of believe that you are engaged in a common project together, right? And so, in the contemporary United States, in some ways that question is actually on the table in ways that it hasn't been in the past. But you have to believe that you're engaged in a common project, that you have something in common with the person with whom you share this nation, and that you would sacrifice them, whether it's by paying taxes for them or or going to war to defend them. That's a vision of what we might call civic nationalism. That's the good version. The question is whether you can have that without having exclusionary nationalism. Hating the other, right? Fearing the other, saying, you're part of this nation against all others. And I think there's a long tradition in America of a very inclusive nationalism that is open, inclusive, welcoming, and new people to this shared project. That's something to be defended. Exclusionary nationalisms based on ethnic hatreds and others that we see throughout the world, those are things to be afraid of.
But there is a kind of narrative in the United States that a nationalism that includes the big umbrella of democratic nations that strive for freedom, and everybody else is against freedom and against human nature, and it just so happens that it's a half and half split across the world. So that's imperialism. That feels like it beats the drum of war.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to paint too rosy a picture, and certainly, the United States, as a nation, has often found it easier to define ourselves against something than to clarify exactly what we're for.
Yeah. The Cold War, China today. That's not only the United States. I suppose that's human nature. If we need a competitor, it's almost like maybe the success of human civilization requires figuring out how to construct competitors that don't result in global war.
Yes, or figuring out how to turn enemies into rivals and competitors. There's a real difference.
Right.
You compete with competitors. You fight with enemies.
Yeah, with competitors is a respect, maybe even a love underlying the competition. What are the biggest lessons you take away from World War I? Maybe we talked about several, but you look back at the 20th century, as a historian, what do you learn about human nature, about human civilization, about history from looking at this war?
I think the lesson I would want everyone to take from the story of the First World War is that human life is not cheap. That all of the warring powers thought that just by throwing more men and more material at the front, they would solve their political problems with military force. And at the end of the day, in 1918, one side did win that, but it didn't actually solve any of those political problems.
And in the end, the regular people paid the price with their lives.
They did, and people who had been told that their lives were cheap remembered that. Right? And it sort of reshapes mass politics for the rest of the 20th century, both in Europe and around the world.
Yeah, the cost of the death of a single soldier is not just, or a single civilian, is not just the cost of that single life. It's the resentment, the anger, the hate that reverberates throughout. One of the things I saw in Ukraine is the birth at scale of generational hate, not towards administrations or leaders, but towards entire peoples. And that hate, overnight, that hate is created, and it takes perhaps decades for that hate to dissipate.
It takes decades, and it takes collective effort to build institutions that divert that hate into other places.
One of the biggest things I thought was not part of the calculus, and when the United States invaded Afghanistan and Iraq, is the creation of hate. When you drop a bomb, even if it hits military targets, even if it kills soldiers, which in that case it didn't. There's a very large amount of civilians. what does that do to the how many years, minutes, hours, months, and years of hate do you create with a single bomb you drop? And they calculate that. Like literally, in the Pentagon have a chart. How many people will hate us? How many people does it take? Do some science here. How many people does it take when you have 1 million people that hate you? How many of them will become terrorists? How many of them will do something to the nation you love and care about, which is the United States, will do something that will be very costly? I feel like there was not a plot and a chart. It was more about short-term effects.
Yes, it's the idea of using military force to solve political problems, and I think there's a squandering of goodwill that people have around the world toward the United States. That's respect for for its economy, for its consumer products, and so forth. And I think that's been lost in a lot of that.
Do you think leaders can stop war? I have perhaps a romantic notion, perhaps because I do these podcasts in person and so on, that leaders that get in a room together and can talk, they can stop war. I mean, that's the power of a leader, especially one with in an authoritarian regime, that they can, through camaraderie, alleviate some of the emotions associated with ego.
Yes, leaders can stop war if they get into the room when they understand from the masses in their countries that war is something that they want stopped.
So the people ultimately have a really big say.
They do, that it was mass movements by people in the United States for the nuclear freeze, in Russia pushing for openness, that brought, for example, Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev to Reykjavik to sort of debate, and eventually sort of put caps on nuclear weapons. Those two people made choices in the room that made that possible. But they were both being pushed and knew they were being pushed by their people.
Boy, that's a tough one. It puts a lot of responsibility on the German people, for example. In both wars, we fans of history tend to conceive of history as a meeting of leaders. We think of Chamberlain, we think of Churchill, and the importance of them in the Second World War. I think about Hitler, Stalin, and think that if certain conversations happened, the war could have been avoided. You tell the story of how many times Hitler and Nazi Germany's military might was not sufficient. They could have been easily stopped. And the pacifists, the people who believed Hitler, were foolish enough to believe Hitler, didn't act properly. And if the leaders just woke up to that idea, in fact, Churchill is a kind of representation of that, but in your conception here, it's possible that Churchill was also a representation of the British people. Even though seemingly unpopular, that force was, they gave birth to somebody like Churchill, who said, "We'll never surrender," right?
Yeah.
She'll fight in the beaches.
Yeah. And I think World War II Britain is a good example of that. It is clearly a dynamic leader who has his pulse on what the people want and demand and are willing to do. And it's a dynamic art of leading that and shaping those wants at the same time as knowing that you're bound by them.
Well, then, if you conceive of history in this way, let me ask you about our presidents. You are taking on the impossibly difficult task of teaching a course in a couple of years here, in 1 year, called The History of American Presidential Elections. So if the people are in part responsible for leaders, how can we explain what is going on in America that we have the leaders that we do today? So if we think about the elections of the past several cycles, I guess let me ask, are we a divided nation? Are we more of a divided nation than we were in the past? What do you understand about the American citizen in the beginning of this century from the leaders we have elected?
Yes, obviously we are a divided country in our rhetoric, in our day-to-day politics, but we are nowhere near as divided as we have been in other periods in our history. Right, the most obvious, of course, being the American Civil War, 150 years ago. And the distinction is not just that we haven't come to blows, but that we are fundamentally one society, one economy, and sort of deeply integrated as a nation, both domestically and on the world stage in ways that look nothing like the United States in 1861. Will there be, will political rhetoric continue to be extreme? Of course, but we're not as divided as people think we are.
Well, then if you actually look throughout human history, does it always get so outside the people? Do the elections get as contentious as they've recently been? So there's a kind of perception has been very close, and there's a lot of accusations, a lot of tensions. It's very heated. It's almost fueling the machine of division.
Mm-hmm.
Has that often been the case?
It has. We are. It has and it hasn't. I mean, I do think right now is different, and there it's worth distinguishing. Are there deep social or economic divisions, which I don't actually think that there are, versus partisanship in particular, sort of the rivalry between the two parties. And it's very clear that we are in an era of what political scientists call hyperpartisanship, right? And that the two parties have taken fundamentally different positions and moved further, apart from one another. And that is what I think people talk about when they say our country is divided. The country may not be divided, even if our politics are highly partisan. That is, a divergence from other time periods in our history.
So I wonder if this kind of political partisanship is actually an illusion of division. I sometimes feel like we mostly all agree on some basic fundamentals. and the things that people allegedly disagree on are really blown out of proportion. And there's like a media machine, and the politicians really want you to pick a blue side and a red side. And because of that, somehow, families break up at Thanksgiving dinner about who they voted for. There's a really strong pressure to be either red or blue. And I wonder if that's a feature or a bug. Whether this is just part of the mechanism of democracy, that we want to, even if there's not a real thing to be divided over, we need to construct it such that we can always have a tension of ideas in order to make progress, to figure out how to progress as a nation.
I think we're figuring that out in real time, right? On the one hand, it's easy to say that it's a feature of a political system that has two parties. Right, and the United States is in some ways unique, right, in not being a parliamentary democracy, and so in some ways, you would think that would be the feature that is causing partisanship and to reach these heights. That said, we can even see in parliamentary systems, all around the world, that the same kinds of rhetorics of irreconcilable division, a kind of politics of emotion, are proliferating around the world. Some of that, as you say, I think is not as real as it appears on television, on social media, and other formats. So, I don't know that other countries are that are experiencing sort of political conflict. I'm not sure that they're deeply divided either.
So I've had the fortune of being intellectually active through the George Bush versus Al Gore election, then Obama, and just every election since. Right? And like a large percentage of those elections there's been a claim that the elections were rigged, that there is some conspiracy, corruption, malevolence on the other side. I distinctly remember when Donald Trump won in 2016, a lot of people I know said that election was rigged, and there's different explanations, including Russian influence. And then in 2020, I was just running in Austin along the river, and somebody said like, "Oh, huge fan of the podcast," and they said like, "What do you think of this? Is just not right. What's happening in this country? That the 2020 election was obviously rigged from their perspective in electing Joe Biden versus Donald Trump." Do you think there's a case to be made for and against each claim in the full context of history of our elections being rigged?
I think the American election system is fundamentally sound and reliable. And I think that the evidence, is clear for that, regardless of which election you're looking at. In some way, whether either, you look at a presidential election or even a local, county election for dog catcher or something, right? That the amount of sort of time and resources and precision that go into voter registration or counting, certification processes are crucial to democratic institutions. I think when someone says rigged, regardless of which side of the political spectrum they're coming from, they're looking for an answer. They're looking for that one answer for what is in fact a complex system, right? So, on the left, when they say rigged, they may be pointing to a wide range of ways in which they think that the system is tilted through gerrymandering, sort of misrepresentation through the electoral college. On the right, when people say rigged, they may be concerned, about sort of voter security, about ways in which the media mainstream media may control messages, and in which, in both cases, the feeling is it's articulated as my vote didn't get counted right. But the deeper concern is my vote doesn't count. My voice isn't being heard. So no, I don't think the elections are rigged.
So let me sort of push back, right? There's a comfort to the story that they're not rigged. And a lot of us like to live in comfort. So people who articulate conspiracy theories say, sure, it's nice to be comfortable, but here's the reality. And the thing they articulate is there's incentives in close elections, which we seem to have nonstop close elections. There's so many financial interests, so many powerful people. Surely you can construct, not just with the media and all the ways you describe both on the left and the right, the elections could be rigged, but literally, actually, in a fully illegal way, manipulate the results of votes. Surely there's incentive to do that. And I don't think that's a totally ridiculous argument. It's just like, all right, well, it actually lands to the question, which is a hard question for me to ask as an optimist, of how many malevolent people out there and how many malevolent people are required to rig an election. So what is the phase transition where system should become from like corruption light to corruption to high level of corruption, such that you could do things like rig elections, which is what happens quite a lot in many nations in the world even today.
So yeah, there is interference in elections, and there has been in American history, right? And we can go all the way back into since the 18th century. You don't have to go back to Texas in the 1960s. LBJ to find examples of direct interference in the outcome of elections. And there are incentives to do that. Those incentives will only feel more existential as hyperpartisanship makes people think that the outcome of the elections are a matter of black and white, or life and death. And we will see people sort of organizing every way they can to shape elections. Right? We saw this in the 1850s, right, when settlers, pro and anti-slavery, sort of flooded into Kansas to try to sort of determine the outcome of an election. And we see this in the Reconstruction period, right, when the Ku Klux Klan shows up to kind of to block the doors for black voters in the South. This history is not new; it's there. I think what the reason why I think that the system is sound is not, or the reason when I say I believe that the election system is fundamentally sound, it's not. I'm not trying to be reassuring or encourage complacency, right? I'm saying this is something that we need to do and to work on.
So the current electoral mechanisms are sufficiently robust, even if there is corruption, even if there is rigging. They're robust, the force that corrects itself, self-corrects, and ensures that nobody gets out of line is much stronger than the other incentives, which are like the corrupting incentives. And that's the thing I talked about visiting Ukraine, talking about corruption. Well, a lot of people talk about corruption as being a symptom, not if the system creates the incentives for there to be corruption, humans will always go for corruption. That's just, you have to assume that. The power of the United States is that it constructs systems that prevent you from being corrupt at scale. At least, depends what you believe, but most of this, if you believe in this country, you have to, you believe in the self-correcting mechanisms of corruption, that even if that desire is in the human heart, the system resists it, prevents it. That's your current belief.
Yes, as of today, but yeah. I do think that those, that will require oversight by institutions, ideally ones that are insulated as much as possible from partisan politics, which is very difficult right now.
Yeah.
And it will require the demands of the American people, that they want these elections to be fair and secure, and that means being willing to lose them, regardless of which party you're in favor of.
So what do you think about the power of the media to create partisanship? I'm really worried that there's a huge incentive, speaking of incentives, to divide the country. In the media and the politicians, I'm not sure where it originates, but it feels like it's the media. Maybe it's a very cynical perspective on journalism, but it seems like if we're angry and divided as evenly as possible, you're going to maximize the number of clicks. So it's almost like the media wants to elect people that are going to be the most divisive, maximizing. And the worry I have is they are not beyond either feeding, or if you want to be very cynical, manufacturing narratives that lead that division, like the narrative of an election being rigged. If you convinced half the populace that the election was completely rigged, that's a really good way to get a lot of clicks. And like the very cynical view is, I don't know if the media machine will stop the destruction of our democracy in service of getting more clicks. It may destroy our entire democracy just to get more clicks, because the fire, as the thing burns down, will get clicks. Am I putting too much blame on the media here? The machine of it.
You're diagnosing the incentive structure, you're depicting that with 100% accuracy. But I think history teaches that you might be giving the media too much sort of causal power. that that the American people are smarter than the media that they consume, right? And and even today, we know that people who consume, even people who consume just Fox or just MSNBC, know what they're consuming, right? And so I don't think that media will be the solution, and I certainly don't think that returning to a media structure of the mid 20th century with 3 news channels that all tell us one story that's no golden age that we're trying to get back to, for sure.
Well, there is a novel thing in human history, which is Twitter and social media and so on. So we're trying to find our footing as a nation to figure out how to think about politics, how to maintain our basic freedoms, a sense of democracy, of our interaction with government and so on this new medium of social media. How do you think Twitter changed things? Do you think Twitter is good for democracy? Do you think it has changed what it means to be an American citizen? Or is it just the same old media mechanism?
It has not changed what it means to be an American citizen. It may have changed the day-to-day sound of being and experience of it. It got noisier, it got louder, and it got more decentered. I think Twitter is it's paradoxical. On the one hand, it is a fundamentally democratic platform, right? In some ways it democratizes institutions that that had gatekeepers and authority figures for a very long time. But on the other hand, it's not a democratic institution at all. It's a for-profit corporation, and it operates under those principles. And so, that said, it's an institution of American and global life, and that the people of the United States have the authority to regulate or reshape as they see fit, both that and other major media players.
So one of the most dramatic decisions that illustrate both sides of what you're saying is when they decided to ban, I think, permanently the President of the United States, Donald Trump, off of Twitter. Can you make the case that was a good idea and make the case that was a bad idea? Can you see both perspectives on this?
Yes, I think, the simple fact of the matter is, Twitter is a platform that has rules of service. Twitter concluded that President Trump had violated the terms of service and blocked them, right? And if you have rules, you have to enforce them. Did it have consequences? It had direct and predictable consequences, of creating a sense among millions of Americans that Twitter had taken a side in politics. Were confirming their belief that it had done so. Will it have unintended consequences? This is where the historian can come in and say, yes, there's always unintended consequences. And we don't know, sort of what it would mean for political figures to be excluded from various media platforms under these notions, right, of that they violated terms of service, etc. So I guess we'll see.
Well, to me, so I'm generally against censorship, but to take Twitter's perspective, it's unclear to me in terms of unintended consequences whether censoring a human being from being part of your platform is going to decrease or increase the amount of hate in the world. So there's a strong case to be made that banning somebody like Donald Trump increases the amount of resentment among people, and that's a very large number of people that support him or even love him or even see him as a great president, one of the greatest this country has had. And so if you completely suppress his voice, you're going to intensify the support he has from just the regular support for another human being who ran for president to somebody that becomes an almost heroic figure for that sort of people. Now, the flip side is removing a person from a platform like Donald Trump might lessen the megaphone of that particular person, might actually level the democratic notion that everybody has a voice. So basically, removing the loud extremes is helpful for giving center, the calm, thoughtful voices more power. And so, in that sense, that teaches a lesson that don't be crazy in any one direction. Don't go full. Don't go Lenin. Don't go Hitler. Don't like. You have to stay in the middle. There's divisions in the middle. There's discussions in the middle, but stay in the middle. That's sort of the Steelman case for censoring. But boy, is censorship a slippery slope. And also, boy, is Twitter becoming a thing that's more than just a company. It seems like it's a medium of communication that we use for information, for knowledge, for wisdom even. You know, during the period of COVID, we used it to gain an understanding of what the hell's going on. What should we do? What's the state of the art science? Science fundamentally transformed during the time of COVID because you have no time for the full review cycle that science usually goes through. And some of the best sources of information for me, from the conspiracy theory to the best doctors, was Twitter. The data, the stats, all that kind of stuff, and that feels like more than a company. And then Twitter and YouTube and different places took a really strong stance on COVID, which is the lazy stance, in my opinion, which is we're going to listen to whatever CDC or the institutions have said. But the reality is, you're an institution of your own now. You're kind of the press. You're like, it's a really difficult position. It's a really, really difficult position to take. But I wish they have stepped up and take on the full responsibility and the pain of fighting for the freedom of speech.
Yes, they need to do that. But I'm struck by some of the things that you said, ways in which Twitter has the power to shape the conversation. And I don't think in a democratic society, democratic polities should cede that power to for-profit company.
Do you agree that it's possible that Twitter has that power currently? Do you sense that it has that power? Because my sense is Twitter has the power to start wars. Like tweets have the power to start wars. To change the direction of elections.
Maybe in the ways in which a wave has the power to wash away sand, right? It's still the medium, right? It's not in itself an actor. It's how actors use the platform, which requires us to scrutinize the structure of the platform and access to it.
Unfortunately, it's not. Maybe it's similar to the wave. It's not just a medium. It's a medium plus. It's a medium that enables virality, that benefits from virality of engagement, and that means singular voices can have a disproportionate impact. Like not even voices, singular ideas, dramatic ideas can have a disproportionate impact, and so that actually threatens. It's almost like I don't know what the equivalent is in nature, but it's a wave that can grow exponentially because of the intensity of the initial intensity of the wave. I don't know how to describe it as a dynamical system, but it feels like there is a responsibility there not to accelerate voices just because they get a lot of engagement. You have a proportional representation of that voice. But you're saying that a strong democracy will cost for that.
A strong democracy can and should and will be. I mean, I think the other thing a historian will tell you about Twitter is that this too shall pass, right?
Yeah.
but I do think the structures of the platform, of the algorithm, of this and other major players are eligible for scrutiny by democratic institutions.
So, in preparing to teach the course, the history of American presidential elections leading up to the 2024 election. So, one of the lessons of history is this too shall pass. So, don't make everything about this is going to either save or destroy our nation. That seems to be like the message of every single election. As I'm doing Trump hands. Do you think Donald Trump? What do you think about the 2024 election? Do you think Donald Trump runs? Do you think the tension will grow, or was that a singular moment? Do you think it'll be like AOC versus Trump or whoever, whatever the most drama maximizing thing, or will things stabilize?
I think I can. Historians don't like to predict the future, but I can predict this one, that it will not be a calm and stabilized election. I think as of the time that we're talking in 2022, there are too many sort of open questions, particularly about whether Joe Biden will run for re-election. He says he will, but the jury, I think, is out on that. I can't predict whether Donald Trump will run for election or not. I think we do know that President Trump doesn't like to start things he can't win, and if the polling data suggests that he's not a credible candidate, he might be reluctant to enter the race, and might find more appealing the kind of sideline kind of kingmaker role that he's been crafting since he left the White House. I think there are plenty of people who are dreaming that there's some sort of centrist candidate, whether it's a conservative Democrat or a liberal Republican who will, save us from all of this, either within the party or in a third party run. I don't think that's likely.
Why aren't we getting that? Why don't you think it's likely? What's the explanation? There seems to be a general hunger for a person like this.
You will, but the system sorts it out, right? That the primary systems and the party, party candidate selection systems, will favor sort of more partisan views, right? More conservative Republicans, more liberal Democrats, as the kind of center candidate.
It seems like the system prefers mediocre mediocre leaders, mediocre partisan leaders. If I have to take a cynical look, but maybe I'm romanticizing the leaders of the past. Maybe I'm just remembering the great leaders of the past. And
I can assure you, there's plenty of mediocre partisans in the 19th century.
Okay. And the 20th. Let me ask you about platforming. Do you think it's the Twitter question, but I was torn about whether to talk to Donald Trump on this podcast. As a historian, what would you advise?
I think, this is a difficult question, right? For historians who want, to make sure that they know what Americans are thinking and talking about, for centuries later. So one of the things that, at least my understanding is that when President Trump was banned from Twitter, his account was also deleted. And that is one of the most valuable sources that historians will use to understand the era. And parts of it were sort of, archived and reconstructed. But in that sense, I think that is also a real loss to the historical record. I think that your podcast shows you'll talk to anyone. I'm here, right? So,
right.
I'm not in the business of saying, don't talk.
That's one of the difficult things when I think about Hitler. I think Hitler, Stalin. I don't know if World War I quite has the same intensity of controversial leaders. But one of the sad things from a historian perspective is how few interviews Hitler has given, or Stalin has given. And And that's such a difficult thing because it's obvious that talking to Donald Trump, that talking to Xi Jinping, talking to Putin is really valuable from a historical perspective to understand. But then you think about the momentary impact of such a conversation, and you think, well, depending on how the conversation goes, you could steer or flame, what is it, feed the flame of war or conflict or abuses of power and things like this. And that's, I think, the tension between the journalist and the historian. Because when journalists interview dictators, for example, one of the things that strikes me is they're often very critical of the dictator. They're like they're basically attacking them in front of their face, as opposed to trying to understand. Because what I perceive they're doing is they're signaling to the other journalists that they're on the right side of history, kind of thing. But that's not very productive. And it's also why the dictators and leaders often don't do those interviews. It's not productive to understanding who the human being is. To understand, you have to empathize. Because few people, I think, few leaders do something from a place of malevolence. I think they really do think they're doing good. And not even for themselves, not even for selfish reasons. I think they're doing great they're doing the right thing for their country or for whoever the group they're leading. And to understand that, you have to, and by the way, a large percent of the country often supports them. I bet if you legitimately poll people in North Korea, they will believe that their leader is doing the right thing for their country. So to understand that, you have to empathize. So that's the tension of the journalist, I think, and the historian, because obviously the historian doesn't care. They really want to, they care obviously deeply, but they know that history requires deep understanding of the human being, the full context. It's a tough decision to make.
Yeah, well, I think it's both for journalists and historians. The challenge is not to be too close to your subject, right? And not to be overly influenced and used by them, right? When you're talking to a living subject, which historians do, too. It's a matter of making sure that you triangulate their story with the rest of it, right? And that may paint a different picture of the person than and will prevent you as a journalist or a historian from kind of just telling someone else's story. And historians also have the benefit of going back 30, 40 years and finding all the other stories and figuring out playing two truths and a lie, which parts are accurate, which are not. And journalists do that work on a day-to-day basis, but historians, we get a little more time to think about what we're doing.
Well, I personally also think it's deeply disrespectful to the populace, to people, to censor and ignore a person that's supported by a very large number of people. Like that, I personally feel like you owe the citizens of this country a deep empathy and understanding of the leaders they support, even if you disagree with what they say. I mean, that's the to me, I'm much more worried about the resentment of the censorship. That it's to having a good conversation with Donald Trump is ultimately valuable because I think, especially in this case, I agree with you that Donald Trump is not a singular person. He represents a set of feelings that a large number of people have, and whatever those feelings are, you can try to figure out by talking to people, but also talking to the man, and then seeing the interplay there. What does this really represent in this period in history, in this slice of the world? Ultimately understanding, I think, leads to compassion and love and unity, which is how this whole thing progresses. The tension between the different sides is useful to have a good conversation, but ultimately coming up with the right answer and progressing towards that answer is how you make progress. Do you think a pure democracy can work? So we have this representative democracy with these contentious elections and so on. When we start a civilization on Mars, which becomes more and more realistic technologically, we can have a more direct access to be able to vote on issues and vote for ideas. Do you think it can work?
I don't think we have to go to Mars to do it, right? I think the answer is not, to flip a switch and turn on something called pure democracy when people are not ready for it, when their incentive structures are not sort of structured for it. But you can, experiment with more democratic forms of governance, one after another, right? Whether it's sort of experimenting with technology to find new ways of getting greater rates of participation in democracy. I think that we see some experiments in sort of more complicated systems of voting that in fact might actually be more reflective of people's choices than simply picking one candidate, right? Sort of ranked choice voting or runoffs, other kinds of things. I think that we can think more creatively about something like participatory budgeting, right? In which, we put all this money into the government, and then, we should, as a people, there are more democratic ways of how we spend it. And I think the most urgent, in some level, is a more democratic form of foreign policy making, right? That foreign policy making, decision making about the military, about foreign policy, is very, very insulated from popular participation in modern American history. And I think, technology is not the going to solve this. It's a combination of technology and human creativity. But I think, I think we can start heading that direction. Whether we get there before we get to Mars, I don't know.
I think lessons and thoughts, if you look at the fundamentals of the history of American elections, do you hope to reveal when you try to teach the class? And how would those fundamentals be met by the students that receive that wisdom? So what do you think about this dance? It's such an interesting idea, and I hope you do go through with this kind of idea, is look at the history while the next one is happening.
Yeah. I think, it's worth remembering, right, that the students who are typical American student who's in college right now, right, has lived their entire life after the election of 2000 and Bush v. Gore. Right, and
after 9/11, probably.
And yeah, absolutely, yeah. After all of these things, right? So on the one hand, they take partisanship and contentious elections for granted. They don't, I think, share, sort of some vision that things were, things used to be different, right? They don't remember a world that had like lots of moderate Democrats and liberal Republicans and, sort of running around in it. So in some ways it's a way of looking back into the past to find other ways of organizing our politics. It's also a way of reassuring students that we have been through contentious and even sort of violent elections before in our history. And that people have defended the right to vote. Right? People have risked their lives to vote. I think they will understand that as well.
And maybe knowledge of history here can help de-escalate the emotions you might feel about one candidate or another. And from a place of calmness, you can more easily arrive at wisdom.
That's my hope.
Just as a brief aside, but nevertheless, you wrote the book Bound by War that describes a century of war in the Pacific. So looking at this slice of geography and power, so most crucially through the partnership between the United States and the Philippines, can you tell some aspect of the story that is often perhaps not considered when you start to look more at the geopolitics of Europe, Soviet Union, and the United States. How did the war in the Pacific define the 20th century?
Yeah, I came to this book, Bound by War, from a sense that that our stories were too lopsided toward Europe, right? That American history, when viewed from the Pacific, specifically in the 20th century, helps us understand American power in some new ways, right? Not only American projection of power into Asia, right, but also the ways in which American power affected people in Asia, right? Either as in places like the Philippines, the United States had a colony for almost 50 years, or Asian Americans, people who had migrated or their descendants in the United States. And those linkages between the United States and Asia, particularly the U.S.-Philippine connection, I think were something that needed to be traced across the 20th century, because it's a way, kind of a new way of seeing American power, from a different angle. You see it in that way.
What are some aspects that define America from when you take the perspective of the Pacific?
Yeah.
What military conflict and the asymmetry of power there?
Right. So I start in 1898, with the U.S. invasion of the Philippines, its conquest and annexation. And I think in many ways this is a defining conflict of the 20th century that's often completely overlooked or described, I think incorrectly, as merely a war with Spain. Right, but the war in the Philippines is our first extended overseas conflict, our first conflict in what would come to be called the developing world or third world. It's a form of counterinsurgency. This is the U.S. Army sort of learning lessons that are then repeated again in the Second World War, in Korea, Vietnam, and even after 9/11.
Is the Philippines our friends or enemies in this history?
Well, that's the interesting part, right? Is that the book focuses in particular on Filipinos who fight with the Americans, who fought, sort of in the U.S. Army and Navy over the course of the 20th century, and they are in a fundamentally ironic position, right? They are from the Philippines and they're fighting for the United States, which is the colonial power occupying their country, and I think that irony persists, right? So if you look at sort of polling data where they ask people all around the world, do you think positively or negatively about the United States? And that the highest responses are from the Philippines. Right? Filipinos view the United States more favorably than people from any other country in the world, including America. Right? That they're think more favorably of Americans than Americans do. And so, sort of unpacking that irony is part of what I'm trying to get at in the book.
What was the people power revolution and what lessons can we learn from it? You kind of assign an important, a large value to it in terms of what we can learn for the American project.
Yeah. So in 1986, the president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos, is overthrown by a popular revolution known as People Power, in the wake of a contested and probably almost certainly rigged election. That sort of confirms his rule. When that is overturned through sort of mass movements in the Philippines, it's also sort of confirmed in many ways by the reluctance of the United States to intervene to prop up a Cold War ally. Ferdinand Marcos had supported American policy throughout his administration. The Reagan administration, while Reagan's president at the time, basically chooses not to support him. That's a personally wrenching decision for Reagan himself, but he's being shaped in many ways by the emerging voices of neoconservative political sort of foreign policy voices, in particular Paul Wolfowitz in the State Department and others who see sort of movements for democracy and democratization that then kind of take fire in the late 20th century. In Latin America, in South Korea, in Eastern Europe, and all around the world until it hits the wall in Tiananmen Square in June 1989.
Well, what's that wall? What's the wall? What's the wall? What do you mean by it hits the wall?
So there are, there are global movements for for opening up, throughout the world, starting in the 1980s, and obviously they continue in Eastern Europe with the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. I say it hits the wall in China, with the protests in Tiananmen Square, that are blocked, and that are crushed, and I think represent a real sort of turning point in the history of democratic institutions on a global scale in the late 20th century.
So there's some places where the fight for freedom will work, some places not. And that's the kind of lesson from the 20th to take forward to the 21st century.
No, I think the lesson is maybe one that we talked about earlier, that there's this dynamic dance between leaders, whether totalitarian leaders or leaders of democratic movements, and the people that they're leading. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't.
Let me ask a big ridiculous question, because we talked about sort of presidential elections. Now, this is objectively, definitively, you have to answer one person. Who's the greatest president in American history?
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln.
Is that easy? Not George Washington?
Washington had the statesman qualities. He understood his power as the first president.
Also relinquished power.
He was willing to relinquish power. But Lincoln has the combination of personal leadership, a fundamental moral character, and just the ability to kind of to fight the fight of politics, to play the game of it, to get where he's going, to play the short game and the long game, to kind of to work with his enemies, to block them when he had to, he gets the United States through the Civil War, so you got to give him some credit for that.
And he's pretty good at making speeches.
Obviously it helps that he's a remarkable speaker, and able to convey those kinds of visions. But he is first and foremost a politician, and probably the best one we have.
Both at getting elected and at ruling.
In some ways, better at the doing than at the getting elected, right? That he, the election of 1860 it's just a hot mess, that could have worked out many different ways. And even the election of 1864, when we have a presidential election in the middle of a civil war, it was not a foregone conclusion that Lincoln would be reelected. So both times he sort of, he's not a master campaigner by any means, but he was a master politician as a governor.
Do we have leaders like that today? Is it so? One perspective is like leaders ain't what they used to be, and then another perspective is, well, we always romanticize stuff that happened in the past. We forget the flaws and remember the great moments.
Yeah, both of those things are true, right? On the one hand, we are not surrounded by people of Lincoln's caliber right now.
That feels like the case,
and I think we can say that with some certainty. But I always like to point to President Harry Truman, who left office with some truly abysmal presidential ratings. Was dismissed throughout the presidency as unqualified, as not knowing what he was doing, etc. And then turns out, with hindsight, we know that he was better at the job than anyone understood. Better at getting elected, right? You remember that sign, Dewey defeats Truman, right? He showed them, right? And better at holding power, and better at sort of, kind of building the kind of institutions that long after he was gone, demonstrated that he won the long game.
And some of that is the victors do write the story. And I ask myself very much, how will history remember Volodymyr Zelensky? It's not obvious. And how will history remember Putin? That too is not obvious. Because it depends on how role, the geopolitics, how the history of these nations unfold rather. So it's very interesting to think about. The same is true for Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and so on. I think it's probably an unanswerable question of which of the presidents will be remembered as a great president from this time. You can make all kinds of cases for all kinds of people, and they do, but it's unclear. It's fascinating to think about when the robots finally take over, which of the humans they will appreciate the most. Let me ask for advice. Do you have advice for young folks as they, because you mentioned the folks you're teaching, they don't know what it's like to have waited on the internet for the thing to load up. Every single web page is suffering. They don't know what it's like to not have the internet and have a dial phone that goes, and then the joy of getting angry at somebody and hanging up. They don't know any of that. So for those young folks that look at the contentious elections, they look at our contentious world, our divided world, what advice would you give them of how to have a career they can be proud of, let's say they're in college or in high school, and how to have a life they can be proud of?
Oh man, that's a big question. Yeah, I've never given a graduation speech.
This is like warm up. Look for like raw materials before you write it.
If I did, I think I would advise students that history teaches that you should be more optimistic than your current surroundings suggest, right? And I think it would be very easy as a young person today to think there's nothing I can do about this politics. There's nothing I can say to this person on the other side of the aisle. There's nothing I can do about the planet, etc., and just sort of give up. And I think history teaches that we don't know who the winners and losers are in the long run, but we know that the people who give up are always the losers, right?
So don't give in to cynicism or apathy.
Yeah.
Optimism paves the way.
Because human beings are deeply resilient and creative, even under far more difficult circumstances than we face right now.
Well, let me ask a question that you wouldn't even dare cover in your graduation commencement speech. What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? This whole project that history studies and analyzes as if there's a point to the whole thing. What is the point? All the wars, all the presidents, all the struggles to discover what it means to be human, or reach for a higher ideal. Why? Why do you think we're here?
I think this is where there is often a handoff from the historian to the clergy, right? But in the end, there's less distance between the two than you think, right? That, if you think about some of the kind of answers to that question, what is the meaning of life, that are given from the religious tradition, often they have a fundamentally historical core, right? It's about, unifying the past and the present in some other, non-earthly sort of dimension. So I think there is that. I think even for people who don't have religious belief, there's a way in which history is about the shared human condition. And I think historians aspire to telling all of that story, right? We drill down on the miseries of war and depressions and so forth, but the story is not complete without blueberries and butterflies and all the rest that go with it.
So both the humbling and the inspiring aspect that you get by looking back at human history that we're in this together. Christopher, this is a huge honor. This is an amazing conversation. Thank you for taking us back to a war that not often discussed, but in many ways defined the 20th century and the century we are in today, which is the First World War. The war that was supposed to end all wars, but instead defined the future wars and defines our struggle to try to avoid World War III. So it's a huge honor to talk with me today. This is amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Christopher Capozzola. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Woodrow Wilson in 1917 about World War I that haunted the rest of the 20th century. This is a war to end all wars. George Santayana, a Spanish-American philosopher, responded to this quote in 1922 by saying, "Only the dead have seen the end of war." Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
I mean, I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess.
I also say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do or any sport, you have to be that level of obsessed.
The following is a conversation with Alexandra and Andrea Botez. They're sisters, professional chess players, commentators, educators, entertainers, and streamers. Their channel is called Botez Live on Twitch and YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. A small side note about the currently ongoing controversy in the chess world, where the 19-year-old Grandmaster Hans Niemann beat Magnus Carlsen at the Sinquefield Cup. After this, Magnus, for the first time ever, withdrew from the tournament, implying with a tweet that there may have been cheating or at least something shady going on. Folks like the Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura fanned the flames of cheating accusations, and the internet made a bunch of proposals on how the cheating could have been done, and it ranged from the ridiculous to the hilarious, often both. Hans himself came out and said that he has cheated before when he was 12 and 16 on random online games to jack up his rating. But he said that he has never cheated in person over the board. Danny Wrench from Chess.com, who I've spoken with, may make a statement in response to Hans's claims soon. Folks like Grandmaster Jakob Uga spoke to his experience training Hans Niemann and has said that his memory and intuition were quite brilliant. So as you see, there's a lot of perspectives on this. ChessBase is a good summary of the saga that I'll link in the description. Also note that this is so quickly moving that new stuff might come out between me recording this and publishing the episode. But I thought I'd mention this anyway, since the episode with the Botez sisters is a conversation about chess and was recorded shortly before the controversy, so we didn't talk about it. I'm considering having Hans on this podcast and also Magnus back on the podcast. Maybe others like Hikaru or folks from Chess.com's anti-cheat staff to discuss their really interesting cheating detection algorithms. But I may also just stay out of it. I find chess to be a beautiful game, and the chess community full of fascinating, brilliant people. And so I'll keep having conversations like these about chess. It's fun. My goal with this podcast and in general as a human being is to increase the amount of love in the world. Sometimes that involves celebrating brilliance and beauty in science, in art, in chess. Sometimes it involves empathetic conversations with controversial figures that seek to understand, not deride. Sometimes it involves standing against the internet lynch mob, as the ChessBase article calls it, to hear the story of a human being who is under attack, even if it means I get attacked in the process as well. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Alexandra and Andrea Botez. You just got back from Italy. What's the most memorable thing? I was just there recently as well.
It was very chaotic because we went out on a whim and we only had our first hotel booked, and then we rented a car and drove around all of the cities and went to like 5 different cities in about a week and a bit. So I think it was just the variety of seeing so many different places when we're used to being at home all the time. And Andrea, is yours your luggage?
Yeah, I would say it was the most stressful vacation we've been in our life. And it was a valuable learning lesson because now I know how to be prepared for trips. But we lost our bags and I never got them back. And like Alex said, we didn't know where we'd be sleeping every night. And we're just driving through a new city with a giant van in the most narrowest streets and getting in many, many fights with Italian men. So it wasn't really a vacation.
I saw this motion so many times.
Wasn't it liberating to lose your baggage? Is that
Actually,
silver lining?
it was liberating. My entire life, I've always had the issue of overpacking.
And I told
No
her
matter
before the
what.
trip, Andrea, you're gonna pack light, right? Yeah, Alex, yeah. And then I see her stuffing her overweight.
But you did the
suitcase.
same. We both had giant, big extra baggage that we didn't need. I'm actually very glad we lost it because for Venice, hauling that around on all the boats and through the tiny streets, and there's no Ubers. And now it's the first time where I can travel without checking in a bag, which I've never done before. So now I've learned what it means to pack light because I saw that I could survive off of just my. It sounds very dramatic, but it was really a big learning lesson for me.
The driving must have been crazy because driving in Italy is rough.
The driving was crazy. I did most of it, and it would be really interesting driving through places like Florence or even through the beach areas that were super windy because they're two-way streets that should really only be one way. So you'd be driving this huge van, and then another car comes on a cliff, and you're just waiting for it to slowly pass. So it took all of my focus and concentration to drive well in Italy, but it was actually really relaxing because the hardest thing about making a lot of videos online is you're always thinking about it, what's coming next. And when we were in Italy, it was so chaotic that I did not think about work for a good week and a bit.
Oh, because you're just,
We were stressed.
I was just trying to keep us
Very
alive.
stressed.
It seemed a priority.
and that was kind of fun.
It was kind of fun.
No planning, nothing.
I
on a
wouldn't
whim.
recommend it or ever do that again. But
Sounds pretty awesome.
And
Sounds-
we even randomly ran into 2 friends of ours who were in the same city, and we just traveled with them for about half of the trip.
Yeah. So you just took on the chaos.
Exactly. It was an adventure.
And I see, like, because you were using your hands a lot, you picked up some of the Italian hand gestures.
I
and stuff.
did. We did get yelled at by a lot of Italians. The old Italian grandmas would
Oh,
come
God.
to us after breakfast because we'd leave
Oh.
something on the plate, and she'd be like, "You could feed an entire village with that. Tell your friends." And we'd feel so ashamed.
yeah, we got cursed out a lot. But it really reminded me of where we grew up and
That's
how
true.
Yeah, exactly.
Which grew up.
Oh, we were Romanian, but it was like an immigrant neighborhood.
In Canada.
So same. If you don't finish your plate, that's disrespectful to the people who made the food.
How's the food in Italy? I feel like the carbs thing is too intense.
I think very overrated in my opinion.
So
Ooh,
I'm
sorry.
actually not supposed to eat gluten because I have an allergy.
Yeah.
But I was in Italy and
Yeah,
gluten
it's part of the
galore.
chaos.
So I was actually eating a lot of it, and it was very interesting because I didn't get sick while I was in Italy, but I do while I'm in the US. So somehow the food was actually maybe more okay for me to digest, which I appreciated, but I didn't like it as much as I thought. Did you like the food there?
Yeah, no, I think it's I did. I love carbs, but it feels like Vegas when I go there. The food is like, if I stay here too long, I'm gonna do things I regret. That's what it feels like with the food.
Right.
'Cause I don't know how to moderate, and everybody is pushing very large portions and wild kind of eating things on you. Pasta, pizza, and and bread. It's so delicious. So yeah, I love it, but I regret everything. So it's like I don't want to go to a place where I'm going to regret everything I do
That's
for
reasonable.
too long of a time.
Yeah, surprisingly, the people there though are still very fit and everyone stays in good
Yeah.
shape. But that's probably because you're walking around all day and much more active than me.
And they also just know how to moderate food. I think I've
That's
gotten used to the U.S. way of eating.
The US
What
portion.
is that?
Just a lot, never always a lot
Yeah.
and more.
And I feel in the US, food advertisements are also much more in your face, and you're more often reminded of junk food than we were in Italy. So even though we were eating less healthy things, I think we were getting cravings and being pushed towards junk food less often.
All right, I gotta ask you a hard question. So the Romance languages. So I think French is up there as like
Number one in terms of
I don't know. This
Who's
that's like-
ranking them?
you guys speak Italian or no?
not Italian, but we studied French and Spanish in school, and Romanian.
I feel like every country calls their language a Romance language.
No, but it's Romanian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and I think there was one more that was like this dialect, but those are considered the Romance languages.
Okay. So where would you put Italian?
I think we got yelled at
I'm
so
so
much
traumatized.
in Italian that it's
I'll
not
never
going to
see
be
it like
allowed.
that.
Okay. So it wasn't working.
It's on the bottom of the list because people did not use it nicely to us.
But I always really liked how French sounds. I think something about it where maybe Spanish actually sounds nicer to the ears, but French has more character and it feels more sultry. So I like French.
Yeah, that was my answer too.
Sultry. Okay. I feel like French. Well, in France, I feel like I'm always being judged. Like they're better than me. That's what French.
They are better than us.
This is so true. Which is why I long to belong to that. I like the British accent.
The British
Really?
accent.
Yeah.
Actually, one thing we did on our Italian trip is we just picked up British accents for the entire trip for fun. And we forgot we were doing them to the point where we talked to British people and they'd ask us, "Why are you talking like that?" We just couldn't stop.
I did feel much more elegant and
That's
mature.
true.
People I don't know if they felt the same way about us, but it was more of the confidence.
You do feel like you're more poised for sure.
Yeah.
So how'd you guys get into chess? When did you first? Let's say when did you first fall in love with chess?
So we both started playing when we were pretty young, around 6 years old. That's when our dad taught us. And I enjoyed playing chess because I had good results early on. But a lot of it was being pushed from my dad to play chess. And I only really started loving it when we moved from Canada and we started moving a lot. And chess was the one stable thing that I had. And it was also where all of my friends were. So it was kind of that foundational thing for me. And that's when I started studying chess very intensely. And when I started putting in the hours out of my own will and not because I was being pushed by my dad, that's when I started really loving it. And I even wanted to take time off college to just focus on chess.
So training and competing?
Training and competing, yeah. It was when I was doing it for myself that I started getting my best results.
And actually enjoying the thing.
And really enjoying it, yeah. I would spend summer vacations studying for tournaments and my mom would come and say, "You need to make friends. Go leave the house." And I'd be like, "No, I need to play chess." And I remember those moments.
That you rebelled by playing chess. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly.
How did you get into it?
Yeah, my experience with loving in high school is very opposite from Alex's. But right, my sister was playing and my dad taught me when I was
Andrea
also
was
6.
cool in high school, unlike me.
You are.
I wouldn't say cool. I'd say more balanced, and I was interested in other hobbies. In my childhood, if I ever really did love chess, there's certainly moments about traveling and being together with my family and spending those moments together. But those are more the social and the experiences. But funny enough, I think my happiest moment where I really played the game for my own enjoyment was probably my most recent tournament, because this was after, obviously, we've been streaming and I'm no longer in high school. But when I was in school, I was always playing for college and for the results, trying to build a resume. So I was too stressed out about the pressure to really enjoy the game. Whereas when I just played my first tournament, so it was after a 2-year break because of the pandemic. And it was also all live on Twitch. So there was some pressure, but it was the first time that I was really eager to study for the game, sitting and focusing since we've been streaming and not getting hit by something else in years, like I said. And the tournament experience, I hit my highest rating and it was my best tournament ever. And I think most of that is because it came from my own enjoyment.
So you didn't enjoy the domination because I think you did really well, right? This is a couple months ago.
The tournament. Well, of course, I think the results came from enjoying the tournament because I would be in high school studying triple the amount of time, 6 hours every day. Compared to this tournament, I didn't even prepare for it. And for 3 years, I wouldn't be able to pass one rating. Whereas in this one tournament, I passed it by 70 points without even any preparation. So it was, I think, as soon as you stop worrying about the competitions, when the games get much better.
What does it mean to pass a rating?
So I was stuck at 1900.
1900 is 100 points off of X1. Usually when you reach 2,000, you're considered an expert, which is the rating Andrea was going for.
Okay. Expert, that's like a technical term, or that's like
It's more of a
talking trash?
it's more of a colloquial term where if somebody's around a 2,000 and you're playing them in a tournament, they won't have the actual title next to their name, but you say, I'm playing an expert.
What about like the more official things like master? Does that have to do with rating or something
Yeah,
else?
so national master in the US is when you're 22.
And what's international master?
International master is based off of a different system, the FIDE system, which is international. To be an international master, it's 2,400, and you have to have 3 international master norms.
Yeah, I think Magnus said he's 28.6 something,
That was, yeah.
and then he said that's pretty decent. Now,
Well, he always.
but see, the thing is, I think what he meant is that's a decent rating because it accurately captures his actual level. So it's not overinflated or underinflated and so on. And so the discussion there was how do you can a human being get to 2,900? And then he says because my current rating is pretty decent, at representing my skill level, it's gonna be a long road to actually get there. Because it's like so you have to beat people your same level. That's how the number increases.
Yeah.
And you beat a bunch of people in the tournament, right? That are higher
I
than
got
your
very
level.
lucky. Oh, I was really nervous because my category was like 200 points above my rating. And of course, I was very rusty and I hadn't played a tournament in a while, but it went pretty well.
Do you feel the pressure when you're actually recording it, like the streaming?
It was definitely, so before every round I was vlogging and I was doing meet and greets and doing other things. For
Yeah, I saw you do a meet and greet. You didn't know what the hell you were doing. It's great.
Yeah.
Like, how do I do this?
Yeah, I see.
What do I do?
It was actually really wholesome. The beginning was very silly because I was just not expecting that it was going to be more of a seminar. I thought it was like, oh, you pose and take pictures. But they actually asked really nice, meaningful questions. But unfortunately, it's bad for YouTube retention and cut.
Bad for you to the good long form conversation.
Yes.
So it was like questions, Q&A type of thing.
Exactly. You have to have very fast paced for YouTube, and that's not fast paced.
Okay. Well, not everything in life needs to be on YouTube, right? There's like 2 parallel things, stuff that's fun for YouTube.
Yeah.
And
One day we'll post that Q&A.
yeah, when you become like ultra famous, you're currently just regular famous.
And then
Andrea's
appreciate
first
the long,
Q&A.
slow content. Yeah.
And that the YouTube aspect, the creation aspect, does that add to the fun ultimately of the chess, of like your love of chess?
Oh, for the love of chess in general, or just for competing in that one tournament?
No, love of chess in general. I think you said that for competing for that tournament was adding pressure.
Yeah, but actually, I would say like a good pressure. But yeah, this is where I differed to Alex because when I was just competitive and I was younger, I don't think I loved chess as much as when I started doing it for content because unlike her, who a lot of her friends and social circle were other chess players, I never really traveled and built solid friendships through chess until I started streaming and meeting other chess streamers and actually playing and talking to people for fun rather than just always being alone in the game and never really meeting other people my age or people with similar interests. So I would say Twitch was the thing that really changed how I approached the game.
I think with some YouTubers, there's the pressure to be almost somebody else. You create a persona, they're stuck in that persona. I think I'm too much of a boomer to know what the hell Twitch is anyway. But it feels like when you're actually live streaming, you can't help but be who you really are.
I think I think when you're live streaming, and I've talked to a lot of other streamers about this, you kind of just over exaggerate one side of your personality. And of course, it's kind of like being like on all the time. Like you're trying to be more entertaining and sometimes you're being sillier at moments or more, you take what character traits like people know you for. And for me, one is being like ADHD and the younger sibling who's very energetic and causes trouble, even though
Yeah,
sometimes
I'm sure you
people
cause trouble just for the camera.
Yeah, right.
I think, and of course, once you're live streaming for like 4 or 5 hours, there's gonna be moments in the stream where it's more chill. But especially when you're like editing that content or you're doing bigger streams that are shorter, you are kind of playing up a side of yourself. Because of course, there's a lot of parts of me that I don't show to the camera because they're not as entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
Like the more serious part.
And also, there's things that you are really interested in about what you do. Like I love competitive chess where I could sit and really think about it, but I know that that is not going to be as entertaining for stream. I know that's not going to be as entertaining for YouTube. So you kind of have to take what you like, but then really adapt it for whatever the format is. And sometimes that feels inauthentic, but other times it just feels like repackaging what you love for people in a more general audience to enjoy.
Do you feel like it's a trap a little bit as you evolve? Like
Oh, I
you're
think
trapped.
social media. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Social media in general is a trap of that kind.
Well, so we've been trying to switch to learn how to make YouTube videos recently, and so much of learning YouTube school is kind of the beastification of content where you try to get to the point of the video within like the first 10 seconds to not lose people. You try to
You mean like Mr. Beast?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where it's so fast paced, there's a reason to wait, there's high stakes. And everything is created to keep people watching the video and keep people on the platform. And in some ways, it is a trap because it's harder to do the kind of content you like because you really have to squeeze it to be like, okay, well, do we have a good thumbnail for this? Do we have a good title for this? And that's something that we're trying to figure out how to keep true to what we want to do.
Yeah, see, the way I think about it is, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can create, and yeah, the Mr. Beastification process. But also, I think about what are the videos, conversations, or things I will create in this life that will be the best thing I do. And I try not to do things in my life that will prevent me from getting there. I feel like if you're always focusing on doing kind of optimizing the thumbnail in 10 seconds and so on, you'll never do the thing that's truly you're known for and remembered for. So finding that balance is tricky.
I get that, but at the same time, this might be my own copium, which I know is a word you know now.
Yeah, I'm slowly learning the full complexity of the term, yes.
But the other way I think about it is a skill to learn how to communicate with large audiences. And first I started streaming chess, which is something I just did and really love. But now I have to learn how to translate that format. And if that's a skill set we could build, then we could use it to do really important things. And I've seen a lot of YouTubers who have done interviews about how, they didn't love the kind of content they did at first, but what they're doing right now is really meaningful. So I like to think of it maybe like skill development, because not everybody hits off podcasts where they can talk to super interesting people right off the bat.
Yeah, you could be slow and boring in a podcast. You don't have to worry about the first 10 seconds. I mean, people keep pushing me but the first 10 seconds of the videos I do is, well, I know it's most important for YouTube, but I don't give a damn. I wrote a Chrome extension that hides all the views and likes. I don't look at the click.
I don't look at Twitch views. Andrea does,
Yeah.
So we
I
also
love
can relate.
I love numbers too, but that's why I don't look at it, because
Yeah.
it's become like, you'll start to think that a conversation or a thing you did sucks because it doesn't get views.
Yeah.
But that's just not the case. The YouTube algorithm is this monster that figures stuff out.
Yeah.
And if you let it control your mind, I feel like it's going to destroy you creatively. So you have to find a nice balance.
I have to say, I was laughing a little bit when I was listening to the Magnus episode. In the first 10 minutes, you guys are talking about soccer. Football.
Two robots themed
But-
humans
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
conversation.
I was like, let's have some fun, make conversation about non-chess related topics.
Yeah, talk about sports.
Yeah, it was kind of hilarious. I was surprised that even at his level, I wasn't sure, but I was surprised how much he loves chess. It sounds cliche to say, but the way he looked at a chessboard, those memes always somebody looked at me the way
So
he's still the way he glanced down and he reached for the pieces with excitement to show me something. There wasn't okay, I'll show you. It was like there was still that fire.
That's something that always shocks me about some of super grandmasters. One of my coaches was a person who also, his name's GM Hammer of Norway. He also coached Magnus, who was his second, and he was helping me train for my tournament. And I was kind of putting off doing the homework. He's like, if you're putting it off, that means you're studying the wrong thing. You should be enjoying even when you're practicing, which when I grew up, I thought to get to the top level, practicing has to be hard and unpleasant. And when I was listening to the Magnus episode, he was like, I didn't read books very much. Or it was one thing that you said that's very normal for studying classical chess that he didn't do just because it didn't interest him.
He says I suck at puzzles. I don't
Yeah.
like puzzles.
Yeah, and he doesn't do what he doesn't enjoy, and that's because it's like purely driven out of passion.
I think the internet was like, I suck at puzzles too.
Yeah, they
I
look
could be a
bad.
grandpa.
They related.
I don't have to study at all. It's fun. And but I think the lesson there that's really powerful is he spends most of the day thinking about chess because he wants to.
Yeah.
So do whatever, if you're into getting better at chess, do whatever it takes
Exactly.
to actually just the number of hours you spend a day thinking about chess, maximize that. If you're like super serious about it.
I actually get very addicted whenever I start studying chess, which is why I don't do it as seriously when I'm focused on content. Because I go through these rabbit holes where if I'm focusing on chess, I want to be as good as I possibly can at the game. Otherwise, it's hard for me to enjoy it because it's such a competitive thing. And I remember training for tournaments. And when you're training for tournaments, you even start dreaming about chess and you can't stop thinking about it. And it's as if you're flipped into this completely different world, which is also what I like best about the game, that it's a completely different living experience.
And then you take some drugs and now you start to see things on the ceiling. Is there some factual hallucination like to the Queen's Gambit, like those scenes?
I think it's
Is that based on your life story?
from, well, I can't say. No, just kidding. Actually, chess players are very careful to not take drugs. They drink a lot.
Yeah.
They drink so much. It's actually crazy for how good they're able to play chess when they do. But when it comes to things like psychedelics or other things, they usually stay away from those because they don't want to mess anything up in their brain.
So this is actually an intervention. I saw that you mentioned somewhere, I think it was the lie detector test, where you have a drinking problem. Is that
No,
an actual?
I think that's actually a meme that we like to joke about on stream, because occasionally we'd have like a White Claw on stream or something like that, and then people meme about it. It goes back to Andrea's point of amplifying a part of your personality to make
Right.
yourself a little bit
Right.
more
I'm
entertaining.
going to use that as an excuse from now on. This podcast is just amplifying a part of that person. I'm not really like this. But have you played drunk? Like Magnus has played drunk. He says it helps him with the creativity. Is there any truth to that?
Well, Andrea's under 21, so she's obviously
Would never do
would
this.
never do that. But I have played while drinking. Actually, I enjoy playing chess and drinking more than pre-gaming or going out to a club and drinking, which sounds really silly. And I'll usually play against opponents who are also, having some beer. And it does make you feel like you're seeing the game from a fresher perspective, where it can sometimes make you feel more confident, liquid confidence, and it does help with creativity. You just feel like you could pull things off. But there's also a limit. It's more like you've had one drink or two drink, but then it goes beyond that, and then you just start missing tactics, and it's not worth it.
Yeah, I think it only helps players in very short time controls. One time I was challenging this grandmaster on stream, and we were playing bullet chess, which is 1 minute chess. And I was giving him handicaps, and I said, okay, you have to take 4 shots before the next game. And he just got like 10 times stronger and transformed into like the Hulk and destroyed me more than last game. So, but of course, if you're playing like a 3-hour game, it's going to get old. But I think in short time controls, it's amazing.
Yeah, it definitely has to be blitz. It has to be where it's more intuition rather than sitting and calculating.
This is probably like negatively affecting your ability to calculate.
Absolutely.
How much, when you guys play, when you look at the chessboard, how much of it is calculation? How much of it is intuition? How much of it is memorized? Openings?
It really depends between short form chess, so 5 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute, and classical chess.
What's your favorite?
I love playing blitz now because that's most of what I do, and that's actually how I got into chess streaming, because I couldn't spend entire weekends or weeks playing tournaments. I would just, while I was in college, log on and play these long blitz or bullet sessions, and it's very fast, so you don't have time to go calculate as deeply. You basically have to calculate short lines pretty quickly, and a lot of it is pattern recognition and intuition.
That's 3 minutes, you said?
3 minutes, yeah.
Okay, cool. And so for that, it's basically intuition.
A lot of it is intuition, yeah.
See, I saw on streams you actually keep talking while playing chess. It seems
Yeah,
really
that
difficult.
helps my result. That doesn't help my results.
It doesn't? It
Helps
hurts?
the content, not the game.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can still do it. Because it feels like, how can you possibly concentrate while talking?
It's because so much of it is intuition. You're not while you're talking, you're thinking about that topic, but then you just come to the board and you just understand what you should be doing here. And then sometimes you get in trouble because you're talking and you have now lost half of your time. You have a minute and a half, your opponent has 3, and you're kind of at a disadvantage. But that kind of goes to show that that's how blitz chess usually works, whereas classical is very different.
Which of you is better at chess? I mean, let's do it this way. Can you, Andrea, can you say in which way is Alex stronger than you? Which way is she weaker than you? Not physically, in terms of in terms of chess.
Well, yes, of course she is high, but when we do play, I think her strengths against me, where she really gets me, is the end game. She has stronger end game, so she can, and I actually have a stronger opening. But as soon as she's able
I'm
to
supposed to
simplify-
say what is good about you, not you.
Yeah, no, I'm getting there. Well, see, that's what I'm saying, because don't worry, it's related, okay? Because if I can get an advantage in the beginning of the game, but as soon as she starts trading pieces down, like my confidence drops, because I know that the end game is the hardest part of the game and the longest, and that's where she ends up beating me. So her end game is her, I think, really what makes the difference. And she
It
has
sounds
maybe a
like
little
her psychological warfare is better too.
That-
Because if you're getting to this,
that is
But it's harder to play against higher rated players, seeing how, Magnus and former world champions have that psychological edge. So I think it's always going to be different for Andrea, because she knows statistically she should be winning something like 1 in 4 games, but she usually does better than that because she's very distracting and talks a lot.
that does help.
what does it feel like to play a higher rated player? What's the experience of that? In like playing somebody like Magnus.
So it depends on how much higher rated than you they are. If it's someone who's like between me and Andrea, let's say it's a 200-point difference, they should win, but at least you still feel like you have a chance. I was playing in Title Tuesday, which is this tournament chess.com has every Tuesday, and I got really lucky, beat a GM, drew an international master, then I got paired against Hikaru Nakamura, and my brain just went blank because I just know that I'm so unlikely to win that I couldn't even play the game properly when it's that much of a difference where they should be winning like 99% of the time.
But that's like psychological. So you're saying that's the biggest experience, is like actually knowing the numbers and statistically thinking there's no way I can win. But I meant, like, is there a suffocating feeling, like positionally you feel like you're constantly under attack?
You just feel like you're slowly getting outsmarted, and the worst is when you don't even know what you're doing wrong. You come out of that and you're like, I thought I was doing great and I got slowly squeezed. I didn't understand what was going on, and you're just kind of baffled. It's kind of like watching Alpha Zero beat up Stockfish. You don't really understand why it's making certain moves or how it thought of the plan. You just see it slowly getting the position better, and that's what it feels like.
I would add, it's kind of different for me if there's someone who's significantly higher rated, so let's say more than like 300 points, or you're playing Magnus. What I notice is I just feel lost straight as soon as I don't know my preparation, because they know so many opening lines that they're going to know the best line to beat you that you haven't studied. So then on move 10, you're like, he already has a maybe plus 0.5 advantage, which is really small, but for someone with such a significant skill level, you already lost at that point, and it's like a third of the game.
What are the strengths and weaknesses of Andrea?
Andrea is very good at opening preparation.
As she said.
As she said, she likes bringing that up. I mean, she's very meticulous about it, where she'll really go in and learn her lines. And having that initial starting confidence isn't just helpful for the opening, but it helps develop your plans for the middle game. So I think she's very good at that. I think she's actually pretty good at tactical combinations.
What is tactics?
Tactics is like solving puzzles, or basically finding lines that are forced, where if you find them, you're going to win.
So
I
that's
think
like puzzles
that's-
within a
Within it.
position.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas strategic chess is making slow moves, and over the process of like 20 moves, you get a slightly better position based on an understanding of the overall strategy.
So in my extensive research of you on Wikipedia, it says your most played opening is the King's Indian Defense, in which, quote, black allows white to advance their pawns to the center of the board in the first 2 moves. Is there any truth to this?
So King's
And what
Indian
is it?
probably is my most played opening. And it's one where even when my coach, who was a grandmaster, taught me, he's like, so I've been playing the King's Indian for 10 years and I still don't understand it. And it's one of those openings that computers really don't like because you do, or at least Stockfish doesn't like it. Maybe Alpha Zero would change their mind. I forgot to look at what.
Can you show me, by the way, what it is?
Yeah.
Is it white's opening or black's opening?
Black responds to the d4 queen's pawn push, and you take your knight out to f6. I'll just put in the stereotypical classical King's Indian war, so to say.
We actually have a very famous King's Indian game in the notes that we prepared.
Okay, so
For
Yeah, I
hours.
asked, for the record, I asked you guys for some games that you find pretty cool, and we'll maybe get a chance to talk about something.
Yeah. So this is the King's Indian. As you can see, White has much more control over the center. White has 3 pawns in the center, while Black has none past the 5th rank. And you just have this pawn on d6. And one of the ideas in chess is if you're not taking the center, then your plan revolves around trying to continually challenge it. But what is really fun about the King's Indian is that Black sometimes gets these crazy kingside attacks while White gets queenside attacks. And even though it's a little bit suspicious for Black and the computer could usually break it, it's hard to defend as a human when you're being attacked. But if you don't pull off the attack as Black, then you're just going to end up being lost in the game.
So it's like a very asymmetrical position.
It's very asymmetrical, although a lot of people now stop playing into the classical King's Indian, even though computers give it a big advantage, and they play these slower lines in the King's Indian, which are less fun to play.
What's slower mean? It takes a longer time to do something interesting with.
They basically don't let you get as much of a kingside attack because they try opening up the center, and then you have no weaknesses, but you're just slowly improving the position of your pieces instead of being able to go for that kingside attack.
So for people just listening, the white pawns are all on the 4th row in a row together. That feels like a bad position
For Black?
for white.
Oh, you don't like taking the center?
No, I like taking the center. Just like talking trash already.
Oh, sorry.
But it's just they're feel vulnerable. They're in a row together. It's because they're who's gonna defend them? I guess the knights defend and the queen defends it.
You're actually talking about a theme that you do see sometimes, which is called hanging pawns. And it's when you have 2 pawns right next to each other with no other pawns to defend them.
Yeah.
So it is a valid point, and actually as Black, you're trying to break apart these pawns or get them to push and create some holes into the position. But it's a trade-off, and that's a lot of what chess openings are about. You get more space, but you'll also end up having to protect your pawns potentially or move them forward to the point where they're overextended.
And plus, pawns being vulnerable is kind of fun. It's like there's more stuff in danger. They're not, because if it's like this, everything's trapped. You can't do anything.
Everything's blocked, yeah.
They're blocked off, yeah.
But
you can't have fun.
yeah, one of the opening principles for White is get your pawns in the center. So I'd say this is actually preferable for White.
Let's go over some opening principles.
There we go. Because this is a very good learning
Okay,
lesson
quick
for any
crash
chess
course.
beginners in the audience. Okay, so first thing you want to do is control the center. There you go, e4, the more aggressive one.
Isn't that the basic vanilla move? I didn't. Somebody told me that's the most popular opening move in chess.
It is.
Why is that considered aggressive?
So it's e4 and d4, and the king's pawn is known as being for more tactical players, whereas d4 is known for more positional players. So that's why it's considered more aggressive.
Tactical.
More gambits with e4.
The tactical means I'm gonna try to attack you.
Or you're going to try to go for puzzles and rely more on your combination abilities. Whereas if it's something positional, you usually have 3 to 4 moves that are all good in the position. Whereas tactics, you need to see this one line. So it's more precise.
So this one's cool because they can the queen can come out, the bishop can come out.
Yeah, that's one of the most popular checkmates, and usually what you teach new students to try to cheese their friends, because then they feel really excited that they know this new trap where you bring the bishop and the queen out and you try to checkmate on f7.
It's the trap that Queen's Gambit Beth Harmon falls for in their first game versus the janitor. She gets all mad because she gets checkmated very early.
But that's the one you get checkmated with?
Yeah.
Okay. I love how you guys were actually paying attention to games carefully. Which is pretty cool that they did a good job of evolving her game throughout the show to actually represent an actual growth of a chess player.
Yeah, they really took every detail into consideration. Which was cool.
Okay, so what else? That's I brought stuff.
Alright, we'll do the same.
Okay.
So then you want to develop your pieces. So in the beginning of the game, you want to take out the bishops and knights first because you don't want to start with the most valuable piece like the queen, because then it'll become a vulnerability and it'll get attacked very early on. And the reason you're taking out these two pieces first is because you want to castle your king. So you can move a knight move or a bishop move, and that's considered development.
Yeah.
So if at this stage, not like even before getting a few pawns out.
You usually want to start with getting a pawn because you want to get space in the center, but also when you push pawns, it helps free up some of your pieces. So usually start with one pawn first, and then you could start taking out your minor pieces, which is the bishop and the knight.
I have anxiety about a pawn just floating out there, defenseless. But
Well,
anyway,
it's not attacked yet. See, those are what you call ghost threats. So you're scared of something that hasn't happened yet. So if I were to attack it,
I feel like there's a deeper thing going on here. Yeah.
actually, let's say.
Yeah, so you're attacking the pawn in the center here, and it is vulnerable, but as soon as you do that, I can develop my own knight and defend it as well.
Okay. And for people just listening, there's two pawns that just came out to meet each other, and a couple of knights.
We love the chess commentary. Pawns met after midnight.
Yeah. I'm gonna romanticize the game a bit. Okay, cool. So like there's if you bring out the bishops with the knights, you're matching that with the other. Black is going to match it. Whatever you're attacking with,
Yep, he's
it's going
developing.
to defend it.
Or you could develop your bishop or your knight.
Oh no, now you give him options.
Oh, right. Yeah. There you go.
Now I am attacking the pawn in the center, which is what you were afraid about before, but let's see how you defend it here.
By doing this symmetrical thing, bringing out the knight on the other side.
And actually, your other move was good as well, defending with the pawn, because then you're freeing up space for your bishop. So you're basically trying to develop your pieces as quickly as possible, put your pawns in the center, and then get your king to safety. And that's usually the basic opening tips that you get.
And it is kind of counterintuitive that safety is in the corner of the board for the king. That was always confusing to me. But,
3 pawns in the front, though you typically don't push those. Maybe like one square, but these will be like 3 walls to keep them safe.
But another way to also think about it is your pieces usually want to point towards the center. If you have a knight closer to the center than closer to the side, it actually has more squares it can go to. So a huge part of it is just wanting to have flexibility for where your pieces go. So more pieces are going to be able to make threats in the center or even open up the position. So since that's where it's most likely to open, you want your king somewhere where the position will stay closed so that you have the pawns to defend.
There's like rules like this, but I always wonder because I build chess engines, but then you start to wonder like why is it that positionally these things are good? Like you built up an intuition about it, but I wish, and that's the thing that would be amazing if engines could explain why is this kind of thing better than this kind of thing. You start to build up an intuition, but if I'm just like know nothing about chess, it feels confusing that cornering your king, getting him like trapped here. Like it feels like you could get checkmated easier there if I was just using like dumb intuition. But it seems like that's not the case.
I imagine maybe because AlphaZero learned by playing games against itself, right?
Yeah.
And I imagine if you have a lot of games, then you do build an intuition, because if you were to keep your king in the center, you just see that in those games you're dealing with threats a lot more often. But yeah, there's shortcut rules, and this doesn't even mean it's the best way to play chess, as we've seen with AlphaZero kind of changing the rules of the game a little bit. But as a human, to learn it from scratch is a lot more difficult than to start with principles. So that's why beginners usually learn chess this way.
Yeah, but because you're playing other humans, and the other humans have also operated under different principles, and that's why people that come up now that are training with engines are just going to be much better than the people of the past because they're gonna try out weirder ideas that go against the principles of old.
Right.
And they're gonna do like weird stuff, including sacrifices and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I also think that's why AlphaZero was so shocking because Stockfish was using an opening database, so it was already based off of knowledge that humans have from playing chess for years that we just thought is how you're supposed to play, whereas AlphaZero just learned from playing the game so many times and came up with very novel opening ideas.
Were you impressed by AlphaZero? Have you seen some of the games?
I have seen some of the games. I think impressed, bewildered, and motivated are the three things I experienced.
Like I think Magnus said, he was also impressed that it could easily be mistaken for creativity. That's his trash talk towards the AI.
That was a beautiful sentence. I was listening to the podcast.
I mean, as a human, I agree with him because you don't want to give the machine the power of creativity. But if it looks creative, give it a compliment.
That's fair. I know that you're being nice to the machines in case they are ever looking back through this.
What else is there? What other principles are there for the opening?
You can go a little bit more forward.
And we can finish full development.
Positions like this, let's just say you developed all of your pieces.
Mhm. So that's like a really nice, like nobody took any pieces and we're just in a nice positional thing.
Yeah. So it's not actually a very accurate
Yes.
one. So I'm actually, I could put a different one on the board, but usually after you've developed all of your pieces, you want to get your queen out a little bit to connect your rooks, and you also start thinking about certain pawn pushes and getting more space. But another good tip is just, can you improve the position of your pieces? Think about timing. So if you've already moved a piece once and there's a piece that hasn't moved at all, then you want to focus on the piece that hasn't moved at all to be able to have it more likely to jump into the game.
Right. So don't move pieces multiple times.
Exactly.
Like try to move it to the most optimal position.
Yeah.
Yeah. That makes sense. So what's the Indian? We kind of went over it, but why did you ever say why you like it so much? Because it's weird. Because it's king size.
I liked it because it's a very fun, aggressive defense where you're just throwing your pieces towards white, and there's so many sacrificing opportunities. And for some reason, tactical games feel like the most beautiful, the most satisfying. And that's what I liked about the King's Indian. But I also suffered a lot from this love because I would play things that are not necessarily correct, then my attack wouldn't pan out, and I would just struggle the rest of the game having no play and just trying to defend.
So if you're always Wikipedia also says that you're known for your attacking play.
It's also known for losses, according to Stanford.
Okay.
See, Wikipedia doesn't talk trash. It just says nice
Wikipedia is a lot nicer. I actually played a lot of positional chess in Classic because I really like the slow squeeze. But when I transitioned to playing a lot of online chess, it's almost as if I was looking for more instant gratification because it feels so much better to beat someone with an attack. And even if sometimes it doesn't pan out, I was okay with it because you get so many games in. So I think my style in online chess really changed from my classical chess.
What about you, Andrea? Do you have a style? Are you attacking? Are you more like conservative defensive player? Are you chaotic?
Opening wise, I like to play more positionally. Like I like to push d4 and just slowly improve my pieces and slowly get attacked. But like Alex said, if you're playing bullet chess or blitz against viewers, you often like want to play riskier moves that may not be as good, and then that's kind of when I would play more aggressive. But I do enjoy tournaments for that reason. Then like once you're 15 moves in, which as soon as you're out of your prep, I like sitting and thinking in more positional middle game.
One of the games you found to be pretty cool is the Hikaru Nakamura versus Galfan in 2009, and that one I think includes the King's Indian defense.
Yes.
Why is that an interesting one to you?
I also play the King's Indian as black, and I love this model game, and as Alex was saying, like all these advantages for the King's Indian, but now there's this one line that like every higher rated player just destroys my King's Indian, and you see these beautiful games and like, yes, I want to play for these ideas, but now no one plays into it anymore, and you just get demolished. So that's why I don't play the King's Indian anymore. But not to ruin the fun.
It's a love-hate
Just the
relationship,
truth,
truly.
the reality.
But that's like the higher level players do, or does everybody?
Yeah, if you're studying openings and you know this line as white, you automatically get the upper edge.
And that's kind of how openings develop. You start having players trying new lines, and then you see ones, and then everybody adopts it if they think it's the best one. But yeah, so Hikaru is really known for his aggressive style of play.
Is Hikaru black too?
Yeah, Hikaru is black here, so he's playing the King's Indian. And as you can see in this position, white already has a huge center advantage. But what Hikaru is going to start doing, even with the next move, is bringing all of his pieces towards the white king side, because his plan is to start pushing his pawns towards the white king and ignore the attack
This is
that
a
goes
great
on in the
example
queen
of
side.
the dream attack with the King's Indian.
So there's a complete asymmetry towards the king side, and left side of the board is a ton of pieces.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, he moved the knight like 3 times in a row.
Yep, and that's what you need to do, because you have to move the knight in order to make space for your pawn. So again, this is why it's so counterintuitive, and Stockfish doesn't like it. You're putting almost most of your pieces on the back rank, and you're pushing your kingside pawns, and you're blocking your own dark square bishop. So none of it makes sense.
You're mimicking it. That's awesome.
Okay, so yeah, here you see white going for queenside attack, black going for the kingside attack, and you can keep going a little bit, and I'll wait to where he starts with the pretty sacrifices.
It's more fun to analyze games in person than on the computer.
Yeah.
Okay, so here Hikaru is preparing the attack, and what I really like about this game is that he finds these tactics that are not necessarily what a computer would go for, but it's very hard to face as a human, and that's why a lot of people play the King's Indian, because in practice it's hard to defend against. So we can keep moving a little bit forward. Okay. Yep, so white is just continuing the kingside plan.
Now it's the first. Is that like the first piece I think that's taken in the game?
Yep, that's the first trade. So he
Begins.
exactly. Hikaru had to pause his attack for a little bit, make sure that white didn't have too dire threats on the queen side.
So cool to see the asymmetry of this thing.
Exactly. That's what's beautiful about the
And
King's
just
Indian.
one thing to highlight, because his rook move here is very bizarre, and typically, like, a computer probably didn't like this, but the ideas are very interesting, because this is a major weakness for black that they're coming to attack, and he's also making room for his bishop to come backwards and challenge. So this is like a human-like maneuver that computers
I
would
think
like, but
computers
works
would
very
like this though, because you'd have to move it regardless, because he takes the pawn here and his rook would be under attack.
Yeah, well, have you looked at it? When I actually studied this as a line, and this right away isn't the best move.
Actually, that's a good question. So do you guys, when you study games, use your own mind, but do you also use computers to build up your intuition? Of like looking at a position like this and what would a computer do? And then try to understand why it wants to do that?
When I was studying seriously, I would try to use my own mind, because you're never going to get the exact same position, so you really need to notice trends, and often computers will give you moves that are only specific to that position because of a certain tactic. But I do use computers to check what I did and make sure I didn't make any obvious blunder that I might have missed.
What does a computer tell you? Just like what is the best move? Or does it give you any kind of explanation of why?
It doesn't tell you why, but it gives you the different valuations of the position. Like black is down a half pawn here, or something like that. But it hints you towards what the right move is, and then it's on you to figure out why. And you can usually figure out why, if not right away, then just by going through a few moves and being like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
I feel like a computer will take you down some weird lines potentially. Like sacrifice. Like, why the hell am I sacrificing this?
Well, we'll get to the pretty sacrifice soon. So we could just keep playing.
The pawns are being pushed forward.
Yeah. And Hikaru is kind of ignoring the queenside attack here. They basically both only reply to each other's plan when they have to.
This is where you convert all the podcast viewers to YouTube.
Yeah.
They have no idea what we're talking about
No,
right now.
there is a Zen like experience of just like listening and imagining.
The board.
Just
Imagine the
that
pieces on the ceiling.
Yeah, we should be calling them out, and then people will be freaking out even more. Am I supposed to keep track of what the position is? How hard is blindfold chess? Have you tried? Like, are you able to keep the?
I
board?
played blindfold chess before.
I
for me, it's pretty hard. It's not a muscle that I've trained as much, and I'm very visual when it comes to chess. But it is one as a top player that starts becoming very second nature for you.
Actually, this is what talk to Magnus about this. Maybe I was again influenced by Queen's Gambit. What do you actually visualize when it's in your head? So for Magnus, it was a boring 2D board.
Right.
Do you have some kind of?
That's every chess player knows.
You don't have like, because you know some chess like computer games. You can do all kinds of skins and like
Yeah.
fancy stuff. You don't have anything
Sadly,
fancy.
I don't have like a cool 3D warrior mode on. It's just the
All
basic.
chess-based board in my head. Because you don't, you can't use your brain power for adding colors to it because you already have to keep track of the pieces.
And it's one board at a time.
The current
I
position.
bet, I bet every chess. I wonder if there's anything.
There's
hit it
certain
differently,
players
but I think
who are really good and they can even play blindfold chess and play multiple games at the same time. So I would be curious how they do it. But usually when you're thinking of one game, that's the only one in your mind.
Yeah, but you have to do this operation where you move one piece.
Mhm.
You're doing like the branch analysis, like,
Yeah.
and so you still have to somehow visualize the branching process and not forget stuff. Maybe that's like constant memory recall or something. You're always looking at one board at a time, but
And you're also, because you're also looking in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
then you have to backtrack.
Calculating
I guess you're
Then come
keeping
back.
the position in your memory, so you're remembering where all the pieces are, and then you're playing it out on one board, and then you can come back to the initial one that you started with that you kind of just keep in your brain, and it's also easier to come back to it once you've played a position from it.
I feel like it's that memory recall that gets you to blunder. So I'll like see that I'm being attacked by certain things, but then because I get so exhausted thinking about a different thing, I actually forget about an entire branch of things that I was supposed
Yeah.
to be worried about.
It happens very often. Yeah, if you spend a bunch of time calculating in a position, let's say, like when you're really in trouble and you're spending 15, 20 minutes calculating, you'll forget about something that you spotted, like, oh, if I do these 2-3 moves, I'll walk into a trap because you've looked at so many lines, and then you play it, and then you see it, and you're like, oh, I looked at it and I saw it, but I forgot about it.
It's often called tunneling, where you're just looking so deeply on one thing you forget about the rest of the board.
And it's the worst when, at least in a beginner level, there's like a bishop just sitting there, obviously attacking your like queen or something, and then you just forget that bishop exists.
Yep.
Because if they just sit there for a few moves and don't move, you just forget their existence, and then it's just that's definitely very
Well, it happens to everyone, so.
embarrassing. Yes. Okay. Cool.
So we see a few trades happening on the queen side where he had to go for those, otherwise he's in trouble. And this is where the game.
This is where it gets exciting.
Yeah. So knight h4 is really when the sacrifice starts, and here the two important pawns are the ones in front of the king because they're helping with the entire defense. And Hikaru is actually preparing to sacrifice his knight for a pawn, just so that he can continue his attack and open up the position. Because if you don't do that here as black and don't get some kind of attack, you are completely lost on the queen side. And also, you've pushed all of your own king side pawns, so you're going to be in danger. So it's one of those do or die moments.
Oh, okay. So that's what makes it all in because the king is wide open.
Yeah. The king is wide open, and all of white's pieces are pointed towards the queen side too, where you're also cramped.
So is the attack primarily by black done by the two pawns and the knight?
And the light square bishop is always
Oh, there it is.
extremely important, so you don't want to trade this in the king's Indian because it's very helpful for a lot of attacks.
Even though it's on the other side of the board, I
Yeah.
guess it can go all the way across. I'm not sure what it's doing here, but probably threatening.
Like for
something.
example, if it was another move black could have played, would be something like bishop h3, where if you take the bishop, you actually get mated on b3.
With what?
So let's say you take here, and you just push the pawn, and then it would be checkmate.
Oh,
So you're kind of using
Cool.
your bishop to sacrifice against white's kingside pawns.
yeah, I'll be freaking out if the bishop did that.
Exactly.
What are they up to?
Right, and that's the thing. This position looks very scary as white because all of black's pawns are starting to come towards you, and it's one of those things where humans do start to worry in these positions, whereas computers obviously can just calculate the best line and maybe the attack doesn't go through.
So you're saying a computer might say that the white is actually a slight favorite here.
Yeah,
Possible.
essentially.
Okay. So then white makes a little bit of room by moving the rook,
Right.
and the attack begins.
I like the commentary.
the knight is hugging the king.
And actually, white can't even take the king here because then h4 and h3 is coming in.
We
And-
can't take the knight.
Yeah. Oh, did I say king? Yes. Thank you, the knight.
White can't take the knight because what?
So if white takes the knight here, then black starts pushing his pawn to h4 with h3 incoming. And the idea of trying to defend against this is, it looks very difficult. So white just chooses.
It'd be cool to watch a chess game, to experience watching it without understanding it just for a day. I feel like I could use that to make better
True. Okay.
I mean, that's what getting drunk does.
cards.
You start being,
Unfortunately for chess players, it never leaves their
Yeah,
brain.
it's still.
Doesn't matter how.
This is actually a very cute move because black's queen is under attack, but the king is so cramped that he can't actually take it, or he's going to get checkmated by a pawn. It's a sad way to go through.
yeah, those pawns are doing a lot of work here.
They
That is
really
the
are.
King's Indian.
This is the
managed
king's Indian player's
The
dream.
attack of the kingside pawns.
Yeah, these pawns are like right. So they're the ones that are doing a lot of the threatening.
Right, and they're also opening up the position to bring more of the pieces in. But that the pawns kind of help break open the king side, but they can't checkmate by themselves. So after the pawns come in, that's when you need to start bringing in pieces as well, which you will see. Okay.
There you go. He
What
puts.
more sacrifice?
So this was actually another beautiful sacrifice in the game.
But then puts the king in check with a pawn.
Right, that and the pawn is going to be given here for free, but the idea is you're giving your own piece because you want to have more space and open up the king, which is what you're always trying to do when you have a king side. You're trying to remove as many of the king's defenders as you can without giving up too much of
And then you have a ton of pieces on the king's side for black, just waiting
exactly.
to do harm. And then
And notice how every single move white is getting attacked. Like they're just never getting a break. Black just keeps throwing all their
So
pieces.
it's funny that black's queen has been hanging for like 3 moves now and white still can't do anything about it.
so what puts the king in check?
Yep.
The king runs.
And then again, you leave the queen hanging and you develop a piece, this light square bishop that's so important, and you're once again threatening checkmate on g2.
And then bishop's going to
Once
again.
again, the queen hanging.
I mean, the game is just so beautiful. The amount of calculation Hikaru put into this position.
It just feels like so much is in danger.
Right.
So interesting. And knight takes what? Pawns.
So now his queen is attacked twice, and he doesn't care. He takes the bishop, and he's still threatening the checkmate on g2.
And then the queen takes the bishop.
So now he's defending against g2, and black just grabs the material back here.
So here, black is winning.
Well, he ends up winning a knight here because black had to be so much on the defensive.
He's just taking pieces.
Yeah, I mean at this point you're up 2 whole pieces, so you
Yeah, exactly.
And queen.
Queen, and then you take, and then the rook takes, and there's not as much of an attack on the king anymore, but Hikaru is up a knight here, which is GG.
Yeah, what's the correct way of saying that? 'Cause I played Demis Hassabis. I played him in chess, and then I quickly realized, like from his facial expressions, that I should have like stopped playing. It was like it's already set,
Yeah, when
and then he's like this is the good time to like give up.
Right.
You're not gonna get the checkmate. Where like this, he could see like the checkmate is like 5 or 7 moves away or something. And what's the play?
Usually you have to resign if you're in a position, or you should, through chess etiquette, resign when you're in a position where your opponent is definitely going to win out of respect. Like if you're a piece down, and obviously all top grandmasters do that. The only people who don't do that is kids, because
they
their
love to
coaches
play till the
their
checkmate.
coaches always tell them never resign. and they'll be in hopelessly lost positions playing against like 2 rooks, a king, and they only have their sole king, but they're still playing on. So that's a position where it's obvious they can't win. And
Because the kids might make errors.
Yeah,
And so might as well. That was the interesting thing about, I think, Game 6 of the previous World Championship with Magnus.
was it the one where he beat Nap?
Yeah, the first time he beat him, where it was like, he said that, I don't know how often you come across this kind of situation. He said the engines predict a draw.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be a draw. So you play on hoping that you take a person into, this is, I guess, an end game thing. You take them into deep water and they make a positional mistake or something. I don't know when, like, he from his gut knows that this is supposed to be a draw, but he still
Right.
plays on.
Yeah, I mean, that is one where it could theoretically be a draw, but it could be very hard to defend because it's a hard technique to know as a human. And especially in that game, I know that Nepo was also in time pressure, which makes it even harder. So in situations like that, you should always continue. It's more where an engine would give you something like +10 or something where it's not just clearly a win, but anybody would know how to win, and that's where you're usually supposed to apply.
So what do you find beautiful about this game? Is it the attacking chess and just the asymmetry of it?
It's the asymmetry, and it's the fact that this is the dream for the King's Indian, where you're able to get a beautiful attack. And there was also those 2 really nice sacrifices where Black just continuously kept putting pressure on White's king to the point where he was able to win material. And the best part of it is that if the attack didn't work out, Black would have been completely lost.
How often does that happen, by the way? Like, as an attacking player, how often do you put yourself in the position of, like, I'm screwed unless this works out?
In online chess, more than I should. And it's usually when I sacrifice, I know it's either going to work or I'm lost. And those are the most fun positions to play usually.
But in tournaments, if you're doing a sacrifice, you're playing it with 100% confidence because you're taking the time to calculate it. But yeah, when you have 3 minutes, you don't have time, so you take a whim and you follow your intuition,
Or
and you find out later.
Or you're very confident it'll work and you haven't calculated all the way until the end, but you've calculated to the point where you have enough in exchange for the sack and you think you could play that position.
How do you train chess these days? What's do you practice? Do you do deliberate practice? I mean, you're in this tough position because you're also a creator, an educator, an entertainer. So do you try to put in time of like daily practice?
I don't train chess anymore when I'm focusing on creating. I do if I'm preparing for a tournament, but back in the day, I would train very seriously for tournaments. And the way it would work is I do opening preparation for a specific tournament because that's when you really need to have those lines memorized, and you could also prepare for specific opponents. And I would do tactics to make sure I stay sharp. So those are the 2 things I would do every single day for a tournament, and then mix up the rest, like maybe some end games, maybe some positional chess.
So what does tactics preparation look like? Do you do like a puzzle, like a random puzzle thing? Like,
Yeah, I would just train puzzles for at least like 30 to 60 minutes or books. And sometimes you work, and there's different kinds of puzzles. One you could train for pattern recognition where you're supposed to go through them very quickly. And that's just so that when you're playing the game, if your mind is tired, it's still keeping track of things a little bit more easily. And then there's where you're practicing your combination, and those sometimes take like 20 minutes to find because you have to just calculate a lot. And it's more like making sure that you train with that muscle. But Andrea's actually very good at finding ways to balance and still study while also doing content.
Yeah, so what, you're able to do both?
That's the hard thing. I was getting very irritated with content because I'm very competitive and I don't like playing chess if I'm losing. And if you're talking and entertaining, you're going to be losing more games than winning. So then I started doing more training streams where I'd bring on my coach. And one of the things that I wanted to add to Alex's training repertoire, so I would do daily puzzles every time I'm streaming, which helped me a lot, even if it's like, there's this thing on chess.com called Puzzle Rush, where you have 3 minutes and you just do puzzle after puzzle where they get incrementally harder. And it's just a really good way to build your pattern recognition, especially when you're rusty. So I would do that till I hit a high score, and I wouldn't play any blitz until I hit the score that I want. But that's kind of more like the fun part of chess studying. The very important one is actually analyzing your losses in your tournament games. And first, you sit and you look through your mistake yourself and try to see if you can find the better moves. And then that's when you would check over with the computer to see if you're right. So game analysis is also very important, which I try to do.
I remember to give a shout out. I listened to a couple of episodes of the Perpetual Chess podcast, which is pretty good. But whatever I listened to, I remember it's I think they really focus on like teaching people
How to train.
how to play, how to train, all that kind of stuff. They do like I'm looking now, adult improver. So basically, like how do regular noobs get better at chess?
Yeah.
One of the things one of the person that said, I think he was the grandmaster, but he said to maximize the amount of time you spend every day of like, basically as you were saying, like suffering. So like it's not about you should be thinking, you should be doing calculating. So it's the opposite of what Magnus said. Like you should be doing a lot of time. It doesn't matter if the puzzle is or whatever the hell you're doing, but you should be like doing that difficult calculation. That's how you get better.
Yeah, it really depends what you're training. Because I used to think the same, but it depends what you're weaker at. Because if you're doing the really difficult puzzles, you're training for like visualization and calculating more moves ahead than you typically would, which maybe you wouldn't get into that as often in a regular game because typically you run into like 3 to 4 tactics, which are actually the easier and more fun ones to solve. So it really depends.
And on top of that, as a hobbyist, your motivation is very different than when you're playing from a young age and have pretty high competitive ambition. And a lot of people who are new to chess, you could basically work on anything and still improve.
Right.
So if you're focusing on something you like, you're probably going to stick to it more and be more consistent, which I think is more helpful long term.
What was the most embarrassing loss of your career?
I had so many flashbacks, but I'm so glad it's a question for Andrea.
I like that you specified. You know, it's funny because
I mean, because you said you're so competitive, and like,
yeah, no.
I could tell just even from the way you said it that like you hate losing.
I mean, that was the reason I hated chess in high school because it'd always be like, but okay, there's many traumatizing losses where you're like, you're top 3, you're running for first, and then you throw a game you shouldn't. And this shouldn't hurt my ego as much as it does. But it's always kids, or when I was a high school girl, it's the younger boys who are really cocky.
Yeah.
And when they win, they start rubbing it in your face and they're yawning and looking around when like 90% of the game you were destroying them and you had this one tiny mistake and now their ego's huge. But I'll never forget, I was playing like for a chess scholarship and it was tiebreaker for first, and I think I lost to a 12-year-old girl who couldn't even use the scholarship, but she beat me and won first place and she got some other prize. So yeah, I was losing to that little girl who's literally like 2,300 now, so makes sense.
Right, you keep telling yourself that. What do you think? What do you think Kasparov was feeling that when he was playing 13-year-old Magnus? Like,
yeah,
why?
As much as it's a beauty of the sport that any age can be brilliant, any demographic, anything. I feel like when you're adults and you're paired against a kid, it's just hard not to let it get to you. And it depends. Maybe if they're a really sweet kid, but most of the times I play kids, they're just really arrogant. But I don't think they do it intentionally because they're kids.
I mean, there is a certain etiquette thing where, like you said, yawning, and in general, like it's not.
If you're kids, there's no etiquette.
Yeah.
You don't care.
Yeah, the kids traumatized me too. I was playing in Vegas and it was not even my opponent. It was the board next to me. And the kid was at least 10 years old, made 12 max, and he was playing against an adult. And he takes out his hand and he starts doing a fake phone, to which the kid sitting across diagonally picks up their banana and starts talking like it's a phone. And they're just mouthing words while their 2 adult opponents are thinking intensely at the game. And then I see the adult look up, look at the kid, just making banana phones and the despair in his eyes as he sighs.
Yeah. And they're not even doing it for trash talk.
No.
Yeah,
They're just bored kids.
Yes, exactly.
Well, what was because you play a bunch of people for your channel. What was the most like memorable? What's the most fun, most intense? There's a bunch of fun ones. You played kids before, some trash talking kids.
That sounds great. They trash talk kids.
Yeah.
Nothing
you guys
like
are
losing to a
abusive, I
12-year-old who then starts doing a Fortnite dance.
Yeah. So that actually happened.
That did happen. He is a very young master. I think he became master when he was like 9 years old or something, and he's very good at chess and doing a lot of training. But he's also incredibly good at trash talking. And he beat me one game, and he stood up and he started doing the Fortnite dance. So you gotta just swallow your pride in those moments.
What is that culture of like street chess players? It seems pretty interesting. Like I don't know. That seems to be celebrating the beauty of the game. It's the trash talking, but also having fun with it, but also taking it seriously. And you've done a few of those. Did you go to New York?
Yeah, in Union Square Park,
Union Square.
Washington Square.
What was that like?
It's such a unique place. I haven't seen it anywhere else in the US where people are just professional chess hustlers, even if they're not necessarily, a top player, but they play chess every single day. And so many of them learn chess by themselves and never had a professional coach. So they are quite good at it. They're also very tight knit. They all know each other, and it's a very social thing where you're not just playing chess, it's the experience of getting to know this person who's very much a personality, and they talk to you. They could either give you tips or they could be really chatty and talk to you during. So it's a chess experience rather than just playing a game.
Do you tell them like what your rating is, or do you just let people just like both ways? Do you discover how good the person actually is?
Initially, I loved going and not telling people my rating and just surprising them and winning games. But now we've gone so many times that they just know us, so we can't get away with it anymore.
One time, actually, I don't know if I should share this, but one time we dressed up as grandmothers and we had prosthetics on our face.
Yeah.
And I think they still recognized us.
Yeah, it's probably there's other components, like probably the trash talk and all that kind of stuff.
It was funny. We were talking like grandmothers, but it was the way I held. It was the way I.
Grandmother talk like.
You don't want
back
to.
in my day.
No. We're not
bringing.
bringing.
We're not
bringing this
Bon
back.
Bon. Okay, what were your names? What were the code names?
Oh my god,
I think it was Edna.
Edna, and I had a really. I can't remember.
But it was embarrassing because we were walking so slowly, and Andrea dropped her cane or something at one point. And then people in the park
They
came
were
to help
helping
her.
me.
We felt so
Like my
embarrassed.
son. But yeah, it was funny because they didn't know it was us until he saw the way I reached for my pawn. And he said the way you held your pawn, I knew it was you. It was like such a niche thing. That was what blew the grand.
Yeah. Do you have a style of how you play physically? Is that
I didn't think we
recognizable?
did until Grandma went to play chess. But,
Yeah, I've never thought about that.
yeah, I think our style is just trash talking now. Style is very. If you're talking about style on YouTube and Twitch, definitely have a distinctive style.
What's that? What's your distinctive? Just talking shit.
But
Yes.
but not going too far.
No, definitely. That's definitely. If it's us two against each other,
Oh, we trash talk each other so hard.
so
And I
brutally.
love looking at Andrea and
Like, you
watching
get
her little
genuinely
nose
annoyed.
scrunch up as she's annoyed, and the satisfaction I get when that happens.
How many times do you play against each other online publicly? I think I've seen a couple of
We
games.
played a lot of times. We try not to do it too often because it's repetitive, but every now and then when we haven't done it for a while, we'll go at it again.
What do you mean repetitive? Is that implied trash talk right there?
No, it just we play similar openings, so you just start
Got it.
seeing
It's
the same position
opening
too
against
often.
each other every time. And
Andrea's really good at openings, so I just start playing bad openings to get her out of her
Yeah.
preparation because I don't like opening theory very much. I just like playing the game and getting into middle games and end games. But
But yeah, typically the only time we're playing each other is when we're setting up in the park and we don't have opponents yet, and we need content, so we just play each other until people show up.
we always put stakes on the line, which
To
makes
make it more
very
exciting.
interesting.
Because otherwise it wouldn't be fun to play each other. There's no stake.
Where's the most fun place you've played? Is it New York?
I think so. And it was actually when we set up in Times Square one night, we just brought a table with us and chess. And it's not even where people usually play chess, but it was so lively. There were all of the lights out, and so many people just kept stopping by to play chess. And it was really one of my favorite streams.
Just the opposite of like the classical chess world. It's super loud. There's music, there's cars, there's street dancers, even some naked people walking around who we had to be careful not to get banned.
Yeah.
But I honestly really like the chaotic environments for chess games. because I think it's a good way to break more into the mainstream culture and make it entertaining and appealing to anyone who doesn't know anything about chess. That's what
And also in an authentic way, because it's what we really like about chess when you're just enjoying the game, but also the atmosphere and the people who you're playing with. And that's one of the things that I think you see less when you're just thinking of chess as a competitive thing.
You mentioned a few other games, like the Bobby Fischer games, the Candidates Match, the Game of the Century, which I feel like is a weird game to call the Game of the Century when there's still like a few decades left in the century. But yeah,
I mean, it wasn't an official thing. It was just the chess
clickbait
journalist.
on a chess article.
but it's stuck if you look at
Yeah, no, it
again
did. It
Wikipedia.
did stick.
This is
It
all
did
I do
stick.
research-wise. Because that particular one was a 13-year-old Fisher, and he did a queen sacrifice. I wonder, there's that movie Searching for Bobby Fischer. Was that related? Because didn't they have a somebody who's supposed to be kind of like Bobby Fischer, played by Josh Waitzkin?
Yeah, I think he ended up being an international master. It wasn't based on Bobby Fischer, it was based on another player, but I liked how they told it through the lens of being inspired by Bobby Fischer.
Do you remember that game? Like, why do you think it was dubbed the Game of the Century? Was it just journalists being like...
I think part of it was the atmosphere where you have the U.S. junior champion who's this 13-year-old nobody, and it's the first time he's playing in a very competitive landscape against some of the top American players. And he goes up against an international master, so somebody who's a lot stronger than he is, who's played in, Olympiads for the American team. He's having a bad tournament, but then he has this one game where he just shows off his tactical prowess and plays incredibly well. And I don't know if this is true, but in the paper clippings of it, they'd say things like grandmasters were by the board, and they would say things like, "Oh, Bobby is lost in this position. What is he doing?" But there's this 13-year-old kid who's just playing incredibly well. And then that also happened before Bobby's started really rapidly improving at chess. Not that people knew that, but he kind of seemed like a rising star. So I think the game was beautiful, but I also think the idea of a 13-year-old kid coming out from nowhere and beating a top American player was very fascinating.
And it was aggressive chess, and it was interesting ideas.
Yep.
Taking big risks. It's cool to see a 13-year-old do that.
Yeah.
What about you mentioned that his match against Mark Taimanov from their 71 Candidates match was interesting in some way. Why is it interesting to you? Move 45. I'm looking at some notes.
Also, this is with the Bishop E3. I think I know which one you're talking about. I wouldn't say a lot of these games on these lists I think are really great combinations that's when tactics come into play, which is what we're talking about. But they're very good at exemplifying lessons. This is why you study famous games, so you can apply these lessons to your own games. I think the main takeaway for this one was they were punishing their opponent from steering away from opening principles, which is something that we learned a little earlier, where he delayed the development of his king and put his queen out a little bit too exposed. So Bobby Fischer immediately punished that, and then there was just like a beautiful combination where it was like a 12 in a row perfect moves, which was a tactic, just winning the game. But it only came from punishing those mistakes.
The mistake being bringing the queen out.
Bringing the queen out and not castling your king right away. And these were just like opening principles that now they're written in books, but before books you would study these principles by studying games.
And also, looking at some notes, his dominance during the Candidates tournament was unprecedented. He swept 2 top grandmasters. I mean, that guy's meteoric rise is incredible. It's sad that I think in his 20s, he then quit chess. One has to wonder where he could have gone.
Yeah, it is sad that we lost such a brilliant
Damn,
mind so early on. And it's also sad, I think, kind of what ended up happening in his life and the slowly going crazier.
Is there some aspect of chess that opens the door to crazy? like how challenging it is on you, the stress, the anxiety of it, the
isolation and being alone. Yeah, you're very lonely.
It is. Even to you guys, since you both play it, it's still lonely, the experience of it?
It was when I was competing a lot. I think the crazy part of it for me was how obsessed you can get about a board game. where you're optimizing your entire life to beat another person at, pushing wooden pieces across the board, and it doesn't necessarily translate to other things. And the fact that so many people spend so much of their life on it, but you can also spend so much of your life because it's so deep and so interesting. And I've definitely experienced moments where I didn't want to do anything but chess. And I had that before I went to college, where I just wanted to take a gap year and focus on chess, because I went to high school, we moved a lot, there was always other things going on. So I felt like I could never really focus on chess. And the one time I could, by taking a gap year, I ended up not doing, because my parents really wanted me to go to university right away. But I think maybe if I had taken that gap year, I don't know if I would have gone back to school. So maybe it wasn't a bad thing.
I also say that's pretty universal. I think if you want to be the best at anything you do or any sport, you have to be that level of obsessed. So I don't know if that's only chess.
Well, some obsessions are more transferable to a balanced social life,
That is
like
true.
healthy development.
Yeah,
than
chess
other
is a
things.
lot less social than most things.
Yeah, there's something deeply isolating about this game. I mean, the great chess players I met, it's really competitive too. And there's something that you're almost nonstop paranoid about blundering at every level.
Introduction
And that develops a person who's really anxious about losing versus someone who deeply enjoys perfection or winning and so on. It's just this constant paranoia about losing. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but that creates a huge amount of stress over thousands of games, especially in a young person.
And that blundering is such a painful experience, because you could be playing a game that you've played for 5-6 hours, and you have one lapse in focus and you blunder and you throw the entire game away. And sometimes not just the entire game, but the entire tournament. Now you can't place or do anything anymore. So you just feel those mistakes so strongly.
Yeah, there's no one to blame but yourself.
Are you guys hard on yourself? Have you been about losing? Before you became super famous for streaming, where you could be like, well, fuck this, at least I can.
So I was
have
really
fun
hard
playing.
on myself, and I went to play a tournament in Canada to try to qualify for the Olympiad team. And I was like, well, I'm an adult now. I'm not going to feel emotional if I lose. And then I got there on the first day. I think I was ranked 4th in Canada for females. And
How long ago?
this was or earlier in the year, actually. And I go and I lose to somebody lower rated on the first day. And I think it was because I blundered. And I went back to my room and I was like, I'm not an adult. I'm not eating. I'm not leaving this room. I feel terrible. And I know I shouldn't, but it just cuts so deep. And then I actually ended up qualifying for the Olympiad team, but I didn't want to play because I didn't have enough time to train. And the losses are so painful that I was like, it's not worth it.
Yeah, in high school and growing up, I just remember weekends, and I think being competitive in any sport, again, probably people relate to this, which is spending weekends crying, and even like Alex said, punishing yourself because you're disappointed in yourself because you fight so hard and you prepare and you study, and you're like, oh, yeah, but that's once again on the bright side though, when you're studying so hard and after
He's
a
a
4-hour
bitch. That's how
game,
we start
and
this
you
thing.
actually
This motherfucker was a
on the
bitch.
And then you win, you feel such a huge rush of dopamine and serotonin, and you're on a high from the win. So there's also plus sides where you can turn this around. But yeah, like Alex said, losing after preparing for something and fighting on hours and hours is the worst feeling.
Did you ever get anything like that with martial arts?
Yeah, so wrestling. I wrestled all through high school, middle school. Definitely, so it's an individual sport. I did a lot of individual sport, tennis, those kind of things. But I think even with wrestling and tennis, you're still on a team. You could still there's still a camaraderie there. I feel like with chess, especially you go on your own with the tournaments, you really are alone. But I always personally just had a very self-critical mind in general. It's one of the reasons I decided not to play chess, because I think when I was really young, I met somebody who was able to play blindfold chess. They were teaching me. They were laying down on the couch, trash, drinking, and smoking. And there were
Sounds like a Russian.
This
Yeah,
shit
exactly.
sucks. Dude, these girls are
They're now,
dying.
uh,
I don't care if they're
in the
Canadian.
United
So is
States.
fucking Pamela Anderson.
But he making jokes, talking to others, and he would move the pieces. Like he would yell across the room. And I remember thinking that if a person is able to do that, then that kind of world you can live in inside your mind that becomes a chessboard. To me, that meant like the chessboard is not just out here. It could be in here, and you could do these beautiful, you could create these beautiful patterns in your mind. I thought like I had such a strong pull towards that, where I had to decide either I'm going to dedicate everything to this or not. You can't do half-assed. And then that's when I decided to walk away from it, because I had so much other beautiful things in my life. I loved mathematics. I loved everything was beautiful to me. I thought chess would pull me all in, and there was nothing like it, I think, in my whole life since then. I think it's such a dangerous addiction. It's such a beautiful addiction, but it's a dangerous one, depending on what your mind is like.
It reminds me of something I thought of before I stopped competing as much. And I'd look at people
Who'd
and
you rather
think,
take?
imagine being so intelligent that you could become a grandmaster and yet only spending the rest of your life being a grandmaster. Because it's one of those things where it does require a lot of mental power, but by doing chess, you're not going to be able to explore other subjects deeply.
Yeah.
And not in a way that is bad necessarily, more in admiration and wondering what else could have been, because I've just seen people get to these levels of obsession where it's all they want to do, and they're grandmasters, but they're not even top players, so they're never going to make a living out of it. They'll make like maybe 30, 40K a year max. They can't even focus on their competitive chess because they have to supplement it by, teaching and doing things they don't like. And it's just because of how strong of an obsession it can be, because it truly is very intellectually rewarding. And I think that's what people are addicted to in the self-improvement, but you can get that from a lot of other things as well.
I think for me, what I was inspired by that stuck with me is that a human being can be so good at one thing. But to me, that person on the couch drinking someone, I assumed he was the best chess player in the world. Like, to be able to play inside your head, it just felt like a feat that's incredible. And so I fell in love with the idea that I hope to do something like that in my life at something. It would be pretty cool to be really good at one thing. And like, life in some sense is a search for the things that you can be that good at. I didn't even think about like how much money does it make or any of that. Can I fall in love with something and make it a life pursuit where I can be damn good at it? And the being damn good at it is the source of enjoyment. Not like not to win because you want to win a tournament or win because like you just want to be better than somebody else. No, it's for the beauty of the game itself or the beauty of the activity itself. And then you realize that that's one of the compelling things about chess. It is a game with rules. You can win. If you want to be really damn good in some aspect of life like that, it's harder. It's a harder and weirder pursuit.
Don't you feel like you kind of did that with computer science or AI related things? Like getting that level of damn good.
That's one of the cool things about AI and robotics or intellectual pursuits or scientific pursuits is you can start until you're 80 doing it. So I'm in the early days of that. One of the reasons I came to Texas, one of the reasons I didn't want to pursue an academic career at MIT is I want to build a company. And so that I'm in the early days of that AI company. So it's an open world to see if I'm actually going to be good at it. But the thing that's there that I've been cognizant of my whole life is that I have a passion for it. Something within me draws me to that. And you have to listen to that voice. But with chess, you're fucked unless you like early on are really training really hard. I think life is more forgiving. You could be world class at a thing after making a lot of mistakes and after spending the first few decades of your life doing something completely different. In chess, it's like an Olympic sport. Like, there's no perfection is a requirement, it's a necessity. what do you think is that pursuit for you? Like, why did you decide this? What drew you?
I like these questions. Now we're really getting deep.
Yeah, I mean, what? Isn't it terrifying to be in front of a camera?
Well, terrifying to be in front of 5 cameras instead of
Correction, 6.
6. Okay.
It's more terrifying for me
Oh, yeah,
trying
that
to
one.
remember if I actually turn them all. Like I mentioned to you off mic, I'm still suffering from PTSD after screwing up my recording. I had to console me because that was the thing. Is I felt, okay, you want to build robots. If you can't get a camera to even run correctly, how are you going to do anything else?
Oh no!
Like,
Don't let it spiral like that.
It was spiraling hard, and I was just laying there, just feeling sorry for myself. But I think that feeling, by the way, and the small tangent is really useful. Like, I feel like a lot of growing happens when you feel shitty. As long as you can get out of it, like don't let it spiral like indefinitely. Just feeling really, really shitty about everything in my life. Like I was having an existential crisis. Like how will I be able to do anything at all? Like you're a giant failure. All those kinds of negative voices. But I think I made some good decisions in the 1 week after that.
Do you think you couldn't have made those decisions if you were less hard on yourself?
Me personally, no. I'm too lazy.
Okay, so you really need to be angry at yourself enough to go do.
Like, it's not even angry, it's just upset.
Yeah.
Being self-critical. Like, also for me personally, because I don't have proclivities for depression, I have a lot more room to feel extremely shitty about myself. So if you're somebody that can get stuck in that place, like clinically depressed, you have to be really, really careful. You have to notice the triggers. You don't want to get into that place. But for me, just looking empirically, feeling shitty has always been productive. Like it makes me long-term happier. Ultimately, it makes me more grateful to be alive. It helps me grow, all those kinds of things. So I kind of embrace it. Otherwise, I feel like I'll never do anything. I have to feel shitty, but that's not a thing to prescribe to others. There's a famous professor at MIT. His name is Marvin Minsky, and when he was giving advice about like students, he said the secret to my success was that I always hated everything I did in the past. So always sort of being self-critical about everything you accomplish. Never really take a moment of gratitude. And I think for a lot of people that hear that, that's not good. You should like take a pause and be grateful. But it really worked for him. So it's a choice you have to make.
It reminds me of the quote, "Be happy but never satisfied," where you can have a positive spin and still want to improve yourself.
But yeah, when did you decide to take a step in the spotlight? That terrifying spotlight of the internet.
It was actually my senior year of college, and I was really busy with work and school, and chess was kind of like this lost love. And the interesting thing is that the longer I don't play chess, the more I kind of miss playing it casually and enjoy it more, because then I start looking at it with fresh eyes. But I didn't have time to play tournaments, so I started streaming online because it was more social than just playing strangers on the internet without knowing anything about who they are. And I started slowly growing a community and got in touch with chess.com pretty quickly too. So then it was this hobby that I would do once a week, every Thursday at 8 p.m. And it was one of the things that brought me a lot of joy. And actually, speaking of depression, did struggle for at least 10 years of my life, and it was one of those things where chess and streaming was such a distraction, and it brought me such great joy that I just kept doing it because I really, really liked it. And then I was working on something that didn't pan out, and decided to go and take a risk and just stream full time, which seemed a little bit weird at the moment, but
was that terrifying? That leap?
It was terrifying, but I had taken so many terrifying leaps in the past, and they didn't. And the last two hadn't worked out. But I was like, well, I'll get it eventually. So somehow having failed before and going through failure and knowing that it'll be okay made me more likely to just try something that was a very, very weird job. I saw it die.
Yeah, the camera that we don't need. But one of the
Luckily, we have another 5.
Yeah, I know.
Like this is where this triggers the spiral. Like
Yeah.
it's
It's still somehow awake. Is
Is
there advice you can give about the dark places you've gone in your mind, of the depression you suffer from, how to get out from those things?
Whenever I go to those really dark places, the scariest thing is that it feels like I will never get rid of this feeling, and it is very overwhelming. And I just have to kind of look back over time spans and remember that every single time I have gone through it and remind myself that it is just temporary. And that has been the most helpful thing because I just try to combat the scariest thing about it.
And then have faith that it's gonna, like, this will go away.
And take action, obviously, to make sure it goes away. And I've also tried to spin it as depression is one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, but also one of the biggest motivators. Because if I just am left with my own brain, I get very depressed. Then I really like working or focusing on things. So it actually pushed me to, try to focus on school, try to focus on chess, focus on whatever I'm doing. And also, if I'm feeling really bad, then there's probably something a little bit off, and I use it as a signal and try to think of it as, okay, this is just a sign that there's things that could be improved from.
What about you, Andrea? Have you gone to dark places in your mind?
I'd say my family, like I see Alex going through this. My mom also has very serious depression. Luckily, I got the genes where I don't go through that serious level of depression that they do. I'd say mine is much more temporarily.
So it's more similar to what I was feeling when I was
Exactly. You
feeling
go
shitty
through
about
periods, yes, exactly. Where but I know that it's not something that's clinical and that's just a genetic thing or a mental thing, whereas I know it's more serious for my family members. And I did relate a lot with you where you're saying where that really pushes you, and I felt that a lot through content where you just kind of feel hopeless and kind of like an existential crisis where I don't like the content I'm doing, and that's what pushes me to okay, you have no choice but to try something that now you're going to be passionate about, because otherwise you're going to be stuck in this never-ending cycle. So it's short term, and then it helps me come up with the things that I enjoy the most content-wise, and it also long-term taught me just how to have a more balanced life, like doing small things that make me happy on a daily basis, like working out, eating healthier, which I notice when I don't do for weeks, I just get a lot more depressed.
What has playing chess taught you about life? Has it made you better at life in any kind of way? Or has it made you worse? A lot of people kind of romanticize the idea that chess is kind of like life, or life is kind of like chess. And becoming better at making decisions on the chessboard is going to make you better at making decisions in life. Is there some truth to that?
I always shy away from these comparisons with chess and life. It has both positives and negatives. So one thing it really helps develop from an early age is having an analytical mind. But then you could also get paralysis of analysis, where you've just thought of everything to death and you're moving too slowly when you just have
These
to
girls are
keep
dimes.
going forward because there's not a great path ahead. So it's more like exercising your brain and staying sharp, and then also applying that to other things. Whereas if instead of playing chess, you're watching TV or something like that, you'd probably end up being less sharp.
Yeah, I used to. In high school, I'd always preach chess transfers to life skills at college. I would teach. I taught chess for juvenile department, for special education school, like psych studies in prisons, where playing chess helped them with X, and for your kids it helps with teamwork and thinking over life choices. And now that I'm older, I don't believe in any of that yet, but I do think that the process of working really hard at something which takes really long to see results, you have to be really dedicated. And like I remember in high school and middle school, all my friends, they were having fun on the weekends, and I'd have to be there studying 2 hours of chess a day, and knowing one day it'll pay off, but for like 2-3 years, nothing paid off. Kind of learning that type of patience with anything. It's like, like getting a real job. I can't say I've ever really worked a real job in my life since I went straight into streaming and I got to learn for myself. But I'd say it's what people go to college for. Like they learn how to live in the real world, and I'd say that that's what chess taught me as a kid.
When you're streaming, when you're doing the creative work, you feel lonely. So a bunch of creators talk about it's counterintuitive because you're famous now.
Sort of, not quite.
We're very lucky to have each other.
So there's that source of the comfort and
Pair it up with some of these bitches.
like, is there some sense where it's isolating to have these personalities? They have to always be having fun, being wild, and so on. Or is it actually the opposite? Like, is it a source of comfort to know that there's so many cool people out there that are giving you their love?
It started as a source of comfort because it started with a very small community who would be like, it would be around 200 to 300 viewers, and only like 30 to 40 of them would actually chat actively. So you felt like it was a community, not an audience.
So you like knew them personally?
Yeah, exactly. And it was people who were interested in chess. And I would really enjoy that. And then as, we started growing bigger, the audience kind of changed where they're not there for you personally. They're there while you're entertaining. And it changed for me. And I ended up being a lot more self-conscious of things online and started even thinking of myself more like a product than a human being when I'm online. Because I had to
brand.
Yes, exactly. Otherwise, you just start taking everything personally that people comment about you, and it's based off of very small.
So it's almost kind of a defense.
Exactly. And it took time to get another, because even if you have tough skin, eventually it gets to you when you're online every single day, listening to thousands of people's feedback on you.
I think the loneliest part of being a creator is going through burnout, which everyone is just bound to happen. Which is why I think we're very lucky that we have each other, because it's a numbers game and you're viral and trendy at one point, and then you have to fall. And there's months where you're just grinding every day.
We're relevant to
That's part of that. That's really like the worst part of being a creator and figuring out how to get over that hump. But it makes me very grateful that I have my sister, because I know that I'm not the only person going through it. And yeah, I know that most of my creator friends feel very lonely in that process because they don't have someone who's their family and their business partner, and they're working by each other side by side.
You kind of tie in your self-worth to your job and your content, and maybe even more extremely than other jobs, because you also are the entire company and the entire product. So when things are going well or when things are not, you just need to be careful to not reflect it like, oh, I am doing that, I am better, rather than the trends have now changed. There's outside things. We're going to keep going, and this is just the normal waves, which is how we think about it now, and also just about, are we enjoying it? Is this what we want to make? But we were stuck in the camp for a while when we 10x'd our viewership after the pandemic, because people were home and playing chess. And then of course that dropped by like 70%, and then you see that and you're trying your best, and you just kind of have to deal with it and be like, okay, I'm just going to keep persevering, and maybe it'll get better.
That's so fascinating. I mean, this is a struggle of sorts in the 21st century, of like how to be an artist, how to be a creator, how to be an interesting mind in response to this algorithm. I'm telling you, turning off views and likes.
I don't look at Twitch views for that reason, and I get obsessed with the numbers too, and I know Andrea does, but for me, what I try now is to be more focused in the moment, but Andrea somehow can do it even with the views.
You have fun. Like, ooh, no,
I'm too much of like a given to the temporary satisfaction. Like I like knowing that if something happens right now, viewership's gonna boost by a couple hundred, and seeing that I'm right. Of course,
But what
Well,
about
like,
when the viewers start dropping?
Exactly. Well, and I always like, you just have this intuition now, and but I think also the reason that it doesn't affect me so much is when we first started our content journey, we were only Twitch streamers, and our livelihood were based on Twitch viewers. But now, like, I've learned how to recycle that content into like YouTube and shorts and other things where I know, like, okay, if this stream does badly, there's so many more things you can do that also just have a much larger output, so it doesn't get to me as much as it did.
Do you feel that with your podcast, or do you feel like it's been
No, so there's a million things to say there. So one is there's a reason I stopped taking a salary at MIT and moved to Texas because I wanted my bank account to go to zero because I do my best with my back against the wall. So one of the comforts I have is I don't care if this podcast is popular or not. I want it to not be popular. So I wanted to make money.
failing like?
Yeah, I want to. I mean, I just do best when I'm more desperate. That's like one thing to say.
Seems like a recurring theme with how you build up your greatest work, which is honestly very respectful.
Yeah. So thank you. That's like
I would recommend.
you're right. Thank you for finding
Don't try it at home.
the silver lining for an unhealthy mental state. But the other thing is I was very conscious, just like with chess and those kinds of things, that I love numbers, and I would be, if I paid attention, if I tried to be somebody at their best, like a Mr. Beast, who really pays attention to numbers, I would just not, I'd become destroyed by it, the highs and the lows of it, and I just don't think I would be creating the best work possible. But one of the big benefits of a podcast is listeners. And there's an intimacy with the voice. And I think that is much more stable and a deeper and more meaningful connection than YouTube. YouTube is a fickle mistress. It's a weird drug that it really wants you.
Very addicting feedback loop. When you have a video that's number 1 out of 10, oh my god, the adrenaline. you get.
And then the thing I really don't like also is the world will introduce you as a person that has a video on YouTube with some X number of views. Like, the world wants you to be addicted to these numbers.
Because they associate it with having done a good job.
Yeah,
Because that's what people think views are, even if it's not.
right. And primarily because they don't have any other signal of what's a good job. I think the much better signal is people that are close to you, your family, your colleagues, that say, wow, that was cool. I listened to that. That was really, I didn't know this. This was really powerful. This is really moving. But definitely I'm terrified of numbers because I feel like, just like I said, I'd rather be I'd rather be a Stanley Kubrick, right? You'd rather create great art, not to be pretentious, but the best possible thing you can create. Whatever the beauty that's, the capacity for creating beauty that's in you, I would like to maximize that. And I feel like for some people like Mr. Beast, I think those are perfectly aligned because he just loves the most epic thing possible. But not for everybody. I think there's a lot of people for whom that's not perfectly aligned. And so I'm definitely one of those. And I'm still really confused by anybody listening to this. But that's also something I guess you're trying to find,
Yeah.
trying to figure out.
I get very afraid of ever becoming someone who just makes junk food content where you can't stop while you're in the moment and it has all of your attention, but when you're done, it didn't really bring any value to your life, which is something that I think the algorithm still does really reward, and making sure that as we are learning how to create better content, it's still something that's going to be meaningful.
Well, ultimately, you inspire a lot of young people.
Yeah, those are the best. When I get messages from people who are like, I played you a year ago and my rating was 1,400 and now I'm 1,900. I'd like to challenge you again. It's the 14-year-old writing a former email. Those things are always very, very fun.
And even just outside of chess, it's just empowering to see, and like for young women to see that kind of thing. I mean, you guys are being yourself and making money for being yourself and having fun and like growing as human beings, which I think is really inspiring. you see. So in that sense, it's really rewarding. And then, like the way I think about it is, there is some benefit of doing entertaining type of stuff, so that you get the kind of like Mr. Beast does with philanthropy, right? The bigger Mr. Beast becomes, the more effective he is at actually doing positive impact in the world. So those things are tied together. But of course, with podcasts, you guys, well, maybe you have these kinds of things, but what kind of ideas, what kind of people do you platform? What kind of person, what kind of human being do you want to be? Because you actually are becoming a person and a set of ideas in front of the public eye, and you have to ask yourself that question really hard, like really seriously. Because if you're doing stuff in private, you have the complete luxury to try shit out. Right? I think you have less of a luxury to try shit out because the internet can be vicious in punishing you for trying shit out.
And do you think that's sometimes a bad thing where you have less freedom to make mistakes?
Yeah, you have two choices. So one, you put up a wall and say, I don't give a shit what people think. I don't like doing that because I like being fragile to the world, keeping my sort of wearing my heart on my sleeve. Or the other one, yeah, you have to be, you have to actually think through what you're going to say. You have to think of, like, what do I believe? You have to be more serious about what you put out there. It's annoying, but it's also actually, you should have only been doing that. You should be deliberate with your actions. I don't know, it's but some of it, it's just a balance, because some of my favorite people are brilliant people that allow themselves to act ridiculous and be silly. Elon Musk, who's become a good friend, is the silliest human of all. I mean, he's incredibly brilliant and productive and so on, that allows himself to be silly. And that's also inspiring. Like, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to. It can be a giant weird mess, and it's okay. So it's a balance. I think when you start to delve into political topics, into topics that really get tense for people, then you have to be a little bit more careful. But it's also wise to stay away from these topics in general. Like I mentioned to you offline, somebody I've been debating with, I want to talk to Nas Karyakin on the chessboard, because, you know, chess is just a game. But throughout the history of the 20th century, it was played between the Russians and the Americans and so on, where they were at war, cold or hot war. And those are interesting. Those are interesting conversations to be had at the Olympics and so on. It's not just a game in some sense. It's like a mini war. And so I have to decide whether I want to talk to him or not, and those kinds of things. You have to make those kinds of decisions. For now, you guys are not playing chess with Donald Trump.
We are not right now.
How long is a stream? Like a few hours, right?
Now they're 2 to 3 hours. When I was first streaming, I'd stream for like 6 hours a day, at least usually. Yeah, for like 6 to 7 days a
Are you
week.
doing just like a talking one?
No, I'd be playing chess the entire time while talking. And when I started streaming, that's kind of how everybody blows up on Twitch. You're just putting in crazy hours and you're always there. It's not about making the best content. It's about letting people feel like they're hanging out with you and just being on as much as you can. But I ended up feeling very burnt out because it's hard to be your best self when you're in front of a camera for that long, because you do get scared of going into places where you want to learn, but you might not be the best in, because it's harder to learn in public than do something that, like, yeah, we're better than 99% of our viewers at chess, so that's a lot less scary than trying to play a game that you're bad at or discuss topics that you're interested in.
Yeah, have the beginner's mind and be dumb at something.
Right.
Yeah, which is where the fun is, and you get to learn together, but people will punish you for it. How about you, Andrea?
Yeah, I think, like Alex said at the beginning, when we were grinding a lot, you don't really even have time for much of a private life, because you're streaming every hour of your life, and people want to, like, the appeal of streamers. It's called like being parasocial, where you feel like they're your friend and they like it because they want you to share everything about your life. Really, the main challenge for me at first when trying to prioritize quantity over quality, which we're not doing anymore, was realizing that I can't turn everything I'm interested in and every passion into content. Before I'm like, well, I must stream more, but I like music and I like playing piano and I like reading into these topics and I like fitness, and then I try to live stream all of it. And that just, at some point, it's like just enjoy your time off for those hobbies and prioritize what you're good at, because that's just going to be better for the channel overall. So that was a learning lesson for sure. It's nice because there are some intersections when I have tried new things that I really enjoy and it pays off, but that's more less often.
So it's more like you can be yourself, but only specific parts of yourself online, and the rest, sometimes it's nice to just keep private and feel that you could just give it your 100% freedom.
See, I feel like I try to be the exact same person on podcasts as in private life. I really don't like hiding anything.
But you're also a generalist, right? Where you have people with all topics. For us, we built our audience off of very specific things. So people sometimes feel like, even at the start when we started playing less chess, they're like, I subbed for chess. Why are you not playing chess?
Exactly. People are tuning in for an interesting conversation on a bunch of topics. So like the more you are yourself, the better it is. But it is very hard when you build your brand on like one gaming content.
But yeah, the way you become a journalist is you slowly expand. It's like expand to checkers.
Which, although well known in Jewish
I guess that's the downward.
Maybe poker.
Poker, yeah, exactly, poker. But also just the ideas, the space of ideas. And one of the cool things about chess is when you're talking over the chessboard, it's a kind of podcast. You know.
That is actually an idea we've had with playing chess while also doing a podcast and talking with people. It's kind of like an icebreaker where you're also focusing on the game at the same time. But, you know, we are slowly evolving and we're doing more things. Like, one thing we wanted to do is spend less time in front of the computer. So now we're doing a chess travel show where we go to different countries and look at the chess culture. So it actually feels like we're doing things that we would want to do and explore anyway, and maybe it's not as much in the idea space, which we both enjoy and do a lot in our own free time, but in the sharing cool experiences with our audience that we actually want to do.
What do you look forward to going?
We're going to Romania on September 9th, and I think this is the most exciting for me because we're going back to, you know, the country where our entire family is from, where our grandmother taught our dad, who taught us how to play chess. It has a very strong chess culture, so it'll be very unique to go back and see how everything is when we haven't been back for a very long time.
And for Romanians, like, it's very rare when there's like a famous Romanian who accomplishes something, which is why, like, right now Andrew Tate's the most famous Romanian.
But he stands for a
that reason, exactly. And there's like something very special about Romanian pride, and when we meet fellow Romanians in the US, like, it's just an amazing connection. And like I hear the way my dad talked about, like, for example, Nadia, who was a famous Romanian gymnast, and he's like, yeah, like Romania, we sucked at everything, but when she won the Olympics for gymnasts, every kid on the street was doing gymnastics, because it's very rare that they make it to that level of success. And I was saying that we're super successful, super famous, but it is really cool to meet other Romanians through chess because it's a very special bond.
You feel like it's a community and like you belong.
Yeah, you can't get that anywhere else.
Let me ask your opinion since you mentioned him, Andrew Tate. You're both women, successful women. You're both creators. Andrew Tate is an example of somebody that has become exceptionally successful at galvanizing public attention, but he's also, from many perspectives, a misogynist. So let me ask a personal question. Do you think I should talk to him on this podcast? How would you feel as a fan? Somebody, I'm talking to the great Alex and Andrea Montez, and the next episode is with Andrew Tate.
I think it's a double-edged sword, and most of these things are not as black and white as they seem. You know, because on one hand, I don't agree with his beliefs, and I think he said a lot of things that are very hurtful and that influence people's opinions. At the same time, talking to someone through that and trying to get to the root of it and how much of it he used just as a social media tactic to maybe change the opinion of people who have been so influenced by him towards something that is maybe more understanding towards women or things like that could do some good, but at the same time, platforming someone like that and giving them more attention also signals to other people who have a platform that it's okay. So it's kind of weighing the pluses and the minuses. It's a very tough decision because it's not clear.
And the thing about the internet, you make the wrong decision, you're going to pay for it.
Right. That's the thing. Like, personally, and it is funny. Like, I think the whole way roast fame is just a growth hack, and I've seen other people do it where like you just say kind of. Honestly, I don't really listen to his content because I just find it so dumb. But I think he knows that by saying the dumbest, most controversial things, that's like a quick rise to fame. And I think surface level, like, he can really hold it up, but that's why I would honestly enjoy tuning into a conversation where you're really breaking down to the core of those beliefs. And I think like the young kids who look up to him, and when you actually hear someone challenging it, could actually be helpful for people. But at the same time, it's a lot of bad publicity. People see your podcast and say, wow, like if they don't know you and they don't know why you're interviewing him and they don't listen, they'll see that and then 100% think it's for the other reason.
But I'm also afraid of a society where you can't have discourse with people you with people you disagree with. And even though I don't like Andrew Tate, I think the fact that he got banned from all the platforms is kind of scary because it sets a precedent, and you always have to ask yourself, would this be ethical if I was on the other side? And even things with a president like Trump, even if, let's say, you're somebody who was on the left, if that would have happened to a leftist president, how would you feel? Would you think that's morally ethical? So that is something that I think is important. We try to find ways to have conversations and reach some mutual understanding and try, instead of just amplifying the worst about every human being.
Well, so one of the major reasons I was struggling with is because I really enjoy talking to brilliant women. I think it's also a lot of women reached out to me saying like, it is what it is, but they're inspired when a female guest is on.
Yeah.
And to me, if I talk to somebody like Andrew Tate, even if I have a really hard hitting, I think it could be a very good conversation that lessens the likelihood that a brilliant, powerful female will go on the show. Because they'll never watch it, but the thing we do in the society is we put labels on each other. Well, Lex is the person that platforms misogynist. I did a thing where Joe Rogan got in trouble over an N-word controversy earlier in the year. And Joe is a good friend of mine. I said that I stand with Joe, that he's not racist, something like that. And within certain communities, I'm now somebody who's an apologist for racism, right? Or a racist myself, that kind of thing. We put labels without ever listening to the content, without ever sort of, actually, just even the very simple step seems to be difficult, of like taking on the best possible interpretation of what a person said and giving him the benefit of the doubt and having empathy for another person. So you have to play in this field where people assign labels to each other, and it's difficult. But ultimately, I hope that good conversations is a way to like a greater understanding of the people to grow together as a society and improve and learn lessons and mistakes in the past. But you also have to play this game where people just like putting labels on each other and canceling each other with those. Where that guy said one thing nice about Donald Trump, he must be a far-right Nazi. Or the opposite. That this person said something nice about the vaccine, he must be a far-left, whatever, apologist for whatever, for Fauci. Or most of us, I think, are ultimately in the middle. So it's a weird thing. But I think, and it's also painful on a personal level. Right? People have written to me about things like single words, half sentences that I've said about either Putin or Zelensky, where they have hate towards me.
rather than echoing the
Either
famous
both
slaughter
directions. I've now accumulated
Listed
very
upon the
passionate
posters
people
by the Jews in
that
614 CE
some
after
call
the
me a
Persian
Putin
conquest
apologist,
of
some call me a Zelensky
Jerusalem
apologist.
is a product of
And it
medieval
hurts
Jewish fantasy.
to, given how much I have family there, how much I've seen of suffering there, to carry that burden over time and not let it destroy you is tough.
The location
So, like,
of Jesus'
do you
cross
want to take on another thing like that when you have conversations?
Christianity and
Right.
Or can I just talk to awesome people like you two? Where it's not that
We're
burden.
not controversial.
Just, or you're interesting, you're fascinating, you're inspiring, you're like fun, you know, not all those difficult things that come with more difficult conversations.
Right, but somebody has to be making those difficult decisions and challenging the notions that we should cancel someone just for slightly disagreeing with us. And it's very hard to take that on personally. And I think that's a huge part of it when you know it's something you're doing for the right reasons and you're getting a lot of people coming and misinterpreting it. It's very painful. But I think you have to ask yourself long term if when you made that decision, you ultimately thought it would be better or worse for your listeners to know that conversation. And then if you can sleep with it at night, take the risk.
Yeah, when I talk to people that, especially like astrophysicists, and you realize how tiny we are,
Right.
how incredible, like how huge the universe is. Like you don't, it doesn't matter. You could do anything. You could like, you could walk around naked and talk shit to people, do whatever the hell. And actually, in modern social media, people will just like forget. It's like it's ultimately liberating. Just try to do, at least from my perspective, the best possible thing for the world you can. Take big risks. It doesn't matter.
And that's the other thing with being canceled nowadays, because everyone's attention is much more short-sighted. You can get canceled and then it'll blow over in 3 days. And you actually see things like this on Twitch very often. People just have outbursts of outrage and they come into your chat and they're all spamming and saying mean things, and then 3 days after. And of course, they're not actually ever serious things. They're usually like things clipped of any streamers and like their worst moments, but then people forget about it pretty soon after.
So you're able to accept that when somebody's being shitty to you for a day?
Yeah, I mean, I still get sometimes emotional about it, especially when I'm like, oh wow, like these things are being said are not true, or like this is clearly taken out of context, but I've just accepted that it's part of the job, and if I am trying my best and I am trying things with as good intentions as possible, then I just try to learn every time that happens and be like, okay, what could I do better? What is just part of the job?
Well, let's start some controversy. Who's the greatest chess player of all time? Is it Magnus Carlsen? Is it Garry Kasparov? Is it somebody else? Bobby Fischer? Do you have a favorite, Alex?
So whenever I hear this question, I interpret it in a very specific way, where it's not who was the most talented chess player or who had the most impact on the chess world, but who is the greatest at playing chess. Where if you were putting all of these players at their peak, who would be the best? And, you know, we're kind of living in a world where obviously humans are becoming more like cyborgs, and their tools make them a lot more powerful. And the computer is the most powerful tool for chess that we've ever witnessed. And the top players now, someone like Magnus Carlsen or Garry Kasparov, if they were going to go towards people like, you know, even Lasker or Bobby Fischer back in the day. Lasker, he was world champion for 27 years. He was the best in his field by far. But would he be able to stand up to someone like Magnus Carlsen, who has had these tools? I don't think so. So most chess players have said Garry Kasparov, and I think even Magnus has said that in the past. But I like to think of it as Magnus in his peak and Garry at his peak, and because Magnus was able to live more in a computer era, I feel like so far he's the greatest of all time. And some studies say things like how there's rating inflation, but I looked into some of them and they basically calculated people's play over the years, and seems that there hasn't been inflation. People are just getting better, and I think it's because you have better tools at chess.
And also, like one of the cases. What's your?
Yeah, I was gonna say I disagree with that.
Good, make it interesting.
I think I would judge the greatest player of all time in relative to the time that they lived in. And Magnus, although he is technically the strongest chess player in history, that is because he had computers to study chess with. And of course, if you compare him to like Gary Kasparov, he plays most like stockfish. But Gary Kasparov at his time, he beat more players of his skill level than Magnus did, and Magnus loses more often. Also, of course, held the belt for 20 years more. So I'd say actually, because Gary lacked the help of computers to study chess and overall performed better against players of his skill level, I think he would be number one.
Nice. Yeah, but I mean, the case that people make for Magnus, many, what Alex said, but also Magnus plays a lot, and he doesn't. He plays a lot of blitz, bullet, and like he gets drunk, and like he's really putting himself out there, right? And in all kinds of conditions, he was able to dominate a lot of them. We get to see many of the like losses or blunders and all that kind of stuff because he just puts himself out there. And I think Kasparov was much more like.
Never saw him play drunk.
Yeah, and it's very focused on the World Championship. It's very very limited number of games and very focused on winning. And so there's some aspect of the versatility, the aggressive play, the fun, all of that. And I think you have to give credit to in terms of just the scope, the scale of the variety of genius exhibited by Magnus.
And he might not even be done yet. I don't know if he'll ever hit 2,900, but we can't judge yet because he's not at the peak of his career potentially.
What do you think about him not playing a World Championship? Isn't that wild? The entirety of the history of chess in the 20th century going like, meh. It's walking away from this one tournament that seems to be at the center of chess. What do you think about that decision?
You can't help but be disappointed as a chess fan who wants to see the best player in the world defend his title, but I also understand it on a personal level and not feeling as satisfied when you're going to the World Championship and having to defend against people who are less strong than you. And also imagine winning world championships and not feeling a joy out of that. So maybe by not doing that and focusing instead on a goal like 2,900, he'll be more likely to accomplish it because he's focusing on what actually motivates him to play chess. But I do think that it will hurt how we judge the next world champion.
I think it won't change him being the best player in the world. And for someone to replace him, even let's say like Nepo versus Sting, even if one of them win, and right, some stance it does lower the merit because now who has the World Chess Championship title isn't actually the best player in the world. And that has happened before in the past, but still going to take them the same effort to prove when they would pass him like 10, 20 years to become stronger than Magnus. So I don't think it changes the skill level that it takes to become the best chess player in the world. I think for chess fans, it's very disappointing, but I think in the overall like grand scheme of like the public view to people who don't really, so like, you know, what breaks the popular culture, and you think of what names people know who don't play chess, like Bobby Fischer did it. Most people know Kasparov or Magnus. It takes the same ability and talent, and that doesn't change.
I think it does change, though, if you're playing a player who's not as strong. But I see your point as well, and I know we differ on this. Alex, I heard you ask Magnus, but what is your take on it?
Well, his answer is kind of brilliant, which he's not saying he's bored of the World Championship.
Mm-hmm.
He's bored of a process that doesn't determine the best player. Like, and it's too anxiety inducing to him to have a small number of games. He doesn't mind losing, which is really fascinating, to a better player, right? Or somebody who is his level. He's more anxious about losing to the weaker player because of the small sample size. Now, if like poker players had that anxiety, they would never play at all. Right? That's the World Series of Poker. You get to lose against weaker players all the time. That's the roll the dice. But that's an interesting perspective that he would love to play 20, 30, 40 games in the World Championship, and then he would enjoy it much more. And also play shorter games because they emphasize the like pure chess, actually being able to like much more variety in the middle game, just to see a bunch of chaos and see how you're able to compute, calculate, intuition, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, that's beautiful. I wish the chess world would step up and meet him in a place that makes sense. You know, change the World Championship. So FIDE changing it somehow, a loss for that. Or having other really respected tournaments that become like an annual thing that step up to that. Or more kind of online YouTube type of competitions, which I think they're trying to do more and more, like the Crypto Cup and all those kinds of things.
Yeah, and the Grand Tour.
The Grand Tour
Does play in, which takes a lot of the top players, and they do it online in shorter formats.
But there's, you know, so that's his perspective. My perhaps narrow perspective is I romanticize the Olympic Games, and those are every 4 years, and the World Championships, because they're rare, because the sample size is so small. That's where the magic happens. Everything's on the line for, you know, people that spend their whole life, 20 years of dedication. Everything you have, every minute of the day is spent for that moment. You think about like gymnastics at the Olympic Games. There's certain sports where a single mistake can be involved. And that stress, that pressure, it can break people, or it can create magic. Like the person that's the underdog has the best night of their life, or the person that's been dominating for years all of a sudden slips up. And that drama from a human perspective is beautiful. So I still like the World Championships, but then again, looking at all the draws, looking at like, well, the magic isn't quite there. So to me, when I see faster games of chess, that's much more beautiful. So, but that I don't understand the game of chess deeply enough to know, like, does it have to be so many draws? Like, is there a way to create more dynamic chess? I mean, he talked about random chess with a random starting position. That's really interesting. But then, of course, that's like, then you do have to play hundreds of games and that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I think it's great that the world number one is struggling with these questions, because he's in the position, he has the leverage to actually change the game of chess, as is publicly seen, as is publicly played. So it's interesting. He's still young enough to dominate for quite a long time if he wants. So I don't know. I with Kasparov, the fight between nations, I hope they have the World Championship, and I hope he's still a part of it somehow. I hope he changes his mind
And comes back.
Some kind of dramatic thing. I don't know. But it is his heart is not in it, and then that's not beautiful to see, right? Yeah, it is beautiful that the thing he wants is a great game of chess against an opponent that's his level or better. And that's great that he's coming from that place. But I hope he comes back somehow, because the World Championship is a special thing in any sport.
So you do wish that the person who wins the World Championship is the best player in the world?
No. I hope that the best people in the world, the two best people in the world, are the ones that sit down. But the person that wins is the person that's the magic of it. Nobody knows who's going to win. I think Magnus is so, he really wants the best person to win. Like that's why he wants the large sample size. But to me, there's some magic to it. The stress of it, the drama of it, that's all part of the game. Like, it's not just about the purity of the game, like the calculation, the pure chess of it. It's also like the drama, like the pressure, the drama, all of it, the shit talking if it gets to you, the mind games. Yeah,
This is the part that's fun to watch, but less fun to be playing.
to be, but that's why it's great. Who can rise under that pressure Like who melts under that pressure? There's a lot of people that look up to you, like they're inspired by you because you've taken a kind of non-linear path through life. Is there any advice you have for people like in high school today that are trying to figure out what they want to do? Do they want to go to Stanford? Do they want to pursue a career in, I don't know, in industry, or go kind of the path you guys have taken, which is have the ability to do all of that and still choose to make the thing that you're passionate about your life?
These girls
I
are
always
dimes.
like the calculated risks approach, where when you're younger, it's okay to take more risks because you have a lot more time,
Fucking
but there has to be a reason why you're doing that particular risk. Is it something that you've spent a lot of time already really passionate and working on, or is it just something that's trendy and you want to do it because you don't have a better option? And that's actually similar to what Andrea did when she decided to go into streaming instead of school.
Yeah, it was the reason I got into streaming because I was initially going to go to college, but it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, and all my classes were online. And I never thought, ever since I was 12, like my dream was school, and I saw myself nowhere else than going to university. And I thought of it and kind of weighed out the risk. I'm like, well, if I take a gap year and I try streaming with my sister, what do I have to lose? I gained some experience working with someone who has a lot more experience than I do. And then I can go back to school after. And if I go to school right now, I do online classes for a year, and that's something that I could do at any time. So that's why it made a lot of sense for me to go into this. But of course, this is also a very unique opportunity. So I don't know how applicable, but I do think overall the calculated risk is a really good.
So life is like chess.
Exactly.
Maybe sometimes.
Exactly.
You also, have you considered a career in professional fighting? I saw you did a self-defense class, you did a little jiu-jitsu.
Did you see the 10-year-old kid who
Throwing her?
threw her?
Yes, and apparently I could have broken the leg. But it's actually funny, like chess boxing is a thing, and I have been doing a lot of boxing. Like, physical activities, like honestly, one of my favorite things to do, and I have been testing it out on content. And we have a creator friend who's hosting a chess boxing tournament, but there's no woman who could match me, unfortunately, because all the opponents are male, and I can't fight a guy.
How does chess boxing work?
So you do a round of chess and a round of boxing, and we actually did a training camp for it before. And of course, like after you go into the ring,
Is this real? Is this serious?
yes,
We went
it's
to
amazing.
London Chess Boxing Club.
And like after
No,
you
I've seen
get
like videos. I thought it was something.
it's a real sport.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very cool.
But after you get really tired, you're more likely to make a mistake.
You
You
just
call
got
them
punched in the
jackers or
face.
something.
Yeah, there's probably good strategies. Like, what do you want to? Because some of it is a cardio thing. Do you want to work on your chest for
They
your
do both.
boxing?
They do both. It's very fun.
But yeah, from a content perspective, I'm sure there's a lot of people that
And
would
it's
love
also very
to
entertaining.
love to see.
I don't want to see Andrea getting hit. That would be.
I would love to.
Unless she doesn't get hit.
I
Ugh.
would get.
And then
Our
the dom-
roommate fought in a fight, and she did end up winning. But seeing her get hit, I thought I was gonna throw
I
up.
just think it was so cool. She had no experience in boxing whatsoever, and then coming from someone in the content world where you start like waking up 6 days a week at 6 a.m. and she's training every day, like like a real professional athlete. I think like it's such a unique experience, and also like a really test of how much you can really commit to this and progress. And I think that's really rewarding.
Did you ever end up doing the marathon with David Goggins that you were training?
no, I got injured, but we're gonna do it soon. That's on my bucket list, just to see what your limits are.
You're ready to
What
do
did
it?
you do leading up to this?
Nothing.
You're just gonna go into
It's mental. It's mental anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But I do run a lot to make sure like there's no like you have to have a base level of fitness to make sure your body doesn't completely freak out. But other than that, 50 plus miles is just about like taking it one step at a time and just being able to deal with the suffering and all the voices, the little voices that tell you all the excuses like, why are you doing this? This blister is bleeding, whatever the thing that makes you want to stop.
Sometimes it feels like you like pain.
No, well, no, but the pain does seem to show the way to progress. So what in my world, something that's really hard and I don't want to do, that's usually the right thing to do. And I'm not saying that's like a universal truth. It's just if there's a few doors to go into, the one that I want to go into, at least that's the one that usually is the right one. Afterwards, I will learn something from it. The David Goggins thing, I don't know. Listen, we're talking offline. The conversation we live is a very numerically calculated risk. Everything is planned. I go with the heart. I just go whatever the hell. I think 2 years ago, I woke up. It was summer. I decided to tweet, I will do as many push-ups. I don't know why I did this, but I will do as many push-ups and pull-ups as this tweet gets likes, something like that, right? And then that it got like 30,000. Well, for myself, I mean, in some sense. And then that's when I already was connected to David at that point, but that's when he called me. And then didn't have to do it. And then I did it, and it was one of the hardest things I've ever done. I did it for 7 days, and I got injured, so I did about a few thousand.
Wait, so this is what got you to be injured?
No, it's different. I keep getting injured doing some stuff. But this particular thing, I started doing, you don't realize that you have to really ramp up. So I got like overuse injury, tendonitis on the shoulder. Down to the elbow. So I took like 8 or 9 days off and then started again. And then it took about 31 days to do. The number was like 26,000, 27,000. Yeah. And I remember it took like 3-4 hours a day.
Oh God. Yeah. Sounds like torture.
And not, and I'm constantly asking myself, what am I doing in my life? This is why you're this is what are you doing? Like face down on the carpet. Like exhausted. Like what? Because of a tweet? What is this? But
Did you record it or you just?
I did record it for myself.
Now imagine doing this every day, and that's what it's like to be a Twitch streamer.
Right.
Doing
Yeah.
stupid things.
But that was really important to me, actually, to not make it into content. I recorded everything, so maybe one day I could publish it. I recorded it mostly because it's really hard when you get exhausted.
Yeah.
Like you actually enter the Zen place where with push-ups, where it's just like it's almost like breathing. You get into a rhythm. You can do quite a lot. But I wanted to make sure, like, if I actually get this done, I want there to be evidence that I got it done for myself, so I can count it. I had this idea that I would use machine learning to like automatically process the video to count it, but then like after like 10 days, I didn't even give a shit what anyone thought. It was about me versus me. I didn't even care.
Lex versus Lex.
Yeah, and then and Dave was extremely supportive. But that's when I realized like I really want to go head to head with him. Those kinds of people are beautiful. They really challenge you to your limits, whatever that is. It's like the thing is, physical exercise is such an easy way to push yourself to your limit. There's in all other walks of life, it's trickier to configure. Like, how do you push yourself to your limits in chess? It's hard to figure out. But like, in
Do you think it's ever dangerous?
Yeah, and that's why it's beautiful. The danger
It's like, hey, I don't like that your eyes lit up as I said. Yeah.
Like, if you don't know how you're gonna get out of it, you're gonna have to figure out something profound about yourself. And I mean, one of the reasons I went to Ukraine is I really wanted to experience the hardship and the intensity of war that people are experiencing, so I can understand myself better, I can understand them better, so the words that are leaving my mouth are grounded in a better understanding of who they are. And I mean, the running a lot with David Goggins is just a much simpler thing to do, simpler way to understand something about yourself, about like the limits of human nature. I think most growth happens with voluntary suffering or struggle. Involuntary stuff, that's where the dark trauma is created. So I don't know. No, maybe it is. Maybe I'm just attracted to it.
What is it that your mind does when you go into this involuntary stuff?
I think
in the framework of the project Lake Aramaic, the literary and linguistic context of the Zohar
It's-
in the Zohar Workshop Center at University College.
There's like
London.
stages. First, all the excuses start coming. Like, why are you doing this? And then you start to wonder, like, what kind of person do you want to be? So all the dreams you had, all the promises you made to yourself and to others, all the ambitions you had that haven't come yet realized, somehow that all becomes really intensely like visceral as the struggle.
There he
happens.
is. How you living, pimp?
When all of that is allowed to pass.
You ready to get your ass kicked at something?
With this clear
Go, dude.
appreciation
We've missed
of
you. I thought about you
really
earlier
life,
today.
which is just living, just the moment.
Both. Dude, Zoot and I have been playing. Zoot and I have been playing golf every night, and we also got into a new game. We got into Uno, and we are fucking really intense about Uno. I have a thing. When we play, I ask him to contact you, and he does. Or he says he does. While I set up the game, he's never contacted you. All right. Okay. Well, I know at least it was one time. And well, I've missed you. And what did we do? We've gotten really into fucking Uno. Hey, you want to play me 1v1 for old time's sake? In anything you want. Yeah, we can do archery. What's that?
And I exit Discord because I can't see if he's online or not. He replies that fucking a minute later, but I don't see he's online. I don't see him. I'm like, wait. Discord makes you manually select if you're online or not, which virtually no other social media platform does.
You can choose.
It'd be nice if there's this green thing. Oh, you can have it automatically update or manual.
I think it's just all manual. I could be wrong, but you just choose.
Yeah, no, that's what's on.
Yeah.
It's all manual. That's what I gather, which is just kind of I kind of get why they do it, but like, are you trying to remain anonymous to your friends, whether or not you're I guess we'll get If that not being the case, okay, this could be rough. This could be pretty rough.
Oh fuck. All right, how many did I get? 33. I don't think that's very good. I remember like 40 was like really good. There you go. You need an 8 to tie. Oh, and he just fucking blows me out of the water. Shitty. There you go. No one's had a bullseye yet. We are rusty.
Game takes a lot still.
Dude, ever since that one person beat me or put up like 160 points, I'm like, oh, this is over.
If there's a desktop version and a mouse, it's not really. Probably has some overpowered stuff. He's on some mobile device or tablet. Probably. I mean, maybe. But he's unlikely that he has full guns everything.
The thing that I remember,
We got over 100.
the thing that I remember about him was how quickly he could that's what it was. He could move it so quickly. It just moved very, very fast. Like, you know how it takes us a while to move the thing over? His thing just went like instantly. I'm at a major disadvantage with you having an iPad.
We got 5. Oh, it's 5 rounds.
Yeah, I think I made a mistake. I mean, I kind of forgot what we used to play. Oh, that's ugly. Still no bullseyes. Oh, shit. Oh, nice. I to tell you the truth, I would normally have messaged you. I really mean that. If Zoot had come in at normal hours or even like at this time. Oh shit.
Yeah, so it was like 4 in the morning.
It was absolutely at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Welcome, Caspian C. Caspian C. Just in time for mini golf. Yep. Excellent. Oh, that was good. Kicking ass, taking names, baby.
Yeah, I have a pangolin documentary to send you. Not a pangolin.
Like that thing they eat in China. It looks like a fucking like armored dog.
One thing, are we talking about the coin? Are we talking about the swap? Pangolin swap?
No, not a penguin, a pangolin. And yes, they eat them in Vietnam. They're part of the anteater family, which is like
Yeah, but they also, that's the name of, that's the pangolin swap on Avalanche Channel.
yeah, no, I'm not. This is not a documentary on the pangolin swap on the Avalanche.
Yeah. Oh man, can you send me that one? The pangolin swap on the anteater team. I think that's a
Yeah.
right.
They are. They're so fucked. The way they walk is so cool. And apparently they like they're coaching up for like the scales or something. And like Chinese medicine, but instead of the scales don't do anything. I don't know what the I guess
Does everybody
they straight up eat them in Vietnam.
Does everybody remember when Riser had an invite? There we go. Watch Caspian see where Riser hits this ball. He's gonna hit it right off the little corner. That's exactly where you do it. That's some really good shots, dude. Better than mine, but I'll still take it. Many times I hit the tree. Oh, that's... Ooh. Interesting. Riser,
So it's funny about that.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, we'll talk about the bathroom. But, did you ever see that movie with Russell Crowe, the Noah movie?
What a fucking shot. That deserved to go in. Oh, dude. Fucking...
You gotta hit it off the square. Over the right. Yeah.
Oh, what a great piece of advice. Thank you, Caspian Sea. Riser, seriously, when Zoot and I have been playing, it's been at like 3 in the morning Pacific time. Like, there's just, I'm not gonna wake up. There was one time that it was at like a normal time, and that's when I had him message you. I cannot believe I tied you guys.
That was good. It was a good time.
God, I'll take it. Especially not getting that automatic 0. Why do I get to go first?
So to say real quick, in that Noah movie, so they act like there's all these extra. I guess technically, who knows? We do find like common varieties of creatures that look like kids and stuff. And so, what is it? I got this anyway. It's all good. What is it? So one of the first creatures they show in that movie is like it's a dog, but it has the armor of a penguin, and so that just popped in my mind because
Dude, fuck you both.
that was a fucking killer shot.
Yeah, that'd be sick if there was a little dog pangolin hybrid. Maybe future. Oh, and also this is a good. I was thinking, people are worried about its extinction. That if the extinction technology exists, then it just get extinctified.
Word dog, 100%. They won't let that thing die though.
So the cool thing too is once the extinction is all completely worked out, then definitely.
Oh,
That's gonna.
it's gonna make a tough shot for Caspian Sea. That saved me 2 points. Or, yeah.
And what's the extinction? So they just found like in Siberia, like the most well-preserved lion, like a Siberian cave lion, the biggest species of all time. There's a young one.
I saw it. It's cute. It looks like a beaver.
You saw that one, right?
Yep, it's really cute.
Yeah,
Riser.
unfortunately, I know it's dead, but it's like it's a giant baby cub. It's giant. So it's like, imagine if we could like bring back other cats like that, you know?
Dude, the number 2 thing on that list is the Siberian tiger. So that's, once they do the woolly mammoth, then they want to do the Siberian tiger.
Not the Siberian lion.
I misspoke. The Tasmanian tiger.
Oh, gotcha. That's a cool one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very cool one.
I really like that Riser did not have an absolute perfect shot like normal.
Yeah, I rarely fucked up that hard.
Oh, this might be good.
Not great.
Get in.
Why does a Tasmanian tiger look like a dog?
Hello?
What up? How are you? Hope you're having a great day. Thanks, big dog. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah, Johnson.
What's good? What's good in your neck of the woods, my man? All right. How was it? Most people do.
Happy New Year. Who else is there?
Dude, that's how you get kicked out, man.
Yep. Got him.
There you go.
Wait, what did he say?
He
He's
said
a,
he was 11 years old.
I don't understand why people think that's funny.
I think he was too, but you know, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Trust someone who's now a proven liar?
Right. When it says you have to be 18 and in here, and they're just, okay, troll all you want. You don't have to do it in here. That's not funny.
There's so many effective ways to troll. But honestly, I mean, Brown has fun with trolls a lot of times. But you gotta be kind of clever.
Well, you can't do things against the terms of service of Discord, which that is. You have to be at least 13 to be on this fucking site, or to use this, and then you have to be at least 18 to be in here. I just want everyone to know my shot is terrible.
Mine's the worst.
Perhaps. Oh, no way. Look at this shot.
If that was slower, that would be perfect.
Somebody take out that fucking gnome right in front of the hole. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. That was almost perfect.
I mean, nothing that I added outside of that was something new.
Caspian Sea going for it in one shot. Wow. I do not like this one.
Like, call me crazy, but I was like, I wonder if I mean, I thought it was like a 99% chance that he'd still be streaming, but no, maybe he's gonna fly home for the holidays. Maybe something's gonna happen. I guess no family gatherings this year.
Well, my family's meeting. I just recognize that what I'm doing is very important. I don't have time nor the money to be able to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so there
I mean, relatively.
Trying to be too fancy. It's my fault. That's a regular shot right there.
Got to keep the lead on riser.
what happened on the field. Oh, now you're. Yeah.
Everything else was up the rest of it.
I'll take that shot. Riser needs to hit the shot.
Easy money.
Make this. It's in the hole. One championship. So the way that Zoot and I have been playing, I try to beat him 5 times straight. And when I do, then we play Uno.
Is it called Ocho?
Yeah. Do you want to play Caspian Sea?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just tell you some secrets to it. If you want, I mean, take it for what it's worth. But yeah, like, well, I don't know if you played much Uno in the past, but it's not exactly that. Maybe it is. I don't know. Okay. So you'll get what is Zoot calls them premium cards, but I think they're called special cards. Waiting for other players. All right. So the one that has like a knockout, like a circle with a cross, like a crossing circle, is a skip. One that has a reverse.
I don't even know how to hit the buttons.
That's okay. Okay, so the big things are if you have like a draw 4 for someone else, like where it says +4, if you hold that until the very end, you can't lose. That's kind of something we figured out. Or like one that changes the color, you can't lose. So basically, it's not a bad idea to hold on to the special cards until the end. That reverses the way it goes.
Okay, I got this.
Yeah, you have to play a 2 or a blue. If not, you just draw another card. So this is a skip. So then, then it skips me, I guess. Okay. So I haven't played with 3 people, which normally when I play with Zoot, it skips and it goes back to you, but I guess it skipped me and now it's my turn. All right. One other thing, if you have a card that's like makes somebody else have to take extra cards and they have one of those as well, then they can reverse it on you. So if you have one that's like +4 or +2 and then somebody gives you a +4, you can reverse it on them and make them have to take 8. Yeah. So, well, you guys are doing okay. So, like there, if Caspian Sea would have had a +4 himself, he could have doubled that up on Riser.
What do you mean by double that up? The color?
No, it would have been like, okay, so you put a +4 on him. Now, see how it just did 8 on him because you had a +4.
Oh, we have to draw 8 cards.
Right, it doubles up on him. Wow, Riser gets his first fucking win right off the bat. I shouldn't give you guys any secrets.
Yeah, no, I'm really good at this game.
You gotta win that.
So, like, no one's had to take any extra. Well, no, you got 6. Right, because we had each put down a +2. Well, because you put down a +2, and then Caspian Sea put down a +2, and then, so like you must have. So you have something to block it. So then they all go to Caspian Sea.
Yeah, Caspian, can I get your opinion on this? Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to wrap up. So, you know the game roulette, right? Basically, whatever the odds are, like nearly 50-50 for landing on red or black lipstick versus 50 picking on the green.
About 47.5%.
Yeah. So if the game was like flipping a coin, the odds of hitting heads 2 times in a row goes from 50-50 to 4 times in a row, 180, 4 times in a row, 160, 5 times in a row, 132, on and on and on and on, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So why can you not use that for advantage in roulette and be like, okay, it's landed on red 5 times in a row, there's a 164 times it's going to land on black, something about heavily on black, and or there's been 6 even numbers in a row, or 7 low numbers in a row high.
Caspian
Why
Sea,
can
your turn.
you not use that?
What just happened? What did I hit? Did I drop that? Is it much better? Sorry, go on. I thought I left it again. So, okay.
Holy shit.
The blue numbers are one of the factors, again, because of lowering that. It's not pure mathematic. Universe
Damn, he's good.
into the next pattern. It's not exactly like a perfect Fibonacci. The element of chance and the random nature of the universe still kind of has some control of the ball in the spinning wheel more than the statistics. So it's actually funny when my buddy came out to Vegas last year and a half ago maybe. He came out, he wanted to play roulette specifically. He was like, I have a method. I was reading about it, and I was only playing codes. And I was watching him gamble. He had $20, and
Caspian Sea, accept the invite.
because he blew $20 at the table in 5 seconds. And I looked at him and I was like, "Are you sure you still want to play like just red or black?" And he's just like, "Well, I have a method." I said, "Let's go to the machine." We started playing quarters instead of dollars. And he was there for about an hour and a half, and he had gone up and down. It was about $15. I was frustrated as fuck, and I was like, "Bro, better go 2 hours. You're not even drinking. You gotta either fucking play this game or fucking just lose your money. Let's go do something." So he got frustrated with me because I kept telling him, "Stop trying to play the numbers and pick number from feeling." And he keeps trying to tell me that feeling it, he keeps telling me to shut up about vibes, and that has nothing to do with it. I was like, "Fine, don't believe me." And then he finally got frustrated. He's like, "Fine, you do it." I sat down for about 5 minutes. I got him $37 and I hit cash out. He looked at me and he goes, "Why did you hit cash out?" And I said, "Because we won." I said, "We just beat Vegas. You were here for 2 hours. You went down $6. I took over and I went 250% your investment. That pays for dinner. That's winning in Vegas. Did you get a free drink?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "You just won. You just beat Vegas. I showed you how to beat Vegas. You have to take your winnings. Go." But honestly, it's just about vibes. I lucked out fucking turning $20 into 46 or whatever, but ultimately, I think my method of vibes is the best method. But
Were you picking numbers specifically, or
both, I play the field and I play numbers. So I always pick red 23. That's the go-to number. Never flinch on red 23. And then depending on, so there's two different ways to play thirds. You can play boxes, you can play lines, right? Wow, I didn't realize how much I like fucking roulette though. We got these down there. So you can play like that. So usually I'll hedge my bet by playing like a line, a box, or two, and a bunch of numbers. Usually I go heavy on the numbers in one of the boxes.
Caspian, you can fuck him.
And
There you go.
I was hoping the other way, but that was the only card I had that I could play. But yeah, so
By the way, you can also just take a card. You don't have to play that.
this game is kind of boring, honestly.
Okay, then back to fucking golf, dog. I'll whoop your ass in that.
well, but yeah, so like, I like red 23. So usually when I play numbers, I will play numbers that are like red 23, and then I might go heavy on either the side with the 30s or the singles. And then, I try to arrange it in a way so that there's like not so much in one box and not so much on one line. So then if you hit in your little area, you get a real nice payout. And if you don't hit one of the numbers you picked, you make your bet back on the box or the line. So you hedge your bet to, if it was bet 10, like the worst thing that can happen is like, well, I mean, it's very rare if you play it this way, but again, you end up putting a lot of chips out and some of them get taken away, but I mean, a lot of times,
Caspian, accept the invite.
I'm pretty good at roulette. My fingers are starting to get all twitchy like I'm gambling. I'm sorry.
They're not twitchy enough. Accept the invite. There you
I
go.
know, I can see that. I was sitting there like holding my head and having like a fucking recall.
Okay. Did you answer his question though? His question,
I
like,
think so.
I don't think so. Or maybe he did, but
To me, it sounds like he might be playing the numbers still more, but I don't know.
It's just like, can you use the probabilities of coin flips to give you better advantage in roulette? Like if this landed on 5 reds in a row, you go heavy on black, betting heavy on black, or then go through even high numbers.
That's kind of me. I don't
fuck.
believe in those, and I pissed my friend off because he's like, "Why are you putting money on red 23? You just hit on red 23." I said, "Because red 23 is going to hit again." He said, "That's impossible." And then I hit red 23 again, 2 in a row. And he looked at me and told me it was impossible. Like, this is a different thing. But
How is that not gambler's fallacy?
what?
How is that not gambler's fallacy?
It can absolutely happen.
It can happen, but there's no increased odds of it happening.
No, there's no increased odds of it happening, but I felt lucky and I got lucky. And personally, I think I'm more about luck than statistics. So, pray to something dark and evil and won't forget.
Make it. Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, what a great shot.
I don't know. I think luck is the majority factor when it comes to gambling. I enjoy gambling, but I don't gamble very often because I don't really have like a lot of money to spend. I like to gamble, so I can't do it. I'm trying and then but
As long as those are never fucking playing.
How did you get more momentum going that way?
You know, I wish I could explain, but I think it's just luck.
No.
That was a fucking kill.
And
A little bit more pepper, I might have hit it, but we can't go over it.
Oh wow. What am I doing? No, I actually just was thinking like it was gonna be, I don't know, hard for me to get through there. This is my favorite hole.
As soon as I saw it, I remembered it. I knew what was to happen.
Stay low.
This is the hole that made me realize I need to start looking at every bank around me.
no.
He was gonna try to fuck me. Wow, you still did, and it turned out okay. Be the shot. Hey, Riser, did you see that Tiger Woods' son got a hole in one? Charlie? Yeah, Catch Me and See just fucked me. In real life. No, in real life. He's only like 12 years old. What would you do? Wow. Rabbi's taking L's.
Did you hear about the honey thing?
Enlighten me, please.
Yeah. Have you ever seen like there was countless amounts of these videos that were showing that browser extension called honey?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so like
What a
literally
shot.
have this marketing budget apparently because every damn YouTuber was doing that to use the browser extension that's supposed to scan the internet for coupons and apply coupons to your card.
Yeah, I did hear about this.
And get a better deal. It sounds simple and non-malevolent. However, a video came out 3 days ago just exploding them.
That's an Amazon company too. I think I actually
Basically, share YouTubers that are promoting it. Get their own affiliate link. They get their
come with this one.
Fuck! Everyone hates this hole.
This is the worst one. I fucking hate this one. Come on.
How does like referral links work? basically that with last most recent links we get to the video. That's yeah. So whatever the percentage of the jail. So what honey would do is they would basically hijack the last layer link. Yeah. When you click the scan internet for coupon, it'll just say like, oh, we didn't find a coupon, but it'll still hijack the last of the that you got you. It's still like hundreds of millions of dollars for sure. It's crazy that literally designing
That's what you say. Everyone fucking go purchases corporations.
what's your take out to what they had at that?
Yeah, exactly. Alien Jews.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, what a great shot. Riser has one. Rabbi has one. Caspian Sea is looking to get his first win on this next game. Here we go, folks. Nope. Riser is very good at this hole. He's also good at that similar. There's a similar hole with a big spinny thing in the corner. Oh wow, he's changing it up. Oh, what a great shot! Great shot. Dude, I might have to do the same thing. Oh shit.
Sorry, son. Sorry, son.
Too hard. Caspian Sea, if you didn't know, Riser has an iPad. If you're wondering, why is he so fucking good? iPad. Oh, what a...
We all know that they give it free.
I think it is.
Yeah, you have more touch points or whatever the fuck it's called.
Surface area.
You slide your hand all around and still end up.
You're not as cramped earlier.
Hit my ball. Yeah, we are. We just don't.
Take this game very seriously.
We don't use performance enhancement. It's all skill, baby. I love this hole.
You're gonna blame the iPad on my
No, it's not. It's your iPad. Because when you play with a phone, you suck. One time you said you couldn't find your iPad, and you started playing with your phone, and you were not good. Oh. He protects me. No way. You got fucked. All lip, no hole. Uh-oh. Riser. His lead is in shambles. Here we go. Here we go. Not what I wanted. Not the shot. Riser, you're going to be able to hit it in the field of downward slope. He got it this time, folks. All right. Oh, what a shot.
No, I haven't. Not like that. I'm not like huge fan of pawn shops or anything, I guess. I don't know.
It's $40?
If you want to meet the Rick guy,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not worth it. Who the fuck is he? Who gives a shit?
What a good shot.
It was a murderous shot, yeah.
I don't even like pawn shops.
They take advantage of lower socioeconomic classes.
So, you know what's really funny about that David Chang thing you sent me?
Oh, fuck.
I'm giving away a lot of my stuff. I actually have like a friend a few years ago, for years. I don't give stuff away because I don't want to have a lot of possessions. So, like, frequently, pawn shop is kind of like the opposite of what I'm striving for these days, I guess. But,
What is stuff that you've given away?
what?
What stuff have you given away?
I gave away a bunch of video game systems, movies, books, stuff that mattered to me at some point in time, but it's like why?
Go, baby. Go, baby.
Let's see. Some WWE stuff too. I still have some things, but I don't have a whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, dude. Riser's making a comeback. Hit his ball. Or hit my ball. Don't hit his ball like that. Oh, I opened up the whole fucking thing.
Get in. Get in.
What a beautiful shot. That was red 23.
Red 23, don't sleep on it.
Come on, baby.
And I'm not even one of those guys who's like, hey, now that I told you that there's a number called Red 23, if you play it and win, that means, you know,
What the fuck?
It's like, there's always been a Red 23 and I'm fucking with that. Every time somebody says some stupid shit like that, I'll play my numbers for them. It's like, it's money now. Oh man, there's my numbers there. Oh, you're not a fucking person. Go out of here.
Yeah, and a strategy that's like guaranteed
I hate this hole.
freaking wait for someone to win, and then you go and insult them and steal their shit.
And I said, before, how's this game movie that I'll get me to run that back then.
Yeah.
What a fucking amazing shot. Dude, he just got the win with that fucking bullshit. Fuck.
Had you gone the long way around to the very last, that would have been awesome. Yeah, man, this is a good shot.
Go in the water, hit the trees. Short. Hit my ball. You did. Stop. Oh, I fucked myself. Make it. Yeah, not playing.
Yes! That was a fucking shot, babies.
If anything, it's probably sports betting, which I don't know. Do you guys do sports betting?
Not anymore. The first time I moved away from Vegas, I was 21, 22, and then I was 22. So I stopped gambling on sports, stopped paying attention to sports.
No more golf for me.
Okay. Yeah, sports betting, if you're very good at sports, but the thing is, you have to be one of those very sports minded. If you don't love it, then you know what I mean? It's
I'm
gotta
gonna be like a real data analyst.
100% the user. But yeah, no, if you're getting into sports betting, you need to be a fucking data analyst who's going to go to college and shit, everything. It's a whole other beast for them.
Alright, here's one that's actually closer to Patreon. It's not really Bitcoin trader that I follow that is trading binary options, so like 1 minute to like 5 minute candles. Like they just predict which way the candle is gonna land in the next minute, up green or red.
Yeah.
Like literally that's how this guy is. But I've seen him lose like $40,000.
Wow.
You're not a winner, you're willing to lose that money.
Exactly. Yeah.
Binary options, they pay like 68%, so you have to win 78% of your trade with only break even. Apparently, it's almost better though to bet big and then do it right. Like bigger bet, less consider less like the bunch of bets.
Yeah. No, definitely. Sorry, Scott. This person, I just skip that.
seen some crazy shit happen in the casino.
I saw something really interesting once. I was at a sports book with my uncle in Las Vegas, and we were just. My uncle had these poker machines that he would only play at. They were only available at the bar, and he always said if they ever got rid of them, he wouldn't gamble anymore. But he would win like $10,000 quite often. I wouldn't say he necessarily did better than the house, of course, but he would win like $10,000, and then he would buy people in our family things. And so one time he was just playing that, and I was sitting next to him, and a guy at the bar started having a heart attack. And I got up and I ran over to him, and I told the staff that they needed to call an ambulance immediately. And all of a sudden, like all these people crowded around him, and the guy had a heart attack, but he survived. But it was just like something that we were not expecting, that someone would be having a heart attack in the middle of a casino. And I remember my uncle was like, normally people just let people do their own thing, but you noticed that and started telling the bartender they needed to call. So it was not something like a fist fight. I don't know if I saved his life, but he definitely got aid a lot faster. I mean, I think that people would have figured it out, but my uncle certainly thought so. My uncle was like, "That's my nephew. He saved this asshole's life." And I have one other story.
Yeah, what if he has an asshole? You don't know.
No, I know. I know. He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said.
If I might have factored in the other person's personality and not like no longer been would have been lack of judgment.
There you go.
Even if you decided that the person was good enough to save, the right thing was just running up and down.
The other story that I have, I don't gamble, I don't generally gamble, but when I just turned 21, and my uncle was turning 50, and he was throwing a really big party, and so like all my family from around the world went and came to Las Vegas, and we were having a really good time. And I remember getting pretty drunk because I just turned 21, and my uncle's like, "All right, let's play some craps. You know how to play craps?" And I'm like, "I have no idea." And he's like, "Even better." So he's like, "I'm going to give you $20, and we're just going to see what happens." And I turned $20 into $2,600 over the course of like an hour. And it was just one of those things, right? I just kept throwing the dice, and people started, just like in the movies where they get around the craps table, and I kept saying like, "Well, what do you want me to roll?" And they're just like, "Shut the fuck up. Don't put the heebie-jeebies on yourself. Just throw the fucking dice." And it was amazing. I remember I got super drunk. They kept bringing me drinks because they're like, "We want this guy to just keep his like looseness going." And I remember my uncle was like, "All right, so we're gonna cash out," and he's like, "Okay, so you've got to tip the teller or whatever." And I'm like, "Okay, like how much do we tip? Like, I don't know, 15%, 20%?" He's like, "No, $500." We tip him $500, and then we went back to his house, and I just remember calling my friends the next day and being like, "You're never gonna believe we turned $20 into $2,600 and then stopped." And it was just like a movie where we must have had, I don't know, 25 people around the table, and everybody's betting on whatever I'm saying. And it was definitely a rush. And so when I tell people that yeah, I made like, I don't know, $2,600 at a casino, and then I never have gambled ever since. They hate me because they're like, you're the one asshole that actually made money in Vegas. And it wasn't like we used a lot of money. I remember it was just $20. It was just kind of like, hey, we're gonna get going. But let's see how you do. And boom, I fucking knocked it out of the park. And I still don't know how to play craps.
I totally salted this lady's day once. So me and my friend, we had to go to, it was like I can't remember who it was all at the concert, but we were on a little concert here in Vegas, and it's like, there's about an hour to kill. So we walk over to one of the casinos, it's over on the strip, and we go and we find craps machine at the time, because they have some pretty good machines right now, and they actually rely on actual dice, so it moves pretty fast. So we go and we sit down, and the lady sitting to my right, she is having a great night playing craps. She keeps winning, she's clapping, she's happy. So me and my buddy, we sit down, we're directly to her left, my friend is to my left, so I'm right next to this lady, and I see how she's playing everything, and my buddy plays a couple hands, my hands were a couple throws, and he's putting money out there, and he looks at me and goes, wondering if you're betting anything, and I said, I'm just watching the board for a second. So I'm watching her have a great fucking time. She's throwing the dice every time she throws. She's making a little bit of money, but she keeps playing the pass line. So she's all about positives. So me, I instantly, I get up. I always go by numbers. I played one fucking dice roll. I only had $7 in my pocket. I had more than a card for drinks or whatever. I had some that's not a put machine, and then I watched her hit. She got a point, she got a point, she got a point. I was like, in my head, I just decided, fuck this bitch. She can't get one. She's not gonna throw one more fucking number. And so she plays pass. I play don't pass. And I'm right next to her, and I swear she stares daggers at me. So then, not only do I go don't pass, I spend the whole $7 betting all of it. I bet number 12. I bet 12 the hard way, which is the only way. I go to the other side, and I start betting all 12. Every single place, everywhere there's a way to bet on 12. I bet like 5 or 6 times on 12. She's looking at me like I kicked her child in the teeth. And she throws the dice and looks at me staring, and bitch rolls a 12. I make $80, cash out, and I walk away. And she looks at me like I'm a fucking even. My friend is like, how did you do that? I'm just like, I wanted 12. That's it.
Wow.
Just lucky. I mean, it's not like it's not a $2,600 win or anything, but that's how living in Vegas. I think of gambling a little bit differently. I don't try to. I feel like if I wanted to try to make big gains, I would get sucked into possibly making bigger losses. So I just like to have fun with it. And it's like I played one fucking dice roll, one. I win 10 times my money. I told my buddy I got beers. And there you go. That's what I consider a Vegas win. It made the night a little bit more luxurious.
I am thinking about it. Well, like I've spent not an entire year of my life in Las Vegas, but I have family in Las Vegas, so I go and visit them not quite often, but occasionally. And I used to go there for spring break and stuff. And I was there with a friend of mine, and we were on the strip. And this was in 2007. And all of a sudden, so Las Vegas used to not have sports teams. It was actually like a very taboo for them to have sports teams or any sporting events because gambling was legal and everything.
Because of the gambling, yeah, exactly.
And so we were walking down the strip, and all of a sudden, all these people start running back towards our way, and we didn't know what was going on. But it turned out there was a shooting with an NFL player. His name is Pac-Man Jones at the time. And
Right. Rabbi, Merry Christmas, Rabbi.
hey, happy holidays to you, Mike. How you doing?
Pretty good. How about you?
Living the dream, my friend.
Hey, Mr. Rabbi Rothschild, happy Christmas.
Happy holidays to you. I hope you're having a great day.
Thank you.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
You want to know what's good?
Yep.
Dude, if I were to know, I would tell you, but unfortunately, I'm like stoned right now.
Okay. Well, it happens to the best of us. Anyway, I was just telling a story about a shooting on the Las Vegas Strip where I was, and then another cool story. There was when they implode these casinos, they it's like a big event. So I've seen the Stardust imploded, and it was really cool to see.
I saw that one.
Dude,
Look at those spots.
Yeah.
Setting charges in a specific way so that the dust hopefully doesn't really go out.
oh, like they're detonating this fucking place. They're literally detonating the
Yeah, and
I mean, it's been cleared. There's not a fucking person in there. It's not like it's just one of those things like state plans. They make an idea. It takes a year for them to finally, close down the casino and then get all the stuff out, and then a couple months to set all the charges, and then one night the whole building comes down.
and there's like a huge cloud of dust that takes over, and it was very cool to see. I'd never seen something that big be taken down so quickly. It's just like one moment, it's a huge building that literally looks like it could have people in it, and the next minute, it's dust.
The
And
only thing different is they do have the lights off.
Yeah.
So it's like the only time you'll ever see one of those buildings with the lights off.
Right.
So
One of the cool things that they did, like they didn't have drones back then that they were being used for these things, but they took fireworks and they had like a countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 on fireworks on the building. And then it hits, 0 and the thing comes down. Yeah. And they had this like huge cloud of dust that, it looked like 9/11. It just came over you and everything was just like pulverized. And so everybody runs away from it, and it's fun. I don't know. When's the last time they did one of those, Caspian Sea? Do you remember?
when they tore down the sands to build like the extension of the beach, this was the last one. Actually, maybe it was didn't they take down Monte Carlo to put up the Colorado?
Very well could be.
No, I didn't watch it, but I know I wasn't here when it happened. I think it was the Monte Carlo that went down, so that they could put up the new big red Colorado.
Very well.
I could be wrong.
There are.
In between, so there is more than enough time to pull them off and shoot off and everything. But those nights, I'm pretty sure the neighboring casinos don't have the pools open.
Yeah, exactly. And then they have to clean them all, like the exteriors off, or perhaps wait for it rain. But yeah, it's pretty wild to see that. And I had only ever seen them on television, which is still something to see. But for them to go as quickly as they go, it's wild. I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was wondering if you had seen that.
They just closed down the like last summer. I want to say the Flamingo, but I don't think they imploded it. It's just I think somebody is going to just use the land for something.
also where the flamingo
Oh, Trop-
garden was, that became the Westgate.
Okay, there you go.
The Westgate, now that's something else. But that's actually what I was asking when you said you were in the sports book with your uncle. Did you go to that one? That is the largest sports book. It's not open anymore, but it was. Just as far as like actual square footage, the largest sports book in the world.
No, we did not. So the family that I have there, they're locals, so they know that that's just like a den of thieves. So they have like, yeah, their local casinos that they would go to. My uncle lived. My uncle lived in. I don't know if you know where Stallion Mountain is, but it's like near Samstown.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
and so at the time, I think, yeah, exactly. It was a major sports book because they had just opened it. But yeah, I mean, they all kind of try to one up each other. I think I've been there a few times when it was like, oh, this is the biggest one in the world, and then like Caesars will build theirs, and this is the biggest one in the world, and then MGM Grand will, redo theirs, and then this is the biggest one in the world. I have not been since they, yeah, I would say it's been, I don't know how long it's been since I've been to Las Vegas, but really, there's just not, I don't know, I don't like, there's like a change in people's morality when I get there. I even just see it on the billboards. Like LA doesn't have billboards with just like women in bikinis and like, call me for your, that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, the insurance. Oh, well, Adrian.
Rabbi, you seem like the last guy in the world to get offended by a billboard of a fucking.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I know that there are like children who grow up there. I mean, I have cousins who grew up there, and I just know that it kind of creates a,
It's like pornography.
yeah, like in front of kids' faces. I don't know. LA doesn't have that. So
No, it's true. There's pornography everywhere. I was walking down the street with my parents when I was 13 or whatever, and those guys, they slapped it.
Absolutely.
And they tried to put it in my hand right in front of my own parents. Just say, hey, here you go. Call these girls and go on have fun tonight. It's like, I'm a 14-year-old fucking kid standing next to my mom and dad. Why are you giving me this fucking pornography?
and it's on the ground, and it's, I mean, look,
And then it's just on the ground.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then I know how it works.
It's on the ground, like fucking like all these numbers.
Yeah. So basically,
For hookers and private quote-unquote strippers, bro, there's just porn all over the street on the strip.
absolutely. And the way that those systems work, there's like, as I understand, like they generally use immigrants, and they have to sit in the sun for like in the hottest temperatures, and they're just what do they call them, like flappers or clappers or something, slappers. And and I don't know, I watched a documentary on it a few years ago, and they're not stickers, they're like baseball cards with hookers on them.
And then to get your attention when you walk by, they slap what they have in their hands together. So like it
Get your attention.
usually make people's heads naturally turn that way, and then they try to hand it to you really quick.
Yeah.
You know?
And if you're like 21 years old, it works beautifully. It works beautifully.
It does.
Because
Really?
Oh.
I feel like if you're already seeking that out, you would find it. You don't have to go like promoting it.
it wasn't that
Literally,
easy.
You don't have to seek very far.
It wasn't that easy. Like now it's easy. You can go on the internet and get anything you want. But 20 or 30 years ago, or even before then, you didn't have that access. So you were using like 800 numbers and like calling random numbers to get women to you. And the other thing is it's prostitution is illegal in Clark County. So they have to either promote brothels outside of the county, or it's just kind of a thing like have a private dancer in your room.
A private dancer, yeah, and then nothing's supposed to happen.
Right.
And yeah, and our dancers better not be doing anything off the books, quote unquote. But that's what the whole industry's about.
And the city changes. I know I've been like in different periods, and there was like a time when Vegas was very family friendly, and it was like going to Disneyland, like going to Las Vegas with pools. We stayed at the Treasure Island when it was like in its heyday, and they'd have like you know like ship like pirate show. It was amazing, and I remember it was like yeah. I mean, I of course had been to Disneyland multiple times, and Disney World, and I just exactly. Exactly. And so there was a period of time when Las Vegas was doing its best to be family friendly. And then it changed. Then it went into the what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, which backfired in a lot of ways, because people would just destroy the town, and then be like, well, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and they would. But the saying was, yeah, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I have to live with it, was the locals kind of phrase. And it just
Notice that Caspian, it seems like it's just like a practical for
To be honest, except for the few people I like to hang out with, I think that most everyone else I look at is the worst kind of people, but that's just me being very misanthropic. I think that I noticed that kind of sightseeing or tourists mistreating the land. I noticed it a lot more in Hawaii. I mean, people do. They throw their trash on the floor. When it's Vegas, they get drunk, they piss, they get in fucking fights, they do things they wouldn't do in their hometown because it's Vegas, baby, Vegas. But as far as like people just almost seeming to show up for the express purpose of disrespecting a land, like living on Kauai, it was infuriating. Like people mistreated everyone who worked there. It was insane.
Why do you think that happened in Kauai?
Dude, on Kauai, they fucking hate the tourism because of how bad people treat their land and like the way they, you know, it's actually really insane. But I mean, it'd be one thing if I was just like, I don't know, if I was like, oh, people are actually using the trash cans, but they complain. I would be honest about that. Like, you know, I think they just hate the situation. Like, no, I know Americans mistreat Hawaii. Now, other people from around the world are different. Hawaii's a beautiful place. It's not really America. America fucking owns it like a commonwealth. It's an occupation. So, yeah, why shit on Hawaii? Because America's got a stranglehold on it. That's it. That's really it. You know what I mean? It's a fucking island, peninsula in the middle of the ocean. So it's only Americans that mistreat, like, and treat everyone. Like, treat all the servers and bartenders and shit. It was really weird. Really weird. I was like one of the Canadian people at the table. Now that they weren't Americans, so they started talking. At first, I'd be like, ah, shit. One of these damn whiteys. I'm not gonna do it. They'd be like, oh, hi, sorry. Can I order a drink? And I'd be like, absolutely, sir. I go very Rick Moranis. And pretend to be.
Joe Rogan podcast, chickadoo.
Are you watching Joe Rogan or Lex?
I'm watching Lex, but I always do that Canadian accent when I watch the beginning of it. Joe Rogan podcast, Jiggadoo. The Joe Rogan experience. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. For the most part, at least Canadian people who I've met, I can't always tell that they're Canadian, except if they say a couple words here or there. And then it's like, oh, okay.
No, yeah, it's only a couple words. That's why if I want to do my overextended impression, I have to say sorry.
A boot?
That's pretty much it. That's the word. It's like, you know.
What about A? Sorry, A?
I mean, at that point, like, you know, it's one thing to do the Lucky Charms, Leprechaun, it's another thing to start talking about, like, the Black Stone, you know? So, I'm trying to make fun of joke, I'm not trying to. I actually have no complicated topics that I don't understand. It seems really fucking good on a joke. Well, not the guy not
Lex Friedman has 2 dimes on from Canada. Just for a moment. They're like chess grandmasters. They're not that
step at
good,
a
but they're
time.
really good.
I think what
Hold on, these
meditation
bitches are
does
hot.
and it's most effective.
They're not
It's
like
just that pain is
the
a,
hottest chicks
is
of
a
all time,
catalyst
but
for the meditative
just for a
process, I
moment.
think. For me.
So these
Magnus said
Canadian
there's no
ones,
meaning to life. Do
they're
you guys
like
agree?
they're beautiful. Just for a moment.
Why are we here?
He's been. I mean, to be like you expect, like, I don't know, chess people to be like super nerdy looking. I mean, generally they are, but these bitches are hot. No, they're not that good, but they're pretty good. They're like chess influencers. I don't know. I fucking love Lex Friedman's interests. We're very aligned in things. Like he likes AI, he likes big data, he likes robotics, he likes like interviewing the interviews of like really big politicians. He had Benjamin Netanyahu, he had the president of Argentina on. He had just some really big people. And then he has these chess people on. He has like people on. He does really good debates too. I think I do like chess a lot.
But you don't play it.
I do play it. You and I used to play. You and I used to play.
No, we played literally 2 games.
No, we played more than 2 games, and I came to the conclusion that you and I are just about equal in chess. It just depended on who went first.
No, I've been playing like not even joking, like 6 hours of chess per day for like the last.
Okay, well, I didn't know you became obsessed with it since we last played, but yeah, I mean, I play sometimes influencers on Kick, like people who play on Kick, and I'll play them, and then that'll be on video and stuff.
Alex Friedman interviewed and I don't know if he interviewed them.
I don't know if he's had the chance. So do you play on chess.com?
Yeah.
Very nice. Do you know your rank?
Yeah, I made it from like a 300 kilo to like 500. Or more like 450.
So you're getting pretty serious. Well, I like chess. I find it kind of can take up a lot of my life, and I don't want it to. I like listening to people talk about chess and the strategies behind it, the way people cheat. I find that to be fascinating. He had Lex Friedman had on the other day. Well, he had him on a long time. I don't know, a few months ago, but I watched it the other day. what's the big YouTuber? What's the biggest chess YouTube channel? Do you know? Gotham Chess, that guy. He had that guy on, and it was fascinating to hear like what he has to go through, just like just determining if people are cheating and all the different ways people cheat. I think that's almost more fascinating to me than the actual games, because people just become so obsessed with just winning that there's the discussion of anal beads being used at length in that interview. There are like, the use of different computers, how AI now is basically better than any human will ever be at chess. It's surpassed as good as even Magnus Carlsen. And then you get into the drama that occurs where like he was, so Gotham Chess was saying that he played someone in Indonesia, and this person didn't have any like didn't have like a very good score or something, and this guy just ended up whooping him, and he reported the person to chess.com saying like, I think this person is cheating, and chess.com took down that person's account, which to me kind of seems like a Piggly or whatever, but then all of a sudden, I guess this Gotham Chess didn't know that Indonesia is like the 4th most populous country in the world. And all of this hate came on him from Indonesia, where he had to like, well, actually, this is how I learned about some of this stuff. He had to pay. Well, let me think how he already had somebody who promoted his channel, and he had to tell that company to do like location blocks, which really kind of opened up my mind to how these big YouTube channels work. Basically, they use a third party that is in really good graces with YouTube, and they allow these people to do have a lot more features that a normal YouTuber can't use. So like what? Normally you can't geo-block people. Like if you want to watch my videos, you can watch them anywhere in the world. I don't have a way to like say I don't want these people to be able to watch them, but with that third party, you can do that, and you can like focus on different segments of the population. All these kinds of things that YouTube does not allow, and I don't understand why YouTube doesn't allow it. I know like Facebook allows it. You can do that kind of stuff with Facebook. You can do that kind of stuff being like a cam model, but at least on YouTube you can't. It was just interesting to hear, and I think Lex Friedman is an intelligent person. He seems to me to be a good interviewer, and he's grown on me. When I first saw him, on the way that I was exposed to him was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I just wasn't super impressed by him. But the YouTube algorithm kept feeding me his videos, and especially when I fall asleep, I'll like fall asleep to Joe Rogan or something, and then I'll wake and it's like I have watched like 6 different Lex Friedmans. So I started kind of getting into it, and then all of a sudden, I've been watching his stuff on like repeat. The other reason why I watch his stuff is he has just one big playlist that I can just play, and it will just be podcast after podcast after podcast after podcast, and it doesn't stray from that. And I like that. I don't like it when I'm watching the same podcast all day, and then it all of a sudden thinks that I need to watch How to Learn English. I get this all the time. It's like, I don't understand this. Like, I don't understand their algorithm. And or it'll just show me like a different podcast. I would say most of them do. His is just, well, another thing is his don't, I feel, age badly. Like Joe Rogan's podcast, I feel age pretty badly because he talks about a lot of, like he'll talk, yeah, thank you, current events or, like things we already know the answer to. Like when I'm watching Joe Rogan and he's talking about something that's happened in the past, it's like, now I'm going to waste 40 minutes listening to this topic and I already know the answer. But Lex Friedman's don't age as badly. And Caspian C and I were talking about this the other day, where like we noticed that podcasters a lot of times, unless they're a current events podcast, They do their best to make their podcast timeless. You're right. There are a lot of podcasts, the big ones that just have one playlist that you can play. But like at least with Joe Rogan, if I'm not watching the most recent few of them, then it kind of becomes delayed information. Riser, what I want to know is what do you think of these drones, dog? You're the most skeptical anti-UFO person I've ever met in my entire life. I want to know what you think about these drones.
Trump was sort of like the current government. Exactly what's going on.
What drones are you referring to?
There's like a huge,
Ones that are all over America right now.
yeah.
Are they hiding that from
Have you seen any in Las Vegas?
Not Las Vegas. I've seen them in the desert. It's been Vegas in Southern California over the situation.
I've been looking since they've done it, and I haven't seen anything. I know they were seen in Temecula and like a little south, like off the coast of like Dana Point. But like in New Jersey, they're shutting down airports. They shut down an airport in Japan. They shut down airports in England and I think Germany as well. And that's just what I know. There's just been a huge.
Shut down airports all the time. Whether it's
No, they don't. I don't know where you are. They don't shut down American airports unless there is like a homeland security threat. Well, they call them drones. They're not little though. They're like the size of an SUV. They're huge. And I mean, I've seen them do all kinds of interesting things. I've seen them from planes. I've seen them from the ground. And this isn't just like 2 or 3 videos. This is like 300 to 500 videos of just like, we don't know what this is. They're over New York City. They're over New Jersey. They're kind of popping up in random places.
They disappear. No one's ever tracked one with the drone.
They do track them with their own drones, and these things shut down those drones immediately. They kill all of the battery power, and then they fall to the ground. I sent President Biden has requested information about these and contacted the Department of Defense 4 times, and he's being told that basically he does not have a need to know what they are.
I think he does have a need to know.
Well, that's what you would think, but they usually don't brief
So
the.
does every American
Right. Well, and that's the thing. They call them drones, but that's kind of a bad name for them because it's confusing with normal people drones. But the state of New Jersey and New York have put a ban on all residential drones or commercially available drones until mid-January. And these things are still all over the place. I mean, they had a meeting in New Jersey with every mayor of the state, like 100 and some odd mayors or something like that, maybe of every major city in New Jersey. And they're like, we don't know what these things are. They've had briefings from the department.
Are you serious? Everyone is like, we don't know what the fuck these are.
Caspian Sea, am I wrong?
What do you say?
Am I wrong? I mean, they don't have an answer as to what these are. If you've seen the interviews with people,
They've not released any answer. No, people are asking what it is. They're getting videos, and the government keeps saying that there's no proof anything's happening.
they say that there's no need to worry, but we don't know what these things are.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they put it, which is it is the most asinine thing.
They say there's no credible.
Combination of to trick people. Who knows what the fuck it is? We don't know right now.
They say there's no credible.
Do they look like alien technology, or do they look?
I would say they look more like human technology, except for a couple things. They don't have any thermal signature or any radiation signature or radio signature.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so that means that they're basically not human. If they don't have, or they're, and they've also gone through all of the things like they've asked the people of the Department of Defense and the White House. So are these man-made? They say no. Are these from another country? No. Are these some kind of classified contractor? No. But we can't tell you what they are. The only reason why I say I think that they look the only thing that I think about that makes me think that they're human, or no, I shouldn't say I don't think they're human, but makes them look human is the lights on them. They use red and green lights, and that's generally what
They're the holiday drones, dude. It's just the Christmas drones to get around the fucking Christmas spirit.
No, it's. I mean, the argument is that they're just cloaking, so they. But I mean, the way that these things fly, they fly in these huge packs, and then all of a sudden it'll move like 200 miles in the air over the course of like 1 second. It'll just move faster than anything that we've seen, like faster than any plane can go. And then they'll be flying in the air, and then it'll just shoot up into the sky 50,000 feet in like a matter of seconds. They say that, I mean, they are non-human. They're like non-human crafts. Basically, any human would get killed in these things. And I don't know what they are. It's really, of any time that they would have disclosure, it's with these things. Because at least in the United States, this is front page news. It is on every.
Skynet, it's just AI with fucking robots trying to scare us.
Well, they did address that to some extent. They're like, hey, are these like Amazon delivery drones or Google? And they're like, no, it's nothing like that. And the thing is, they're just like, the big thing that they say is there's no credible threat, but we don't know what they are. They've tried to shoot it.
Now, are you at all spooked out by this?
No, I see it as what's known as soft disclosure. It's been happening for like at least 80 years where little things are leaked out, and it's just the people in the know what's going on, and they are associated.
It does not seem like soft disclosure if it's in news that there's literally alien drones that are.
It is because this isn't the first time that this has happened in the United States. It happened in the 1950s above the United States Capitol, and it happened recently over here.
This is the first time where there's like hundreds of them.
Not necessarily. I mean, well, it's the biggest one that we've seen reported. It's just the fact that people have cell phones, so they can record it now. In 1960, they couldn't record it as easily, so it would just be like, hey, there's a huge UFO flag. But it happened in the 1950s. It happened at least in the 60s. It happened certainly in the 70s, the 80s. The 90s had the Phoenix Lights. And then most recently, we've seen this wave of drones that have happened since like November 16th. And it's really interesting. There was some guy, I don't know who it was, but who predicted this. He said like years ago, December 3rd, 2024 will be like a date where we will have like an invasion or something. It's not that specific. It was December 3rd, 2024, but I don't know if he said we'd have he said that's when disclosure would happen. And yeah, and it has been very, very accurate. And these things are every single night. And to the point where commercial drones are no longer allowed to be flown in New Jersey or New York, that they've had huge meetings with the mayors, that the president of the United States is not getting answers. And but I don't know what they are. And anyone who tells you that they know what they are, I want to know their source.
Where did you
just go to right now. Just go to Reddit. It's r. So I can tell you the address if you want. It's reddit.com/r/UFOs. Just go. I'll look at it with you. It's okay. So right now they have 4 orbs plus a drone, and that's the thing too. There are orbs as well. So that happened 6 hours ago. There's another one 2 hours ago. UFO sighting over White Sands in New Mexico. There's another one. Right. Orbs in Michigan. They have Toms River, New Jersey on 12/24 at 6 p.m. They have a bunch of them flying in the sky there. The Bronx, they have them flying over the Bronx. This happened 5 hours ago. I mean, that's the thing. Normally, the UFO subreddit will be like one good sighting every 3 days. This is like 25 good sightings per day, at least. They have another one 5 hours ago. Another one, let's see here, 13 hours ago. I mean, these are over major, like this one's over Dallas, Texas. These are over major cities. You're not allowed to just fly over these cities at this low an altitude. In Germany, they had 149 incursions on German airports this year. Here's what they have one out of a plane. That's the other thing too. I've seen a bunch of them where people take them out of a plane, and you can see it. Normally, you're not allowed to get that close to a plane with anything, and these things are just like trailing the plane or just running parallel to them.
I see that right outside of the wing of the plane.
Right. I've seen a few videos like that. I see the one that you're looking at that was like 17 hours ago. There's another one, 14.
Jesus Christ, that's freaking, yeah, 48 hours ago. It's like crazy.
So there's one 2 hours ago in Arizona, 29 minutes ago in Rotterdam. They're flying over a city. And that's the thing. A lot of people will be like, "Oh, these are only happening in the United States." No, they're not. They've caught the attention of the United States, but they've happened over England. I mean, I think remember Riser? I showed you that one that was like a ball right off of the ground that caught a lot of people's attention. You may not remember, but like it was taken from a plane, and it was like this ball that was like 2 inches off the ground. It was like a blue ball.
Go on the airport.
Yeah, exactly. That happened like, I don't know, within the last 2 months, and ever since then, we've had just, at least in the United States, tons of, but really just anywhere where cell phones are available. I've seen them in China, dude. And not only that, but if you know who Rosie O'Donnell is, she spoke out about him. Dane Cook spoke out about him. Joe Rogan spoke out about him. In fact, I want to watch this. Joe Rogan had an expert on it today at launch. I just didn't watch it because I've been watching this chess one on Lex Friedman. But let's see what Joe Rogan has to say about it.
What do you think? Are you invaded?
I hope so. This is boring. No, it's boring, but we definitely need a little bit of thunder. So, I'll put it that way. Plus, if there's aliens, hopefully there's sex in the movie.
All right, so this James Fox, he is Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's a very good time to have a UFO expert in.
A lot has been going on.
This is, I had, I know you ran into him. I had Ryan Graves on yesterday.
Oh my God, I'll tell you the funny story about how I ran into him.
You ran into him in the lobby of the hotel, right?
So the lobby told me, they're all, don't use this one elevator. It's really rickety and it makes a lot of noise and it's not very reliable and just don't use it. So I didn't. And then I was leaving 24 hours later to come down coffee. And I was like, fuck it, let me take the rickety elevator. I was like, they told me not to take it, but I'm going to take it anyway. So I pushed the button. I'm standing there. Here's the door's open. I look, I see this shadowy figure in the corner. I'm like, Ryan Graves, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know. What are you doing? I was like, are you doing what I think you're doing? He goes, yeah. Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, he did. He told me he ran into you.
Oh,
He didn't tell me
so-
the whole story about the rickety elevator.
Yeah. And he was like this shadowy figure up against the corner, like kind of just, I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. It was really funny.
We talked a lot of nonsense about aliens, but we also talked about the technology that he knows is state of the art when it comes to drones.
Yes.
And that some of these ones in New Jersey, they're doing things that you can't really do yet.
Yes.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. Because it's like, okay.
And they're the size of SUVs.
Right. So is it ours? And we somehow or another have some stuff that mainstream drone manufacturers at the highest level aren't aware of yet? Is it ours? Is it like some crazy military stuff? Because if it's not, and it's coming from the ocean, like, what do you mean it's coming? What the fuck?
50 of them.
What do you mean? What do you mean 50 suburban sized?
So check this out.
UFOs are coming out of the ocean.
This is really funny. I've been working with this guy. We've been communicating on Signal for a long time. Actually, he was through Proton. He was emailing me stuff about Virginia, the UFO crash in Virginia. And but he was anonymous. One day, I was like, he's really knowledgeable. And he was sending me stuff that was really helpful. Like, you should track down this flight. 'Cause it happened. It was going to this airport. Go to this base. And I was like, finally one day, I was like, who are you? And how do you know what you know? He goes, I'm a retired United States Air Force colonel. I was like, oh. And he goes, and I'm also an experiencer. I had an experience back in 1980, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
so
what happened to him?
He had a UFO encounter. It's in the movie towards the end. But anyway, he texted me yesterday, and he goes, James, I really want you to explain to me how the hell you orchestrated a UAP invasion right around the time your film's coming out. I was like, I really like to know how you did that. I was like, I know I could.
Bro, do you know what kind of a budget you would have to have drones running in the sky all over? How many different cities are reporting it now? Like, what's the numbers?
It's exploding all over the place, and it's getting bigger. I've heard California. I've heard Europe now, bases in England, New York, New Jersey.
I've heard San Diego. I definitely wasn't there something in Ohio, right? Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. They had to shut that place down.
Yeah,
that's Ohio. So I've heard New Jersey. I think Florida, right? That was the one that Ryan Graves showed us a photo of. That was from Florida. So, like, who fucking? What's going on? Who fucking knows?
I was super busy. I had the release of the film going on, and so I was like trying to focus on that and getting everything lined up, and it was a huge push. And all these text messages from all around the world are pouring in, like, what the hell's going on with these drones? And I was like, it's probably something conventional. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm just going to keep on focusing what I got at hand here. And then I started getting more information coming in, more information. Then a buddy of mine called me, and he actually went to Brazil with me a couple of years ago. And he's like, bro, I live here. I'm seeing these things in the sky. I've seen them 7 times now. They're the size of an SUV. I was like, well, what do they look like? What do they behave like? He's like, well, they're making noise. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that quickly kind of eliminates something non-conventional in terms of propulsion. But then I got reports of objects that didn't make any noise and that would go silent.
What kind of noise it was making?
Like a propellers drones would make, but loud, and they have a loiter, but they're big and they have a loiter time of hours. The average drone, like I fly drones for my films, is like you're lucky to get 25 minutes. These things are there for hours.
Yeah, 5 hours at a time.
They go dark when they're approached by other objects. They're not getting picked up on FLIR at times. And then some of them have no noise. I've heard crescent shaped. And then I heard about the ones that really got me because I contacted Christopher Mellon and was like, Chris, what is going on, buddy? I really rely on him for good information. And he's like, I really don't know, man. It's a real shit show. And the U.S. government seems to be clueless right now. He goes, some of them are conventional. Some of them are misidentified conventional crap. But there are other ones coming in off the ocean that are up to 50. The Coast Guard and police department are reporting that truly remain a mystery. And then you had Schumer at a press conference, just like it was yesterday. And then he's like, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And the guy goes, yeah, so it's a UAP. He goes, well, the drones. He goes, well, you wrote the legislation. It's a UAP. It's unidentified anomalous phenomena. Why don't you just use UAP? I think they're using the word drone because UAP is almost too scary, like some kind of invasions happening.
That's what UAP is, unidentified anomalous phenomenon?
Yeah.
So couldn't that be kind of anything? Doesn't even mean flying.
Well, that's the thing, because it used to be unidentified aerial. Well, it was UFO, unidentified flying object. Then it was UAP, unidentified aerial phenomenon. But then they're coming out of the water.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like this is nonsense.
So they said anomalous.
Why don't they just keep using UFO?
Because people associate UFO with otherworldly, and they wanted to take that, remove that baggage, and make it a little less scary. That's my personal opinion.
I kind of get that, but also it's just an unidentified flying object. If we find out what it is, then it becomes an identified flying object. It doesn't necessarily mean it's alien.
True, but
right? Like think of
people
the stealth
probably
bomber.
jumping out of their windows right now if they said UFOs are invading the East Coast. You remember World of Worlds?
Right, that's true.
People were like jumping out of their windows.
That's actually a very good point.
So I think they toned it down. I think they're using the word drone, even though they're unidentified, just because of the fear factor. I think the fear factor is real.
Yeah. I can't help but cringe when I hear that word.
Oh, sorry. The fear element.
It's so funny.
Sorry.
It was too much of a part of my life.
Too close to home.
So when did they start? Like, what was when was it acknowledged that this was an issue that was reoccurring recently? Like, obviously there's always been something in the sky. People have always seen things. Who knows what they are? Whether or not they're, a lot of people see Starlink and they think it's UFOs, right?
Yeah, of course.
But when did this drone thing that we're currently experiencing basically every day, when did it start?
A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago. That's when I started really hearing about it. But
Jamie, is there like I have any sort of official answer to that?
I have something that
20th, 19th, something like that.
Is
mid-November.
Mid-November. This episode is brought to you by GoPuff. Does grocery shopping drive you nuts? The lines and the chaos and the inflated prices. Then you have all these third-party delivery apps with their ridiculous fees, markups, and you still have to wait hours for delivery. Well, enter GoPuff, the game changer. They deliver snacks, groceries, alcohol, essentials, whatever you need, straight to your door in just 15 minutes. And get this, it's cheaper than the store because GoPuff uses their own fulfillment centers. No middleman, no crazy markups. It's like Amazon, but for everyday essentials and way faster. GoPuff also just launched cheapest on the planet pricing. Think $2 organic eggs, $2 milk, $5 diapers, $10 Tide Pods. It's insane. They're beating big grocery stores at their own game. So do yourself a favor, download the GoPuff app on your phone, use the code Rogan20 for $20 off your order, and experience faster, cheaper, better shopping. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
I have something that this is about an air base in Vandenberg Air Force Base in 2003. And this is not an anonymous, but this is about incursions over. Listen to this. I promised this individual that I met at Seoul conference. He's a witness. He's a military guy. My name is Jeffrey Nusatelli. I served 16 years in the United States Air Force as a technical sergeant and a military police officer. In October 2003, my coworkers and I witnessed a series of extraordinary UAP incursions at Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. The initial event is known as the Vandenberg Red Square, and it was first mentioned during the historic UAP hearing held in 2023. The case involved Boeing contractors who witnessed a huge red square-shaped object, roughly the size of a football field, hovering over a missile defense system. The object was silent and had no visible means of propulsion. The contractors watched in amazement as the massive object slowly drifted east and vanished over the hills. I retained official Air Force records of the event, including the blotter form entry, which includes the names and contact information of all the witnesses, and provided it to select members of Congress, AARO, and the FBI. AARO is a new UAP task force, all-domain anomalous resolution office. After the initial event, several other UAP incursions took place at Vandenberg. I was on duty during many of the encounters, and I investigated the incidents as they unfolded. Now remember, this is not anonymous reporting here. They include a football field-sized craft that terrified security guards as it silently hovered over a launch facility before flying off at an unbelievable rate of speed. A brightly illuminated silent object that landed on the base flight line before accelerating instantaneously and disappearing into space. A huge triangular-shaped craft larger than a C-130 that hovered 50 feet over a police officer before it drifted slowly over the base. A blue-white liquid orb, roughly the size of his house, that hovered over his house on the base. The objects made no sound and had zero obvious means of propulsion. And he says, my experiences with UAP were awe-inspiring, exciting, and terrifying. I don't know why UAP are flying over our bases and our neighborhoods, but I do know the UAP phenomenon is of the utmost importance to all of humanity. I currently have 5 other military witnesses to the Vandenberg incursions that are all willing to testify tomorrow under oath that these statements are true. We need answers to this mystery and better government transparency. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. Former United States Air Force Technical Sergeant and witness, Jeff Nusatelli.
Well,
crazy, right? I mean, we're talking objects the size of a football field.
That's bananas. And then they take off insanely fast, just like the Tic Tac.
Straight up into space.
So this was it. What was the exact date of this?
This was 2003. There was a number of incursions during that year, up all the way into 2005. And he has the names, and they submitted it to the new head of Aero.
That's interesting because that coincides with the Tic Tac.
It does coincide with the Tic Tac.
I wonder if it's like, vacation season. It's like every few years.
Let's go check out what those guys are up to.
You know what I mean? Maybe it's like a real pain in the ass to get here. Maybe it's one of those things like you can go to Australia, but it's a pain in the ass. It's 16 fucking hours on a plane. It's a long flight.
Oh my gosh.
You know
I went to South Africa one time, and that was like 22 hours. Yeah. I was like, the plane's going to run out of gas.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's like one of those things. It's like you can do it, but it's a pain in the ass. So maybe they only travel to Earth every now and again.
How could these incursions have been taking place? And like, here we are 20 years later, and we're only now really starting to talk about them.
I think the reason being is if you don't understand it and you can't protect people from it because it's so beyond our capabilities that if just describing it accurately removes all confidence that our government has everything under control. That's one reason why. And also, if you have no answers, you don't know what the hell it is. Like,
that's a very good point, yes.
If you don't know what the hell it is, what are you even going to say? Hey, there's something that came. We don't know what the fuck it is. It's as big as a football field. Yeah. Shot off into the sky. We have no idea. They'd be like, what do you mean we have no idea? Yeah. Hire somebody who understands this. And then they'd be like, fire him. Get him out of hospice.
I remember like 20 years ago, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, totally naive, still naive. But I was meeting with a general, and I said, God, it'd be so amazing. This story is like so unifying, and we had this kumbaya moment, and we discover that, we're not alone in the universe, and wouldn't that be amazing, and blah, 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 the implications for all of humanity. And he sat there almost chuckling at me. And he looked at me, and he goes, you got it all wrong, man. You got to see this through our lens. And I was like, through your lens? He goes, yeah, the military's perspective. I was like, okay, tell me. And I never thought about this before. You just mentioned it. He goes, okay, imagine this scenario. We sit there and we say, my fellow Americans, it has been brought to our attention that there are craft of unknown origin whizzing around with impunity in our airspace. They exhibit a technology that's light years advanced from anything that we have. We don't know who they are, where they come from, what they want. Shall they turn to be hostile? We have no visible means of defense against them. Thank you and good night.
You're fired.
You're fired.
And someone like Trump will come along. I'll make a deal with the aliens.
Yeah, but you see that predicament? Yeah. Like, people always go, why the secrecy? Duh.
Yeah, you have to have secrecy because you got to imagine the job of a politician in general, right? Like, you have to pretend that you're going to be able to handle situations that you well know you're not going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
If you're running for president, you know that you're not going to fix this economy. All right, stop. Just stop.
Everything's going to be, I'm going to wave the magic wand and it's all going to be taken care of.
You know you're not going to implement electric cars over the, stop. Stop. Shut the fuck up. There's not enough batteries. So if you're lying about all that, you're probably going to lie about whether or not you can handle the alien threat. I will unite us. I will unite us as a planet so we can deal together with the aliens.
Yeah.
Let's do it. All you have to do is just say some bullshit like that.
And then someone probably bends his ear when he gets into office and is like, yeah.
A good speaker,
about that disclosure.
J.D. Vance, like a guy like that, very bright, young, energetic speaker. He could convince people he could talk to the aliens. He could convince people. He can convince people that he
I
can
mean,
unite us all.
Have you seen the program?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there is.
Explain it to everybody.
Okay, so the program basically, it's funny because the last time I was on the show, we were talking about an alleged crash retrieval case that took place in Varginha, Brazil
Yes.
in 1996.
And your documentary on it. Which
Yeah,
is
Moment of Contact.
amazing. Amazing.
So we're talking about that, and I came off the heels of doing the Phenomenon, which touched a little bit on a potential crash retrieval program, but then it was like, then it was the crash retrieval over in Varginha, Brazil, and then I got hyper focused on that, and then I had sort of, it was a personal journey for me. Was okay, the elected officials, what do they know, and when do they know it? Do we have a crash retrieval program? That's what I set out to do. And then 3 months after I was on your show in April of 2023, the highest level intel officer, David Grush, testifies under oath that there is a crash retrieval program and that the government does have definitive proof that we're not alone. So he kind of opened the door for me. And a lot had happened since the release of the Phenomenon and Moment of Contact. There was all this legislation. There was the first congressional hearing. There was behind closed doors meetings with a number of intel officers and witnesses, and then you had the second congressional hearing, which was David Grush, which was absolutely phenomenal. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah.
Right. And then just recently, just a couple of months ago, we had the third congressional hearing, which I actually, funny enough, got to attend. So it was the first time in my 30 years investigating I was actually sitting behind people while they were testifying under oath about legitimacy of the Phenomenon, as well as there's a crash retrieval program. I mean, people have to understand that feel like maybe these things aren't happening fast enough. Just a couple years ago, they didn't even admit that the Phenomenon is real. Now there's people testifying under oath that we have a crash retrieval program. So drip, drip, drip. Things are happening. They're not putting the genie back in the bottle.
Do you wonder at all that you're being mind fucked? Do you wonder at all that this is a massive psyop and this is all just to cover up some very advanced American weapons technology?
I think it's a very good question, and here's why I don't believe that. Because I have done 30 years of field research, right? So I've gone to China, I've been to Russia, I've been to Australia, and Africa, South America, Canada, Alaska, all across Europe, United States, and I've investigated close encounters of the third kind. And I would ask your audience, don't take it from me, but the United States Air Force investigated and categorized close encounters of the first, second, and third kind, right? During their official capacity, Project Blue, Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project
Great
Blue Book.
fucking movie, by the way. If you haven't seen it, folks, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, probably the best alien invasion movie of all time.
Dr. Hynek has a cameo appearance in that film. Did you know that?
I had heard that.
Yeah,
I
so
don't remember who he was, though, but wasn't the French guy? Didn't he?
Yeah, Jacques Vallée.
He's supposed to be Jacques Vallée.
Jacques Vallée has a cameo. Well, there's a guy acting his part, but actually, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who is the scientific advisor to Project Blue Book all those years for the Air Force, actually has a cameo appearance, smoking a cigar during the encounter. And
that's
him.
right. That's
Dr.
right.
Hynek.
That's right.
Yep.
Smoking a pipe.
Smoking a pipe, and a lot of the cases, right down to Richard Dreyfuss's face being burned by the UFO, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files. Even the description of what the entities looked like. Close encounters, again, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is the United States Air Force documenting this stuff.
Yeah.
And he took it directly out of Project Blue Book files and made a movie out of it. And as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, he has Dr. Hynek have a cameo appearance in the movie.
You know what?
Most people don't know that.
It's a fantastic movie too.
It's a great movie
because it's a movie that's filled with. It's not like standard UFOs land. Like there's some play going on. There's some weirdness to the way they interact with us. That sort of is much more realistic in terms of like the things that people experience.
Yeah,
they experience interactions, very strange interactions. And when they had those little orb-like things that were flying around the movie, that's all straight out of. Like,
yeah.
100%.
I remember I had a buddy of mine who was a pilot over Europe in the 70s, and he used to come for family dinners, and he was always talking about it, and I was like, yeah, whatever. And then later on in life, when I started getting an interest in UFOs, I was like, Michael, tell me about that UFO encounter you had, that red orb. He goes, it was just like it was in the Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Steven Spielberg's movie. I was like, they took those files directly out of Project Blue Book files and right onto the big screen.
That's what the Foo Fighters were, right?
Yeah, Foo Fighters too. They had little orbs.
Yeah,
little orbs.
Fighter pilots are flying around. They're seeing these things with them.
Well, but let me ask you, and this is why that I don't think it's a PSYOP thing.
I don't think it's a PSYOP either.
Well, the reason why I don't is because Okay, I don't just believe Grush because he testified under oath and he's a high-level intelligence officer. Well, that's very impressive. I believe Grush because his claims align with my personal research in the field. Remember, I've investigated crash retrieval programs, crash retrieval cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I put out Moment of Contact, well, actually, when I went in to put out Moment of Contact, people were going, James, you just dropped one of the biggest, most successful UFO films in terms of transcending the UFO community and penetrating a much broader, more mainstream audience. Are you sure you want to put out a documentary that deals with an alleged crash and live aliens walking around the town of Virginia, Brazil? Like, seriously, that's what you want to put out there? You got access to like Harry Reid and all these intel insiders, and now you want to do that? You're going to tarnish your reputation. It's a bad.
Who gave you that advice?
A lot of people did.
I wish you called me.
Well,
I was like, James, you can handle
You
it.
probably heard about Moment of Contact, and then you thought, yeah, this sounds too crazy. Then
No, I
eventually
didn't.
you watched it.
No, I thought, I always think a crash and contact sounds crazy.
I know
I
it
always
does,
think
and
that.
it does.
I always think that. But I would have never told you not to do it.
Oh, okay.
I would have never told you not
Yeah.
to do it. You're really good at this. You know how to, you're really good at, explaining.
But you look at
UFO
half the
phenomena.
town talking about it, including the
Well, that's
mayor.
an incredible story. It's an incredible story.
It's a phenomenal story.
It's one of those stories where you're like, if everybody's in on this, this is crazy. If everybody's telling it, and there's not one contrarian that comes out and goes, they all told me to lie. I'm not fucking lying. This is stupid. They're doing it for tourism.
Oh,
not
yeah.
one person. Come on. There's always some hater. There's always some hater who wants to ruin your gag.
I remember.
It was, you know what I mean? If
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
no, I told you. I remember when I was making Moment of Contact and I wasn't done with it yet, Lou Elizondo was like, he's like, James, he called me up. He goes, I need a copy. I was like, the film's not done. I don't care. I need a copy. Give me a rough cut. I don't care. I was like, okay. What's the urgency? And he's like, you don't understand who's watching this right now. So I was like, okay. So I'm giving him copies. And I had absolutely no idea ever in 100 million years that I think we're going to be having months after the release of Moment of Contact, a congressional hearing under oath that was just a crash retrieval program.
What year did
Biologics
Moment of Contact come out?
It came out at the end of 2022.
Do you think Biden watched it? Do you think he sat down with Biden? That would have been wild.
You know, he's been
Could you
so
imagine Biden?
he's been so dismissive of it all. Like, Obama said a lot more
You know
about
why? Because he's already in space. He's in space right now.
it. He's like, go talk
He's
to
in
Obama.
orbit
I'm like,
right now
I was
around
like, really? That's the
Saturn.
best you can do?
He's like Dr. Manhattan. He's on the
Oh.
moon in a glass house.
Okay, let's say if Biden, if you're listening right now, you have nothing
Sir,
to lose.
You're the
right?
president of the United States, sir.
Yeah,
Release the hounds.
He's never running ever again.
Exactly.
He's not running for a second term. Come on, we're done.
He's already pardoned more human beings than any
Listen-
president ever other
Listen
than Carter.
to the advice at the end of the program
Yeah.
by Senator Harry Reid, who's now the late Senator Harry Reid. And I said to him, what advice would you give the president? It could have been any president at the time. And he said, don't be afraid of tarnishing your legacy by addressing this issue head on. And I hope that Biden gets to see that. And I really hope that President-elect Donald Trump gets to see that. People are ready for the truth. They've had enough of the lying. I think we're way beyond that at this point.
I agree with you. However, when I confronted Mr. Trump, he
yeah.
was very cagey.
Was he really?
Very cagey. I've seen some things. They told me some things. He didn't tell me shit. He basically,
Really?
it
Did
was
his eyes tell
basically
you?
like neither confirm nor deny. No, there was no eyes. I don't do that shit. Especially to a pro like Donald Trump. Like, you're not,
Really?
yeah. You're going to do it to an actor or something. Shut up. You're not
Really?
going to know what the
So
fuck
just
they think.
poker
Yeah,
face.
Daniel Day-Lewis told you that he just ate a baby. You'd fucking believe him. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, this idea that, like,
little
what did his
blood
eyes
dripping
tell
down.
you? What did his eyes tell you? It depends
No,
on the
right.
person. Depends
Yeah.
on the person. If it's your regular crackpot and they tell you a
Yeah.
lie, you're like, something's up. But there's people that can hide things. They can hide things behind their eyes. I think he knows something. I don't think he's that interested. I think he's more interested. I think he's a sort of a no-nonsense type of guy. This is why. You kind of have to be managing multiple businesses simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
He's always done that his whole career, right?
Yeah.
Manage being on The Apprentice while running these golf courses, while having these buildings, apartment buildings, hotels. He's constantly doing something, right?
Yes.
So while he's doing all that, and he's playing golf, while he's doing all that, there's no time for fucking aliens, man. There's no time for nonsense. There's no time for sitting around with your buddies, smoking a cigar, going, "What do you think, man? I mean, if I was them, man, I would do what they're doing." I wouldn't. There's no time for that nonsense talk. That guy's got businesses.
But we got objects of unknown origin flying over residential areas, flying over military bases, flying over nuclear silos.
Well, now I think he's much more interested because
that's a matter of national security. I mean,
it
people
is
are
now.
freaking out. Like, what the hell are we seeing? And they're going, we don't know what they are, but everything's fine.
Well,
They're
he's
totally
addressed it.
safe. There's no national security issue here. We don't know what they are, but you're fine. Don't worry about it. You remember what was the Steven Spielberg movie with the shark, the great white shark?
Yeah, Jaws.
Jaws. You remember?
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
like, everything's fine.
The mayor is like, keep swimming.
Yeah, keep swimming. The water's fine. Everyone's saying people are getting bitten in half.
That's the
Like,
perfect analogy, dude. That is the perfect analogy. That is it.
everything's fine. Go about your lives.
They're definitely
Nothing
not
to see
nuke
here.
sniffing drones. Come on, nuke sniffing drones. So what if some nuclear
Oh my
material was
God.
just stolen
Oh my
off a
gosh.
cargo ship? Whatever, guys.
All the online conspiracy stuff is crazy, and I get a lot of it because obviously what I do.
Of course.
And people send me all kinds of stuff. I was like, well, hang on a second. I wish I could put boots on the ground, but no, there's something really weird going on, and the fact that they don't know, or they're claiming that they don't know what it is. And here's another really funny thing. I actually in the program that I did now, and I hope you get a chance to watch it because it's crazy. It's got.
Tell people what it is.
Okay, so basically, I was talking about earlier.
Tell people the title, the whole thing.
It's
where they
called
can
The
see it.
Program. It's going to be on. It's on. It just came out. It's at #1 right now. It's on Amazon.
When did it come out?
Yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
I know. It came out yesterday. It's on Amazon. It's on Apple TV, and you can Google because the algorithms are just starting to catch up with it on Google right now because everyone's like,
Nice.
I can't find it. Look up The Program and then Google James Fox UFO documentary, The Program. You will 100% find it. It's being also made available internationally. They're working as fast as they can to get it up. It just went up yesterday. It's the most independent film from start to finish that I've ever made. And it covers what happened, because everybody thinks the government suddenly had this epiphany to decide to be more transparent with the general public. That's not what happened. What happened is there were a couple of intel insiders in the Pentagon reviewing some of this classified data, or so-called classified data, and resigned in protest of excessive secrecy. They found a loophole. This is Lou, probably Jay Stratton. I don't know for sure. Definitely Chris Mellon. And they walked these evidence tapes out of the Pentagon through this loophole. They bent the rules a little bit and onto the front page of the New York Times, right? So that happened, and it was exploded. You remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, there has been this unprecedented push by a bipartisan group of lawmakers to find out what the intelligence agencies know and when they knew it. And so that started happening behind the scenes, right? So it was 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and then in 2022, they were like, we're having a congressional hearing. Congressman Andre Carson, I think he's of Wisconsin, but I'm not positive. He spearheaded the first open congressional hearing, public open congressional hearing. And in that congressional hearing, they acknowledged the fact that the phenomenon was real. It was slowly introduced that we were not getting told the facts. There was a document that came out called the Wilson Davis Memo, and that was about the discovery by a former DIA guy, Admiral Wilson, of the crash retrieval program that was like maybe 20 plus years ago. And none of the names or anything in that document were redacted. I covered that memo in the film. And then 2023, another congressional hearing. This time it was David Grush talking about the crash retrieval program. It's been a steady progression. And so a lot has gone on between
What up, baby?
2017
How you?
and 2024. And that is what this film does, is it covers behind the scenes
That's
efforts,
correct.
bipartisan
How's life in your neck of
group
the
of
woods, Rumble
lawmakers
Pack?
effort to find out what the intelligence agencies really know.
Excellent. Well,
Yeah, and
I
people
hope
that
you have a
were,
wonderful day.
and
If
in
you
one of
need
them,
anything, you let me know,
there's an
okay?
encounter, and I think I remember you hearing about it, because you wanted to get a hold of David Grush, and so you contacted me.
Please do.
And I
Love to
actually
have
had
you, my man.
I actually had a drone up in the air in England, and I know, and I had my phone attached to my drone thing because that's what it was using as
Hey,
a controller
Obama
for the
Sonic, taking
screen.
you to the moon,
And
baby.
I'm flying the drone, and there was a huge windmill, and I saw this windmill, and I was like, oh, that's going to make a beautiful shot for the movie, and it is in the movie. So I'm up there flying it, and the wind, the turbines are going round and round, and I can't quite tell how close my drone is to them. So I'm paying really good attention, and I'm getting close to these big turbines, and all of a sudden my phone's ringing, and it's you. I'm like, oh my God, I can't not answer this. I got to answer. So I answered it while my drone was up there.
Oh, no.
And we talked briefly, and you said, hey, can you get me in touch with David Grush? I said, yeah, I got a guy that can put you in touch with. That was Jason Sands. And I guess you and Jason Sands talked about this alleged encounter in 1994 with this entity, alien, whatever you want to call him, in the desert.
Yes.
So that was a crazy story.
Crazy story.
But in any case, so when you watch the movie in the program, you'll see the drone flying dangerously close to these, and that's funny little inside thing.
So it didn't
I was on the
crash.
phone. Didn't crash, but I was on the phone with you when it happened. But when you watch the footage, it's like, wow, that's really close.
Is that guy public with that story?
Because
otherwise I would discuss it.
Yeah.
Because it sounded so nutty.
No. Okay, so here's what happened. This is funny because when I was in Washington, D.C. with Mellon and this gentleman, Jason Sands, I'm using his name now, and Mellon looked at me and he goes, this guy's story is pretty wild. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, really wild. And we're sitting down having dinner, and Chris Mellon orders a drink. He had a tequila, so whatever. Anyway, and we were all having dinner, and Jason Sands starts telling the story about this alleged encounter in 1994, and it's one of the craziest stories. And I've been doing this for 30 years, and this story is nuts. Okay, you remember it?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, I went like this to my phone. He was telling me like this one.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Me too. So
it was one of those. Wait, what the fuck did you just say?
Insane.
Yeah.
Okay. So
tell everybody what we said.
I will. I'll get to that in 1 second. This is the reason why I can. Well, no, this is the reason why I can discuss it publicly. I know. The reason why I can discuss it publicly is because he was going to appear anonymously in the movie, and I was debating on exactly how to go about doing this because I was torn. Because you got a statement from an individual, you don't have his identity. But I was in D.C. I put the whole thing down, and I said, look, he was worried about his security. He was a whistleblower. He'd already testified to a number of Senate Intel Committee, Senate Armed Service Committee, and
all about the UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, about the UFO phenomenon. They're part of the UAP task force. They found him, and he was giving them information and reporting on things, and. So he goes, I'm really fearful. I don't know if this witness protection program is going to be that helpful. I'm worried. I said, look, if you're concerned about the story getting out or not getting out, if you want, I'm here. You can come to our studio. We could film you on camera. And if anything happens to you, it could be released. And it could be a little insurance policy for yourself. He goes, that sounds great. Let's do it. So I did a whole film about it. And then I'm periodically posting clips or just still frames and updates on the movie as I'm making it, as I do on social media. And I posted this one scene. And it had a clipboard on it in the scene, and on that clipboard, if you zoomed right in, it had his name. So I posted by accident, I posted the damn thing, and my phone starts blowing up 10 minutes later. You just revealed this guy. What are you doing? Take it down. Too late. So it was out there, and he's getting all kinds of heat. So as a result of it, I'm giving the truncated version. He basically had to go through the DOPSR process, which is basically pre-publication of authorization of what you can and cannot say. Excuse me. So he basically could talk about a number of cases that were in the film. We had to blurb out one particular word, which in the movie it's blurred out. We had to do that. That was DOPSR. So it was the winter of 1994. There was a unidentified flying object that was picked up on the base.
Old school UFO.
Oh yes, sir. Old school. It was a UFO. It was picked up on the base, and it was recorded by sensory data, and it was picked up on camera. It had camera footage of it from different locations.
What did it look like?
It looked like it was a weird shape. It was like an unusual shape, and there's people talking about it. It's in the movie. And the
film is in the movie?
The film footage that leaked from the base is in the movie.
So you can see what it looks like flying
Kind of, yeah. It's kind of blurry in some spots, and yeah, you'll see it. So
it's in the program.
It's in the program, yeah. And then you hear all the voices. I actually had the voices cleaned up. You can hear people talking about, what the hell is it?
Is there a clip we could see online? Just so I could show people what it looks like?
Damn, I'm sorry.
Could you maybe just say the actual name of the incident? Maybe Jamie can find it?
Yeah, try and find it. It's Nellis Test Range UFO 1994. See if you can find it.
People put stuff up
It's
so
long
quick.
and it's really bad. Yeah, true. Good point.
Because it's on Amazon right now. People put clips up so fast.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and there's other things on there. So in any case, so that video.
Bam, there it is.
That's terrible. There's much better footage of it. Yeah. There's much better footage of it. It's in my movie. I had it cleaned up. But yeah, that's it basically.
Can I see it again? So that's what it looked like.
Wait, the footage I have is way better than this. Yeah, that sometimes it's so.
So, what did it look? Jesus Christ! You know what that looks like, Jamie?
Very weird shape.
Jamie, you know what that looks like? It looks like Terrence Howard's creation, doesn't it?
It's weird.
What is it? What does he call that again?
But it was
those things that lock together. Those, the flying drone thing that he created. Linchpins.
Yeah.
Terrence Howard created this fascinating concept for like a drone, where it's like propellers going all these different directions, and they sync up and they link together, and it looks like that.
Oh yeah. So it's anyway. So it's footage. People talking about it. What is it? We don't know. It's not identified, and it flies around the base, and that leaked, and the names of the witnesses leaked. 3 days later.
Can you explain? Sorry to keep cutting you off, but can you just say what it did, like how it moved?
It was like didn't have any visible means of propulsion. It didn't have any wings. It didn't have propellers. It just looked like an object, a round sort of object, weird shape, almost like a helmet or something with things coming off of it. And it was just moving around the base. And
fast?
Nobody slowly at time.
Oh,
there it is.
Footage?
Yep.
Okay.
That's it. That's exactly it. Yep.
It's definitely not a big balloon.
And you hear everybody talking about it. The audio that goes along with it, and I had it cleaned up, is they're all talking like nobody knows what it is. And
so this is Zoom. Is this why it's moving around like that? They're trying to keep it in focus, and
it's all.
Mr.
Sands explains all of that in the film, the program. He talks about it. So anyway, so this leaks, people's names, the witnesses leaks, and 3 days later, he's in a convoy. Gesundheit. He's in a convoy, and it's early in the morning, and there's 3 jeeps in convoy on a dirt road heading out in Nellis Test Range. And they see what looks like maybe somebody who was involved in a plane crash. There's somebody that was struggling out in the middle of the desert. It was early in the morning, wintertime, and they're looking at this individual like, oh my God, is that a person? That individual needs some help. That individual looks like they need some help. They look cold. Their skin had a slight blue tint to it. And they're looking at this gentleman, and they're like, hey, stop the convoy. This person needs help, medical attention. Maybe they had a plane crash, and so we're going to help this person out. And they pull the convoy over, and this individual comes up to the car. Jason Sands gets out the right side of the door, and as he's getting out, somebody in the truck screams, he's got no effing ears. And Jason says he turns around and he looks at this guy, and he had the same kind of uniform that they had on, but the uniform was just immaculate. Like there wasn't any dust on it, no dust on the boots. And he was thinking to himself, well, that's weird. This guy's got no ears. This guy's some kind of mutant. And he looks at him and he said his eyes were a lot bigger. It's all illustrated in the movie. And then he starts talking he said it was like a snake biting, and he was just paralyzed with fear. It was really scary. What am I looking at? Is this a human? Is this a mutant? Is this an alien? What is this? And I starts talking to him in gibberish. But he said he started to understand, like telepathically, everything this person, an entity, being, creature, alien, whatever you want to call it, was saying to him. And he was looking for some kind of metal. And he didn't know tantalum. And Jason sounds like, I don't know. I don't have any. You mean titanium? And he's like, no, tantalum or something. And this conversation goes on for a bit, and then the guy just wanders back off and gets into that little craft that looked very similar to what you just saw there, and flies away. And he sort of stepped away, and everybody sort of came out of this comatose state, and off they went. And we have the names of the other military witnesses that were on duty during the encounter, the alleged encounter. People are going to criticize me because I'm reporting on a close encounter of the third kind. But this, Jason Sands says he's willing to do a lie detector test, like public. He's willing to testify under oath that everything he's saying is true. We have a date, we have a location, and we have the names of the other on-duty officers. So what I'm hoping is, despite the level of criticism I'm going to receive for reporting on this, is that other individuals that have more information on this are going to be inclined to come forward. I also met with people in the Senate Armed Service Committee, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in the House, and they said Jason Sands is who he says he is. He checks out. He's named previously classified programs. He's identified. The guy's legit. His credentials check out, and so I opted to go ahead and report on it with the hope that more information will come out on it.
Listen, man, there's nothing wrong with reporting on a story like that. There's been a bunch of them. It's not a small number of these things where people have experienced these things. Yeah. And imagine if it's true.
If it's true,
they're not all liars. I can't believe they're all liars.
Yeah, it's
but imagine being that person who had that experience and not have anybody believe you. Not only that, but it could actually ruin your reputation and your career to talk about this experience, which is the reality of it. And it's one of the things that stifled discourse on this until I think the New York Times really broke the ice. I think in 2017, when they published that, all of a sudden serious people who were unwilling to talk about UFOs before just for the ridicule.
Yeah.
Now you've got the gimbal video, the Go Fast video, you've got fighter pilots, Commander David Fravor. You've got these people discussing these things openly. Like, okay, this seems like something that a serious person can discuss now. And so then it's open. But actually meeting one and talking to, it's like the Varginha story. Like when I told people the cop picked it up and carried it in the car and the cop died.
Manhandled it.
Some horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure.
He was rubbing himself down with rubbing alcohol, according to his family. Like he was like, it was greasy stuff on my skin. And he was rubbing himself down and he had the stench, smell, grease.
Yeah.
And then I interviewed the doctors. There's a couple of, actually going back to Brazil next month. There were a couple of forensic pathologists that are willing to come forward that we're going to cover, kind of update the movie and re-release it. So it's an ongoing investigation.
Wouldn't that be the best protection from an alien planet's bacteria if you had the most vicious bacteria on the surface of your skin? Right? Like imagine, like if you go to another planet and the way to mitigate the effects of viruses and bacteria on that planet is to have skin fluid that's like unbelievably toxic. Like anything that comes near you just gets cooked.
Yeah, like a skunk.
Right.
Have you ever had a skunk?
Oh, yeah. I had a skunk got my dog once.
I took out this guy's garbage one time, and he's like, hey, it's in my garage. And he flipped up the thing and dropped it in there. So I was kind of hungover. We had a party the night before, and I went out to the garbage can, and I kind of heard like some rustling in the garbage can, but I didn't really think anything of it. And I lifted up the thing, and then I heard some rustling again. So I reached over and I put my head down inside, and the skunk just turned and got me right in the face. Now, I held my breath. I held my breath and I closed my eyes at the last second, and it went right through me. It penetrated my molecules. It was so powerful that it was paralyzing. Absolutely paralyzing. Can you imagine just a smell? That's their way of defense. It's just this stench that just goes through your body, like just paralyzes you.
That's crazy.
Anyway,
you got it in the mug, huh?
I got it right in the face.
Wow. How long did it take before you didn't stink? Because you smell
probably 2 weeks.
No, it
was several weeks. Yeah, and I tried the tomato and I tried the baking soda. And
I think they have special soap now just for skunks. But when my dog got zapped, she got zapped in like 1980. I think it was 1980 because I was living in Jamaica Plain. And she went out in the backyard, and I think she thought that it was our cat because we had a cat that was black and white. And she just ran right up to that skunk, and it took her right in the side of her body. Like, she tried to turn away, but it got her all over her body. She was wet with skunk spit.
Oh, God.
It was so nasty. I had to take her inside, and I had to do it because she was my dog. Even though I was 13, I had to, cover her with tomato juice and wash her down, and she still stunk. The whole house stunk.
That's so funny because I was getting ready for a road trip this a couple years ago, and I looked over and I was like, did we walk, dude? It was like 9 o'clock at night. We were exhausted. We packed everything up and had the car ready to go for the next morning. Did we walk, dude? You walk, dude? I take our dog. So we did. I was like, it's 9 o'clock. I just let him outside. And I hear him like, rah, 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 no. And then he goes, rah, rah. And I thought, oh my God, he just got eaten. Somebody just ate him. I was like, oh my gosh. I ran out there to look for him, and he comes running in. He jumps in bed covered in skunk. Oh. The whole house, it was so strong. It's unbelievable. That smell is just and
it's so incredible. And the way someone explained this to me, like animals like bloodhounds and bears, they have the insane sense of smell.
Oh God, 100,000 times stronger than ours, right?
Right, but they can pick up parts per million the way we pick up skunk.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my
So think
God.
about that. So
So-
if a skunk gets hit by a car like a mile away, you can smell it. Have you ever driven in your car? I don't know if it's a mile.
I could
but-
drive over it and then my car smells like it.
Yeah, if you're in the neighborhood where a skunk got something, you could smell it.
Yeah.
So for some strange reason, it permeates. It carries more than any other smell. With dogs, that's how they smell everything. They're like, oh, Roscoe's home. You know, like they can smell things that you can't even imagine they could smell, especially like a bloodhound. And then a bear can smell like, what is a bear's like ability to smell above a bloodhound? It's something crazy. My friend was
Sharks in the ocean can sense blood from miles away, right?
miles,
It's incredible.
insane, miles away. They can smell blood miles away.
God, something I remember.
Look at this, 300 times. Look at this. This is crazy.
Wow,
Bears is in the best sense of smell of any animal on Earth. For example, average dog sense of smell is 100 times better than humans. A bloodhound's is 300 times better. A bear's sense of smell is 7 times than a bloodhound, or 2,100 times better than a human's. Unbelievable.
That's why they say when you go camping, put your food up in a tree or something.
Oh,
right?
100%. You have to.
Yeah, you can't have it in a tent at all.
Oh, when I was a kid, we went camping, and the bear broke open our cooler.
Wow.
Yeah, people just had regular coolers back
You'd
then.
have like a little cookie in your pocket and be in bed and be in your
Oh,
tent.
yeah.
And you're gonna have an issue.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Wow.
100%.
I remember when I was a kid, I went camping and they were like, "Don't have any food." I was like, "Yeah, whatever." Like that. I'm like, no, put that stuff. And they were really adamant. I was like, "Why are these guys making such a fuss? The bear's not going to smell a cookie in my pocket." Like,
Yeah.
of course they will.
They'll look at that like a wonton. Like, look at that soft outer layer and there's meat inside of it. They're gonna look at that tent like, look, it's trapped in there.
Oh my gosh,
the meat
Oh
is
my
trapped in
God.
the tent. This is crazy.
What was that one movie called where they got the Grizzly Man or something?
Yeah, Grizzly Man. That's what
and they
it's
came
called.
and got him. Remember they?
Well,
He
it's a
thought he
lot
became
more
one
than
with the
that.
Grizzlies, and then he got eaten.
It's a very complicated movie. That's a Werner Herzog film.
Yeah, Werner Herzog.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a really
And
funny
the camera was rolling,
movie.
and they played it.
Sort of. The camera was rolling, but the lens cap was on, so there was an audio.
So it's just audio.
Yeah.
That's even worse.
The
'Cause it
audio,
leaves up
by
to
the way, folks,
imagination.
the audio you hear on the internet, that's fake.
Oh, it is.
That's not the real one. The real audio, Werner Herzog told the lady to destroy it. Destroy it. No one should hear this.
So he heard it.
Yeah, he heard it. It's long, because bears don't kill you, they eat you. Like a salmon, they don't kill salmon. They just put their paw down and start pulling chunks off of it. That's what they do with people, too.
That's terrifying.
Well, they don't have any predators, so they don't have to kill things and then worry about someone taking it from them. You're not
Oh my
taking
God,
shit
it's
from a bear,
terrifying.
especially a grizzly bear. You're not taking shit from a bear unless you're a bigger bear. So, like all the other animals have to worry. Like mountain lions kill quick because wolves will steal from mountain lions. And apparently, in the areas where wolves have been introduced, it's actually become a problem because mountain lions are killing much more than they normally do. Because mountain lions will kill like a deer or 2 deer a week, something like that.
And eat? They eat
Yeah,
2
they
deer
eat
a week. That's a lot of meat.
Well, they're big. A big mountain lion is 150 pounds, and it's a big cat. Their cats are they're obligate predators. All they eat is meat. Bears will eat a little berries. They'll eat a bunch of shit. Not cats. So the cats are killing more because the wolves scare the cats off of the kill. So if the cat's on a kill and a bunch of wolves show up, the cat will just get the fuck out of there. Like, fuck
Why?
this.
Because he feels he didn't want to defend himself against the wolves?
Exactly, because wolves hunt in packs.
Oh.
So there might be 13, 14 wolves and one cat. The cat will just get the fuck out of there. Cats run from dogs, right? Like, they have a fear of, like, canines, and I think it's from wolves stealing their food. So, like, that's how they hunt cats. The way they hunt them, you have to tree them, because otherwise you're not going to find them. If you find a mountain
What do you
lion,
mean by tree him?
you have to get the dogs to bark them up a tree.
Oh,
So they run up a tree and then they shoot them when they're in a tree. Yeah. And it sounds cruel, but listen, they have to do that to manage the populations. If they don't, they start eating dogs. That's what you get in San Francisco. California still kills mountain lions. They kill as many mountain lions as they would if they gave tags out to people to kill them, because you have to kill certain numbers of them for depredation, because they'll start killing livestock, they'll start killing dogs. In the Bay Area, the problem cats that they wound up killing in like San Francisco, and half their diet was pets.
Really?
Half their diet. Half their diet was house cats,
People's
dogs,
cats.
dogs and cats. That's half their diet. Half of their diet. So you manage, 100+ pound cat, and he's running around just eating dogs. You leave your dog in your backyard, gone. Happens all the time.
Wow.
It happened to my dog.
Really?
Yeah, my dog in Colorado got eaten by a mountain lion. That happens. Oh
God, I'd feel so bad for my little guy.
It's
I think
terrible.
I'm not
She
there
was-
to protect my little feller. You know,
Yeah.
one time I was hiking up this mountain, and I had my son with me at the time, and he was in that little pouch. You know, that little pouch
Oh,
that you
yeah.
put him in the front. Like he was like probably like maybe 2.5. And I was hiking this mountain pretty daily. It's funny actually because when I went up there without him, I was like, well, this is why people hike with weights on. This feels amazing. I can run up this mountain. Anyway, I was going up the mountain, and I had my dog, my little Duke, and I had my son walking up this mountain, and I come around this, like, go left hand. It's a pretty exposed, not too many trees, some bushes, and it's a hot sunny day, and I see this leg of a deer, like just fresh killed, blood on the ground. I was like, God damn, what the hell's that? The hell looked, wow, that's fresh. It's like, huh. And I kind of keep going and come around the corner, and there's a long straightaway. The hill goes up like this, and I see what looks like a big, like, greyhound dog, kind of like brown, light brown, kind of walking kind of back and forth like this with a tail. And I was like, man, who the hell's greyhound is doing out here? Like, what the hell is that's a mountain lion? I was like, holy shit. And the mountain lion turns around and looked at me, and I had my kid. I was like, shit. So I grabbed my dog, and I turned around and I started running, and I knew that I shouldn't be running. So I'm running going, I shouldn't be running. I shouldn't be running. I know I should be running, but I wanted to get around the corner and get it out of its line of sight. And then I go, well, if he comes up on me, I'm going to have to throw my dog. I was like, I looked at Duke, and I said, if it comes down to it, Duke, you're going to have to take one for the team.
Oh, my God.
Well,
That's a horrible choice.
It was a horrible choice, but I had my son. Like,
Of course. I get it.
But I remember
would throw
looking
my
at
dog
him,
too.
and I was like looking at my dog going, oh man, this is a horrible decision I have to make. But if it comes down to it, I'm going to have to sacrifice you, buddy. I love you. You know, but it didn't come down to it. But I remember running going, you're an idiot, James. Why are you running? You're not supposed to be running.
You can't run. Well, that's the problem with mountain bikers. They get got because when they pass by a cat, it's almost like rolling a ball of yarn past a kitten. They're predators.
And they'll catch bikes, huh?
Oh, yeah. They
run.
get people on bikes. Yeah, that's happened a few times. They get people on bikes. They get joggers, people on bikes. They think you're running away from them.
Could
They
you
can't help
imagine
it.
what it was like to be running for your life? Having something like that chase you?
Yeah, I can. I mean, it hasn't happened to me, but I've seen them.
I've
I've seen 3 of them in my lifetime. Only one of them would scare the shit out of me. I saw one in Colorado. I saw one in Montecito, like Santa Barbara area. It was small. Those are small ones. They were like 50, 60 pounds. And then I saw one with a buddy of mine, my friend Colton and I. We spotted one under a tree that was 30 yards away. We were in a truck, and it made me shit my pants.
Wow.
It was
this
so
big.
This one was really big. This was a mature male with a big pumpkin head and huge forearms like a fucking bodybuilder. It was freaky. It was freaky to see because, you know, it was, first of all, it was dusk. So the sun was going down, and the lights of the truck, even though it wasn't quite dark yet, the lights of the truck were making his eyes glow.
Oh my God.
And you can see him with the naked eye, but then I put my binoculars on. And so I've got these 10-power binoculars, and I'm zoomed in on this thing's face. I'm like, holy
Looks like he belongs in Africa.
Well, he belonged right where he was,
Yeah.
man. We didn't belong there.
Hey, let me tell you a really cool story that's a UFO, the best UFO picture I think's ever taken.
You have it?
And
Can
this
I
is-
look at it? Or you can
Yes.
tease me?
No. We're going to look for it. Okay, so can you find the program trailer on here at all? Or
Yeah, for sure.
all right, find the program trailer. I'm going to tell you about this.
Is this
So-
the trailer?
yeah,
let's
just the
just watch the trailer.
All
and
right, let's
then
watch
take
it.
away.
Story exposing the secret government program investigating UFOs.
That story was kind of a catalyst for a lot of things that have happened since. Members of Congress started to ask questions.
Instruments report there is something there. There are flight characteristics that we can't explain.
UAPs are unexplained. It's true. They need to be investigated.
Here we are having a hearing where just a few years ago, we didn't even acknowledge that these things were real.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
You're telling me people have come forward claiming firsthand knowledge of craft of non-human origin.
That's correct. We have sources who have asserted not only that there have been crashes, but there have been crash retrievals.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human.
I'm sitting here today because the American people are being lied to.
We are the American government, and we are open, and we're going to be open about this. What has been revealed, non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. Is only part of the story.
The pressure's on. The Pentagon, the CIA are going to have to answer the man.
Some are risking everything.
Have you had incidences that have caused you to be in fear for your life?
Yes, personally.
To uncover the rest.
What is being done to verify the assertion that the U.S. government has spaceships of non-human intelligence in their possession?
That kind of revelation unearths people's beliefs.
How are we going to jail to say things that I've been exposed to in the program?
Bro, is that Mick Jagger? Was that other guy Mick Jagger?
Isn't he amazing? That's Hal Puthoff.
Hal Puthoff?
Oh,
No,
yeah, I know.
Mick Jagger's in
Doesn't
there.
look like Mick Jagger.
That's not Mick
That's
Jagger?
Gary McKinnon. He's the biggest computer hacker in history.
Let me see what he looks like.
He almost went to jail for life because he was like, I'm going to find out what the government knows about UFOs. So he hacked into the systems, NSA, CIA, DIA,
where is he?
Yeah, you want to see that really cool picture?
No, in the film.
Oh, yeah,
of it,
you got to
looks
go towards the end. Yeah,
he
no, he
looks
totally looks like
exactly
Mick Jagger.
like
It's
Mick
really
Jagger.
funny you should say that because
I totally thought it was Mick
I
Jagger.
saw it and I'm like, wait a minute, that does look like a rock star. He is a rock star in the UFO community. It's coming up. You'll have to pause it quickly when it hits. But Gary McKinnon took it upon himself, a computer hacker, to find out if the government had proof of alien visitation. And he spent a couple of years hacking systems, and he got pay dirt.
That
There
guy.
he is. That was it.
Bro, that's
Yep,
Mick
that's
Jagger.
it.
That is
Doesn't it
Mick
look like
Jagger.
Mick? It does look
That's
like Mick Jagger.
Mick
It's so
Jagger's
funny.
in the UFOs. You should just only show that clip, like they do in horror movies where the mask is not that good. It's real quick.
Yeah. But I was going to tell you, there's a photograph of a jet circulating. Can I go into a little bit of
Yes,
detail?
please,
Because everyone's always worried about where's the good evidence? Where's the good photograph?
Show me
They're
that
real.
photograph
Yeah. So it's there we go.
But this was a lost photograph that was recovered.
Yeah. You know about this?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so I heard about this in the late 90s.
Tell everybody about it.
Okay, so there was a guy, Nick Pope, who investigated, he was part of the UFO desk at the Ministry of Defense of England in the late 90s, mid to late 90s, maybe even as late as early 2000s. But in any case, and I was interviewing him for a number of my films. I did a film called Out of the Blue, I Know What I Saw, before I did The Phenomenon. And I asked him, like, hey, man, you were a part of the UFO desk at the MOD. What was the best case you ever saw? And he goes, oh, man, 1990. He didn't give me the town. It was Calvine. But he said, Scotland, there were two poachers. They called them hikers, but they were actually poaching. And that's what made me think about this when we were talking about animals earlier. And he said it was late in the afternoon. They were in a place, I now know it's called Calvine. And they came upon in this relatively remote area. I know because I hiked out to the exact spot. It's in the movie, and they came upon this diamond-shaped or disc-shaped object that was quite large, that was hovering silently, really close. I mean, close. And they were scared to death, and they were kind of hiding out underneath this tree, and they're looking at this thing. What the are we looking at? And they're just looking at this thing as it's silently hovering. Remember, this is 1990, okay? And one of them had a camera. And just as he was considering taking his camera out, a military jet came in. Turns out it was one of those Harrier jet. They think it was a Harrier jet. And it came out into the scene, and it flew all the way around the disc. And as it did so, the guy mustered up the courage, came out from under the tree, and he snapped 5 or 6 photographs of this object suspended in the air. And it went, so the disc is here, and the plane is flying around. It's click, 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 click. And the reason why I know this is because the individual who kept one of the prints, thank you very much, Craig Lindsay, RAF press officer, and thank you, David Clark, for uncovering this, because it's the most amazing picture ever. And the 2 hotel workers just outside the town of Calvine, Scotland, came back, and they were like telling their co-workers, oh my God, we encountered this thing, there it was. So they go to the local newspaper, and they were like, hey man, we just filmed something in the sky. We got 6 prints of it. It was 35 millimeter film footage, right? And and they're going to go public with their story. 2 witnesses, broad daylight, a UFO, points of reference with a military jet flying around, 5 or 6 prints. That's pretty solid evidence, right? So the local newspaper was like, they're about to go public with it, print the story, and they were like, well, we need a statement from the RAF. So they contacted the press officer, Craig Lindsay, and they were like, hey, what do you make of this UFO these guys took? And Craig Lindsay goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen the picture. You haven't seen it? Well, let me send you a print. This is the newspaper. Sends him a print, big print like this, the one you see today. And he's like, holy shit, the hell is this? He's an RAF press officer, Craig Lindsay. And so he starts getting in touch with the MOD, and he goes out and he investigates this, go talk to the witnesses, and they're telling him. And he goes, well, they tell him what happened. And he goes, well, what kind of noise did it make? And they say it didn't make any noise. No, he goes, no noise. That's impossible. You know, an object that can hover like that in the sky for that period of time, we're talking 34 years ago, it didn't make any noise. And the witness said no. So he was like, holy, this is crazy. So he takes a color Xeroxing machine and he sends it to the MOD in London. And he says, hey, there's a case that you might want to check, you might want to look into. And here's a Xerox, which is really crappy. It's just a scanned Xerox, like a fax machine, over to MOD. He said he went from the office where the Xerox machine was, and before he can get back to his office, his phone was ringing off the hook, MOD. And the MOD basically stepped in, took over the investigation. They said, you can step down to Craig Lindsay. He steps down. He keeps the print, right? He steps down. They take over. Witnesses gone. 5 or 6 prints gone. The story killed, right? So 30, and we rumored about it because Nick Pope had talked about this case in a book he wrote called Open Skies, Closed Minds. And then I talked to him about it in late 90s. Then I talked to him about it again in the early 2000s. And I was like, Nick, especially in 2007, I was like, tell me about this photograph. And he's like, oh, it was incredible. We had a big poster of it on the wall of the MOD. And I was like, well, where is it? He goes, well, I don't know. I stepped down. I'm no longer at the UFO desk. And I said, well, they didn't just throw that away. Why don't you get in touch with the people that were there and find out? He's like, oh, James, I can't just make those inquiries. We killed the story. It was like, so I was incredibly frustrated. So discreetly for over a 20-year period, I was making inquiries because I don't like letting things go, right? I was like, if this picture exists, and bloody hell, let's get this one out there. But the story went dark. So David Clark found Craig Lindsay, and the way he found Craig Lindsay, the guy that kept one of the prints, is that he got a declassified government document out of the MOD's office that had redactions on it. And one of the things it said was, it was 1990, and they said, RAF press officer in Scotland, blacked out, said that blah, 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 blah. And he's like, who was the RAF press officer in 1990 in Scotland? Craig Lindsay. Boom, contacts Craig Lindsay. They started communication going. And then after
so much for redaction.
Yeah, so much for redactions, right? And so this whole dialogue starts going, and they're developing and then he goes, well, gosh, I guess I might have one. It turns out he ended up keeping one of those prints, which he had. And that story broke probably 2 years ago. David Clark, again, I can't thank you enough. You deserve accolades for this. And so I flew to England. I met with David Clark and his crew, the people that did the analysis work. Then I went up to Scotland. I met with Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, gave me the first and only on-camera interview about it, what astonished him about it, the analysis work they did on it, what the witnesses said. But we didn't have the witnesses, the people that took the photograph. We didn't have them, but I was going to report on this anyway, just because, wow, this is the picture that we've all been waiting for. This picture is phenomenal. But if you don't have provenance and you don't have the background story on it, it could be AI, it could be right, it could be a hoax. Some people call it a reflection, not a hoax. So I'm ending production of the program, and I get a text from David Clark, and he goes, something big is about to happen. And I said, what? He goes, just sit tight. I can't go public right now, but something big's going to happen. There's a new development. And this is just
teases.
Well, I'm coming out with it, I promise.
But he teased you.
He did tease me. He did tease me, but I was like, well, I'm almost done with the movie. And if this is something I can include in the movie about the case, please let me know. So long story short, this guy, Richard Greaves, who was one of the hotel cooks, worked in the kitchen with the photographers, with the 2 witnesses that took the photograph. And Richard Greaves came forward on print. Then I contacted David Clark. I was like, hey, can you get me an interview with this guy? So he kept putting it off. And then finally I was like, I wanted to be persistent, but I didn't want to annoy the guy to the point where he's going like, hey, you know what? You like,
right.
You're being annoying,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
But I got it right up to that point, right? Where I was like, I was wrapping the movie. The movie's done, and I want to get this movie out. All the people that participated wanted it out. And then I finally sent him one final text. And I was like, look, I'm really sorry to pester you. And I know you're probably really busy. And I really appreciate the fact that you even said that you'll meet with me, but that you'll give me an interview. And then probably about 10 o'clock that night, I'm in the edit room buttoning the film up. And all of a sudden I get a phone call. And he's like, I'm just coming out the pub. I'm ready to go. I was like, okay, grab a camera, roll it. Let's record this. And he reveals that he knew the witnesses. He worked with them in the kitchen. He gave all the specifics, provided their names, and then he said that 4 nights after they took that photograph, they were all on a cigarette break at the hotel, early evening, pissing rain. He said a car rolled up. There were 3 guys in it, a driver and 2 men in suits in the back. They roll up. They come out. They say cigarette break's over. They pull the 2 witnesses aside, and they grill him, and you got to hear it directly from the horse's mouth. Richard Greaves said that when they were all, the people that were not involved in the incident were told to go back inside the hotel, which they did, but they looked through the window and they saw in the pissing rain, he said they were out there for 10 or 15 minutes in the pissing rain, and that these guys, they came back inside and they were white as a, he said, he literally goes, they came back inside, they were white as a fucking ghost. And which we all get a good laugh out of, but and then they started drinking heavily, and within a couple of weeks, they vanished without a trace, and they've been gone ever since. So we report on this, and yeah, that's a replica. That's a replica.
I was like, it's way too clear. I was like, is this?
That's a replica from Nick Pope that he did it for some series talking about it, and that was before the real photograph was found and printed.
Let's see the real photograph.
Yeah, show the real photograph again. I got it in. There it is. Yep.
Okay, so what was he doing? Show the fake one more time.
Yeah, that's just a recreation before it leaked out.
So was he just recreating what he remembered?
Yes.
Let me see the real one again.
Pretty damn good, isn't it? That he remembered
Not
that.
bad.
Not
Not
bad.
bad. Missed the barbed wire fence, but not mad. That put in a bunch of bullshit
I
background.
went to the exact location. That
Well, bullshit he put in there. Put in beautiful hills.
I know. and that fence is still there. There was a
Go back to the real one?
Yeah, that
Okay.
fence is still there. I took a
So
monitor.
what is that jet in the background?
A Harrier jet is what I'm told. They're 99% sure.
And was that Harrier jet trying to figure out what this was?
Well, like I said, in the other prints, according to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, he said the other 6 prints or 5 prints had that Harrier jet in a different position. So he said it was zipped. The Harrier jet flew around checking that out. Now,
where are those other prints?
We have other MOD. Just they're gone. They killed the story. I mean, the guy at the MOD who worked there, Nick Pope, told me that they did everything they could to squash it because.
Don't you think they probably have it filed away somewhere?
Oh, of course they do.
No,
Of course they didn't throw those pictures away. They
Can you
killed the
zoom in on
story.
this, Jeremy, please?
Yeah, that's a really crap copy. You're looking at a really bad print, you guys.
Could you zoom in?
I've got a
Just
much
back
better.
again?
I've got a much better version of it.
You got it on your phone?
Yeah, I do.
Text it to a homie.
Should
This
I?
this image is it's weird.
Yeah,
it's hard to see what you're looking at. You know,
It's yeah. Well, let me show you a much better copy of it. Hang on, let me just scroll up here because I've got a really good. I got the original print of this copy, but people talk about the more compelling data and the lengths. So this is the photograph that I took at the site. You can get an idea of that.
Okay.
See how
That's what it looks like.
right? How similar, right?
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yep. And then here's the print. I could text that to you guys if you want.
Yeah, text that to me. I'll text it.
I'll text it to you guys.
Both of them. Send both of them. It's very interesting.
Very interesting case. I mean, I think it's one of the best photographic cases because you're not dealing with just a UFO. You've got a military jet in the background. And if you have a date and a location, guess what? That pilot's still out there. That pilot probably got it on radar and probably got gun cam footage.
If he's still alive.
He would have been probably young, right? Pilots are young.
Sure.
He would have been in his 30s or maybe early 40s, and that was 34 years ago.
Right.
So chances are he's still alive. They're pretty fit, right?
Yeah, maybe he's in the 70s.
Okay, I'm gonna text this to you right now. Here we go. Boom. You should have that. Did I get you all? Did I get all of them to you? And here is a picture of Craig Lindsay. This is great. You're going to love this. Okay, this is the guy that kept it.
I didn't get it yet.
You didn't?
No.
I wonder if it's because I have my phone on airplane mode.
Yeah, take it off airplane mode, bro. I told you to do
Okay.
that.
Oh, you did?
I was trying to explain to you.
Oh,
what the do
sorry.
not
Okay, it's
disturb.
off now. I'm sorry.
Otherwise, it won't actually send it.
Oh, it won't. Okay. All right. Here we
Yeah.
go. Here we go. All
It's
right.
like dealing
See
with
if
my dad.
I know. I'm so bad. I know. You were telling me how to do it. I was like, I haven't done that before.
It's funny, people that don't understand how to use their phone.
Tell me if that goes through.
No, it's done.
Okay. Great
Do
shot.
you need me to send it?
Okay, you do it. Okay, there's that one, and there's flip to left to right on it. But, it just goes to show the lengths that the intel community, the Ministry of Defense, the DoD go to hide the more compelling photographic data, because it's so easy to complain like, oh, well, if they were real, they would be good. Well, there are some really good
Bro,
prints.
you got Joe Exotic in your phone.
Well, you guys are looking at other stuff.
Yes.
I found drones that you can. I don't know that they're commercially available.
Did you get all the ones you
necessarily,
wanted?
But you can have a drone up for 24 plus
That
hours.
didn't send it to me either.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
What
so
the
weird.
Am I sending it to the wrong telephone number?
Let me
just
see
check.
your number. This number you have. You might
Okay.
have my old.
Well, I
number.
have it. I definitely have it on Signal. Here, you do it. Here, fuck it. You take over. You drive. Because I'm clearly failing at this one.
I'm just gonna check to see what I sent it to, because I changed my number. So people get weird.
Oh, I can totally imagine that would
This
be
is
the
a
case.
separate. I found some drones that these companies say that you can take off anywhere. They're showing them taking off from like small platforms in the ocean. They can stay up in the air for 14 plus hours. They're
Yeah.
small and they do have propellers. I will say that. But
Yeah, and like I said, I mean, it's not the question is, are all of these drones, explainable by aliens? And the answer obviously is no. The question is, are any of these bona fide UAP? And there's definitely some evidence to suggest that's the case. But again, there's always misidentification of more conventional stuff, right?
Right.
And there's always, and then there's a stubborn core percent. Like, I'll give you an example. This is something that I've discussed a little bit recently. Did you find it okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Finally, we got that enigma worked out.
Yeah, it's just your 5G is very slow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're using AT&T. What are you using?
Oh, I'm using Verizon.
Verizon. I use
Yeah.
Verizon too.
Really?
Yeah, it's just real slow.
Do I have whatchamacallit on?
Actually,
Check that
I accidentally sent myself these other ones of the guy holding it up too.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's Craig Lindsay.
So I'll send this to you, Jeremy.
So let me tell you a little story. It's pretty cool, which I never thought that this would happen. There's a guy, Kirk McConnell, who's Senate Armed Service Committee, and he participated at the very last minute in my film. He's in the trailer. And he, in an official capacity with a high-level clearance, he had been investigating UFOs ever since the New York Times article in 2017. So he was behind the scenes 2017, 2018, tail end of 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, and then he stepped down. And he came through some intel folks. We got in touch, and I said, hey, man, my film's almost done. If you want, I could squeeze in one final interview. He decided to participate. Up he went. We became friends. We've been talking. And he said, hey, I could probably arrange a meeting because there's some mutual interest in some UFO cases and evidence that I've been going after as a civilian. But he goes, hey, on the inside, if you want, I can hook you up with the heads of Arrow, the new heads of Arrow, John Kosklowski, and this other guy, Ryan, who was Air Force Office of Special Investigations. This is just a couple weeks ago. So I went to the congressional hearings, which was incredible. And people say, oh, it's a big nothing burger. But you know what? It's very exciting. Seeing people testify under oath. There's a crash retrieval program. Seeing a Rear Admiral, Tim Gallaudet, saying that they're under the water. I mean, it's pretty fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
So I had to apply for a security background on me, which was about 48 hours. And then I got approval for that. And then I showed up in a wing across the street from the Pentagon. And I had to go through the metal detector. And then there are these, kind of exciting for me because I had never had this kind of experience before. There were these like glass tube type things that were lined up like in a row. And only one person can go in at a time. The doors open just like in Star Trek, and you walk in and that door closes and the other one opens and you go through the other side. Then I had to get rid of my phone and everything and leave it outside, and then I go into a SCIF, which is a sensitive compartmented information facility. his gifts, all super top secret, whatever. And I got to meet with the new head of Aero, John Kosklowski. I was like, I can't believe I'm in the belly of the beast. This is crazy. Like, how could I'm a civilian. I don't belong here. But we started talking. They're just very nonchalant. You know, I said, hey, you guys got to throw us a bone. I said, you know, we're not going away. The story is not going away. And I said, you know, and you know what we're ultimately dealing with. I mean, obviously, the vast majority of UAP or UFOs can be and have been explained away in down-to-earth conventional terms, right? But there's a stubborn core 15, 20% that really defy conventional explanation, not because of a lack of data, because they truly can explain what these things do. And you know well, you've had many people on, these objects exhibit a technology that's just light years advanced from anything that we have. And it's been well documented since the 1940s, and possibly some people would say way before that. But modern day UFO wave, no question. So there's two stories. One is someone's been in possession of this revolutionary technology for 85 plus years and kept it secret. Or two, we're not alone, right?
Right.
And so I said to the gentleman very candidly, you know, we're probably dealing with a small percentage of NHI. I mean, what's the plan to tell the general public? This is just a couple weeks ago. And he looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my hair without approval from the DOD. And you can quote me on that. And that was him, in my opinion, telling me, hey, this is structured in a way that my hands are tied. I can uncover all the things in the world, but I can't tell the general public or even Congress without the DOD approving it first.
Yeah.
So that's what's kind of happening right now. And one of the reasons why we were so fortunate to get the number of I say whistleblowers or potential whistleblowers or people to come forward in the program is because they were super frustrated with the previous head of Aero, which is a guy named Sean Kirkpatrick, which basically just kind of blanket, you know, denied pretty much almost everything. And people were extremely disappointed with that. But
just like Blue Book.
Yeah, kind of like Blue Book. Yeah,
they've always done that, right?
Yeah, but yeah,
again, it
but
brings
not
us
everybody's
back.
doing it. Not everybody's doing
Right. There's a bunch of. Well, I think now also with the internet, there's ways to get information out that's much quicker and cleaner.
No question.
Than trusting a reporter.
Yeah.
You know, and then your life's in danger, and the reporter gets threatened, and
yeah.
Now things just kind of get out.
So I've thought about this. Like, you know, I'm going back to Brazil, and I thought, you know, I'm obviously going after, you know, like additional eyewitness testimony. I'm going after the photographic stuff. And for those of you out there that are like tired of hearing about it, well, I spent 20 plus years in search of the photograph that I featured just now. That one with the background story on it, provenance, that sort of thing.
Jim, you go look at the one that I sent you. It's a better version of it.
Yeah, and so I thought I just because you can't after a year or two haven't successfully obtained stuff.
So this is a better version.
Yeah, it's a better version that you can see the granular of the film footage.
It's weird. It almost looks like there's something in the back.
It does look a little bit like
a little
that.
propeller or something, like a Jetsons type thing.
But let's just say
nothing was silent, supposedly.
Silent, according to the witnesses. It didn't make any sound. It hovered there for an extended period of time, and when it took off straight vertical like this, straight up.
Fast.
It started going faster, and then it was gone. Yep, that was Craig Lindsay who interviewed the witnesses who told me that. And it's so weird though. According to Richard Greaves in Scotland, the Americans got involved.
Of course, we get involved in everything.
Yep, they showed up and they intimidated the shit out of the witnesses. And I know people can criticize me for reporting on these alleged men in black, but it's not me saying it. It's the witnesses that are saying it. And I did it full bore for the first time in Moment of Contact, because I remember hearing these stories for decades, and I finally was like, everyone's going to think I'm crazy if I report on this. But this lady, who was the mother of the two daughters that had these visits and intimidation, and I was like, screw it, I'm just going to report on this, and I'll just take the criticism, you know. And then I wasn't expecting this to be the case with this photograph, but lo and behold, it was. But anyway, it's a huge story. In my opinion, they can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's coming out, and it's drip, drip, drip. But I have to remind your audience, people that are feeling impatient, that we've had 3 open congressional hearings in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
We hadn't had any in over 50 years prior to that.
It's definitely, even though it's still difficult to get information and figure out what's actually going on, there's way more open mainstream discussion of it.
It's frustrating at times. I get it. You know, people are like, oh, well, why all these people? Why can't they just say, why can't David Grush just tell us? You know, Well, I can remind people that the DoD has stripped David Grush of his clearances and won't allow him to get into a SCIF. This is one of the things that I talked to this guy, Brian Benner, who appears in the movie Politico, and he goes, if Congress finds out about it, one thing we know on the Hill is that you're going to find out about it. They can't keep a secret; it's going to leak. So they've been doing everything they can, I imagine it's the DoD, to prevent Grush from going into a SCIF with members of Congress to release and reveal the classified details necessary to verify his claims. Okay.
Have you been keeping this under wraps for 60 plus years or whatever they've been doing?
Yeah.
Would you really tell AOC? Would you really pull her aside and tell her?
Well, I mean, any members of Congress with the proper clearances and feel like they want to have that information. I mean, you got
nothing wrong with her. I'm not even saying her. I'm just saying, let's pick a young one.
Well,
you're going to give them all that information.
Exactly. They don't want them to have that information. Right. There's no question about it. I mean,
that's what I would imagine. That's probably why they won't let Grush get into a SCIF.
So here's another thing I'd like to mention is that David Grush claims that he gave even a street address to the ICIG, which is Thomas Monheim. That's the Intelligence Community Inspector General. So I'm asking members of Congress to support all our efforts. Burchett, who's been amazing, regardless of what your politics, the guy's phenomenon. He's been really pushing for transparency. He's a super solid guy. You got Mace, you got Muskowski, what's this, from Florida, Garcia from California, AOC, New York, Luna, and then, of course, you got the Senate side. You got Rubio, who totally knows where this stuff is, Rounds, Schumer, and if you look at the NDAA, you can see the language in plain sight. I mean, it's phenomenal what's going on, and I think that our elected officials that are really pushing for transparency need to hear from us, need to hear from the citizens, and know that we support their efforts and that we have their backs and continuing to push for transparency, to push to find out what the hell's going on. I mean, imagine if it's true. Imagine if we have spaceships and we have biologics bodies. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is not just implications for the United States. That's global implications. I mean, the impacts, the ripple effect that would have around the world for that confirmation to happen.
No doubt.
It would be huge.
Well, the human race deserves to know. It shouldn't be unelected officials and Defense Department people that know about this stuff. That's crazy.
I totally agree.
Unless this is what I had a conversation with Ryan Graves yesterday. The way I would argue it, if I was a military person, I would say this is a national security interest. And we are trying to back engineer this stuff. We're not successful. If China steals our data, if Russia can back engineer one before, if Iran gets one before us, we're fucked. Because these things are insanely sophisticated.
We would obviously weaponize the technology. That's obvious.
Of course.
Yeah, duh.
It's
like 101,
yeah,
right?
Why would we not?
The basics. I mean, if you could put a nuke on one of those things, I mean, the exhibited technology that people that have witnessed this stuff say it goes from a standstill to out of sight in the blink of an eye. I mean, these objects, what was it? David Fravor said that it went from space
50,000 feet above sea level
to sea level
in 1 second.
In 1 second.
Yeah.
That's insane.
We talked about it yesterday.
You did, yeah.
It's insane amount of speed, and the way Ryan explained it in terms of like the amount of force you would need is equivalent to how many nuclear bombs did he say? Something insane. Like the entire nuclear arsenal has to be just to generate that kind of power. Whatever it is. If these stories are true, it's doing something that we don't understand. So if it's ours, I kind of get why they wouldn't want to spill the beans. My thought once was, what if this is not weaponizable with our current technology? Like, what if these things are our drones, but they don't know how to put a weapon on it yet? Like, because whatever you do,
I have a problem with that.
At a speed.
I have a problem with that theory, and the problem I have is that the United States government has documented close encounters of the third kind. That's beings connected.
Right.
That's their own files, right? That's not me saying it.
Right.
So it's not just these objects exhibiting revolutionary technology for at least 80 years, right? No wings, no tail, no visible means of propulsion, the ability to hover, accelerate, out of sight in the blink of an eye, riding returns at high speed, no wake, no sonic boom, that kind of stuff. But you also have credible reports of beings connected to some of the craft. And that's documented all around the world. So that eliminates, right?
If it's true. See, but
Well,
this
yeah.
is the whole thing. Like, just
Yeah.
because something's written down somewhere doesn't mean that someone didn't write it down as a psyop. Someone didn't write it down to discredit other people with a ridiculous story. One way to discredit a credible story is to attach it to a bunch of ridiculous stories, right? So if I was going to hide some sort of technology, one thing I would do is connect it to a bunch of kooky stuff, a bunch of psychic stuff and remote viewing, just a bunch of things that people like very easily dismiss. UFO abductions, UFO encounters with an actual being, right? But put a bunch of stuff in there that like makes people go, "What? Is this real?" And just enough so that you can hide the real stuff in there.
Well, I think
And again, I'm playing
Yeah,
devil's advocate.
no, I totally
That's all
hear
I'm
you.
doing.
And again, I've said this earlier in the show, and I'll say it again, is like the reason why I believe David Grush, who testified, not just because
Well, I believe David, but David doesn't have firsthand experience.
I
He's
know,
talked about.
but the reason I know, but the reason why I believe him is because it aligns with my research in the field. Remember, I spent over 12 years investigating on and off with my buddy Marco Leal in Varginha, Brazil, that UFO crash case, and only found out at the last minute, the last time I was there, that the Americans were involved. So I was like, oh my God, the rumors are true. Like, the Americans really are. Do you see? Like, I obviously looked into Roswell for years. I went to Roswell the 50th anniversary.
This is how the deal works, bro. You want the aid? We get the UFOs. We give you the aid, but if it crash UFO, you fucking call us.
Yeah.
Stay out of there. Don't be carrying that dude to the hospital. Leave it to us, and then we'll just scoop that up and shut the fuck up. What do you think about that? One of the craziest stories is that there's a building somewhere that's an enormous building that was actually built around the UFO because the UFO is too big to move. Have you heard this story?
Yeah, it was reported on News Nation with Ross
Well, it's
Coulthart.
got to be real.
And Ross Coulthart is a credible.
He seems legit. He's got an accent.
He's got a great accent.
He's got an Australian accent.
Not quite British.
We believe you if you have an accent.
But it's close.
You're more credible than a New York accent.
There's something about a British accent that just adds credibility to anything.
If there's some guy from New York, so we got this fucking car.
Right, sorry,
we
mate.
put
This
it over
thing is
here.
absolutely huge.
This spaceship's so fucking big.
Yeah.
Build a building around it.
But they talked about it. Now here's
what is this building, and where is it supposed to be?
I don't know.
You're holding them back.
No,
You
I
haven't
really don't know.
investigated this?
No, I have a little bit, but I don't have the same connections on that side. But I'll tell you a case that I do think needs to get looked into.
Oh, you're gonna move us around?
Yeah. Because this is one of the. Well, this is a craft.
He's a government agent. This guy.
So
He's trying to.
So there's a memo in the program that was through the adoption process was released. Unfortunately, some of the names are redacted. Christopher Mellon obtained it. It was from correspondence he had with a high-level government official back in 2020. It just got approved for release. I don't know, maybe a year ago. It's featured in the doc, and in it has the names of not just the gatekeeper, but other people that names who found the gatekeeper to the crash retrieval program. I'm told that unredacted versions of that had been handed to select members of Congress and people that are investigated in an official capacity for the government. But in it, they specifically mentioned a case, not crash, a landed case that happened in 1953 at Kingman, Arizona. So I had made some inquiries with aerospace folks that I've been meeting with quietly, and I'm like, what's this case that you guys keep talking about with the Kingman, Arizona? They're like, oh, it was like they just landed and left. I was like, well, how do you know they landed? What do you mean landed and left? And they're like, well, the doors were open and nobody home, and they walked off. I said, you mean somebody just flew this thing down, it landed on the ground in the desert in Kingman, Arizona in 1953, and they left the doors open and left, and they were like, yep, that's pretty much what happened. So
they left the craft there.
Somebody they flew it down and left a craft on the ground. I was told that, and I wouldn't be repeating this if I didn't think there was some serious credibility to it, but apparently it was. And
doesn't that align with how Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan have started describing these things as donations?
Well, the individual that I talked to was so funny because this individual was like, not a scratch. I go, not a scratch? What? Not a scratch? Not a scratch on the... No, it was perfect. Didn't have a scratch. I was like, oh my gosh. This sounds like somebody who's more than just heard about this. But one of the aspects of it didn't have a scratch on it. So I think that's a case that I think that
So
People
the,
should
the
definitely look into
first-hand witness said it didn't have a scratch.
I don't know if it was the way they described.
This
the
is
way
the
this-
problem.
The
This
way
is the problem I have with all this stuff.
But here's the thing.
If you were
Totally-
Travis Walton,
Yes,
okay,
love that guy.
I love that guy too.
Fascinating.
I
story.
really enjoy. We got a bobblehead. That's a Travis Walton bobblehead.
Oh no way!
Yes
oh my
way.
gosh.
I got it from Travis. That's him staring at the sky
Oh my gosh!
when he was a young man.
I went to the location. That's a
So,
remote
but that is,
spot.
I'm interested in that because that's a first-hand witness.
Yes.
Right. That's a guy.
Yes.
He's explaining his bizarre experience. He's
Yep.
told the same story
No question.
for whatever 50, 60
Forever.
years, whatever the hell it's been.
1975. or
Whatever it
something.
was since he got abducted, almost 50 years. So this guy was there. That was his story. I'm interested in that. When I hear a guy told a guy that this is what happened and this is how he
Totally.
described it, I'm like,
Super frustrating.
So talking to Jay Sands,
Yes, first-hander.
again, firsthand was like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you
Yeah, face
saying?
to face. Yes.
Tell me what it was doing. What did it look like?
Yeah.
He
That's
said he
nuts.
thought it was an adolescent too. He didn't think that it was a full-grown one. He thought it was young.
Well, he's got an illustration of it in the documentary, and I tell you, it's one of the crazy. I remember after
Can you
hearing-
imagine?
I know. I was like, if this is true, I was like, this is crazy.
Can you
Face to
imagine
face, I said,
being
how
that
close were you?
person?
Now, this is something that we didn't reveal in the documentary. It was really funny. He thought that this individual was suffering from frostbite or what's that when you get really cold? Hypothermia.
Yeah.
Skin had a blue tint to it. So he took his jacket off and he very insistently put the jacket on this individual because he was thinking this person's really, really cold. It's been out in the desert, probably had a plane crash or whatever.
Right.
And so he's putting his jacket, and the person was kind of resistant, but Jason said, I insisted. I took one layer of my jacket and I put around this individual, and that individual left with the jacket on. So I jokingly say, where do you think your jacket is now? He's like, probably out there at Helms Atari or God only knows.
Or right here.
Yeah. Yeah, or
this is the thing that gets
or
me
right here.
logistically.
Yes.
Okay, if these things are coming from the ocean, just logistically, you'd have to have a large ship. So we were talking about this with Ryan yesterday,
Yeah.
and I was saying, like, if they had a battleship, we'd be able to see that, right? Like 100%. He said, so it'd have to be a submarine. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, what if there really is some sort of a civilization underwater that has coexisted with us forever?
Did you hear about the testimony by Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet just recently in Congress?
Is this the one where the thing's moving underwater
Yes.
500 knots?
Yes, he's
Yeah.
reporting. He's
Explain
reporting.
to people what he said.
I don't have all that. You
Just
can
what
look
you
it
can
up.
remember.
Yeah, what I can remember basically is confirming that we have objects that are exhibiting a technology underwater that defies any conventional explanation. Things that are just virtually impossible, like so much faster than the fastest submarine or anything like that. And they're really big.
Yeah, it's moving as if there's no resistance underwater.
Yeah, and then
so
they can-
moving like a fighter jet would in the air. It's moving like that underwater.
Yeah, they call it transmedium or something. That can do
Yes.
that. But confirmation. I mean, that's. And I actually spoke to Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet on a couple of occasions recently, and I thanked him for coming forward and testifying. And he said, I felt an obligation to do so because a lot of my men, the pilots, were coming forward, and I wanted to back them up. And so
Good man.
that's why he stepped forward and
Well,
testified.
if you're coming here from somewhere else and you wanted to hide in plain sight, you would hide in the ocean. Especially if you have the technology to like completely negate any of the effects of the water and the pressure.
At least explore this place on Earth.
Yeah, we can't get to it. We don't have the technology yet. They know we don't. They know it's really hard to get a submarine out to wherever the fuck they would
What's his
be.
name? Went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Cameron
by
He's a wild
himself.
boy.
I would never do that.
He's a wild boy. Yeah,
Isn't
that's
that like 35,000 feet down? How
that's
far is it?
something bizarre like that. I mean, that's those poor
Would
folks.
you go down in a submarine by yourself?
No, definitely not
Hell no.
a homemade one like the one those people died in. Yeah, but there was another thing about that case when the people went down that submarine. Apparently, I guess it's the Navy has some sort of very sophisticated underwater audio sensors, and they heard the implosion and they knew about it like immediately
and didn't report on it.
Well, I mean, I think the problem with reporting on it is that you have to report on your technology now. So I don't even know if this has been confirmed, but this is what I had heard.
Methods and means are...
Well, it's got to be top secret. Like, it's got to be one of those things where if you're going to reveal that you heard that, you have to have clearance to do it. You probably have to run it up the ladder.
One of the reasons why we know about overhead satellite imagery of UAP is because of Ratcliffe, who was former head of ODNI. And he came forward, and I remember it's funny actually, 'cause it was classified, and Christopher Mellon participated in this latest production with me because of Ratcliffe revealing it on Fox News. And Ratcliffe basically says, yeah, we have overhead collection satellite data of UAP that are pretty fucking far out. And that happened. So they're talking about this. But getting back to your point, because I know you said you were frustrated. You're like, oh yeah, it's just another anecdotal piece of evidence, a piece of testimony, third party, not firsthand.
I'm not saying I'm frustrated.
No. What I'm saying is I totally agree with you. I'm frustrated. As somebody who's been chasing this story for 30 years, I too want access to the better, more compelling data.
Yeah.
That's why I chased after that photograph I just shared with you early on for as long as I did, because I hear about something and I go after it. But I want to remind your audience, you can't go after something without knowing that it exists. So you get the leads, we're learning more about the programs, we're learning how these programs are hidden, these WooSAPs, they're waived, unacknowledged special access programs, probably hidden somewhere in the deal. I know it sounds crazy, but at least giving some guidance to where are these things and how these things are hidden, where they might be found. We reveal, there's a gentleman in the film called Navy X. And people are like, it's just another person testifying anonymously. Well, yes, true. But he gives us specifics on telling members of Congress where to look to find specifics. JWICS, what is it? And this is where to find the more compelling data. I'm going to read this because it's important that people know that. He's saying, look, I've seen it, and this is where it is. It's called the official UAP data is kept either in SIPR, Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, or JWICS, Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communication System, that's used by the DoD and only available in a SCIF. And a SCIF is a sensitive compartmented information facility. So is it frustrating to hear that? And people criticize, it's just another person. But he's saying, I've seen it. It's phenomenal. He gives descriptions of some of the stuff he saw. And he's telling members of Congress, if you have the clearances, this is where it's being kept. So those are very good specifics. And again, I remind you guys, okay, just be patient. This is not a 100-yard dash. We're running a marathon right now.
An
we need
ultra
to be
marathon.
patient. We are. We're
I'm
trying
going to get back to what I was talking about earlier. Logistically,
Okay.
if you're letting something go from the ocean,
yes.
If you're flying it out of the ocean, logistically, you would have to have some sort of a large craft out there that's going to house these things, or it's going to launch from. Right? If it is actually coming from the ocean.
Oh, you see the drones you're talking about right now.
Right.
Yes.
So either they're ours, and if there are ours, how do they hide the fact that there's a battleship out there? Is that possible? And if it's from a submarine, how do they develop a submarine that can launch 50 car-sized or SUV-sized drones from?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Christopher Mellon said to me this morning. He goes, that's the one element or aspect that really is a head scratcher, because
this is the question.
50 of these things coming in off the ocean. That's just confirmed.
Right.
No one's denying
But here's
that.
the question.
Yes.
Is it possible to classify the location of a U.S. battleship that's capable of having these things?
So big. How could you
how big would it have to be to launch 50 drones?
God, you're not talking. You're talking. I don't know, man. But
That's
that's
the question.
A lot of drones, especially the size they're reporting. They're talking about drones the size of an SUV.
Right. So let's
super long loiter time.
Let's imagine you. So when you take a ferry, how many cars can a ferry fit on it?
I take a ferry all the time in Vermont.
Like a big one, like a legit one, like a
50.
European ferry. 50 cars?
The one that's medium legit, I put 25, 30, maybe 40, 25, 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
So couldn't you do that with drones? And couldn't you have something that's a little larger than the average ferry? So you wouldn't need a battleship.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that in residential areas? Why would they have everybody scratching their heads? All these press conferences. You're talking about the head of the gang of 8, right?
But if they need to control those guys,
you're not going to tell them.
If they are really looking for a nuke. Okay, let's imagine that this story about a Ukrainian nuke from the time when they disarmed them, there's one that's unaccounted for. This is one of the stories that's been on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's true.
Yeah.
That it's unaccounted for, that they think it's headed to the United States. If you were trying to find that thing.
Like a dirty bomb?
Yeah, or like just a regular nuke, that if you're looking for gamma rays, you could devise a drone that could search for that. and you'd fly it over an area, and you wouldn't care whether people freaked out because it's more important to find this goddamn thing, right? So if you have this technology, it's some skunk works
You
technology.
can't do it from space.
No, I don't think so. I think you have to be there.
Certain proximity within.
I think
to pick up whatever. Did you bring this up with Ryan Graves?
Yes.
What did he say?
You mean he doesn't know either?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't think so.
Everybody
He
that I
doesn't
trust,
think that's the issue.
people in the FBI, people that I communicate with often, I'm like, what is going on?
It almost seems too sexy that the United States has that kind of ability and they're just flying these things around, and that they're doing it for that specific reason to find a nuke. It's like that we have this kind of technology that none of us are aware of, that we have these drones that can shut off when you come close to them. The lights shut off, they disappear. They
go dark.
avoid tracking the RF signal.
Yeah.
It doesn't show up. They're cool. They have some sort of cooling mechanism in them, so it's difficult to see with infrared. I don't understand any of that. He was saying that's above what we can do right now. He's saying but they're not moving in a way necessarily that's not possible with drone technology that is mainstream. But there's some aspects of the way they move and what they're doing that doesn't lead them to believe that this is current state of the art technology.
There's they even I had some people tell me, like, even if it's conventional, it's highly advanced conventional.
Right, but let's look at China. Like, China has highly advanced drones.
Yeah,
we were talking about this as well, that the bottleneck in America was the FAA. The FAA put a lot of restrictions on the manufacture of drones and how you can do them, what you can do. China doesn't have any of that, so they're full steam ahead with innovation. If you look at what drone manufacturers in the United States have been able to do, and then imagine untethered, if they weren't fucked over by all these regulations that got in the way of innovation. Obviously you have to have one, because if you have some commercial drone that someone can buy that can move 500 miles an hour and fly through the air and stay up there for 6 hours at a time and film video of everything and anything, well, and you can't control it, you can't block the radar screen, you can't find it with infrared, that's pretty nuts. So I would imagine that would not be a thing they would want in the hands of the average American person.
But why did it just start happening fairly recently? When I say this,
well, I'm saying if it's Chinese. If it's Chinese, if they're unburdened by our regulations, and that not only do they have the help of the government, they have financing behind them, they have an imperative, they're told what to do.
But they're flying it over Langley, they're flying it over.
Wouldn't you do that? Just to fuck with these people?
What's the golf course that Trump has?
His golf course. Yeah.
What's that called?
I don't know.
Westminster, Bedminster, or something like that. They're flying over that.
Yeah.
The president-elect. So it's
Langley Air Force Base did experience incursions of unauthorized unmanned aerial systems in last year, December 2023, says Sabrina Singh, Pentagon spokeswoman. The number of those UAS incursions did fluctuate, but they didn't appear to exhibit any hostile intent. It's something that we have kept our eye on. Well, thank God you're keeping your eye on it.
Yeah, and we have no idea what they are, but they're fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yesterday, this has been happening. This is the third year in a row. This has been happening right around Christmas time.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I wanted you guys to hear that account by the guy at Vandenberg Air Force Base. This is not anonymous reporting. The guy's giving his name,
right?
And he's talking about objects that are the size of a football field.
Yeah,
hovering over a silo, launch control area.
That's also the Phoenix Lights. They described them as the size of a football field or larger.
Oh, yeah. I interviewed a guy. There was a case that happened right here in Texas, Stephenville. Ricky Sorrell is one of the best witnesses. I love the guy. He was a hunter. And he's like, James, he's like, you could have landed an airplane on this. I said, you've got to be kidding me. He goes, no, man. He goes, I stood under this thing. He goes, it was so big, I was standing under it, and he had his rifle. And he's standing under it, and he's looking up. And he's looking to the left. He's looking to the left, right, back, forward. Can't see the edge of it in any direction. So he grabs his hunting rifle because he was hunting deer. This is 2008. Grabs his hunting rifle.
Please don't tell me he shot it.
No, well, so he holds his hunting rifle, his rifle up, and he's looking through the scope. And he goes, James, I'm a metal worker. I work with metal. I know what metal looks like. And he's looking through the scope, and he goes, man, there's no rivets. There's no seams. There's no weld marks. He's like, there were these on the belly of it. There were these reverse, recessed cones. They're like bigger, and then they got smaller as it went up into the belly of the craft. He's looking up at it, and his finger's on the trigger, and he's like, man, I wonder, wasn't that high? I wonder what happened if I just pulled the trigger here, and I bet it would ricochet off or hit the belly or something. So he's looking at it, and he's just about to pull the trigger to check it out, and he goes, maybe this isn't such a good idea. I interviewed him in 2008 when this was going down. And then about a year later, I was doing some follow-up interviews for a film I did, I Know What I Saw. And I had this gentleman walk up to me, and I was filming in the downtown square in Stephenville, or it might have been Dublin. And this gentleman looks at me and he goes, "You Mr. Fox?" I was like, "Yes." And he pulls out a badge and he shows me his badge. And he's like, "Can I talk to you for a minute? I'm Officer so-and-so." And I was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell did I do? And I said, "Yeah, sure." And we walk off to a cafe and he goes, he's looking at, he had his back to the wall in the cafe so he could see everybody coming in. He was really paranoid. And he said, "You know Ricky Sorrells?" I said, "Yeah." And he goes, "That guy's telling the truth." I said, "How do you know?" He goes, "Because the whole police department saw it." I can't remember if it was Dublin Police Department or Stephenville. I think it was Dublin, Police Department. He goes, "Yeah, man, he said we were sitting over their patrol cars and this object was like a floating department store. I mean, it was absolutely colossal, like a city. Check out my radar gun, pointed at it, and it was doing 22 miles an hour. And then he said it drifted off, and one of the officers, I don't remember the name of the gentleman, took his dash cam, and he flipped it up and he filmed it. And apparently one of the biggest mistakes this individual made, this police officer made, was that he didn't make a copy of it because the local Air Force base requested that film footage and got it. And so I've been telling people to go after that stuff exists. But my point is, this object was so big, people claim the first-hand witnesses, that you would have landed an airplane on it.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? Those are the
what happens
cases
if you see that? That's the thing. Like, if you see that, do you even tell people? You sound like a kook.
Yeah.
Like, if I saw it, if I was outside in the desert,
yeah,
and I was just chilling, and something so big that I couldn't see the edges of it, flew overhead, I don't know what I'd say.
He said when it took off, it was like this. He goes, "James," and Ricky didn't want to give me an on-camera interview for the longest time. He said, "I'm not coming forward. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going public." I worked on him for 8 months. Finally, I got the green light. I flew back out to Texas, got him on camera, put him in the movie. But he said when it took off, it went from this, a complete standstill, and it went straight up, like at a slight angle, but straight up and gone. He goes, "James," I said, "describe the acceleration." He goes, "Yeah, well, I'll tell you, the best way I can describe it is that had I blinked, I would have missed it. That's how fast it took off." So it went from here, like that. He had helicopters hovering over his. I know this sounds crazy. People are going to be like, "Oh, this big," but he had helicopters flying over his property for a while. Right around the time that I was trying to get him to go on camera, he came out in his underwear and his shotgun late at night with his helicopter spotlighting him up, and he ended up calling the local Air Force Base and said, "Stop flying over my house at night." And they said, "We suggest you stop talking about what you saw." And so he was kind of spooked. And about 8 months later, he finally decided that he was going to go public with the story. But everything to lose, nothing to gain. You get this countless reports of these cases. And they're around the world, right? It's not just the United States. I've demonstrated that time and time again.
But there's more of it in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Well, I mean, one of my favorite cases, Rua, Zimbabwe. That's an amazing case.
Right. But there's more sightings in the United States than anywhere else, right?
Seems to be an attraction, almost like a moth to a flame with nukes. Somehow they're interested in our nuclear capabilities. And I remember interviewing Robert Salas, who was a launch control officer, who described this whole event at Malmstrom Air Force Base in the 60s, where these UFOs were witnessed on the base, and then all their Minuteman missiles started getting shut down. And I remember saying to him, like, "Well, what's your take on that? Like, what kind of," he goes, and I realized why this individual was a launch control officer, because he was so measured and so calm and so cool. And he goes, "Well, James, the message I got was kind of clear. It's almost like taking matches out of the hands of a baby." About the nukes.
Yeah.
So, with the phenomenon, you look at what they do, right? And that says some things. And then they've done some pretty brazen events, right, over the decades. But you also look at what they don't do. Because if the phenomenon wanted to end this, secrecy once and for all they'd have to do is hover over the Macy's Day Parade or the next big Super Bowl, and it's game over. They don't do that. They've done some pretty brazen things, right? I mean, case in point, March 13th, 97, over the state of Arizona, including the governor, Fife Simon, witnessed that massive. There were a number of UFOs witnessed, but the main one was this big boomerang-shaped craft, and even the governor said it must have been at least a mile across from wingtip to wingtip that floated. And I actually interviewed people that worked at Luke Air Force Base at the time, and they said that they scrambled jets to intercept this thing. And I interviewed a number of people that saw that craft. I mean, that stood that light down in their lawns and watched it float over the top of them. And apparently, according to this individual that I met in the late 90s at Luke Air Force Base, they scrambled a military jet to intercept this thing. He came up on it, could have landed on the damn thing. It was so big. And it went from moving very, very slowly to accelerating like warp drive. Boom, just gone. When the jet came back to the base, Luke Air Force Base, they had to carry him out of the plane, I'm told, because he was so shaken by what he saw.
Yeah, I can imagine you wouldn't handle that well.
Can you imagine having to keep that secret?
No.
Can you imagine, could you imagine taking
Well, the governor had to lie, right? The governor had to,
Simington.
Stand up with a rope, a guy in
Dressed in an alien suit.
Yeah, an alien
Fife
costume.
Simington. Yeah.
And
I
then,
hammered him on that one.
Well, then afterwards, once he left office, then he talked about it.
Yes.
And he talked about seeing it.
Yes. Yeah.
I wonder why he had to do that, though.
So I interviewed, I was the one that got him to break his silence after 10 years. And he told me, and I don't necessarily know that I fully believe it, but he told, because initially when it happened in March, and remember, the vast majority of people were out under the night sky to get a glimpse of the Hale-Bopp comet. So it was witnessed all the way across the state of Arizona and even in Nevada, southern Nevada. And there he is. Fife told me that it was growing hysteria. But initially, he had set out, and he said, we're going to find out. I'm contacting Luke Air Force Base, reached out to the Pentagon, and all these various services, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. And then, I don't know how much longer it was. Was it later that day, or was it the next day? He held an unscheduled press conference, and that's when he had his aides dressed up in an alien suit and made a mockery of it all. And I can assure you, pissed the hell off his constituents and the witnesses all across the state of Arizona. They were furious. And I confronted him on that 10 years after the fact because I was pissed off. I was investigating that case when it happened in the 90s. And I interviewed a lot of really good witnesses. And he said the reason why he did it was because of growing hysteria. And he wanted to calm down the hysteria. But did he get a phone call just saying, hey, kill this story? I lean in that direction, but he's never, even when we're having cocktails together, he's never confessed that happened. But it's awfully suspicious the way it all went down.
It's a little weird, especially considering he actually saw it.
That could have been a turning point in the UFO phenomenon reporting, era, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like suddenly you get this massive sighting, which would happen today. We would have been covered by, everybody's phones and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if the governor had come forward and said, yeah, we need to figure out what that thing is. I'm a former captain in the Air Force. I'm a pilot, and I saw it. I don't know what the hell that thing was.
Is there any footage of the actual thing, the triangle boomerang?
There's some footage floating around, and I featured some, and I know what I saw. You got an object in the night sky with lights at the time in 2009, I did some kind of enhancement. I'm sure the software is a lot better nowadays. It looks like a big. I can draw it
like a boomerang.
Yeah, but more angular. It was like this. And my drawings are terrible.
Like that? Look up at the screen.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so that image in the far left. That's it right there.
So
right?
Yeah, and here's something that kind of throws off the trail here because, the object came down of the state of Arizona. It went from north to south.
Is that legit?
On the right there?
Yeah.
I honestly, I can't say. I'd have to really do a deep dive into it. But let me tell you what happened because this is brilliant. So what happened was you got this massive object from around 5:30 at night in the southern Nevada, and then it drifts down very slowly across the entire, from north to south, across the entire state of Arizona. And right around 7:30, 8:30, the Barry Goldwater mountain range, which is the direction it was heading in, the military decides to drop a bunch of flares. And so people were like, oh, there it is. There's some, and a bunch of people filmed the flares. So in my opinion, it was a diversionary tactic that was brilliantly done. Because why the military suddenly decided to drop flares in the shape of somewhat of the shape. So I think that some of the footage that you've seen out there is military flares, but there's and there was an effort. I don't know if you want to get into it right now, but there was an effort by the so-called M&B, which the MIB, these Men in Black, or whatever unknown government agency they come from, that took some footage that I was learning about during my investigations in the 90s. And I know you're looking at me looking crazy.
No.
But, so the first time I really heard a really credible report of the MIB, and I decided not to report on it, was when I was in touch with a woman who was Councilwoman Frances Barwood, who was one of the few officials in Phoenix area that was saying, hey, let's investigate what these people are claiming to have seen. She's not saying aliens have landed. All she's saying is, hey, these people have a right to know what's going on. Let's launch an investigation. She was lambasted over the media, made fun of, ridiculed. But as a result of her inquiry, public inquiry, and putting it out there, one of these individuals reached out to her. And I know this because I know her, Frances Barwood, and I heard the whole story. And he was a Vietnam vet, and he was on the roof of his house with a tripod and a camera, and he was trying to get a glimpse. He was trying to film the hail bomb comment, and he had walkie-talkies, and he was monitoring the truck drivers driving up Interstate 10 from Tucson to Phoenix. And so he's monitoring this, and he hears these truckers talking about a massive UFO, and he's like, shit, that's heading right towards my house. So he's like, I'll film it. So he had a camera all ready to go, and the object went right over his house, according to him, and he filmed the whole thing. And he goes, yeah, I filmed the whole thing. It's pretty spectacular. And I know that you're launching an investigation, Frances Barwood. Would you like to see it? She said, yeah. So they made arrangements where he was going to drop it off at her office. Either later that day or first thing the next morning, two representatives, and it was July at this point, it was very hot, two men in dark suits showed up at his house, and they said, hey, he was apparently relieved that's all he wanted. He said they were quite menacing looking, didn't really say a lot. They said, we're from Frances Barwood's office, we're here to pick up that footage. So he gives them the footage. He said the only question they asked him is, did they make any copies? And he said no. And so they take the footage, off they go. When he doesn't hear from Frances Barwood, he's like, what the hell? So a couple days go by, I think possibly up to a week. He calls her up and he says, and Frances will tell you this, she'll validate what I'm telling you. He says, hey, what do you think of the footage? She goes, well, what do you mean what I think of the footage? I never got it. You were going to drop it off at my office and you didn't show up. He goes, well, I didn't have to. You had two men from your office show up and pick it up. She goes, I didn't send anybody around to your office. And I know at the time in the late 90s, I'd heard a couple of stories prior to that. I thought, this is too out there. This is too outlandish. No one's going to believe this. I have no proof of this other than her testimony. Screw it. And I didn't report on it. But hearing those cases over and over and over, it's like, there we go. Once again, the so-called evidence that could prove or disprove one way or the other that something truly extraordinary took place in the skies over Phoenix back in 1997 vanished. But there is some that's slipped between the cracks that's out there. You just have to do due diligence, and I don't have the time to sit through all of it.
Those images that we're looking at, they look too clean.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's AI generated or whatever, but
or what could have been in a documentary, like a recreation.
I know what I saw features some of the footage. I covered that case extensively. So if anyone's interested in the Phoenix Lights case, but I can tell you,
how many people saw it?
Oh, thousands.
Yeah,
thousands. I talked to another woman, Stacy Rhodes, and her daughter Emily, and they said they were driving on Interstate 10. And she goes, look, James, I'm going to tell you how big this thing was. I said, how big? And she goes, first of all, there were people stopped on the freeway, just like stopped as this thing was like close encounters, was floating over them. She goes, I could have held up a newspaper like this and looked to the left, looked to the right, looked at that. And she said, I couldn't block this thing out. That's how big it was. And it didn't make a sound. It was gunmetal black. It was witnessed by a lot of people. That's why I say there's some events that have happened over the decades that are pretty brazen. That's one of them. Hudson Valley is pretty brazen as well.
I just wish I knew if it was true.
Well, when you get thousands of people seeing the same thing, if you see thousands of people saying the same thing, including the governor,
I know.
The
you
governor,
get so invested in it, and you go, "What happened?"
The governor.
Yeah,
the governor.
The same guy who came out with a fucking guy dressed up like.
Yeah, I know, but I got him to come clean 10 years later.
Yeah, but so he's already not credible.
Well,
he already bullshits. He does.
Well,
he bullshits. He definitely bullshits.
He definitely bullshits. You're right.
There you
You're
go.
right. Yeah. But,
so when someone bullshits about that, they might bullshit about anything.
But true. Yeah. But I mean,
again, I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and I
he hasn't been in the limelight a while. It's a good thing to talk about now.
There's no smoke without fire. There is so much evidence in terms of eyewitness testimony and radar, some photographic, not as much as we'd like, that something truly inexplicable is taking place in our airspace, right?
For sure.
Something that, after careful examination, something that, not because of a lack of data in some instances, but that after careful analysis and research, investigation, that comes out the other end and says, I can't explain this. This is going to have to be one of those unknowns, or, falls into that 15% category of cannot provide a terrestrial or conventional explanation for. And those are the cases that I so desperately have been going after for a long time.
So is all this disclosure and all those discussions on television now and all these meetings and hearings, you think we're on an accelerated path? Do you think this is all good, right?
I'm convinced of it, yes.
But do you think that there's a real possibility, like within the next few years, that they just completely drop all the bullshit and come clean about this stuff? Or would it take some sort of extraordinary event where they had to admit it? Something much bigger than this drone thing?
Well, in some respects, there has been. I remember I interviewed this guy, Nick Pope, at the MOD years ago, and I was like, this is a time when we were pushing for transparency. France was releasing previously classified documents on UFOs, les ovnis, as they'd say. And the MOD followed suit. They were releasing previously classified documents, slowly putting it out there. And at the time, it was rather exciting. I just did a big event at the National Press Club with Leslie Kean, and it was like this whole movement. It was like, oh my God, it's happening, right? Mm-hmm. But it kind of petered out a little bit. And I remember asking this guy that used to work the UFO desk at the MOD, Nick Pope, and I said, Nick, do you anticipate any type of disclosure? This is like 2009 or something, 2008, 2009. And he goes, James, no. He goes, it's going to be disclosure with a small d, not a big D. It's going to trickle out slowly. You condition people, get people prepared, test the waters. One of the things that we explore in the program, and I'd never done that, is the politics of disclosure. It's a far more complex. Let's just suspend judgment for a moment and assume that it's real, okay? That there really is an NHI, or non-human intelligence aspect to the phenomenon, right? Let's just suggest that's real. Now, how do you disclose that to the general public? What about the impacts on organized religion? What about the impacts on financial institutions? What about the fact that we'd have to confess that we don't have full control over this? I mean, those are real considerations. And it's not just the United States, right? This involves the planet. This involves all of humanity.
I wanted to ask you about this.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Oh, I do. I totally understand.
More complex than you think.
Oh, I totally get that. How does Russia handle these things? How does China handle these things?
Well, there was a case in China that happened in 1994, right around the time of Rua, Zimbabwe, also in 1994, called Meng Jiao Gua. And it happened in the Black Mountains, and it was a landing, alleged contact, close to kind of the third kind. Funny because it happened right at the same time of Africa, similar message that was conveyed. I went to China. I met with an active general in uniform, talked openly about the UFO phenomenon. Mm-hmm. They were pretty open. I went to Russia in the late 90s, and that was right before Putin. It was right around the time when Putin was coming in, and that was a period of openness. And I went to Star City, Russia. I interviewed a cosmonaut, Pavel Popovich, a number of generals, and they were very open about it. In fact, they said to me at the time, if you're here to discuss whether or not the UFO phenomenon is real, the door's right over there. We're here to create an international coalition, an international exchange of information, and to talk about the implications of the phenomenon, which I thought was amazing. This is like 25 years ago, right? So now, I don't know if things have changed since Putin's been in office, but that was back in the late 90s. I mean, there've been congressional hearings in Brazil. Mm-hmm. There's been an effort. I mean, shit, they had hearings back in 1978 at the United Nations that Lee Spiegel put on, So there's been an ongoing effort for this stuff to come out. I just think it's different this time. To me, it feels like they're not gonna. There's too much momentum behind it at this point, and there's so much legislation that's written. There's too much that's come out, and it's too important. Look, whether you believe it or you don't believe it, if you can just imagine for a moment, if it is true, and if the U.S. government does in fact have irrefutable evidence that we're not alone in the universe, that's so significant that we all have a right to that information, and that we should continue to support this unprecedented push for transparency with our elected officials and get to the fucking bottom of it.
Why not? Everybody agrees.
Right?
Yeah, I think everybody agrees. I think the general public, no one's going to disagree with you about that.
Yeah, and then new administration's coming in. There's, there's Ratcliffe and Rubio. I'm telling you, Rubio knows a lot I know that.
How do you know he knows?
Because I've talked to people that have debriefed him and been in the room with him during
You haven't talked to him?
No, I have not. No, I have not. But I talked to people that were in the room when he was being briefed from first-handers. I'm told that there were, I'm going to say, right around 12 first-hand people that have had behind closed doors meetings, first-hand people that are concerned about their secrecy, concerned about their safety, concerned about the implications of them coming forward and going public. That they don't quite have. And this comes from a very good source of information. That the witness protection program and the legislation that they've created around that is not quite there yet. It's getting closer. They need to continue to work on that.
You don't mean like witness protection program, like I'll put them in
whistleblowers. They have whistleblower protection. I'm so
Right.
sorry. I meant to say that.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah. Whistleblower protection. It's not quite in place.
Mm.
One of the things I really wanted to mention is that there is a gentleman, a young man who's 30 and he feels like he's old. His name is Jesse Michaels, and he's got this new show called American Alchemy. New, it's a couple of years old.
Why does he feel like he's old?
Because, when you're 30, you feel like you're old.
Really?
Well, I did. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm 30, because just 10 years earlier, I was almost 19, right? Or 11 years earlier, I was 19.
Right.
You go from a teenager to suddenly you're 30, you always think like 30. And I was talking to him not too long ago, Jesse, and I said, he's like, yeah, I feel a little old. I was like, dude, you are just getting into your prime, baby. This is rock and roll time. But I really wanted to, this is a guy who's young. Julian Dory is also doing some amazing work on this in podcasts, but he was young and is doing a deep dive into the implications and he meets with aerospace engineers. The guy's, Jesse, you're a phenomenon. Keep rocking and rolling. I want to tip my hat to you. I don't know if you've seen this guy or not.
No, I haven't.
He's doing deep dives into what's happening.
Maybe I have.
He's documented it with these podcasts, and he's doing a fantastic job. And I just got to tip my hat to the guy because he's 10 times smarter than I'll ever be. And he's young, and he's a force to be reckoned with. And he's answering all the questions that you and I are exploring, all these issues that you and I are talking about.
Well, I'm glad there's people out there pushing it, and I'm glad there's guys like Grush that are sticking their neck out, and guys like you who are making documentaries about it. It's the subject is much more open to discussion, like I was saying, amongst serious people.
Yes.
Where it didn't used to be before, and now I think with this drone thing, I think there's so many people that are going, okay, even if they're ours or they're China's or what's going on?
Yeah.
Like, why are there so many of them? What are the answers, and why can't you tell us? Is it because they're searching for a nuke? Jesus Christ, maybe you should warn people and get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Is that really what's going on? Like, if it's not, what is going on? And if it's not ours, what are they? And how come you can't track them? How come, like, what kind of...
Very bizarre.
It doesn't even make sense.
It's very,
It doesn't
very
make
bizarre.
sense when you think of the capabilities of the United States military. It doesn't make any sense. They can't figure out what's going on. I think what Trump said is probably correct, that the government knows. They know what's happening, and they don't want to tell people.
Why
For
wouldn't
whatever
he know?
reason.
He could tell us. Why wouldn't he tell us?
I don't think he knows yet. I don't think until he gets into office.
So
He gave a speech about it at Mar-a-Lago.
I saw that. But did he say?
Well, let's watch it. We'll watch it.
Yeah,
pull the speech up.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if he. Yeah, we're about to find out.
Yeah, essentially, he was saying that he knows that the government knows what's going on, and they're not telling us.
So
and that means they're not telling him.
So they're not telling him.
No, I don't think until you get into office, you're not the president, right? So he's the president elect. I don't know
Right.
what kind of
Clearances that he has.
Yeah, I don't understand how that works.
I'd be very curious to know what he knows.
Right, especially with this. Like, who do you even ask? Like, who's the person that can lay out the information? Like, which department? Which agency?
Yeah,
Let's
right.
hear
And it seems like they're so compartmentalized.
What about the fear? Here to help the drones. Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey ports? It seems like the American people have a big
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows.
Our president
And
knows.
for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster.
We
Wanna
should
know the
know.
truth? They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Yeah.
I think I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
I bet someone told him, Mr. President, it's pretty important that you don't go to the golf course. Yeah.
God, that's so crazy.
Yeah.
Hey,
so what does that mean?
I gotta, if you don't mind, I was contacted. I went to this.
Are you gonna switch subjects?
Well, no. This is all about exactly what we're talking about. This is something that I really need to put out there because it's very important.
Okay.
And it's an unprecedented effort spearheaded by this woman, Andrea, who runs a number of communities on Reddit. And she said that they're banding together for the first time ever, the biggest grassroots campaign for government transparency. This is happening on Friday, the 20th of December at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And this has the potential to reach millions and millions of people. It's the most unprecedented event on Reddit in history. And I'll post all of the necessary information on X because this is a very grassroots effort. And
what are they doing?
At James C. Fox on X, formerly known as Twitter. It's the Reddit community is banding together for a huge grassroots campaign for government transparency. So basically, all the various platforms on Reddit, like paranormal, UFO, they don't usually get along too well, but they're all combining their resources and they're getting together for the first time ever and to push for government transparency. There's a couple of government insiders that appear in my film that will be appearing on this to answer questions and what steps need to be happening, what's going on today. And this is happening on the 20th of December, 3 p.m. And I'll be posting more information, the very specific details on X at James C. Fox. I just wanted to get that out there before because...
Well, the more of this stuff that happens, the better. The more people demand it, the better. The more politicians hear from the people and want to... I mean, especially politicians that are up for re-election and they want to show that they're doing what the people want them to do. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but obviously I'm very happy that we're hearing much more about the subject in a serious way.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell's going on.
Yeah. Well, I really encourage you to watch the program.
I will, 100%.
I bent over backwards to put together and explain everything in layman terms, what's happened from 2017 to today, because it's unprecedented. We're living in an unprecedented moment in history. There's an unprecedented push for government transparency, and I want to continue supporting our elected officials' bipartisan effort to get to the bottom of this. And I especially want to throw a shout out to Representative Burchett because you're killing it, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, Jamie, why don't you use ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT what's going on with the drones in New Jersey?
I'd be very curious to hear about that.
Yeah.
It's a damn good idea.
And maybe then ask Grok. But ask ChatGPT what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey. I'll just see what ChatGPT says.
So tell me how that works.
I don't know.
So it's AI, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
what is really happening with the drones in New Jersey? Let's see. So what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT is going to search the web.
Oh, this is amazing.
Numerous drone sites have been reported across New Jersey and other East Coast. It's incredible how fast this is. Look how fast. Look at this. This is incredible.
Wow.
They found no evidence suggesting threat to national security or public safety. Despite these assurances, some local officials and residents remain concerned. For instance, Belleville Mayor Michael Melham speculated the increased drone activity might be related to a search for missing radioactive material from the medical facility in New Jersey. Additionally, the public figures like Bethany Frankel have shared unverified theories about the drone's purposes, further fueling speculation. The situation is evolving, and authorities continue to monitor and investigate new reports. Residents are advised to report any suspicious drone activity to local law enforcement and avoid taking matters into their own hands, like shooting them down. People are shooting them down. So they shoot them down. They're eating the dogs. It's everything to shoot down drones as it could pose safety risks and violate laws. Now ask ChatGPT. Oh, let's just keep going with ChatGPT for a little bit because you're asking it again. Ask ChatGPT, if I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town? Yeah. If I live in New Jersey, should I get out of town?
Should I evacuate?
Yeah, should I evacuate? Let's say evacuate because get out of town is like a colloquialism. Yeah. Should I evacuate? Okay.
This is amazing.
At this time, there's no official recommendation for residents in New Jersey. Follow official updates. Yeah. Okay. As a precautionary measure.
Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Sometimes you always have to ask it.
No federal evacuation orders. Okay, it knows that there's no federal evacuation orders. If you were going to give me advice, would you tell me to leave the East Coast? Advice is fucked up. There we go. Based on the current information provided by trusted authorities, there's no evidence of an imminent threat. Yeah. Could you imagine? Put this in. Could you imagine a scenario where these drones are actually looking for a nuclear bomb? And if so, would you advise me as a preemptive measure to evacuate? I type so much worse when people are watching.
I'm so impressed at how well he's typing. Actually, I really am.
While it's possible to imagine scenarios involving drones searching for dangerous materials such as a nuclear bomb, there's no verified information suggesting such an extreme situation. Yeah. So how about this? I think, type this in.
If I put it in Grok and fun mode, we might get.
But hold on a second. But try this.
Is there a non-human intelligence behind?
Listen, I think the drones are looking for a nuclear bomb, and I am going to leave New Jersey. Where should I go?
To Montana.
How far away should I go? Oh, that's okay. Leaving New Jersey as a precautionary measure. Here are some suggestions for place to relocate temporarily.
Texas, you're doing good.
Head west. Okay, so now we're getting better. So now it's saying go further away. Wow. Colorado, scroll back up so I can read that where it said Colorado. Consider Durango, Grand Junction, or areas outside of Denver. These are safe and equipped with modern infrastructure. They're telling you to move. This is telling you to get away from big cities.
Durango.
Tennessee, the Smoky Mountain region, and Gatlinburg or Knoxville provides natural beauty, lower cost of living, and a sense of isolation. They're telling you how to rebuild civilization. Okay, if a nuke goes off,
where to go?
If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, type this in, Jenny. If a nuke goes off on the East Coast, where should I be to be safe?
Oh my gosh.
If you're concerned about potential nuclear incident, here's a list of safest options based on geographic, environmental, and strategic factors. Montana, Colorado, Wyoming, Idaho, sparsely populated, vast distances from major cities and military targets. Towns like Bozeman, Jackson Hole, Sandpoint are beautiful, remote, and away from the fallout paths. Jesus Christ.
I'm curious, what would happen if you asked ChatGPT, is it? GPT, if what percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
Okay, that's a good one. What percentage of UAP represent a non-human intelligence?
Really curious.
Just pulling it from the internet.
I know, but let's see what
still.
it says. Could represent non-human intelligence remains unknown and speculative. Current investigations by UAP organizations like the U.S. government emphasize the following: most UAPs have conventional explanations. Oh, this is Project Blue Book bullshit.
It's all 5 or 10% of UAP cases remain unidentified even after thorough analysis. These cases, I was like 15 to 20, but yeah, 5 to 10%.
Evidence inconsistent with known human technology. No conclusive evidence for non-human intelligence. While some UAP cases are publicizing, the government has not officially. Okay, Commander, type this in. Commander David Fravor encountered a tic-tac shaped craft in 2003. That defied our understanding of known physics. Period. What do you think he saw? Wow.
2004, I'm sorry.
encounter with Tic Tac shaped craft remains one of the most compelling and well documented UAP cases in modern history. Key details of the encounter. Craft described as smooth, white, oblong, resembling a Tic Tac, no visible propulsion, wings, or exhaust, displayed extraordinary flight characteristics, accelerated instantly from a hovering position, descended from 80,000 feet to near sea level in seconds. Fravor reported the object mimicked his movements during their engagement and then vanished at extreme speed. It's possible the craft was an ultra-secret military project, either U.S.-based experimental aircraft, aerospace technology, or developed by another nation. However, the extreme flight performance raises doubts. Such advanced technology would suggest a significant leap beyond publicly known capabilities, which is inconsistent with current engineering limits. Sensor anomaly or perception issues.
I asked the heads of Aero if they could explain that one, and they said no.
Don't type this in.
Really good case.
If all accounts of the capabilities of the Tic Tac craft are true, what are the possibilities that it came from another planet?
If the accounts of the aircraft capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without propulsion, no heat.
Say it loud so people can hear you.
Okay, so if the accounts of the Tic Tac's craft's capabilities are accurate, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without visible propulsion, no heat signatures, and defiance of the inertia, then the possibilities of origin being extraterrestrial or from another planet become a viable hypothesis.
Here's why. The physics of the Tic Tac craft, reported behavior of the craft suggests technology that operates beyond our current understanding of physics and propulsion systems. No visible propulsion implies propulsion system unrelated to conventional jets or rockets. Instantaneous acceleration defies inertia in Newtonian physics. Achieving this would require manipulating gravity or space-time itself. Silent operation, no sonic booms, despite hypersonic speeds, points to a technology that likely eliminates air resistance, such as surrounding itself in an electromagnetic field or bubble. This level of technological advancement far surpasses anything developed on Earth. If true, such capabilities would suggest a highly advanced civilization, perhaps thousands or millions of years ahead of us scientifically. If true, where do you think it came from?
And this was 20 years ago.
I know, but if true, where do you think it came from? How about this? It's still typing.
Final thoughts. Look at that. It's writing a whole term paper.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast it does it too. It's amazing how fast it does it.
Wow.
Tic Tac. If the Tic Tac UAP is real and the accounts are accurate, then its origin may very well be extraterrestrial or involve unknown physics and technology that we haven't begun to comprehend. The extraordinary nature of the case suggests an equally extraordinary explanation. What do you think? Why are you asking me, bitch? You're ChatGPT.
What do you think?
Does extraterrestrial visitation seem plausible, or is there another explanation that resonates more with you? So type this. I believe it seems plausible that they are extraterrestrial in nature.
Good luck, I was going to say. That's good.
If true, where do you think they came from? Let's see. Identifying where they might come from involves exploring nearby stellar systems, known exoplanets, and plausible scientific ideas about interstellar travel. Here are the most likely possibilities. Nearby star systems with habitable zones. Alpha Centauri system, 4.37 light years away, closest star system to Earth, Proxima Centauri. Potentially habitable planet, exoplanet orbiting Proxima Centauri within the habitable zone. If life developed there, it might be technologically advanced enough for interstellar exploration. Bernard, so it's giving me a list of all
the potential
different possible star systems. Wow. This one's only 39 light years away.
What was the closest one? Alpha Centauri was that? Was that 4 light years or something?
I don't know. Scroll back up.
Scroll back up a little bit.
3.9 million. 4.3.
Alpha Centauri, 4.3 light years
pretty
away.
close.
Wow. But here's the crazy part.
Pretty close.
You remember the twin paradox theory? They say that if you get like two twins, right, as kids, say one's 10, they're both 10, and you put one in a spaceship that travels the speed of light for 1 year, he would come back with an atomic clock on board that spacecraft a year older. He'd be 11, and his brother would be an old man. I can't wrap my mind around that.
Right. But
they say it's pretty much fact.
But that's speed, right? I think what we're talking about is different than speed. I think it's instantaneous relocation.
Right.
So I think I think instead of like
manipulate the space time between the 2 points.
Right. So I think the idea is that instead of a rocket that goes, 5 million miles an hour and just shoots off of Earth and keeps going until it, 5 million years from now, it runs into this planet. I think it's different than that. I think if I had to guess where something can manipulate gravity and space, what it would do is instantaneously appear in these new places.
And you've talked to a lot of physicists about this kind of stuff, huh?
I have, and the way they explain it is baffling. And Bob Lazar's version of it is baffling because Bob Lazar's version of it that he told in 1989 kind of makes sense when you talk to people that are trying to develop some sort of a gravity or a warp drive.
Right.
And the way Bob Lazar explained it is that this element, when bombarded with radiation, creates this, I'm really butchering it for sure, creates some sort of a gravity field that allows it, the way he described it, like if you took a mattress, a very soft mattress, and put a very heavy bowling ball in the middle of the mattress, it pushes the mattress down to that area, and that this like folds time.
Right. So you go from here to here, but when you stretch it down, suddenly those 2 points connect.
It folds it. Yeah.
Right.
And so wherever it is, it's here. So it's not like it's going a million light years.
So it's
a
malleable.
Million light years an hour. Yeah.
Space is malleable.
Exactly.
It's just.
Well, it makes sense if you think about how technology scales.
Yeah.
And if we do, I mean, Ryan brought up this yesterday as well, that there was research and there was papers written about the idea of having some sort of a gravity drive or having some sort of a gravity propulsion system, something that doesn't rely on conventional, rockets,
Yeah, we're not
pushing
doing it jet
gases out
fuel,
the back.
that's for sure.
Exactly. And he said that this was something that was discussed a long time ago, but then it just stopped. And, and we brought it up quite a while ago. There was an episode that we brought up a paper that was written in the 1960s about gravity drives.
Was that by Hal Puthoff?
I do not know.
Because he's like a propulsion expert in terms of the propulsion behind the physics behind UFOs.
Yeah.
And I tried to get him to explain it to me in sort of conventional layman terms, and of course my tiny little brain. But I felt like I almost grasped it for a moment, but the amount of power that it would take to create that gravitational field around the object. And he said that's why you see them doing these maneuvers that look like it defy physics, right? And then everything inside the craft would just splatter. That you're immune from that on the inside, according.
Which also would make sense.
I'm not a physicist. What am I talking
right,
about?
but that would also make sense if you had something like that you could go in the ocean as well, right?
Yeah. So
because whatever's around you wouldn't matter because you're not affected by it.
Right. You're somehow creating a field around
Exactly.
you. That's immune to whatever.
Right. But that would be the only thing that would make sense for how it could move so fast underwater.
Atmosphere, space, water.
And how it would be transmedium.
Yeah.
It can go from space into the water. It's unaffected by gravity. It's unaffected by all the things around it. It creates its own gravity field and it allows it to just pass through things.
I remember Kirk McConnell, who Senate Armed Service Committee, who investigated UFOs from 2017. I talked about him earlier. But he said that they were picking up, Aegis radar systems were picking these objects up from space. And they were shooting down from space all the way down. They'd loiter for as long as they wanted to, go in the water, come back out again, shoot back up into space. And they would just do it all day long. And there was nothing.
Well, we can't see that, right? If someone does have, if there's someone in the military that does have some like super advanced satellite reconnaissance imagery of these things, I could see why they would hold that back. I could see why they would think that people aren't ready for that. I could see it.
Do you think Elon knows?
He's real cagey about it.
He is cagey about it. And he's got deals with the DOD and he's got satellites and everything.
That's probably why. I'd be cagey about it too.
He knows more than what he's saying.
This is what he said. If aliens are real, they're very subtle. That's what he was saying. I was like, I don't know if they're subtle, man. Phoenix Lights wasn't that subtle. That's aliens.
I heard from some people around him that because of his contracts with DOD, that he kind of keeps quiet about it because
I'm sure
everybody talks about. I mean, even Ratcliffe talked about the satellite imagery of UAP. I mean, if they're picking it up, why wouldn't his systems pick it up?
He hasn't said a peep about the drone thing.
And you haven't asked him about it?
Nope. If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to be annoying. But publicly, like on X, has he said anything about the drones?
Said something a couple weeks ago, I believe. I think it was a couple weeks ago. I'll check right now. But it was like there's a big drone storm or a big drone fight coming. And people are taking that as like he knew this was happening.
A big drone fight coming?
Well, he's been real public about the idea that building manned fighter jets is at this point kind of foolish, and I think he's correct.
So unpiloted only.
Yeah. I mean, I think
takes the fun out of it.
Well, it takes the biological mistakes out of it is what it does.
Right.
It takes the human mind out. The human mind is very fallible. We already know that AI systems, like Mike Baker explained to us, that AI systems with fighter jets beat actual fighter jet pilots 100% of the time. So when they have these simulated, when they have these simulated dogfights, when they take AI fighter jets that we have right now, they beat our fighter jet pilots, the best of the best, 100% of the time. So they don't have any biological limitations in terms of what they can deal with G forces.
Yeah.
So you have that, right? So all you have to do is make the equipment and the materials robust enough so they can take insane speeds and not blow apart. But it certainly would be way easier to do that than it would be to get a human being to be safe in it.
So much less badass, though.
So what is he saying? Oh, so he clicked on it. Future wars are all about drones and hypersonic jets. So this is us talking about that. This is us talking about fighter jet pilots by humans will be destroyed very quickly. So he talked about it. So he put a clip up of us talking about it on the podcast. This was in November 28th. And so neither side has air superiority, and tanks are easily destroyed by missiles. So that leaves infantry and artillery, basically World War I. Drones are not yet available in sufficient numbers to matter, much like aircraft in World War I. A defense in-depth trench war means, and then some modern example.
That was like 2 years ago.
So did you get the impression when you spoke to Elon about UFOs that he knew more than he was telling you? You said he's cagey?
Yeah, he doesn't even entertain the idea of UFOs.
So if you bring up the Fravor incident, he'll just say, no, it didn't happen? Or
He just doesn't seem interested. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine what you're saying is true, that it's not wise for him to discuss it. That's what I would imagine.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me, he'll tell me. And if he wants me to tell no one, I'll tell no one.
Yeah.
If he wants to tell me and say, don't tell anybody, I won't tell anybody. But I'm not going to ask him. I think his position as, being the guy at SpaceX.
Yeah.
Why would you fuck around with that?
He's got too much at stake.
Yeah, it's way too much at stake.
Yeah.
Also, if anybody's going to find out, he's going to find out. If there's something going on, if something legitimately going on. The guy who can catch rockets with a crane, that's the guy. He's going to know.
I thought the first time I saw that, it was like AI generated.
It seems fake.
I was watching the thing come down, and I just thought that's
the ones that land before that. Those are
insane.
insane, and now you can catch them. They don't even have to land. It's nuts. Like what he's done is just accelerate what we are capable of doing far beyond what NASA was able to do just a few years ago. So
I used to have a neighbor that worked for Elon Musk, and he drove a Tesla way early on when the Teslas weren't that many out there. And I was like, well, you got a Tesla? He's like, yeah, I actually work for Elon Musk, blah, blah, blah. And I saw him a couple years later, and I was like, hey, you're not driving Tesla anymore. And he goes, no. He goes, I don't work for Elon anymore. I was like, oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? And he goes, well, he works so hard and his expectations are so high. He goes, I was at the hospital with my wife as she was giving birth to our first child, and Elon's like, I need you in the office.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he said, he goes, the guy's got an incredible work ethic, but it was too much. He goes, I'm at the hospital. I don't care what you're wearing. I just to work. It's like pretty brutal.
That's brutal.
Wasn't he sleeping in the? He was sleeping in the.
Sure. Yeah, he was sleeping, working 16 hours a day and sleeping on the floor. Yeah,
that's commitment.
Well, he demands that of other people too, and maybe you want that, and maybe you don't. And if you don't, you can't work there. It's just that simple. Like if you want that, hop on in. If you're a single guy and you don't have a wife and you don't have children, but if you do, oh boy, that's not a life for me. I don't want that job.
I think the closest thing to a spaceship on wheels is a Tesla.
Oh, they're amazing.
Pretty remarkable.
I've had 3 of them. This is my 3rd.
The acceleration
Yeah,
is
it's
just,
incredible.
it's
They're
like a
incredible.
gut punch.
Yeah,
Some families
and
might
they're
give
getting
a couple
better. They're
gifts
getting
per night.
the autonomous driving is incredible now.
I remember when somebody said to me, they were like, step on it, show me the acceleration. And I stepped on it, a Model 3 Performance.
Seems fake.
I got nauseous.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite ready. I turned myself a little sideways or something. I felt nauseous. I was like, wow, I'm riding motorcycles. I've been doing all this stuff. It's like, but now I prepare myself for that. That's really fast. That's super bike fast.
It's crazy fast. And it can actually, the beautiful thing is you can merge on the highway and you don't seem like a douchebag because you're not like, bah! It's not like really loud.
It's just super quiet. All stealthy. Yeah.
It's all of a sudden it's going 100 miles an hour. What happened?
Yeah, I remember I got a ticket years ago on a motorcycle, and the guy that bought the bike had a loud exhaust pipe, which I ended up getting rid of. I didn't like the loud exhaust pipe; it's too loud. And I got pulled over, and the cop never even saw me. He just heard me, and he wrote me up exactly how fast I was going. He's like, "You're doing 90 to 35." I'm like, "I was." He was like, "Oh yeah, I could hear you." I was like, I went up through the gears, and I put it quiet. So yeah, that's. Quiet is nice. Quiet has its benefits.
It doesn't in a motorcycle though. You want to be loud so people don't hate you.
That's true. I drive like the invisible man when I'm on a motorcycle. You have to.
Yeah.
I've had people look me right in the eyes and they pulled right out in front of me.
People want to. They don't
T-bone,
care.
sideswiped.
And also, people are like, how many people are medicated?
I don't think they see you as a threat. I think they see you as like, oh, you're almost like a gnat or something.
Mm.
I've learned, and I tell people that ride motorcycles, I've been riding bikes for 50 years. As soon as you get on that bike, you become the invisible man. Right?
Pretend no one can see you.
Pretend that no one can see you. You'll live a lot longer.
Yeah.
You can make eye contact with somebody. Doesn't mean they see you.
Right.
I've had people pull out in front of me. Like I said, I've been T-boned and all kinds of crazy accidents over the years.
I wish they weren't so dangerous because I would love to drive one.
Oh, they're amazing. I know. You just have to be, like I said,
Yeah, until you're not. I had 3 friends. I was getting my motorcycle license.
Yeah.
So it was a while ago.
10 years?
So it was a couple of us that worked on Fear Factor, a couple of the guys that worked on a set. We all decided to go and take lessons together. And shout out to Peter Hirschko. And he wound up getting his motorcycle. He kept driving it. And but one of the guys we worked with, he crashed his bike and fucked up his shoulder. And then one of the guys who was fighting for the UFC, Frank Mir, he got hit by a car. He got T-boned and ran into his femur, snapped his femur, and he almost lost his leg. His leg was, and it fucked up his career for years. So there was that, and then I saw a guy on the highway that was covered in a blanket.
Oh God!
Yeah, he was alive. You could see, but his leg was so fucked up that they covered it in a blanket so that passerbys wouldn't rubberneck it. There's 3 of those. And then another friend of mine saw someone get hit, saw someone get rear-ended, someone not paying attention in their car, rear-ended a bike and had the guy flying through the air at a red light. So that was enough for me.
Yeah, I know. I became a dad, and I had 2 motorcycles right before I became a dad, and I sold them. And then after 10 years, I was like, maybe I could get just like a dirt bike? Because I really enjoy riding it. There's nothing like it, being on a motorcycle. So
Imagine if you get a dirt bike and a mountain lion takes you out. God damn it.
I have a dirt bike with a motor.
Yeah, but even with a motor. I don't know if a mountain lion would be scared of a motor.
Yeah, I'd be able to outrun it.
I think most of the time they get bicyclers.
Yeah,
most of the time they kill bicyclers.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
So let me ask your honest opinion. I know we're wrapping up here.
Okay.
If you had to say whether you believed or you didn't believe, and look, you can't make any definitive statements. I get that. But you're a very influential individual who's done more for the push for disclosure. I hate using the word disclosure. It's got a bit of a buzz, a bit of a connection to it. A push for government transparency on this topic, right? If you had to say something truly inexplicable that most likely would lead to NHI or non-human intelligence or not conventional, what would you pick ultimately that you think there is possibly a non-human intelligence behind this or that there is not?
I wish I could be definitive like that.
I know you can't be definitive.
I don't. I try to stay as open-minded on this as possible, which means I fluctuate back and forth to from fully believing to fully believing it's a military experiment and that it's a bunch of our stuff. But then there's stories like the things like the Tic Tac, and where you go, okay, 2004, how? How could they do that in 2004? Is there a propulsion system available in 2004 that's that far advanced? And if so, how come there's so little evidence of it in a practical use? Like, how come that technology? You would think that technology would take so much money to develop, that you would do something with it in 20 years. You wouldn't just have it and just be flying it around like a drone every now and again.
Yeah.
It would seem like there would be some sort of a practical application for something like that.
Yeah.
And it would seem like the Manhattan Project and like the stealth bomber, eventually you find out that it's a real thing, right? So 20 years is a long time to not find out that something's real.
Well, how about if we take it up to a lot longer than that? What about the 1952, 2 consecutive weekends in July over the White House and the Capitol? Yeah. And that was, we had a press conference about that.
Sure.
A guy in general that basically admit that they're real.
Kenneth Arnold, you know,
Kenneth Arnold,
those
47,
stories.
that was phenomenal, yeah.
And then you got to go to the Bhagavad Gita, you know, like there's stories of things.
The historical stuff's incredible, isn't it?
Like, think of the guy that showed up with the blue skin. Is that an angel? Is that a devil? Like, what if you were living 4,000 years ago, you're one of the people that wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls.
He'd be a god.
Yeah, what is that? What is that visitation that you've experienced?
With a craft, it would be
right.
Connected with a god, right?
Right, and also the story. When you tell the story, like, what is this? And then someone illustrates it. What is it even? How does it even relay in words? Especially you're using the words of 4,000 years ago. What are you describing? And if they really have always been here and they've always been visiting us, that's probably how you would describe it. You would describe it like Ezekiel did in the Bible.
Yeah, well, you know, I was in Africa investigating the alleged landing in Close Encounter of the Third Kind at Rua, Zimbabwe Aerial School in 1994. I wasn't there in 94. I was there much later. And the teacher, Judy Bates, who's now the head principal, and she was sharing with me these drawings the children did of the alleged creatures. And they were amazing, these drawings, big eyes and big heads, almond-shaped eyes, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking at these drawings, one after the other, from all these school children. It was phenomenal. And I took photographs of them. And then a month later, I went to Australia, and I was investigating an alleged landing that happened at Westall Primary School in 1966. And that was incredible. I was there investigating, and I was showing some of the drawings of the aliens the alleged aliens that I just had investigated in Africa. And some of the people were like, "Oh, wow, these drawings are amazing. They look like the Wangina cave art." I was like, "The what?" The Wangina cave art. The Aboriginals drew these things, and so they pulled it up, Wangina. And the parallel, they're thousands of years old, right? These cave paintings in Australia. The parallels, the consistencies, it was the comparison of the two was like,
let's take a look at those real quick.
Yeah, look up Wangina
before we leave.
Cave painting. UFO or alien.
There's most likely something there. I just don't know. And if it's a thing, so let's say if it's a real thing, is it from another planet or is it more complicated than that?
I think it's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Well, that's Jacques Vallée.
See that?
Yes. Yeah. Very bizarre.
Right? I mean, look at that one right there with the dark eyes.
Bizarre. Look at the three of them. And the one in the center, Jamie. Yeah, that one. Look how weird that is, man. That's so fucking weird.
Look at the one with the dark black eyes
look
right
how
there.
Pale they are too.
It's like,
yeah, it's very weird.
And then there's that one with the big dark eyes, right down. Just go straight down, up, down. Yeah, right, up to the right there. Look at that.
Very weird. Very weird.
Isn't that
and it's
crazy?
Also very weird how this is 4,000 years old, and then Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the 1970s.
4,000 years old, and I'm telling you, I could show you the drawings. One of the witnesses.
Very weird.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal.
Listen, man, thank you for everything.
Hey,
thanks for what you do.
Thank you so much for having me on.
My pleasure. I mean, your fucking dogged determination to get this stuff out there. It's very important.
You promise you'll watch the program?
I will 100% watch it.
Comment
Definitely.
on it?
I will. Thanks, sir.
Awesome, brother.
Appreciate you, James. Thank you very much.
So much, Joe. Thank you.
It's on Amazon, the program. And then Moment of Contact is probably available everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
and The Phenomenon.
Yeah.
I know what I saw out of the blue.
Okay.
50 Years of Denial. Oh my God, it goes back.
Yeah, you've been deep in this rabbit hole for a long time, sir. But thanks, James. I appreciate you very much. All right, bye, everybody.
Oh, triple. Oh, you bastard. What was that? Oh, it was flashbang. We had one too many copies.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates. I'll be coming to see you with the Return of the Rat Tour October 12th in Wichita, Kansas at the Orpheum. October 13th, Omaha, Nebraska at the Holland Performing Arts Center. And October.
Why do you have to hide? It's Christmas.
I don't know.
You see what I mean? You just hide. You do nothing but sit
Why we're
and
here. But I do know that
That's meant to show skill. That you just
having some kind of meaning that I give my own life makes it a lot more motivating every day. So I just try to focus on finding meaning within my own life, even if I know it's just self-imposed.
Again, you just killed me by
And then chess is a part of that.
Chess is a part of it. Maybe it was more so when I was younger because it was